In Zhongyin City at the tomato coffee shop, a woman in a white high-end suit suddenly stood up while on the phone. Why? The startled crowd instinctively looked up. Then they couldn't look away. She was beautiful. She was breathtakingly beautiful with willow leaf eyebrows and skin as white as snow, like a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting. Even more suffocating was the terrifying aura of keeping others at a distance. The men present only dared to sneak a glance, then lowered their heads in fear of defiling this queen. However, this usually unapproachable eldest daughter of the Su family, known as the first Ice Queen of Zhongyin City, now had reddened eyes. Why did you lie to me? Her voice trembled. I won't break up with you. A man's voice came from the other end. I really didn't lie to you. I truly traveled through time. I'm about to go back now. Next time if I get the chance to travel again, I'll find you. At that moment on Zhongyin Bridge, an extremely handsome man suddenly threw his phone away. Plopped. The latest model phone fell into the water. It's finally over. Zhou Qilin put his hands on his hips and sighed to the sky. 30. A full 30 top-tier goddesses. 3 years. I've been either dating or on my way to a date. Even an iron rod would be worn down to a needle. He shouted at the sky dog system. The mission is complete. Send me home. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The mission to conquer 30 goddesses is complete. Now opening the return passage. Hearing this, Zhou Qilin was so moved, he almost cried. It was so hard. Finally, he could go back. Indeed, Zhou Qilin was a time traveler. Before traveling, he had just broken up with his ex-girlfriend, and that crazy woman out of love turned hatred stabbed him to death. Death was one thing, but that crazy woman had grinned before he died. After you're dead, I'll package all your 300 gigabytes of study materials, the erotic stories you wrote about your female boss, and all the chat records where you played a sissy online, and send them to your parents, friends, colleagues, and the goddess you secretly admire. Oh, and your browser history too. Damn. As everyone knows, a person can die twice. Physical death isn't real death. Social death is true annihilation. So Zhou Qilin immediately wanted to die again to see if he could travel back. Just then the system appeared. If you die in this world, you will truly die. There is only one way to return. What way? But first, if it involves eating shit, I'll eat, at most half a caddy. System. This was the first time it had been so speechless. But it still gave the answer: flirt with girls. As long as you date 30 women rated above 90 in this world for more than a month, and make them absolutely fall in love with you, you can return to your own world. Damn, 30 people. 1 month each. Zhou Qilin couldn't help cursing. By the time I get back, I'll already be socially dead. The system explained time flows differently between planes. 20 years in this world equals 1 day in the original world. 20 years equals 1 day. If he didn't waste a day, 30 months would be just 3 hours in the original world. I can make it. From then on, he became a playboy. And after 3 years of high-frequency aerobic exercise, he finally succeeded in dating 30 girlfriends. Home. Home. Zhou Qilin shouted at the river, opening his arms to wait for the teleportation. Just then the roar of engines came from behind. A row of black luxury cars parked neatly in front of him. The lead car was a stretched Maybach with license plate 58. The door opened. A group of men in black suits poured out, moving in unison like a well-trained army. They walked quickly to Zhou Qilin and bowed in perfect 90-degree angles. The 3-year period has come. Welcome the young master home. Zhou Qilin was stunned. Damn. This sense of ceremony, this style, this. Something was off. The system was really playing it up, arranging a cool moment before the teleportation. All right, let's go home quickly. Zhou Qilin waved his hand and swaggered into the car. However, after he got into the luxury car, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Detected host binding. Binding successful. Zhou Qilin was startled. What the hell? Don't I already have a system? Host, due to the previous system loading error, you entered the wrong plane. Now I will recalibrate your identity and worldview. Zhou Qilin's smile froze on his face. What did you say? The world you are currently in is actually a novel called The Mad Dragon of Flower Protection, Conquering Beauty and Land. Your identity is Zhou Qilin, the young master of the Zhou family, one of the 4 great families in Zhongyin City. Your role: early-stage villain, a tool character with a total appearance time of about 5 hours. According to the plot, 5 hours from now you will be robbed of your fiancé and beaten to death on the street by the protagonist Yi Longshan. Zhou Qilin fell silent. 3 seconds later. Fuck you. He suddenly bounced up from his seat, nearly hitting the roof of the car. What the hell was all the hard work I put into this world for 3 years with my kidneys? You're unlucky. Damn. I'm done. I'll kill myself right now, whoever cares. If the host commits suicide, you will truly die. However, if you are killed by Yi Longshan, you will directly return to the original world. The system has activated survival mode. Each week you survive, or each time you escape from the protagonist, you will receive generous rewards. Zhou Qilin ignored the rest. Are you saying that if he kills me in 5 hours I can go back? Yes. Zhou Qilin breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. 5 hours is fine, going back only delays a few seconds, no big deal. Dog system, tell me the plot of this book. Knowing the plot would help him die more reasonably. Transmitting plot summary. With the system's cold prompt, large amounts of information flooded into Zhou Qilin's mind. This book is called The Mad Dragon of Flower Protection Conquering Beauty and Land, a standard Dragon King power fantasy. The frontier war god Zhou Qilin, as the only strongest invincible super male lead, is amazing at everything. He could even shit gold bars. The logic of the whole book: everything Zhou Qilin wants is his, and everything he doesn't want must die. Any heavenly treasure automatically flies into his pocket after blood recognition. Any beautiful woman falls for him at first sight, crying and begging to marry him. Any force either kneels and calls him daddy or gets wiped out as fertilizer. The entire world spins around him like a top. And what about Zhou Qilin? He is the sole heir of the Zhou family, one of the 4 great families in Zhongyan City. Sounds impressive, right? In the book, he's just a cardboard character. Appears in one episode with the role deliver the fiancé and deliver his head. According to the plot, he will get engaged to the eldest daughter of the Su family tonight. Get engaged. In this book, even trying to hold the heroine's hand gets you killed. So Zhou Qilin descends from the sky, kills him with one palm strike, and wins the beauty. A standard villain sacrifice script. Hearing that he died from a single palm strike, Zhou Qilin laughed. Alright, good. Dying with one palm strike, fast, no suffering. In 5 hours I'll be back home. The luxury car slowly drove into a manor. Zhou Qilin got out and looked up. Was this a house? Wasn't this a scenic spot? The lawn stretched endlessly, the fountain shot 3 stories high, the main building in the distance resembled a European castle, and at the entrance crouched 2 stone lions. No jade lions, their quality so dazzling it could blind the eyes. He couldn't help but smack his lips. Was he just a supporting character in an episodic drama needing such wealth? Alright, all these assets would eventually belong to Zhou Qilin. Young master. A middle-aged man dressed as a butler quickly approached, his face full of smiles. The master and mistress are waiting for you in the hall. The moment he saw this middle-aged man, memories of him immediately flooded Zhou Qilin's mind. This was his family's butler who had worked in the household since he could remember. What was this memory? Stupid system. In the novels I read, all the protagonists get their memories directly right. Why is it that for me, I only get memories when I see the person? Because you are the villain. Well, you really are discriminating. The butler, seeing Zhou Qilin spacing out, couldn't help but ask, young master, are you alright? Zhou Qilin waved his hand, lead the way. The butler immediately led ahead, and following him through the corridor, they entered the villa. Zhou Qilin was stunned again. Everywhere was resplendent and magnificent crystal chandeliers dazzling the eyes, marble floors reflecting like mirrors. The decoration style. How to put it? It felt like stepping into some lavish bathhouse, bursting with nouveau riche vibes, but inexplicably warm. Not to mention it actually gave a feeling of home. As Zhou Qilin wound through the halls, memories of this home slowly surfaced. Scenes of him playing with toys as a child, building secret bases. As memories gradually returned, Zhou Qilin arrived at the hall. At that moment, a man and a woman sat on the sofa. The man was in his 50s with a square face and a serious, imposing demeanor, clearly a long-time authority figure. The woman was elegant and noble, well-preserved, but slightly plump. As the thought arose in Zhou Qilin's mind, memories of the two gradually appeared. Zhou Ziyuan. Xuaningfang. The man's face instantly darkened. Do you call your parents by their names? Zhou Qilin grinned. 3 years without seeing, it's a bit unfamiliar. Liner. Xuaningfang rushed over, hugged Zhou Qilin tightly, tears streaming down. Oh my son, you're finally back. Mom missed you so much. Zhou Qilin was choked, struggling to breathe. Did you miss me? You're trying to kill me. Let go. Zhou Ziyuan also walked over, trying to maintain a stern father's dignity. It's good you're back, he said solemnly. I hope these 3 years have taught you some sense. Tame your temper, and you'll go far. Zhou Qilin blinked. Go far? Bro, I only have 5 hours left, how far can I go? Xuaningfang pushed Zhou Ziyuan. Son just got back, can't you say something nice? Zhou Ziyuan shook his head helplessly. Anyway, Liner, I've arranged a marriage for you with the eldest daughter of the Su family, one of the 4 great families. She now manages all of the Su family's businesses. After you get engaged, you must stop philandering. Of course, even if you disagree. Before he finished, Zhou Qilin immediately slapped his thigh. I totally agree. Huh. Zhou Ziyuan looked at Zhou Qilin in surprise. Hadn't his son always refused marriage, vowing to be a playboy forever? How had 3 years away changed him? Zhou Qilin's eyes sparkled. You know, the sooner the engagement ceremony, the better. Ideally start right now. I need to get back soon. No, I just can't wait. Zhou Ziyuan suppressed his surprise and said slowly, 7 o'clock tonight. Zhou Qilin felt a bit regretful. It seemed he couldn't die early, but that was fine. The remaining time, he could enjoy this decadent second-generation life. He instantly switched back to his playboy persona, waving at the butler. Hey you. Since I'm getting engaged tonight, the young master needs to unwind first. Go find me 8 or 10 models and bring them to my room. Make sure they're hot. And a few bottles of 1982 Lafite. Hurry up. Go. The butler was stunned, instinctively looking at Zhou Ziyuan and his wife. Xuaningfang glared. What are you looking at? Do as the young master says. Yes. The butler quickly ran out. Zhou Ziyuan watched his son slouching back and sighed deeply. An incapable son. He hoped that after marriage the Su girl could control him. At that moment, the Su family villa. In the study, Su Qingga stared coldly at her father Su Jia. Her eyes were like ice. Why, oi? Her voice was calm, eerily calm. Dad, have I not done enough? Or have I not worked hard enough for the Su family's business? Why must I marry that worthless piece of trash who kicks widows' doors? Suja looked at her seriously. That was all youthful indiscretion. He is the only son of the Zhou family. Marry him, and our two families unite. A win-win. Su Qinga laughed. How win-win? You're afraid that I've made the Su family business the top of the four great families, and that'll steal your son's inheritance. You want to use this marriage to kick me out of the game, right? Suja's face changed. He had been hit where it hurt. But he quickly regained composure, his face darkening. I am your father, how can you think of me like that? Anyway, the marriage is set. The engagement ceremony is tonight. You will marry him. After saying that, he turned and left. Su Qinga watched him go, her heart sinking to the bottom. Women of the Su family were always pawns in political marriages. She had thought her business talent could break this curse. She had thought that if she were strong enough, she could control her own destiny. Huh. Naive. She slowly raised her head, a glint of cold light in her eyes. Fine. Since you force me, you'll turn this engagement banquet into a funeral. Then she lost focus for a moment. Yin. I'm going first. Outside the study in the shadows, a man in a bodyguard uniform leaned against the wall, staring at Su Qing's back, a slow smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The border war god, the Dragon Kings, returned, the one true protagonist of this book, Zhou Qilin. From the first time he saw Su Qinga, he was drawn to her. This woman was not only beautiful, but also a brilliant business mind. If he could conquer her, he would conquer a commercial empire. Now it seemed the opportunity had come. Zhou Qilin narrowed his eyes. How a waste like Zhou Qilin dares to covet my woman. Since you seek death, don't blame me for sending you off. 7 o'clock sharp, Zhou family villa. The place was ablaze with lights, guests thronging like clouds. Today was the engagement day of the Zhou and Su families. Every notable figure in Zhongyong City had arrived. Who dared to offend the Zhou and Su families? Even the Shangwan family, which had been at odds with the Zhou family, sent gifts. Su Qinga moved through the crowd, and occasionally people came to offer congratulations. But their eyes were clearly full of pity, sympathy, even schadenfreude. Everyone knew that Zhou Qilin was a scumbag who chased madmen, beat fools, pulled down old women's pants, dug up widows' graves, and kicked widows' doors. Later, during one of his door-kicking sprees, he kicked open the door of the widow of the eldest son of the Shangwan family, another one of the four great families. The Shangwan family immediately wanted to attack the Zhou family. Zhou Ziyuan had no choice but to exile Zhou Qilin from the Zhou family for 3 years, ignoring him as punishment. Only then did the Shangwan family back off. Su Qinga is really unlucky having to marry such a scumbag. You haven't heard. They say that scumbag's first act upon returning was to call 10 models to his room. Really? Today is his engagement day. TSK. Su Qinga has the worst luck. I heard she also has a boyfriend. Amid the murmurs around her, Su Qinga paid them no heed. Aside from that one person, nothing in the world could capture her attention anymore. Just then a figure abruptly blocked her path. Miss Su. The voice was low, tinged with a deliberate huskiness. Su Qinga looked up. Before her stood a man in a bodyguard uniform, his features sharp and angular, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He lowered his voice, his gaze deep and intense. Miss Su, I know exactly what you're thinking. You don't want to marry that worthless man. Just shout, dear brother, and he'll appear instantly to rescue you. Su Qing's brow furrowed. This man, wasn't he her father's bodyguard? Shout, dear brother, and he'd come to save her. A flash of cold light flickered in her eyes. In this life, she had only ever called one person dear brother. Get lost. The icy words startled Zhou Qilin. This wasn't going as he had imagined. By his charm, shouldn't this woman be captivated by his smile? At the border, countless heiresses had swooned at the mere sight of his grin. But soon Zhou Qilin found an answer. She must be afraid of implicating him. Yes, that had to be it. After all, to save her head, have to confront the Zhou family heathen. She worried a mere bodyguard like him wouldn't stand a chance, so she put on a cold front to protect him. Humph. Woman, you've piqued my interest. Since you're so considerate, I'll make an exception and let you be the first wife. Remember what I said. Zhou Qilin smirked again and turned to leave. Su Qinga didn't even lift her eyelids. She stepped forward one step after another toward the stage built for the engagement ceremony. Her high heels clicked against the marble floor, crisp and clear. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone instinctively looked up, their gazes following that white figure. Hey, the engagement hasn't started yet. Why is she going up there? What's going on? The whispers resumed. Suja furrowed his brows and stood up. Qinga, Qilin hasn't arrived yet. What are you doing up there? Su Qinga looked down at her father, her gaze as cold as ice. I heard that Zhou Qilin just got back today and has already been fooling around with 10 models in his room. Is he even coming? Her words fell. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Suja's face changed color. Zhou Ziyuan's face darkened too. This was a public slap to the Zhou family. Some were stunned at first, then their eyes lit up. Damn, this was about to get explosive. Especially the members of the Shangwan and Lu families from the four great clans. They wished they could pull up a stool and grab some snacks. They were desperate for the Zhou and Su alliance to fail. It would be best if they tore into each other right then and there, the uglier the better. Suja put on a stern face. Su Qinga, get down here. He took a step toward the stage, but as soon as he moved, Zhou Qilin flipped her hand, and a sharp knife pressed against her own throat. The crowd erupted. Holy crap! Has she lost her mind? Don't do anything rash. Everyone was shocked. No one expected the first iceberg CEO of Zhou Qilin to take such an extreme measure. Wasn't this just an engagement? Was it worth risking her life over? Little did they know that what Zhou Qilin was losing today wasn't just a marriage. She was losing that person, the only one she had ever called dear brother. Zhou Qiling's eyes reddened, but a cold smile curled on her lips. Father, without me the Zhou family's entire industry would have been devoured by the other 3 clans long ago. Now that you think him useless, you want to cast me out and leave everything to your precious son. Zhou's face turned ashen. Zhou Qiling's smile grew colder. You want me to marry that degenerate who studies nothing and harasses widows? Fine, then I'll make him marry a corpse. I, Zhou Qilin, would rather starve to death, die outside, or take my own life than ever marry Zhou Qilin. A resolute glint flashed in her eyes. I, Zhou Qilin, will love only one person in this life. In life I am his, in death I am his spirit. In the corner Yi Longshan clenched his fists, his eyes burning. This is a confession to me. Absolutely. I knew it. How could any woman resist my charm? Just then a voice suddenly rang out from behind the stage. Oh, sorry, I'm late. Blame those models, they just wouldn't let me leave. Where are we at now? All eyes turned to the back of the stage. Zhou Qilin staggered onto the platform. He wore a crumpled suit, his tie askew, and his face was covered in lipstick marks. They were practically a solid layer. Truly the #1 scumbag of Zhou Qilin. Showing up at his own engagement party with a face full of lipstick. He wasn't leaving the Zhou family any face at all. And didn't he see Zhou Qilin was about to kill herself? Now he shows up like this. Won't she just take him down with her? Sure enough, everyone saw Zhou Qiling's body tremble violently. Oh no, this woman who was terrifyingly calm even at the brink of suicide was now shaking with rage. How furious must she be? But Zhou Qilin didn't dare turn around. She was afraid this was all a dream. That voice was all too familiar. She would never forget it in this lifetime. But wasn't he Peng Yuyan? How did he become Zhou Qilin? He was the one she was supposed to marry. The extreme shift from hell to heaven nearly made her faint from happiness. Today was actually the day of her engagement to the one she loved most. And looking at the woman standing with her back to him on stage, Zhou Qilin breathed a sigh of relief. Had made it just in time. Had almost missed his chance to return home. Those models were just too clingy. What a shame. Had only gotten to enjoy this rich playboy life for 5 hours. Next time he transmigrated head, make sure to savor it longer. Zhou Qilin's eyes lit up as he looked at the woman's back. Oh, that silhouette was promising. Even without seeing her face, that slender waist, that pert backside. Based on his 3 years of experience, she was definitely a top-tier little vixen. The system had said his fiancée didn't want to marry him, was making a scene about to commit suicide, and then Yi Longshan would jump in to save the day and beat him to death, right? But that silhouette looked familiar. I had been with too many women over the years, everyone looked familiar. Still, according to the original plot, now that had shown up, this woman should be confronting him, cursing him. Why was there no reaction? Oh right, he was the villain. He should come on stage with some arrogant lines. Zhou Qilin cleared his throat and put on a spoiled brat's face. So you're the eldest Miss Su, huh? From today on you're my woman, Zhou Qilin. He'll have you calling me dear brother every day at home. The crowd. Are you blind? Can't you see she's holding a knife? How dare you say that? Are you not afraid of death? Zhou Ziyuan was also startled. Was his son an idiot? If she turned around and stabbed him, could he handle it? Sure enough, they saw Zhou Qiling's body give a violent start. Then she spun around. Dear brother. The cry was heart-wrenching, laced with tears, with the grievance shed held all day with the immense shock of going from hell to heaven. The crowd. Zhou Ziyuan, who had been about to rush in to save his son, froze on the spot. What the hell? She was about to die a moment ago, and now she's calling him dear brother. Sure, the kid had a tenth of the charm I had in my prime, but that's no reason for such a quick turnaround. At that moment, Zhou Qilin stared at the face, turned toward him, and froze. A few seconds later. Holy crap. He nearly exploded on the spot. Zhou Qilin. Wasn't this his ex-girlfriend, the one who called him dear brother the loudest in bed? Zhou Qilin. How is she the eldest Miss Su? She's one of the heroines in this book. You wretched system. What the hell is this? Why is the female lead my ex-girlfriend? In system, I don't know. I've reloaded the mission parameters, all prior records are erased. And what the? Zhou Qilin gazed at the person she had long yearned for, her heart swelling with such overwhelming joy that she could barely catch her breath. Meanwhile, Yi Longshan, seated among the audience, twisted his lips into a sly grin. Zhou Qilin had just called out, big brother, the very secret signal they'd agreed upon earlier. Yet now she cried it aloud. Proof enough of her utter despair. And if he stepped in now to offer her hope, she would surely fall madly in love with him. And so, little sister Qilin, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Yi Longshan rose from the crowd. All eyes instantly locked onto this man with his crooked smile. Zhou frowned, recognizing him at once. Wasn't this the bodyguard he'd hired just weeks ago? Yi Longshan, what nonsense are you spouting? Get out now. Zhou Qilin's eyes gleamed anew. And so this was the Dragon King, Yi Longshan. Truly fitting for the protagonist. flamboyant to the core. And granted the heroine was his ex-girlfriend, but judging by appearances the plot remained unchanged. Next he'd surely ascend the moral high ground and deliver his heroic monologue. And indeed, Yi Longshan sneered coldly, then addressed the crowd with righteous indignation. The illustrious Su family, reduced to selling its daughter for profit. Have you ever considered little sister Qing's happiness? Who dares disgrace the Zhou family? Guards, seize him. And Zhou Ziyuan's eyes narrowed sharply. And with a flick of his wrist a squad of bodyguards surged forward, encircling Yi Longshan. Yi Longshan didn't even glance their way. Slowly he extended his hand towards Su Qingge on stage, his voice low, resonant, magnetic. Little sister Qingge, come with me. Leave this scoundrel behind. I'll grant you freedom, the life you've always dreamed of. NSU Qingge flared with fury. My beloved big brother. I'd never dream of scolding him myself. And who do you think you are, to call him a scoundrel? And her gaze turned glacial. Who do you think you are, to brand him a scoundrel? Yi Longshan froze, his smile frozen mid-expression. What's happening? Shouldn't you be weeping into my arms begging me to carry you away? And Zhou Qilin was stunned. And sister, don't play like this. You're supposed to leave with him. Then I'll stop you and he'll kill me. Yet Yi Longshan remained Yi Longshan. After only a heartbeat's pause he understood everything. And she was feigning hatred. Out of fear he'd be harmed by the Zhou family's guards. And she was protecting him. And even in mortal peril her first thought was his safety. This woman, her heart belonged entirely to him. And he lifted his chin, voice ringing with conviction. Qingge, you need not suffer in silence. All these men combined wouldn't withstand a single strike from Yi Longshan. And Zhou Qilin's eyes blazed. He hadn't expected this to ignite Yi Longshan's murderous intent even further. In the audience bewildered glances passed between them. Nah. And so Su Qingge was defending Zhou Qilin because of this bodyguard. And rumors said she already had a boyfriend. Could it be him? And but Su Qingge panicked. What if Big Brother misunderstood? She had finally glimpsed her dream within reach. And if some random bodyguard sowed doubt, making Big Brother think she harbored feelings for him, and she dared not imagine the consequences. And tears welled as she cried, Big Brother, please don't misunderstand. I've never even met him. And Zhou Qilin, Yi Longshan's eyes burned hotter still. And Qingge was still acting. And to shield him from the Zhou family's wrath, she'd even deny knowing him. And her sacrifice was beyond measure. And such a woman, Yi Longshan vowed, would never be forsaken, not in this life nor the next. His murderous aura intensified. And Zhou Ziyuan seethed with rage. And damn it, do they take the Zhou family for fools? And moments ago she'd threatened suicide with a blade, now she defended his son, obviously for this adulterer. He roared, kill this Yezhername scum, now. And the bodyguards lunged forward. Not chilling smirk curled Yi Longshan's lips. Imperfect. And today would mark the Dragon King's ascent, his name etched into legend. From this day forth none shall bar his path to conquest. And he drew a deep breath, the true chi within him surging wildly. And Dragon King's supreme tyranny art. Unleash. And Zhou Qilin's eyes widened. Noli, holy SHD. It's happening. The Dragon King has unleashed his ultimate technique. And what are you idiots rushing forward for? And if you deplete his mana, and he fails to finish me with one blow, what then, eh? Just as Yi Longshan's true chi reached its zenith, and his fist coiled to strike. And stand down. Retreat, now. Zhou Qilin shouted in panic. And the bodyguards hesitated, then withdrew, in unison. Yi Longshan, knees pent up, strike never landed. And that torrential true chi denied release erupted inward, flooding violently back into his chest. Already burdened by old wounds he nearly spat blood, swallowing it down with immense effort. Ni's face, paled then flushed with strain. And Zhou Qilin remained oblivious. Instead he rushed forward, gripping Yi Longshan's trembling hand. Quick! Strike me down. Use your Dragon King's supreme tyranny art. Kill me. Yi Longshan's pupils contracted sharply. And how did he know the name of his cultivation art? Not only his master, and he knew of it. And could it be? He'd seen through his identity all along, and had that earlier command to withdraw been designed to trigger his chi backlash. In this youth, truly terrifying. Su Qingge too had sensed Yi Longshan's overwhelming aura, and recoiled in alarm. And she dashed forward, locking her arms tightly around Zhou Qilin's waist. No, not fight him. Yi Longshan was profoundly moved. And Qingge knew he bore internal injuries, knew he couldn't defeat Zhou Qilin, and warned him. Not true man preserves his life to fight another day. Yi Longshan inhaled deeply, forcing the blood rising in his throat back down, and offered what he believed to be an inscrutable sage-like smile. Young Master Zhou, today's incident was a misunderstanding. And mountains endure, rivers flow, eternal. Misunderstanding my ass. And Zhou Qilin panicked. And brother, why flee? I've offered you my face. And you re the protagonist. You're meant to humiliate me. To slay me. Nias. Humiliate the hero by targeting the heroine. Zhou Qilin seized Su Qingge's slender waist with sudden force, pulling her roughly against his chest. And she gasped, her entire body pressed flush against him. Adopting the leering expression of a ravenous libertine, he tilted her chin with one hand. and mocked Yi Longshan. Yi Longshan, do you truly believe this woman is some pristine, untouchable goddess? Let me enlighten you, to me she's nothing but a plaything. Whatever I wish to do to her, I will do. And little darling, once you're wed into my household, I'll keep you bedridden every day, and demand 10, maybe 8 children from you. And the crowd collectively sucked in a sharp breath. Surely the most notorious scion of Zhou Qilin City. And for a formidable ice-cold CEO like Zhou Qilin, such words were pure unadulterated insult. In would she draw her blade and die fighting him. Yet, the next instant jaws dropped across the room. There stood the aloof, frigid goddess. Her cheeks flushed crimson, head bowed, whispering softly, "Yes, I agree." And the hall fell silent. And did we hear that right? NIS, this truly the legendary Ice Queen of Zhou Qilin City? Is this truly the CEO, who'd never deigned to glance at any man kneeling before her? Yi Longshan's eyes shimmered with tears. Xinga, so proud, so icy, had feigned infatuation to save him. And her sacrifice was immeasurable. He must not betray her, no matter how fiercely his blood boiled. Zhou clenched fists, grinding bone against bone. He stood utterly still. Zhou Qilin was utterly baffled. "I've provoked you relentlessly, yet you won't strike. And are you really the protagonist? Time for something more extreme." And he gripped Zhou Qiling's chin hard. "And whore, kiss me." Having just dumped Zhou Qilin, and now humiliating her like this, she would surely slap him. Then Yi Longshan, unable to bear the provocation, would erupt in fury and kill him with a single palm strike, sending him home. Perfect. Yet the slap never came. What came instead was a pair of lips. A nimble little tongue slipped into his mouth. Zhou Qilin. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. This wasn't what they had expected. That was their aloof, cold, and beautiful goddess, Zhou Qilin. Now before hundreds of eyes, she was willingly kissing that wretched man covered in lipstick stains. Suja shook his head vigorously. Was this his aloof daughter? Had she been possessed by something foul? Zhou Qilin blinked, staring at the peerless face so close to his. This wasn't right. Wasn't an ex-girlfriend supposed to stab him in the back and make him a social outcast? Why was she being so obedient now? Chinga. Yi Longshan clenched his fists, veins bulging. His woman. His Chinga sister. She had been called a little slut by Zhou Qilin, and now she was kissing that scum willingly. No, he couldn't solve this problem. It was too hard. With a violent cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood that had been pent up for too long. That was blood from his heart. Zhou Qilin, seeing Yi Longshan spitting blood, was overjoyed. Yes, this was the emotion. Rage. Erupt. Come and kill me now. He shoved Zhou Qilin aside, revealing a relieved, blissful, and serene smile. Finally, he could go home and delete his hard drive. However, Yi Longshan, looking at Zhou Qilin's provocative smile, and then at the disheveled, flushed Zhou Qilin, felt his heart twist in agony. Qilin, you went this far to save me. You pretended to enjoy it so Zhou Qilin wouldn't take his anger out on me, didn't you? I can't die. If I die now, your sacrifice will be in vain. Yi Longshan spun around, turning his back to the pair. Qilin, I understand your intentions. Zhou Qilin, the wheel of fortune turns. 30 years from now, when we meet again, I will surely take your dog's life and rescue Qilin from her misery. With that, Yi Longshan fled, burning his essence, blood once more slipping away like oil on a surface. Zhou Qilin. He froze for a second, then dashed out like a madman. Hey, don't run. You don't have to wait 30 years. You can kill me right now. I swear I won't fight back. Really, come back. But only the night wind answered him. Yi Longshan's figure had already vanished into the darkness. No, 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 no. You're the protagonist. Just a flick of your hand, and I'd be dead. Why are you running? Zhou Qilin frowned slightly. What was Yi Longshan playing at? When had she ever been in dire straits? But she didn't care about such irrelevant people. She walked over to Zhou Qilin. Qilin, we're engaged now. When do you think we should get married? How about? There's no time like the present. No one says engagement and marriage can't be on the same day, right, darling? Darling. The crowd that had followed them out was utterly bewildered. Now that the bodyguard named Yi Longshan had fled, didn't she need to keep up the act? Even outsiders were stunned. Zhou Ziyuan and Suzhou were also dumbfounded. Had they eaten some hallucinogenic mushrooms? But somehow, despite countless errors in the code, it seemed to run smoothly. Was the engagement complete? Zhou Ziyuan was the first to react. He immediately put on a smiling face and addressed the guests with a cupped fist salute. Everyone. This was a special engagement ceremony we arranged, just to liven things up. No one in the room was a fool, but no one would step forward to expose Zhou Ziyuan. So everyone pretended nothing had happened, eating and drinking as if the melodrama had been nothing but an illusion. Yet while the banquet could pretend, the study could not. 5 minutes later, Zhou Qilin and Zhou Qilin stood side by side in the study. Across from them sat 3 people, Zhou Ziyuan, Xuaningfang, and Suzhou. A tribunal of 3. Zhou Qilin's eyes were vacant, his soul having left his body. He hadn't died. Why hadn't he died? Zhou Qilin clung tightly to his arm, afraid that if she let go, her dream would shatter. Zhou Ziyuan's eyes gleamed as he spoke first. Can either of you explain what just happened? Zhou Qilin began. Father. Suzhou instinctively looked up. Zhou Qilin reflexively responded, yes. Zhou Qiling's face flushed instantly. She wanted to pinch Zhou Qilin in embarrassment, but her hand stopped midair, unable to bear hurting him. She said coyly, "Oh, I wasn't calling you this time." Suja was taken aback. Su Qinga turned to Zhou Ziyuan and Xue Ningfang, who were sitting together, and smiled sweetly, "Dad, Mom." The couple exchanged glances, a bit slow to react. Su Qinga explained gently, "Since Qilin and I are engaged, his parents are now mine. Qilin and I were already in a relationship before. I just didn't know today's engagement was with him, hence my earlier inappropriate behavior. I hope Mom and Dad can forgive my impulsiveness. As for that Yilongchen, he was hired recently, but I truly don't know him." What the hell? Su Qinga had actually dated Zhou Qilin. Suja frowned, scrutinizing his daughter. When had she gone blind? Zhou Ziyuan, however, was thrilled. Liner, is what Qinga said true? Zhou Qilin looked utterly defeated. "Yes, and in these 3 years I've also had 29 other girlfriends, just as pretty as her." Uff. Hearing this, the three of them scoffed in unison. 29 women as beautiful as Su Qinga. To match her level, they'd have to be the daughters of the Shangguan and Lu families, wouldn't they? Xue Ningfang shot Zhou Qilin a glare, then took Su Qing's hand. "Now that it's cleared up, there's no misunderstanding. Don't listen to Liner's nonsense. He doesn't have that kind of skill. You may think he has a bad reputation, but he's actually very devoted. Just holding a girl's hand makes him blush like crazy." Just then, the study door was pushed open. The butler poked his head in. "Young master." Zhou Qilin looked up. The butler looked troubled. "The 10 models you ordered, their time is up. Do you want to renew, or should I send them away?" Xue Ningfang. The air went dead silent. Zhou Ziyuan slowly covered his face. "Xue Ningfang, who told you to come in without knocking? Get out." The butler shrank his neck. Hadn't she said not to bother knocking when it came to the young master? Just as he was about to leave, Su Qinga spoke up. "Wait." She turned to Xue Ningfang. "Mom, may I handle this?" Xue Ningfang paused for a moment, then quickly nodded, "Of course." Su Qinga bowed, slightly impeccable in her manners. "Then I'll take my leave." With that, she released Zhou Qilin's arm and followed the butler out of the study. The door closed softly behind her. Xue Ningfang gazed at the closed door, nodding with satisfaction. "Elegant, gracious, and warm. Shall make a fine daughter-in-law." Zhou Ziyuan also nodded approvingly, turning to Suja. "Brother Su, you have an excellent daughter." Suja smiled, then looked at Zhou Qilin. "Qilin is not bad either. Oh well, ahem, yes, he's a man." Zhou Ziyuan felt a twinge of discontent. What was wrong with his son? Liner actually has many virtues. "Look, he. Well, come, have some tea, have some tea." Zhou Qilin looked at these two old geezers, feeling utterly speechless. "If you have nothing good to say, don't force it. Isn't this just as good as insulting someone?" Meanwhile, Su Qinga, having left the study, wore a face as cold as ice. The butler, catching a mere glimpse of her, shuddered all over. The atmosphere had been so warm and vibrant just moments ago, so why did it now feel so murderous? After a few turns, they stopped at the door of Zhou Qilin's room. Standing outside, Su Qinga could hear the chattering voices of women inside. "Do you think this Zhou Qilin is some kind of fool? He gave us $1 million just like that." "Chill. Keep your voice down. This is the Zhou residence." "So what? That Zhou Qilin isn't as scary as they say, or I think he's just a pushover." Exactly. Do you think he's incapable? We're this gorgeous, and he dares to say we can't compare to his ex-girlfriend, that he won't even fool around with us." A burst of laughter followed. "What's so special about his ex-girlfriend? How can she compare to us?" Su Qinga narrowed her eyes and pushed the door open. The moment the door swung open, the entire room fell silent, all eyes snapping toward her. Instantly, the 10 models drew in a sharp breath. This woman was far too beautiful. Even if they were all combined, they couldn't hold a candle to her. Su Qinga narrowed her eyes again. "I'm the ex-girlfriend you were just talking about." "Hiss." The models gasped in unison. Zhou Qilin actually had an ex-girlfriend this stunning. Su Qinga continued, "Slandering me, I can overlook. But daring to speak ill of Qilin." She turned to the butler. "I recall the Zhou family has a cold storage facility in the Arctic, don't we? I imagine they could use a few laborers to move ice blocks over there. Let them go cool off. Without my order, they shall never return." The butler was stunned, doubting his own ears. "Miss Su, this isn't quite appropriate, is it?" They were merely. Su Qinga turned her gaze to him. "Just one look. I am Qilin's fiancée, the future mistress of the Zhou family. From now on, I will not repeat my words." The butler trembled and immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Yes." The 10 models rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. As Su Qinga returned to the study with a smile, a bodyguard followed closely behind her and whispered a few words into Zhou Ziyuan's ear. Zhou Ziyuan frowned at first, then broke into a smile. "Qilin is truly blessed to have such a fine wife." Su Qinga gave a graceful smile. "Thank you for the compliment, father. All right, you two may go now. Your father and I have other matters to discuss." "Very well." Su Qinga immediately linked her arm with Zhou Qilin's and left the study. In the hallway, Su Qinga was brimming with happiness, as if immersed in a vat of honey. Finally, she was reunited with her beloved brother. She looked up at the man she adored, her eyes sparkling like stars. Then she froze. There was not a trace of joy on Zhou Qilin's face, only sorrow. Panic seized Su Qinga. "Brother, what's wrong? Is it that Yilongchen who's upset you? He'll have someone kill him right now." Zhou Qilin sighed inwardly. Killing him wouldn't solve anything. He needed Yilongchen to kill him. Wait, the system had said it didn't necessarily have to be Yi Longchen who killed him. Dying because of him would also count. Su Qingge was the female lead of this novel, wasn't she? Could she be the one to kill him? At this thought, Zhou Qilin's eyes lit up. He turned to Su Qingge excitedly. Do you want to make me happy? Su Qingge nodded earnestly. I'd do anything to make you happy. Great. Zhou Qilin grabbed Su Qingge and ran. Let's go do something thrilling. Su Qing's face instantly flushed. What thrilling thing did he have in mind? Soon Zhou Qilin dragged Su Qingge into the kitchen. His gaze immediately fell on the kitchen knives. If only she would kill me, it would all be over. He grabbed a sharp fruit knife and turned around. Qingge, you. His words caught in his throat. Su Qingge had already taken off her coat and was gazing at him with seductive eyes. Zhou Qilin. What are you doing? Su Qingge bit her lower lip. Every time you brought me to the kitchen before, wasn't it to do something naughty? Zhou Qilin was baffled. No, I don't mean that kind of thrilling. I mean the other kind, you know. Su Qingge looked at the knife in Zhou Qilin's hand and suddenly understood. Oh my. She immediately put on a terrified expression, hands shielding her chest. No, don't kill me. They'll give you anything you want. Zhou Qilin drew in a sharp breath. No, this is getting me excited. That's not what I meant either. Here, take the knife. Kill me. Su Qingge stared at the knife in her hand. What do you mean by this? Isn't it obvious? I want to die? Think about it. I just dumped you. Don't you hate me? Come on, raise the knife and end it. One clean strike. With that, Zhou Qilin tore open his shirt. Come on, aim for the heart. I'd rather die quickly without much pain. The knife clattered to the floor from Su Qing's hand. She covered her mouth. He was doing this out of guilt for dumping her. He felt he had wronged her so deeply that he wanted to atone with his death. What a fool. How profound his love must be. She threw herself into Zhou Qilin's arms. Qilin, I was wrong. From now on, if you want me to wear black stockings, I'll never wear white. If you want me on the bottom, I'll never be on top. Do whatever you want. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. No, your imagination is way too strong. I just simply want to die. He looked down at the woman crying in his arms, then at the knife on the floor, and fell into deep despair. Well, there was no way that knife was going to be used today. Damn it. Zhou Qilin gritted his teeth in fury. Fine. You won't kill me. Since you won't let me die, don't blame me for taking my anger out on you. An hour and a half later, Zhou Qilin walked out of the kitchen. He looked up and 2 lines of clear tears silently streamed down his face. Why is it so hard to die? In his mind, the system's cold voice rang out congratulations to the host for severely injuring the male protagonist, Yi Longchen, and successfully escaping from him once. Reward absolute defense one-time skill. Zhou Qilin was stunned. What the hell? I'm already trying hard enough to die, and now you're rewarding me with absolute defense. Besides, I didn't even lay a finger on him. How did I severely injure Yi Longchen? The system offered no explanation and simply said reward cannot be revoked. Please note, host Yi Longchen's injuries will heal in 1 day, and he will gain the support of the Shangwan family. It is recommended that the host intercept Yi Longchen's opportunities, protect himself, and strive to survive. Zhou Qilin's eyes gradually lit up. As expected of the male protagonist, he can recover from severe injuries in just 1 day. That means by this time tomorrow Yi Longchen will appear at the Shangwan residence. Good. Very good. As soon as Yi Longchen recovers, I'll show up right in front of him and offer my face for him to beat to death. As for intercepting his opportunities, why the hell would I bother stealing his opportunities? I just want to feed myself to him. Early the next morning, Zhou Qilin hobbled out of his room clutching the doorframe, his legs trembling like sieves. A sudden thought struck him. If he died on Su Qing's belly, would it count as her killing him? It probably would, right? Behind him, Su Qingge followed out. She too walked with difficulty, yet she stepped forward first to support Zhou Qilin's arm. Leaning on each other, they shuffled toward the dining room. Inside, Xuanningfang and Zhou Ziyuan froze at the sight of Zhou Qilin entering. Liner, what happened to you? Xuanningfang hurried over to support him. Did you encounter some female ghost last night? Instantly, Su Qingge lowered her head, unable to lift it again. Xuanningfang, grasping the situation, probed. Qingge, did you too last night? Su Qingge murmured like a mosquito. We didn't sleep all night. She shot a glare at her son. I know Qingge is beautiful, but you need some restraint, don't you? Zhou Qilin plopped down on a chair. If I die today, what restraint is there? Besides, making himself weaker would make it easier for Yi Longchen to act. So he waved a hand. Don't worry, my second brother is invincible. Zhou Ziyuan shot him a stern look. Qingge is right here. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Qilin ignored him, his gaze landing on the table. Truly a tycoon's spread. The ingredients in this breakfast were things had only seen in the criminal code. After burning so much protein last night, he needed a good replenishment. Time to eat. Zhou Ziyuan shook his head helplessly, first inviting Su Qingge to sit, then said to Zhou Qilin, since you and Qingge are engaged, it's time to hand over the family business to you. Zhou Qilin didn't even look up, his chopsticks never pausing. No. He was about to die. What use was the estate? Worse, after his death, the Zhou family would be wiped out by Yi Longchen over this very property. No. Zhou Ziyuan's eyes widened. He knew his son's stubborn temper all too well. Hadn't he fought tooth and nail for this inheritance before? Now that it was offered, he refused. What had he gone through these past 3 years? Just then Su Qinga set down her chopsticks. Dad, since Qilin doesn't want to manage it, could I take over? Zhou Ziyuan frowned. Su Qinga was a member of the Su family. Though she was now betrothed, he hadn't fully fathomed her yet. Caution was necessary. Su Qinga put down her chopsticks. Mom and Dad, I know him from the Su family, and you're wary of me. But I will be Qilin's wife. I can publicly renounce the Su family and sign an agreement. From the moment I take over, if the Zhou estate turns a profit, it all goes to the Zhou family. If it suffers losses, it'll bear them all. Zhou Ziyuan was moved. This girl. He looked at his son. What had this brat done to deserve such an extraordinary woman going to these lengths? Just then Zhou Qilin finally looked up, wiping his mouth. No need for an agreement. From today the Zhou estate is yours to manage. He turned to Zhou Ziyuan, his face full of disappointment. Dad, what are you hesitating for? You'll die because of this estate, don't you know that? When you're gone, it'll all be mine anyway. Zhou Ziyuan's blood pressure spiked instantly. This kid's tongue was pure poison. How could he curse his own father like that? Su Qinga stared at Zhou Qilin in disbelief. He had entrusted her with his very life and fortune. She thought of her own father who would marry her off to a scumbag just to pass the family legacy to her brother. And Qilin, he trusted her without reservation. And he said he didn't love her. A resolute glint flashed in her eyes. Qilin, this time I will never lose you again. Zhou Ziyuan, having been head of the family for so long, was as shrewd as a centuries-old fox. He caught every micro-expression on Su Qing's face. The older he grew, the more timid he became, far less bold than this brat. No wonder he had won Su Qing's unwavering devotion. Zhou Ziyuan nodded with a smile. All right, Qinga, let's do as Qilin says. They'll have someone handle the handover tomorrow. Su Qinga stood up and bowed earnestly. Thank you, Dad. Zhou Ziyuan waved his hand with a laugh. You already call me Dad. We're family. No need for thanks. In truth, Zhou Qilin hadn't thought that far ahead. According to the system's account, after his death, the Zhou family estate would quickly fall into Yi Longchen's hands. His parents would also be killed by Yi Longchen over the property. If he could hand over the estate in advance, it might just save their lives. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, wiping his mouth. You all eat. I'm off to the Shangwan family. The Shangwan family. The three at the table all stared at him in shock. Had he forgotten the incident where he kicked down the Shangwan widow's door? If he went now, wouldn't they break his legs? Xuaningfang shook her head frantically. Son, you can't go. You'd be walking into your death. That's exactly the point, Zhou Qilin thought. If it weren't for dying, I wouldn't bother going. He patted his chest with confidence. Mom, don't worry. They'll die thoroughly, he mused. Su Qinga spoke up. Mom, don't worry. I'm on good terms with the Shangwan family's eldest daughter. He'll go with Qilin. No one will trouble him. Hearing this, Zhou Ziyuan nodded. Good. Go and apologize properly. You'll still have dealings with them in the future. Zhou Qilin waved dismissively. What future? I'm off. If Mom hasn't hit menopause yet, you two could always have another. Zhou Ziyuan shot to his feet, searching around. Dad, what are you looking for? He'll help you find it. I'm looking for the feather duster. Haven't used it in years. Where did it go? Whoa. Zhou Qilin ducked his head and bolted. Su Qinga smiled softly and followed. All right, he's gone. Don't be angry, Xuaningfang soothed. Zhou Ziyuan looked at her. You know, maybe the kid had a point. Xuaningfang rolled her eyes at him. Get lost, you old fool. Huh. Zhou Ziyuan wrapped an arm around Xuaningfang. Outside, Zhou Qilin steadied himself and shouted to the butler, go bring out the most expensive car we have. Yes, sir. Soon a stretched Bentley with 5/8 on the plate appeared before him. Zhou Qilin frowned. This car isn't cool enough. If he was going to die, he wanted to do it in style. Get another one. The butler looked troubled. Young master, this is already the most expensive car in the Zhou family. Su Qinga said coldly, then go buy another. Zhou Qilin waved a hand. That's not necessary. No, Su Qinga insisted. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you. She pulled out her phone and dialed. Within 10 minutes, have the most expensive, flashiest car in the city parked at the Zhou family gate. She was too good to him. Zhou Qilin looked at the woman before him, a wave of inexplicable bitterness surging in his heart. What would she do after he died? Would she cry? Would she be in pain? Would she do something foolish? Maybe. He should stay. Not die. Just then the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. That's the correct mindset for a host. Moreover, if you are killed by the male lead, I must annihilate a portion of humanity from your original world as a sacrifice to send you back. Zhou Qilin froze. What? A sacrifice is needed? Yes. The system's tone was flat. Cross-dimensional teleportation requires equivalent exchange. Calculations show that sacrificing the entire population of the Little Sun country is necessary to open the return passage. Zhou Qilin was silent for 3 seconds. Then he let out a long sigh of relief. Damn, you scared me. He patted his chest. I thought you were really going to destroy humanity. Can those from the Little Sun country even be considered human? Even if he hadn't planned to go back before now, he definitely had to. With such a merit, he could start a whole new page in the family annals. Chinga, it's not that I'm heartless. In the face of national enmity and the welfare of all humanity, neither you nor I matter. However, since we did love each other, he had to make this woman hate him to make her leave him. That way when he died, she wouldn't do anything foolish. He immediately frowned. Do I need you to arrange what car I drive? With my status would I lack women? I was just playing with you, and now I'm bored. Get lost. After saying this, he took the car keys from the butler, got in the car, and drove away. Zhou Qilin stood frozen, watching the car until it disappeared from sight. Just playing. Last night, he was so passionate. Why would he say such heartless things now? The thought of losing Zhou Qilin made her feel suffocated. Were all the vows he made when he pursued her and lived with her just lies? Zhou Qilin crouched down in pain. If she had no Qilin, what meaning was there in living? Her mind flashed through every day she had lived with Zhou Qilin, finally settling on the scene of them eating breakfast that morning. Qilin, I wish we could have breakfast together every day. I hope that after I die you'll live well. Breakfast? Wait. Zhou Qiling's head shot up. That's not right. If he didn't want to be with her, why would he entrust the entire Zhou family business to her? That was the Zhou family's lifeline. Her mind raced. She also recalled Zhou Qilin's strange quirks. Doctor and nurse, mistress and master, teacher and student. Could this be a new cosplay? A domineering scumbag and a bitter fiancé. The moment she understood, Zhou Qilin smiled. All right, Zhou Qilin, you want to play this game with me? Fine. This young lady will play along and act like a darkened female lead abandoned by her man. Let's reignite your desire to conquer. Just then, an ultra-luxurious, ultra-stylish sports car pulled up steadily in front of the Zhou residence. The sleek body scissor doors, an engine roar like a beast growl. Zhou Qiling's eyes lit up. This car was flashy enough. After her female assistant got out, Zhou Qilin slid into the driver's seat and floored the accelerator. Xiao Yi. I'm here. Speak. Call Shangwan Siya. Meanwhile, at the Shangwan family gym. Thump, thump, thump. The punching bag swung violently. A tall, slender girl, 172 meters in height, was furiously striking the bag before her. She wore her hair in a high ponytail. Her eyes weren't the popular round almond shape, instead they slanted slightly upwards at the corners, shining with a startling brilliance like cold stars. A simple sports vest and shorts looked uniquely beautiful on her. Her legs were fair and long, the muscle lines smooth and powerful, inspiring a desire to be trapped between them. Thump! With her final punch, she slammed hard into the bag. Then, like a deflated ball, she slumped to the floor. She looked up and yelled, Wu Yanzu, where the hell are you? After shouting, tears nearly fell. Once they had been so deeply in love. He doted on her, cherished her, called her little wildcat. She thought he was the one. But then, he suddenly vanished, leaving only a message, let's break up. Shangwan Siya gritted her teeth, clenching her fists. Next time I see you, I'll kill you. She, the second miss of the Shangwan family, a medical prodigy who had already become a leader in the medical field at a young age. Her suitors could line up from the Shangwan residence all the way to Gaul. But in her heart, there was only that bastard Wu Yanzu. As she wallowed in misery, her phone rang. When she saw the caller ID was Zhou Qilin, she frowned slightly. Her good friend was probably having a rough time too. She had heard about what happened at Zhou Qiling's engagement banquet with Zhou Qilin yesterday. Someone as proud as Zhou Qilin would never have confessed to Zhou Qilin first at the engagement banquet. She must have been forced. Zhou Qilin probably had to submit to Zhou Qilin for the sake of that Yilongchen. She answered the call. Qilin, how are you? Are you okay? Zhou Qilin was taken aback. What could happen to me? Shangwan Siya asked suspiciously. That bastard Zhou Qilin didn't do anything to you. Zhou Qilin instantly thought of what Zhou Qilin had done last night, her face flushing slightly. This. It's not convenient to say. Shangwan Siya's heart sank. Not convenient to say. What on earth did Zhou Qilin do to Qinga that she couldn't speak of? Animal. Zhou Qilin continued. Siya, I need your help with something. What is it? Qilin is heading to your Shangwan residence. I hope you can take care of him for me. Shangwan Siya shot up from the ground. Zhou Qilin dared to come to the Shangwan residence. She sneered. Qinga, don't worry. They'll definitely take good care of him for you. Zhou Qilin said, thank you. No need for thanks between us. Your business is my business. She hung up the phone. Shangwan Siya sneered. Sure enough, Zhou Qilin must have done something terrible to Qinga. Why else would Qinga hate him so much and specifically call to ask her to take care of him? Zhou Qilin, for King's sake, and for my sister-in-law's sake, I'm going to make you pay. She grabbed her jacket, crossed the courtyard, and arrived at the easternmost room. She knocked gently. Sister-in-law, are you there? A gentle voice came from inside. Is that Xiaoying? Come in. Shangwan Siya pushed open the door. Inside sat a woman around 30 years old. She wore a simple, elegant qipao that hugged her figure, outlining soft curves. Her jet black hair was coiled into a low bun with a few loose strands gently brushing her ears, making her skin look even fairer. Her brows were like distant mountains tinged with a hint of green, her gaze gentle as water. She looked like a figure from a classical painting of a lady. This was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Shangwan family, also the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Wanru. Lu Wanru smiled gently. Xiaoya, what's wrong? Shangwan Siya excitedly leaned in. Sister-in-law. I can avenge you. Lu Wanru was startled. Avenge me? Who is my enemy? It's that Zhou Qilin. He's on his way to our house. Lu Wanru's smile instantly froze on her face. Her whole body stiffened. Shangwan Siya thought Lu Wanru was upset about hearing Zhou Qilin's name. Sister-in-law, don't worry. They'll make him pay this time. That time he kicked your door while you were bathing, it was absolutely inhuman. Lu Wanru opened her mouth, her voice somewhat strained. See, I don't. He was just drunk back then, he didn't even see my face clearly. Besides, hasn't he already been banished for 3 years? Don't make things difficult for him anymore. No way. Shangwan Xie refused to back down. That scumbag has ruined who knows how many women. Do you know what he did yesterday after getting engaged to Qingge? He called 10 models to his room. Even if it's for King Sake, I have to make him pay. 10 models. Lu Wanru's expression instantly became complicated. Was this his revenge because she had broken up with him back then? No. She quickly dismissed the thought. She had used the alias Jiang Wanru when she was with him. He had no idea that the woman who had been intimate with him was the very eldest daughter-in-law of the Shangwan family, the one whose bathroom door he had once kicked down. Lu Wanru's thoughts drifted back 3 years. After Zhou Qilin had kicked down her door, her reputation had been ruined alongside his. In a fit of rage, she had secretly sought out Zhou Qilin, who had been cast out of the Zhou family, intending to die together with the scoundrel who had destroyed her honor. But it was love at first sight. That man, though a notorious playboy, had stars in his eyes when he looked at you seriously. Under his fervent pursuit, she had fallen. It was the happiest, most blissful time of her life, and she wished it could last forever. However, when Zhou Qilin took her first time, she woke up. She was already married. Though it was a political alliance, though her husband had returned to the frontier on their wedding night, though she had barely spared him a glance. But she was still the daughter-in-law of the Shangwan family and the eldest daughter of the Lu family. If her affair with Zhou Qilin were discovered by both families, it would be a catastrophe for him. So after a few days of bliss, she gritted her teeth and left. She tried her best to forget Zhou Qilin, but the more she tried to forget, the more deeply his image was etched into her heart. Countless nights lying in bed, her mind was filled with nothing but his smile, his warmth, his roguishness. She had even nearly lost control several times, wanting to throw caution to the wind and run back to him. Now he was suddenly coming to the Shangwan residence. Had he discovered her true identity and come for her? Then, what should she do? Should she acknowledge him, publicly marry him against all odds, and bear his child? Or, maybe two. A blush crept across Lu Wanru's cheeks. Shangwan Xie looked at her sister-in-law, a puzzled expression on her face. What was wrong with her sister-in-law? Why had her face suddenly turned so red? It must be because she was furious at that bastard Zhou Qilin. Zhou Qilin, just you wait. Just then a man's voice suddenly came from outside. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Shangwan Xie furrowed her brows, turned, and pulled open the door. At the door stood a chubby young man, panting heavily. The moment the door opened and he met Shangwan Xie's eyes, the chubby young man shuddered all over. Second sister, what are you doing here? Shangwan Xingchen was terrified of this second sister. Back then he had gotten drunk with Zhou Qilin, and in a daze brought that guy to kick down his own sister-in-law's door. And what was the result? When Shangwan Xie found out, she flew back from abroad overnight, hung him from a tree, and whipped him with a leather belt for an entire afternoon. That was an agony he never wanted to experience again. As sister, Shangwan Xingchen stammered, a man named Yi Longshan has arrived. Father said to ask sister-in-law to meet him in the drawing room. I have things to do, I'm leaving first. With that he turned and ran, disappearing in a flash. Yi Longshan. Shangwan Xie frowned. The one who caused a scene at the Zhou family's engagement banquet yesterday was also named Yi Longshan. Is it the same person? Lu Wanru hadn't wanted to meet any outsider. But the moment she heard it was someone related to Zhou Qilin, her thoughts changed instantly. She would go and see. In the drawing room, the head of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Wen, sat in the seat of honor, the fragrance of tea wafting from his hand. Yi Longshan sat below his back, ramrod straight, a trademark crooked smile on his lips. When he saw Lu Wanru and Shangwan Xie arrive together, his eyes lit up instantly. One was gentle and graceful as a painting, the other fiery and passionate. What a perfect pair of beauties. Or rather, a perfect pair of sisters-in-law. Shangwan Wen smiled and introduced them. Wanru Xie, this young brother, is Yi Longshan, a sworn brother of Ritian from the frontier. Yi Longshan immediately stood up, his face beaming. On the frontier, I often heard brother Ritian mention his sister-in-law and sister. Seeing you today, you are truly beauties rarely seen in a century. Lu Wanru and Shangwan Xie both frowned slightly. Except for the one in their hearts, praise from other men was just noise to them. Shangwan Xie asked directly, are you very close with my big brother? Yi Longshan nodded. Of course, on the frontier, we were brothers who could entrust each other with our lives. How I wish it had been me who died on the battlefield, not him. What a pity. But I swore that brother Rishan's family would be my family. Shangwan Wen's eyes reddened at the thought of his eldest son. He said with emotion, Longshan, with such a heart, Rishan's spirit can rest in peace. He changed the subject. I heard about yesterday's engagement banquet at the Zhou residence. Are you? All right. Yi Longshan sighed, his face full of bitterness. To be honest, Uncle Qingge and I were deeply in love. But after I was injured on the frontier, my strength waned. And that Zhou Qilin is unfathomable. Qingge had to submit to that scumbag to save me. Unfathomable. Shangwan Wen frowned. Don't I know what Zhou Qilin is capable of? He's just a waste. What strength could he have? Yi Longshan was stunned, really. Shangwan Xie rolled her eyes. Why wouldn't it be? Everyone in Zhongyin City knows that Zhou Qilin is just a near-dowel good for nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun. Yi Longshan was thunderstruck. What? Zhou Qilin was a waste. The whole city knew. Didn't that mean everyone knew that Yi Longchen, the esteemed frontier war god, had been scared off by a waste? Was he even worse than a waste? So Zhou Qilin harassing his woman and humiliating him in public yesterday was all a bluff. Thinking of the image of Su Qingge being kissed forcibly by Zhou Qilin, Yi Longchen felt terrible. It was like being force-fed shit. Despicable cur. Yi Longchen ground his teeth. Next time we meet, I'll make him pay. No need to wait, Shang Wanxie suddenly said. Qingge called me. She said Zhou Qilin is on his way to our house and told me to teach him a good lesson. You can take this chance to deal with him. Lu Wanru's heart leaped, and she blurted out no. Everyone's eyes turned to her. Lu Wanru quickly cleared her throat twice and said with feigned concern, if Yi Longchen hurts him, the Zhou family certainly won't let him off. Besides, what if that Zhou Qilin is actually very powerful and breaks both of Yi Longchen's legs, snaps his arms, and then crushes his head, scatters his ashes, and destroys all evidence? Ahem, what would we do then? Hearing Lu Wanru's words, Yi Longchen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Wasn't that hypothesis a bit too brutal? However, a wave of joy followed in his heart. Lu Wanru was worried about his safety. This woman, could she be falling for him? He stood up, flashing what he thought was a charming smile. I don't give a damn about the insignificant Zhou family. Sister-in-law need not worry about me. Shang Wanxie said with hatred, count me in for taking care of Zhou Qilin. The Shangwan family isn't afraid of the Zhou family either. He dared to kick down your bathroom door back. Then, this is his retribution. Upon hearing this, Yi Longchen was filled with righteous indignation. What? He even had improper intentions towards sister-in-law. This man has earned his death. Lu Wanru looked at Yi Longchen, a deeply hidden hatred flashing in her eyes. This was the man who was going to harm her Qilin. Yi Longchen, however, mistook that look for gratitude. See, Lu Wanru was so grateful she was almost in tears. Now the entire Shangwan family was on his side. Zhou Qilin, what can you use to fight me? At that moment outside the drawing room door, a chubby young man was lurking by the window, eavesdropping on every word of the conversation inside. His eyes darted around, then he quietly backed away a few steps before scurrying off in a flash. Zhou Qilin arrived at the Shangwan residence at this moment. The Shangwan family presented a starkly different aesthetic from the Zhou household. The Zhous were like nouveau riche in their decor, as if they wished to engrave the words "were rich" on every brick. In contrast, the Shangwan mansion before him boasted lofty gates, a sprawling courtyard, green bricks, and dark tiles. Peering inward, he glimpsed pavilions, winding paths leading to secluded spots. Every corner exuded the profound heritage of a scholarly family. Now this is what you call a noble house. As he was about to step through the gate, a rotund figure suddenly charged out from within, nearly sending him tumbling. Boss! The chubby lad wrapped his arms around him. You've got some nerve, actually daring to show up. Zhou Qilin looked down at the meatball clinging to him with utter disdain. Who are you? Let go, let go. Boss, have I become so handsome in just 3 years that you don't recognize me? It's me, Shangwan Xingchen. Shangwan Xingchen. Zhou Qilin recalled. This was the Shangwan family's youngest son, his little shadow, a troublemaker detested by both men and dogs alike. Still, he fell slightly short of Zhou Qilin's own level of detestability. The system had mentioned that Shangwan Xingchen was also a doomed antagonist in the novel. According to the plot, after his own death, the next to be killed by Yi Longchen would be him. And after Yi Longchen disposed of him, he not only got away scot-free, but also acquired an ancient medical inheritance within the Shangwan family, effortlessly winning the hearts of the Shangwan daughters and daughter-in-law. It was utterly unreasonable. A dragon king. Murder and arson are always justified. The wives and daughters of his enemies weep and beg to marry him. Shangwan Xingchen glanced around and lowered his voice. Boss, run. That Yi Longchen wants to kill you. Zhou Qilin's eyes lit up instantly. Such good fortune. This Shangwan family truly was his land of blessings. He grabbed Shangwan Xingchen by the shoulders, his hands trembling with excitement. Quick, take me inside. Double time. With that, he dragged Shangwan Xingchen and charged inward. The security at the gate, seeing the young master leading the way, dared not stop them. Shangwan Xingchen was bewildered. Boss, did you hear me? He wants to kill you. My second sister wants to kill you too. Double happiness. I must thank your second sister properly. Zhou Qilin ran even faster. Shangwan Xingchen. Had the boss been bitten by a rabid dog and lost his mind? In the reception hall, Yi Longchen sat upright, his gaze flickering to the two beauties opposite him, his heart swelling with delight. Just then, bang. The reception hall's door was kicked open with a single blow. Shangwan, one who had been all smiles, instantly turned cold. Who had the audacity to kick down a door in his presence at the Shangwan residence? When he recognized the face that begged for a beating, he squinted his eyes. Zhou Qilin, are you addicted to kicking doors? Last time it got you exiled for 3 years. This time, do you want to be away for 30? Zhou Qilin ignored him completely. Now his eyes were fixed solely on the man who could send him home. Seeing Yi Longchen's ruddy complexion, had he recovered? Truly worthy of the protagonist. Brother Yi. Zhou Qilin greeted him with the warmth of a long-lost brother. Long time no see. I've missed you to death. Yi Longchen stared at Zhou Qilin with a crooked smirk. Yes, Zhou Qilin. I've missed you dead too. Zhou Qilin was quite satisfied with Yi Longchen's attitude. Look at that immense hatred. If I don't die, who will? By the way, Shangwan Xingchen had said his second sister also wanted to kill him. Which one was his second sister? He finally shifted his gaze from Yi Longshan, sweeping it across the others in the hall. His eyes landed on two women. One was tall and fiery with her hair tied in a high ponytail. The other was gentle and serene, dressed in an elegant cheapao, her features as delicate as a painting. Zhou Qilin's gaze fixed on their faces. His smile froze. His pupils dilated. Holy shit. Jiang Wanru. Shangwan Siya. What's going on? Why are they here? Outside the window, Shangwan Xingshan, peeking through, shook his head. He had been so arrogant, just now kicking in the door, and now had cowered instantly. Why did he have to put on an act? He should have run while he had the chance. Little did he know Zhou Qilin wasn't cowering. He was panicking. These two were his ex-girlfriends. Jiang Wanru, that gentle, soft-escotten woman, he wished he could die in her arms. Shangwan Siya, that fiery, passionate woman who was wilder than anyone when intimate. Why were they at the Shangwan residence? Slowly memories surfaced, and the name Shangwan Siya began to align with a name in his memory. Shangwan Siya was the Shangwan family's second daughter. And Jiang Wanru. Lu Wanru's heart nearly stopped the moment she saw Zhou Qilin burst in. The man she had yearned for day and night for 3 years had suddenly appeared before her. She wanted to rush over and embrace him, to bury herself in his arms and cry. But she couldn't. Her identity was far too sensitive. She could only grip the hem of her cheapao tightly, suppressing the urge to leap into his arms. Lu Wanru knew this was her beloved, so she had some mental preparation. But beside her, Shangwan Siya was completely stunned. She had imagined countless scenarios of reuniting with this bastard. A chance encounter at a bar, where she'd throw a drink in his face. A meeting on the street, where she'd kick him in the groin. She'd even imagined him lying half dead in a hospital bed, while she in a white coat sneered, "Remember me, ex-boyfriend." But she never expected him to appear so effortlessly in her own home. Wait, Yi Longshan had just called him Zhou Qilin. What did Yi Longshan call him? Zhou Qilin. Wasn't he Wu Yanzu? Shangwan Siya's mind exploded. Great. So that's why he was so quick to break up with me back then, without even an explanation. Even your name was fake. You've been lying to me from the start. You never intended to stay with me forever, did you? Zhou Qilin. Shangwan Siya gritted her teeth, each word dripping with venom, her gaze promising to devour him alive. Even if you call me darling now, I will never easily forgive you. Zhou Qilin shuddered. One ex-girlfriend had already caused him to transmigrate and suffer social death. What would happen with two ex-girlfriends sitting together? No, he had to die quickly. He hoped Yi Longshan would make his move without these two interfering. But Shangwan was already furious. This Zhou brat not only kicked in the door, but kept leering at his daughter and daughter-in-law. Zhou Qilin, it seems you've grown tired of those eyes of yours. I don't want my eyes. I don't want my life anymore. Zhou Qilin continued his arrogance. Old man, even if you gouge out my eyes or kill me, I won't bat an eye. If you've got the guts, kill me. Old man. Shangwan Wen had been the family head for over 20 years. Oh, no one had ever called him old man. A surge of rage shot to his head. He slammed the table and stood up. You think I wouldn't dare? Guards. Shangwan Siya and Lu Wanru's hearts leaped, almost simultaneously, ready to step forward. Just then a woman's voice rang out from outside. Wait. With the sound of high heels, Su Qingge walked in from outside. The moment he saw Su Qingge, Yi Longshan shot to his feet. He asked anxiously, Qingge, are you alright? Su Qingge furrowed her brows. Yi Longshan. Why was this disgusting bastard here? She cast a look of disgust at Yi Longshan. Yi Longshan's heart gave a violent jolt. That gaze. Qingge was telling him she was aggrieved that she missed him terribly, but was forced by Zhou Qilin's tyranny to be unable to pour out her heart to him. Zhou Qilin was displeased. He was about to die, so why did this fool have to come and cause trouble? He wrapped an arm around Su Qing's waist and pulled her forcefully into his embrace. Bitch, did I give you permission to speak? Do you think you have the right to talk here? Su Qingge rolled her eyes. You rascal, starting to act already. What was my persona again? Oh right, the suffering fiancé. She immediately switched modes, her face full of reluctance, grievance, and the look of someone bullied by a tyrant who wanted to resist, but had to endure humiliation. Her eyes even reddened instantly. Seeing Su Qingge leaning against Zhou Qilin, Shangwan Siya instantly flared up. Zhou Qilin, what are you doing to Qingge? Let her go immediately, and let me deal with you. Lu Wanru said nothing, but a hint of longing inadvertently flickered in her eyes. But Yi Longshan was heartbroken. In his eyes, Su Qingge was enduring humiliation for his sake. His face darkened. Qingge, you don't have to suffer anymore. I've found out this scumbag is nothing but trash. Watch me teach him a good lesson. Who's suffering? This is called passion, don't you understand? You want to touch my good brother? Su Qingge narrowed her eyes and said, if you dare lay a finger on him, you're dead. Yi Longshan was startled. Hadn't Shangwan Wen said Zhou Qilin was nothing? Then why was Qingge warning him so solemnly? Qingge had endured so much for him, she wouldn't lie. Yi Longshan began to hesitate again. Seeing this, Zhou Qilin stamped his foot in anxiety. What are you hesitating for? Just come at me. Yi Longshan, he taunted proactively. Come on, let's settle this today, life or death. Whoever chickens out is the coward. No. Two voices rang out simultaneously. Shangwan Siya and Lu Wanru spoke in unison. Shangwan Siya ground her teeth. He dared to bully Qingge, dared to kick down sister-in-law's door, and even dared to dump. Ahem, I must be the one to deal with Zhou Qilin. He'll make his life a living hell. Lu Wanru was full of worry. No, what if? What if this Zhou Qilin is really powerful? Better let him go. You stubborn fool, just go. They all want to bully you. If you really miss me, can I sneak out to see you tonight? Yi Longchen was even more confused. Why were they stopping him too? Did they also sense something special about Zhou Qilin? Zhou Qilin was furious. Would you women ever stop? I just want to die a clean death. Why do you all keep jumping out to stop me? I'm not leaving. He craned his neck stubbornly. Today either Yi Longchen or I must die. Otherwise I'll hang myself at your Shangwan residence, believe me. How such big talk? Shangwan Wen sat in the main seat, his gaze playful as he watched the farce. Zhou Qilin, you are still a member of the Zhou family after all. I don't want to make things too ugly for you. How about this? He'll set a question and you and Yi Longchen answer. If you win, you strike Yi Longchen one palm. If he wins, he strikes you one palm. How about it? Zhou Qilin's eyes lit up. Damn, this old man was something else. As long as I answer randomly, I'm sure to lose. With Yi Longchen's hatred for me, one palm from him would send me straight to my grave. Fine, he agreed at once. Let's do it this old geezer's way. Bring on the questions. Shangwan Wen's mouth twitched. Damn it, calling me an old geezer again. Just as he was about to speak, Su Qingge suddenly stepped forward. Uncle Shangwan, perhaps I should set the question instead. Shangwan Xie immediately frowned. Su Qingge hated Qilin so much she would definitely favor Yi Longchen. What if that hurt this infuriating man? It's not that I'm afraid he'll get hurt, I just want to punish him myself. She quickly stepped in. Qingge, after all, you are Zhou Qilin's fiancé, so you're bound to be biased. Let me do it. However, Lu Wanru had the same thought. Perhaps I should do it. Seeing the three women vying to set the question, Shangwan Wen smiled faintly. Who says there can only be one questioner? Let's have 3 rounds, and each of you can set one question. Yi Longchen was overjoyed. Shangwan Wen was clearly helping him. Now that these 3 women were on his side, no matter what questions they asked, he would surely win. When the time came, no matter how powerful Zhou Qilin was, it wouldn't matter. He couldn't strike, but I can. With this thought, a confident cold smirk curled at the corner of Yi Longchen's mouth. Since Shangwan Wen had decided, the 3 women had nothing more to say. Each of them began to scheme inwardly about how to ensure Qilin didn't suffer. Shangwan Xingchen, peeking through the window, shook his head. Boss, the whole room is plotting against you. Why do you have to act so tough? Don't worry, when I collect your corpse later, I'll make sure not to leave any bits behind. Su Qingge then spoke. I am Zhou Qilin's fiancé, so we'll go first. Everyone was curious. What question would she ask? Her red lips parted. The question is simple, find a way to injure yourselves. Whoever injures themselves the most wins. Huh, that's simple. Yi Longchen sneered. Zhou Qilin prepared to die. He slapped his own face hard. Then he slapped himself left and right, a flurry of blows. The sound was crisp and loud with a strong rhythm like firecrackers. Damn, this Yi Longchen was really ruthless to himself. Did he have some kind of mortal vendetta with himself? No, if he beat himself into serious injury, he wouldn't have the strength to kill me. Zhou Qilin hurriedly shouted, Brother Yi, slow down. Take it easy. Don't beat yourself to death. Hearing Zhou Qilin's voice, Yi Longchen laughed inwardly. Stop me. If the enemy stops me, it means I'm doing the right thing. So instead of stopping, he sped up. His hands were swinging like electric fans whistling through the air. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. That hand speed. This guy was definitely a master. But this wouldn't do. He was about to beat himself to death. Yet the more he tried to stop him, the faster and harder Yi Longchen slapped himself. Zhou Qilin was stunned. The one who tied the bell must untie it. His gaze turned to Su Qingge. Make him stop. Su Qingge maintained her persona of a fiancé who hated Zhou Qilin. Why should I listen to you? Seeing her like this, Zhou Qilin glared, pulled her over his knee, and spanked her on the buttocks. Zhou Qilin threatened, tell him to stop. Su Qingge gritted her teeth, her face full of hatred. Impossible. Zhou Qilin didn't hold back. He spanked her again and again. Ouch! Su Qingge cried out. I won't be threatened by you. Everyone was stunned. What kind of scene was this? One man was frantically slapping himself, while another was spanking the question setter. Shangwan Xingchen, peeking through the window, had stars in his eyes. The boss was incredible. That was Su Qingge, and she was being spanked like a child. Just then Yi Longchen heard Su Qing's cry and suddenly snapped out of it. He stopped, and seeing the scene, his eyes blazed with fury. Zhou Qilin, stop it! Zhou Qilin immediately stopped, and when he looked at Yi Longchen, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although his face was swollen like a pig's head, judging by his condition, he didn't seem seriously injured. Zhou Qilin said, "He'll stop if you stop hitting yourself." Yi Longchen glared at Zhou Qilin angrily. Was this bastard threatening him? But seeing Su Qing's aggrieved and indignant expression, Yi Longchen gritted his teeth. Fine, I concede this round. Su Qingge shot Yi Longchen a furious look. Qilin and I were having fun. Oh, why did you have to concede? That look from Qingge. Was it gratitude? It must be gratitude that I conceded for her sake. With that look from her, losing was worth it. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. Concede? Why are you conceding? You should win. Yi Longchen narrowed his eyes. Don't humiliate me further. If it weren't for you laying hands on Qingge, you wouldn't have had a chance. Now strike me. Zhou Qilin's mouth twitched. Seeing Yi Longchen like this, he had no choice but to hit him. Forget it, it was better to end this round quickly. Otherwise, if Yi Longshan ended up killing himself, things would get even more troublesome. He approached Yi Longshan with a face full of regret. Brother, Yi, I truly wanted to be killed by you, but look at this mess. I'm sorry you had to suffer. Save your nonsense. Yi Longshan activated the Dragon King's supreme domination art, channeling all his inner energy to protect his heart meridian. He was uncertain of Zhou Qilin's strength, so he had to defend with all his might. The result? Slap. A crisp sound echoed on his swollen face. No inner energy. Yi Longshan's eyes instantly blazed with fury. Insult. A blatant insult. He had been humiliated for so long by this worthless trash, with no inner energy. He wanted nothing more than to strike out with his palm and kill Zhou Qilin on the spot. Zhou Qilin's eyes lit up. Yes, that's the look. Hit me. Don't hold back. However, to his disappointment, Yi Longshan was more patient than he had imagined. Yi Longshan slowly unclenched his fists. Win the next round, and it'll make sure your soul scatters. Next round. Shang Wanxie stepped forward. He'll go. Zhou Qilin breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of her. The way this girl had looked at him earlier as if she wanted to devour him alive. If she set the challenge, she would surely finish him off. Shang Wanxie said, hurt yourselves and see who can inflict more damage. No, no, no. Seeing Yi Longshan raise his hand to slap himself again, Zhou Qilin quickly stopped him. If this continued, Yi Longshan would beat himself to death. You can't repeat the same challenge. Hearing this, Shang Wanxie glanced at Zhou Qilin's hand with a hint of regret. Final, change it. She went into the inner room and emerged shortly after. In her hands, she held 2 teacups. She set them before Zhou Qilin and Yi Longshan. One of these cups contains deadly poison, the other is just ordinary tea. Choose. Yi Longshan hesitated instantly. Drink and die. Which cup should he pick? Zhou Qilin's eyes, however, lit up. He had been planning to concede outright, but now there was tea that could kill. Perfect. He was competing with Yi Longshan, and if he drank the poison, wouldn't that mean dying because of him? Indeed, for a death wish, one should turn to an ex-girlfriend. With that thought, Zhou Qilin didn't hesitate. He downed the tea in front of him in one gulp. After finishing that cup, he drank the other as well. Farewell this world. Goodbye sweet life. No one expected Zhou Qilin to act so swiftly. No. Su Qingge and Lu Wanru tried to stop him, but it was too late. Watching Zhou Qilin's tragic and resolute demeanor, Shang Wanxie's tears streamed down. He felt so guilty for dumping her. Facing the poison she had set for him, he drank it without a moment's hesitation. You stubborn man willing to give up your life for me. Why did you ever break up with me back then? In that moment, all the grievances she had endured for so long vanished like smoke. A surge of love broke through every barrier and gushed forth. She could no longer hold back. Her tiny fists began pounding on Zhou Qilin's chest. You win. You scoundrel. You rotten scoundrel, you win. There's no poison in here, it was all a trick, you jerk. Zhou Qilin's eyes widened in shock. Huh. No poison. Damn. So I got all excited for nothing. Yi Longshan's face stiffened. No wonder Sister Qingge and Lu Wanru had tried to stop Zhou Qilin from drinking. They had already figured out what this challenge was about. It was all because he hadn't been decisive enough. Look at Shang Wanxie, she was crying from anger. Yi Longshan puffed out his chest. Don't be sad. It was my fault for not understanding your intention. I accept defeat willingly. Zhou Qilin, do it. Shang Wanxie stared at Yi Longshan as if he were an idiot. Sad. I'm happy. However, she realized this wasn't the time for a heart-to-heart with Zhou Qilin. She stepped back slightly. Zhou Qilin looked helplessly at Yi Longshan. Brother Yi, how about we say you won? You give me a strike. Humph. Yi Longshan sneered. You want Qingge to see me go back on my word and hate me. Do you think Yi Longshan would fall for that? He lifted his chin, righteous and proud. Yi Longshan am honorable and keep my word. Hit me. Zhou Qilin was speechless. Are you overthinking this? Why must it come to this? Uff. Zhou Qilin spat into his hand and rubbed it together. Yi Longshan's eye twitched at the sight. The next second, slap. The still moist palm struck his face again. Yi Longshan squinted. Insult, blatant insult. Suppressing his disgust, he gritted out, next round. Lu Wanru stepped forward and said softly, I once loved a man recklessly, hysterically, and he gave me endless warmth. Yi Longshan was startled, thinking this woman was bold enough to confess to him in front of Shang Wanwan. Shang Wanwan sighed. Wanru Ritian wronged you. You've suffered all these years. Yi Longshan breathed a sigh of relief. Good Shang Wan when misunderstood. Now was not the time to accept Lu Wanru's affections. Only Zhou Qilin, facing Lu Wanru's burning gaze, averted his eyes. Sis, come on. You were the one who dumped me. This time you have to let me die. Don't pull that rekindling old flames nonsense. Lu Wanru continued, both of you, whoever resembles him more wins. Yi Longshan's eyes lit up. She was deliberately giving him an easy win. If he just imitated the dead Shangwan, Ritian victory was his. Zhou Qilin couldn't just stare this time. He would concede outright, and then how could she let him win? He stepped forward. Before he could finish, Lu Wanru smiled approvingly. You win. Zhou Qilin was stunned. What do you mean I win? Lu Wanru shook her head. You stepped with your left foot first, the same habit as his. You are very similar, so you win. Zhou Qilin. He looked at her gentle gaze in despair. She was determined to let him win again. No way. I have to lose today. Even if the sky falls, I lose. Say Yi Longchen wins, and have him kill me immediately. Lu Wanru's heart ached at the sight of the furious Zhou Qilin. Had her leaving him affected him this much? Was he forcing her to get back together with him by threatening death in front of everyone? But this is really dangerous for you. She shook her head and turned to Yi Longchen. Brother Yi is an honorable man. If he loses, he admits it. He wouldn't deny it, right? With Lu Wanru putting it that way, how could Yi Longchen not understand? This Zhou Qilin was trying to ruin his honorable image again. No way. He proudly puffed out his chest. Right. What on earth are you even rhyming for? Don't you see this woman's deceiving you? Zhou Qilin no longer held back. Was his death truly inevitable? He strode straight up to Yi Longchen and slapped him hard across the face. You cowardly turtle hiding your head in your shell. If you don't act now, I'll take all these women home with me. Yi Longchen ground his teeth together with a sharp, grating sound. You may strike me, but dare speak ill of my women. His fists clenched violently, whose spiritual energy surged wildly through his body, and he was on the verge of erupting into lethal fury. Ahem. A light cough cut through the tension. Shang Wanwen spoke slowly. Longchen Zhou Qilin, I shall pose one final riddle. What say you? He believed he had seen through everything. These three young women, still too upright, too honest. Rather than bend the truth to favor Yi Longchen, they'd chosen to bear injustice themselves. Very well, then let him become the villain. Zhou Qilin's eyes lit up. Of course, these three women clearly favored him. Surely Shang Wanwen would not show bias as well. Agreed. 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 Yi Longchen gradually loosened his grip. After all, he'd already taken 3 slaps, one more made little difference. This final trial, regardless of victory or defeat, he would end that boy's life. Very well. Shang Wanwen cleared his throat. In my courtyard I keep 4 dogs. Both of you must go there, but first weigh yourselves. Upon returning, weigh yourselves again. Whomever gains the most weight wins. Yi Longchen and Zhou Qilin exchanged glances. What kind of riddle was this? Still both complied with the rules and stepped onto the scale. Soon the group arrived at the rear courtyard. Before them stood a massive iron cage. Inside, 4 enormous black dogs bared their fangs, growling low and guttural. Their glossy black fur shimmered under the light. Standing upright, each dog towered nearly as tall as a man, a breed unmistakably raised for combat. And when Yi Longchen laid eyes upon the 4 fierce hounds, and the dog food bowls scattered across the ground, he instantly understood. Previously, whether it was Shang Wanxia or Lu Wanru who posed the challenge, he'd lost only because he hesitated. Not this time. Just as Zhou Qilin opened his mouth, Yi Longchen cut him off sharply. Zhou Qilin, this time victory is mine. With that, he lunged headlong toward the iron cage. He wrenched the gate open and plunged inside, then snatched up a dog food bowl and devoured its contents with furious, ravenous bites. Shang Wanwen stared, utterly dumbfounded. I meant for you to subdue the dogs. Whoever tames the most and carries them back during weighing, that's who wins. Good heavens, was this fellow actually hungry? Zhou Qilin's head buzzed with disbelief. Wait, brother, you're the protagonist. The dragon's sovereign himself. What in the world are you doing? Competing with dogs for scraps. Even villains wouldn't stoop so low. He had no idea Yi Longchen had been driven half mad by those 3 slaps. Eating dog food. Easy. Even dog excrement lay scattered on the ground, and Yi Longchen paused considering it, before forcibly suppressing the impulse and resuming his frantic feast. The 4 dogs stood stunned. What was this creature? It looked human, yet fought them for food. And what, pray tell, were those brown lumps supposed to mean? The 4 beasts exchanged bewildered glances. Dog A, what do we do? Dog B, how should I know? Is he mad? Will biting him give us rabies? Dog C, we may not be human, but he is truly a dog. Dog D, he's almost finished all our food. Attack him. Oh, whoa. Realizing their folly, the 4 hounds charged. Yet the peerless protagonist Yi Longchen did not even turn. 1 punch per dog, each sent flying like ragdolls. Then he resumed devouring the dog food without pause. Zhou Qilin felt nauseated. Frantically he cried out, Brother Yi, enough. You've won. Stop eating, I surrender. Yi Longchen sneered inwardly. Huh? Another trick. Trying to make me pause so you can eat instead? Not a chance. The more urgently Zhou Qilin pleaded, the faster Yi Longchen ate, until every last morsel vanished. Finally he licked the final droplet from the gleaming bowl and flung it clattering to the ground. Zhou Qilin, let's see how you win this time. Zhou Qilin gazed with genuine awe. No wonder he was the protagonist. That sheer tenacity, that audacity, that appetite. Brother Yi, believe me, with talent like yours, success awaits in any endeavor. That flattery settled warmly upon Yi Longchen. Zhou Qilin, you do possess some discernment. Yet no matter how eloquently you praise me, I will not spare you. Shang Wanwen watched Yi Longchen with growing discomfort, and turned to Zhou Qilin. This time, do you concede? Zhou Qilin bobbed his head like a pecking chick. Of course I do. I wanted to surrender from the very beginning, but brother Yi never gave me the chance. He interrupted me mid-sentence and dove straight into eating. Yi Longchen's smile froze. You mean, you were trying to surrender just now? Zhou Qilin nodded pitifully. Yes. In fact, I wanted to yield since the first round, but no one ever let me speak. Yi Longchen exploded. Then why didn't you stop me while I was eating dog food? Zhou Qilin looked even more wronged. I tried, but couldn't stop you. You ate faster as if afraid I'd snatch it away. Think, what is that food? It's dog food. My breakfast rivals imperial banquets. I'd never compete with you for that. Enough. Yi Longchen erupted. Zhou Qilin died. His dragon sovereign supreme tyranny art surged violently, spiritual energy flooded his meridians like a tidal wave. Then, he raised his hand and struck his own chest with devastating force. Boom. Spurt. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. Zhou Qilin gaped. Wait, you're addicted to self-harm. First slapping yourself, now gravely injuring yourself. Why not deliver that blow to me? Kneeling on one knee, Yi Longchen clutched his chest, but a cruel, triumphant smirk curled his lips. His injury would shatter his cultivation's limits. Combined with the 50% amplification of the tyrant's soft palm technique, this strike, even against a 6th-rank cultivator like Zhou Qilin, would be unstoppable. He could wait no longer. Rising abruptly, he thrust forth his right palm. The air crackled with nascent thunder and wind. The sheer aura made every onlooker blanch. The three women instantly grasped the truth. Yi Longchen was truly formidable. Had that blow landed on Zhou Qilin instead? No. The three women dropped to their knees screaming in despair. But it was too late. Yi Longchen's palm, charged with raging spiritual energy, struck Zhou Qilin's chest with brutal, unyielding force. Boom. Three women wept simultaneously. Su Qingge covered her mouth, her vision blurred by tears. Shang Wanxia clenched her fists tightly. Lu Wanru was filled with profound sorrow. Why? I protected you so carefully, why can't I still protect you? If heaven could grant me one more chance. She lifted her head abruptly, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. I no longer care about the Shangwan or Lu families. I want to be with you. Zhou Qilin revealed a relieved smile. Finally, it was time to go home. However, the next second the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected the host under fatal attack, triggering the passive skill absolute defense. Damage fully reflected. Zhou Qilin's smile froze on his face. What the hell? He sharply turned to Yi Longchen. Yi Longchen stood there stunned for a second. Then, a mouthful of old blood sprayed out, and he fell straight backward. Zhou Qilin. Damn it. He had forgotten that the damn system had previously rewarded him with an absolute defense. He couldn't even die if he wanted to. He quickly stepped forward to support the fallen Yi Longchen. Brother Yi, you must not die before you kill me. Yi Longchen was now listless. He couldn't understand why his own internal energy had rebounded in an instant, striking himself. He had practiced the Dragon King's supreme art for 20 years, he couldn't have made a mistake with his eyes closed. But now was not the time for that. He was severely injured. In this state, even facing Zhou Qilin, a waste without internal energy, he couldn't win. No, he must not let Zhou Qilin know he was powerless. Otherwise this scumbag would definitely seize the chance to kill him. Yi Longchen pushed away the hypocritically supportive Zhou Qilin, stood up with effort, and tried to appear nonchalant. Cough. It's nothing. He forced a proud smile. I did that on purpose. Let me show you the power of that strike. Scared, aren't you? Zhou Qilin was speechless. Did he not know exactly what happened? He was scared, but scared that Yi Longchen might kill himself. However, seeing Yi Longchen's demeanor, he seemed fine, so Zhou Qilin breathed a sigh of relief. He straightened up, tore open his suit, and exposed his chest. Brother Yi, come. Hit me here. Use the full force of that strike, don't hold back. Yi Longchen snorted lightly, standing with his hands behind his back. No need. I believe my strike has already taught you a lesson. As long as you reform and behave yourself, it'll spare your life. Zhou Qilin blinked. Spare my life? Did he need Yi Longchen to spare him? Zhou Qilin stepped closer. I want change. If you have the guts, kill me. Yi Longchen's face stiffened. Had Zhou Qilin seen through his bluff? But now that Zhou Qilin was so aggressive, if he didn't strike, Zhou Qilin would immediately know he was feigning strength. Just as Yi Longchen was at a loss. No, absolutely not. Su Qingge spread her arms, shielding Zhou Qilin behind her. Yi Longchen. You cannot harm him anymore. She had witnessed the power of that strike. If it hit Qilin again, she dared not think further. Immediately another figure rushed over. Shang Wanxia stood in front of Su Qingge, glaring at Yi Longchen. Yi Longchen. If you dare lay a finger on Qilin, my Shangwan family will never let you off. Yi Longchen was overjoyed inwardly. Sister Qingge and Sister Xia must have seen I was injured and came to cover for me. How thoughtful. He was about to take the opportunity to back down. Xia, a low shout. Shangwan stood up, frowning. This is between Yi nephew and Zhou Qilin. It has nothing to do with our Shangwan family. Stand down. He looked at Yi Longchen with an encouraging gaze. Nephew, go ahead without worry. With me here, the Zhou family dares not object. Yi Longchen's heart was bitter but unspeakable. Patriarch Shangwan, if I could act, I would have already. Even Xia understands. Why can't you? Wait. Suddenly a flash of insight struck Yi Longchen. No, he had pretended to be fine. How could Su Qingge and Shang Wanxia have seen through it? There was only one possibility. They had known he would be injured all along. His Dragon King's supreme art had never gone out of control. Today's sudden failure was definitely suspicious. Since arriving at the Shangwan estate, he had only drunk the tea served by Shangwan Wen's orders. After a series of meticulous conjectures, Yi Longchen finally understood. It was Shang Wanwen. That old bastard had drugged the tea, causing his Dragon King's supreme art to malfunction. He was also the one who proposed the literary duel earlier. If they had fought directly, then Zhou Qilin would be dead by now. No wonder Su Qinga, Shang Wanxie, and Lu Wanru all wanted him to lose. They must have known the truth and wanted to save him by making him leave immediately after losing. Only Shang Wanwen made him win. His goal was for Yi Longchen to injure himself while channeling his energy. That old bastard had been in cahoots with Zhou Qilin all along. He even made me eat dog food. That bastard. Now he calls me nephew so sweetly. If I weren't smart, I might have been fooled by this old fox. His urging me to attack now is just a ploy to make me use the Dragon King's supreme art again and worsen my injuries. If I weren't smart, brave, and strong, I would have been deceived. Zhou Qilin grew impatient as Yi Longchen remained motionless. Hurry up and kill me, in a rush. Come on, you coward, hit me. He stepped forward, grabbing Yi Longchen's head with one hand and spinning it like a basketball. I gave you a chance, and you can't even use it. Yi Longchen, dizzy from the spinning, was filled with rage. But he lacked the ability to fight back. He could only glare at Zhou Qilin. If looks could kill, Zhou Qilin would have died 1,000 times. Su Qinga was startled. If Yi Longchen suddenly attacked, Qilin would be in danger. She quickly stepped forward and took Zhou Qilin's hand. Qilin, don't be like this. Perfect timing. Zhou Qilin pulled Su Qinga into his arms and provocatively raised an eyebrow at Yi Longchen's. Sweetheart, if you please me tonight, I'll let this waste go. How about it? Su Qing's face flushed crimson. You devil, saying such things in front of everyone. So embarrassing. She lowered her head and nodded slightly. Zhou Qilin laughed heartily, holding Su Qinga, and looked down at Yi Longchen. Yi Longchen watched Su Qinga, who seemed forced to agree, and gritted his teeth. Qinga, I remember your kindness. Don't worry, I will rescue you. Zhou Qilin, just you wait. Yi Longchen's eyes reddened as he saw Su Qinga nod helplessly. Qinga, I remember your kindness. Don't worry, I will rescue you. Zhou Qilin, just you wait. He turned abruptly, unwilling to witness the scene further, and fixed his gaze on Shang Wanwen. Patriarch Shang Wan. He spoke through clenched teeth. I will remember your care for me today. In the future, I will repay you well. Shang Wanwen frowned. This brat had been arrogant earlier. Now, after being humiliated by Zhou Qilin, he didn't even dare to utter a word. It was no trouble, don't mention it. He waved his hand. But don't you want to teach that Zhou brat a lesson? No need. Farewell. With that, Yi Longchen dared not linger and turned to leave. Zhou Qilin watched him go, dumbfounded. Hey, don't leave. Damn it. Why are you running? Stop right there. Zhou Qilin shouted and dashed out, his legs churning so fast he nearly took flight. By the time he burst through the Shangwan family's gates, the street had already swallowed all trace of the figure. Wait. Zhou Qilin stood at the doorway, panting and scanning his surroundings. You're the protagonist. Why are you running? Was I not arrogant enough? Or did I not curse harshly enough? Yi Longchen was gravely wounded, yet he could still flee this swiftly. Truly the mark of a protagonist. But he failed to notice, just ahead, a manhole gaping open, its cover long gone. At that moment, the system's infuriating voice echoed in Zhou Qilin's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully escaping from the protagonist, Yi Longchen, and severely wounding him to the point of being unable to circulate his inner energy. Reward 9 suns, shooting star art. Zhou Qilin froze. What? Yi Longchen was so badly hurt, he couldn't channel his chi. No wonder he ran. But what was this 9 suns shooting star art? As he pondered, a sudden warmth flooded his body. A surge of heat erupted from his dantian, rushing wildly through his meridians, every cell seeming to ignite in its wake. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the 9 suns shooting star art. Your cultivation has reached the early 1st grade. Zhou Qilin. He recalled the system mentioning that before his injury on the frontier, Yi Longchen was at the peak of the 6th grade, and afterward his cultivation had fallen to the peak of the 3rd grade. He had done nothing, and now he was at the early 1st grade. You damn system. I already found it hard to die, and now with this shooting star art, it'll be even harder. Revoke it immediately. Reward cannot be revoked. The host's chances of survival are growing. We hope the host will persevere and strive to live on. Strive my ass. I want to die. Don't you understand human language? The system fell silent. Damn it all. Zhou Qilin stood there, tilting his head back with a long sigh. It was all those ex-girlfriends' fault. If they hadn't gotten in the way, he would have died by Yi Longchen's hand long ago. Indeed, ex-girlfriends only ever ruined his plans. Boss. A round figure suddenly rushed over and threw an arm around his shoulder. Shangwan Xingchen gazed at him with utter admiration. Boss, you're incredible. You actually walked out of our house in one piece. I thought you'd die in there. Zhou Qilin sighed with a hint of disappointment. I thought so too. Shangwan Xingchen didn't catch on. Boss, speak in plain language, will you? Zhou Qilin shot Shangwan Xingchen a glare. What do you want from me? Shangwan Xingchen grinned slyly. Hey boss, it's been a while. Let's go have some fun. I know just the place. Hi, Zhou Qilin, am a man of integrity. I never set foot in such disreputable places. There are pretty girls. Lead the way. Meanwhile, in Shangwan Xie's room at the Shangwan residence, only 2 people remained. Shangwan Xie held Su Qing's hand, her face full of sympathy. Chinga, you must be so wrong being with a scumbag like Zhou Qilin, right? Wronged. Su Chinga shook her head. No, I'm very happy. Shang Wanxie sighed. Come on, stop hiding it from me. I saw all the grievances you suffered in front of Zhou Qilin just now. She paused, her voice thick with pity. In all these years I've never seen you so humiliated, spanked, called a little bitch, and forced to endure without daring to resist. Su Chinga opened her mouth, unsure how to explain that she actually wanted to experience it again. It was all Qilin's fault for insisting on playing out that cosplay scenario. Seeing Su Qing's silent, Shang Wanxie grew more certain of her judgment. She took a deep breath as if making an immensely difficult decision. Chinga, we are best friend sisters. I can't stand by and watch you suffer like this. Hey Race, what'll do, let me bear this burden for you. Su Chinga was taken aback. Bear it for me. Shang Wanxie wore a look of self-sacrifice. Yes. Let me become Zhou Qilin's fiancé in your place. If you agree, he'll find a way to transfer the engagement to me. That way you won't have to suffer anymore. Su Chinga finally understood. Wait. I finally got what I wanted and got engaged to Qilin, and you think you can just take it? Yet she also felt a touch of gratitude. She hadn't expected Xie to try to help her by sacrificing herself. She shook her head. Xie, it's fine. Qilin and I are meant for each other. I truly love him. Shang Wanxie grasped Su Qing's hand. Chinga, you don't have to lie to me. Fine, I'll be honest. Actually, Qilin is my ex-boyfriend. So taking your place as his fiancé is something I'm completely willing to do. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. What did you say? Shang Wanxie sighed with emotion. I can hardly believe it myself. When I dated him before, I didn't know he was Zhou Qilin. I apologize to you on his behalf for everything he did to you. From now on, we'll still be the best of friends. Ha, friends. Su Qing's eyes turned cold. If you truly consider me a friend, then don't try to take Zhou Qilin from me. Shang Wanxie was stunned. What do you mean by that? Su Chinga stood up, looking down at her. Shang Wanxie, listen carefully. Qilin and I are a couple. Whatever your past relationship was, I am his fiancé now. Don't even think about taking him away from me. Shang Wanxie's eyes widened. Could Su Chinga truly love Zhou Qilin? Impossible. Su Chinga was the kind of woman who treated all men like air. Impossible. She shot to her feet. How could you possibly like Zhou Qilin? He's worthless and has no redeeming qualities. Su Chinga countered, then how did you come to like him? Shang Wanxie opened her mouth, but found no words. Su Chinga said, if you truly want me as a friend, give up on Qilin. Otherwise, you know me. Once I set my sights on something, I will take it by force. Shang Wanxie also stood up, her eyes narrowing. Men can be replaced, but if a friend is lost, well, that would be perfect. Su Chinga understood Shang Wanxie's answer. It was time to see who was stronger. She turned and walked away without another word. Shang Wanxie squinted her eyes. The conflict begins. Meanwhile, Zhou Qilin stood at the entrance of a shop, lost in thought. He looked up at the glittering sign, then down at the ecstatic Shang Wanxingchen beside him. This is the place you mentioned for fun. Shang Wanxingchen smirked. Back then you were the one leading me. Over these 3 years I've improved a lot. This time you'll see who's the boss. He continued, boss, you've been gone for 3 years, so you might not know. This place is now the biggest nightclub in Zhongyan City. The girls here are the best in the business. Zhou Qilin was somewhat disappointed by Shang Wanxingchen's taste. Was this the level of the second-generation rich from the 4 great families? Shang Wanxingchen asked in confusion, boss, what's wrong? Didn't you used to love places like this? Zhou Qilin patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, Xingchen, the public bikes here are ridden standing up and the chains are all loose. What's so good about that? Shang Wanxingchen was taken aback. Then he sucked in a sharp breath. He hadn't felt it before, but now suddenly he felt a bit nauseated. Looking at this naive young man, Zhou Qilin revealed an enigmatic smile. Come on, let me take you to a good place. 5 minutes later, Shang Wanxingchen stood before a sign glowing with pink neon, lost in thought. A beauty salon. He turned to Zhou Qilin, puzzled. Boss, why are you bringing me to a beauty salon? Zhou Qilin looked at him as if he were an idiot. Listen to what you're asking. Times change and girls become wives. The women who come here for beauty treatments are mostly attractive, well-off, and lonely housewives. Think about it. Which is more thrilling, those hostesses who spew black smoke the moment you step on the gas, or these ripe, mature wives? Shang Wanxingchen stood frozen. Then he felt as if a crack had split open in his mind. Sunlight poured in. Boss, I'm so ashamed. I thought I could show off in front of you, but I'm so young, so ignorant. Compared to you, I'm just a greenhorn. The 2 second-generation rich kids from aristocratic families swaggered into the upscale beauty salon. As soon as they entered, a receptionist in uniform approached them. Hello, gentlemen. Are you waiting for someone? Zhou Qilin frowned. What do you mean waiting for someone? That's sexist. Can't men get beauty treatments? The receptionist gave an awkward smile. Then, are you here for beauty services? Zhou Qilin shook his head. No. The smile on the receptionist's face froze. Without another word, Zhou Qilin reached into Shang Wanxingchen's pocket, pulled out the car keys, and pressed them twice. Outside, a fluorescent green Lamborghini flashed its lights. He slapped the keys into the receptionist's hand. Give this chubby kid a job. Do a good job, and that car outside is yours. The receptionist stared at the keys in her hand, then at the blinding Lamborghini outside. Her smile did a complete 180. It's our honor to have this gentleman work here. Shang Wanxingchen finally caught on. Working here would make it much easier to get close to the housewives. The boss mind was brilliant. Zhou Qilin waved his hand. Find me a room and get someone to give me a massage. I've had a long day. At such an upscale beauty salon, massage services were standard along with beauty treatments. Faced with a big spender who casually tossed out a Lamborghini, the staff naturally dared not be negligent. They immediately and respectfully led Zhou Qilin inside. No sooner had Zhou Qilin been taken away than the salon door opened again. A woman walked in slowly. Seeing her, a staff member hurried over. Hello, President Liu. Liu Wanru nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on the direction Zhou Qilin had disappeared. What was that man here for? The staff member quickly replied, President Liu, he's here for a massage. If you don't want male guests here, I'll ask him to leave immediately. Liu Wanru's eyes flickered. No need. Let him go to my private room later. I'll give him the massage myself. The staff member wondered if she had misheard. Go to President Liu's room and give a massage herself. President Liu was the daughter-in-law of the Shangwan family. She had been widowed for years and was always wary of gossip. She usually only spoke to men in public, and now she wanted to massage a stranger. She couldn't understand it, but she didn't need to. She only needed to follow orders. In the room, Zhou Qilin lay face down on the massage table, sighing. Failed again. He still couldn't die. Not only had he not died, but he had also inexplicably learned the 9 Radiance Sun shooting art, and his cultivation had shot straight to the early 1st rank. If Yilangshan hadn't been injured at the engagement banquet yesterday, if he were still the 6th rank pinnacle frontier war god, he should have been able to kill him today, right? And those ex-girlfriends. Seriously, if it weren't for them jumping out one by one to take his side, he would be lying in a coffin by now. Damn it. No. From now on, whenever he met a female lead, whether she was an ex-girlfriend or not, he would bully her mercilessly. When Yilangshan saw his woman being treated like this, he would surely kill him without hesitation. Damn system, he summoned in his mind. Tell me the contents of this book more carefully. Earlier he thought dying would be simple, so he only listened to a rough outline and gave up. Now it seemed he needed to study it thoroughly to die more precisely. The system's voice soon echoed in his mind. Zhou Qilin was listening intently. Zhou Qilin was about to lose his temper. Suddenly a pair of hands gently pressed down on his shoulders. This technique. Comfortable. The hands applied just the right amount of pressure, moving down along his shoulder blades, over his spine, past his waist, and finally, landing on his buttocks. Zhou Qilin's entire body stiffened. What the hell? Why did they keep touching his butt? Was this guy gay? He whipped his head around and met a pair of tender, watery eyes. Liu Wanru. What the hell? Zhou Qilin sat up abruptly. What are you doing here? Liu Wanru gazed at him, her eyes brimming with unyielding tenderness. I followed you here. And coincidentally, this place belongs to my Liu family. Damn it. So he had walked right into her trap. His first instinct was to flee. Wait. Why run? Yilangshan might be useless, but Liu Wanru was also a female lead. If she killed him, it should count as being related to Yilangshan, right? The system had just said that Liu Wanru was gentle, virtuous, and righteous, caring most about the reputation of the Liu and Shangwan families. It was also for this reason that she never remarried. In the original book, even after she got together with Yilangshan, she only became his secret lover. So if he... Zhou Qilin's mind raced, and he instantly had an idea. He stood up, walked over to Liu Wanru, lifted her chin with his hand, and wore an infuriating smirk. Liu Wanru, what do you want by following me here? Are you so horny that you're looking for some random man? Faced with Zhou Qilin's lewdness, Liu Wanru remained utterly gentle. Qilin, I know you hate me. Breaking up with you and leaving was my fault. Let's make up. From now on, I'll only be your woman. Zhou Qilin was stunned. He had humiliated her like that, and she was still so gentle. He let out a cold laugh. You want to be with me? Fine, then I'll make our affair public. I'll let everyone know that you Liu Wanru are cheating with a scumbag like me. I'll destroy the reputation of the Shangwan and Liu families. The Shangwan family made me stay away for 3 years. Fine, then I'll make the Shangwan family fall and have all its members roaming the streets. After the Shangwans, I'll be the Lius. I'll make the 4 great families kneel at my feet one by one. He widened his eyes, waiting for Liu Wanru's reaction. Haha, with such a villainous speech, this righteous female lead must be furious. Come on, get angry. Hate me. Kill me. Yes, he still needed a weapon. Zhou Qilin swept his gaze around, his eyes settling on a pair of beauty scissors resting on a nearby shelf. He reached out, picked them up, and examined them for 2 seconds. Then, the scissors clattered to the ground. Zhou Qilin's face twisted in chagrin. How could I be so careless as to let the scissors slip? Forget it, I won't pick them up. After all, it's just a tiny pair of scissors, and only when someone has their back turned could it be thrust unexpectedly into the neck to kill. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, turning away from Liu Wanru, his silhouette solitary and resolute. If you break up with me, I will make your life a living hell and bring the Liu and Shangwan families to ruin. Zhou Qilin turned around as he spoke, hands clasped behind him. This is the consequence of breaking up with me. All right. He had laid it out plainly enough, hadn't he? The hint was obvious. Come on, pick up the scissors. Stab me in the back. Zhou Qilin pricked up his ears, hearing soft footsteps behind him. Closer. He began to grow excited. Come on, kill me. Rid the world of a menace. Yet the next second a pair of jade-like arms suddenly wrapped around his waist from behind. A soft sensation pressed against his back. Lu Wanru's gentle voice sounded by his ear. "I'm alright. He'll help you." "Huh? You'll help me?" Zhou Qilin spun around abruptly. "What do you mean you'll help me? Aren't you supposed to be on the side of justice? Don't you care most about the Shangguan and Lu families? Don't you care about their safety?" Lu Wanru remained as tender as ever. "The only one I care about most is you." Damn it. Zhou Qilin was undone. Being this gentle and obedient was cheating, didn't she know that? How could he bear to make her hate him like this? Zhou Qilin was no saint either. Faced with such a compliant Lu Wanru, how could he not be moved? At that moment he felt a surge of power begin to circulate in his dantian. This was the 9 Radiance sun-shooting art. Why was it activating on its own? Immediately after he felt a burning heat within his body. No need to hold back. Zhou Qilin embraced Lu Wanru tightly. And at that moment neither of them noticed that an ancient ring on Lu Wanru's finger was faintly shimmering with light. Some time later, Lu Wanru had fallen into a deep sleep, while Zhou Qilin felt exceptionally refreshed. What was going on? Report to host the 9 Radiance sun-shooting art has activated automatically. This is a technique left by the great archer. It is a supreme yang divine art. It enhances the host's kidney capabilities, but also consumes the host's inner energy. Repeated use will lead to a decline in cultivation. So that's how it was. Well then. That was great. Didn't it mean that as long as he indulged himself he would get weaker and weaker? That would make it easier and easier for Yi Longchen to kill him. This time the system had truly rewarded him with something good. He looked at Lu Wanru intending to further deplete his cultivation when suddenly the ring on her finger flashed, and an aged voice resounded in Zhou Qilin's mind, finally awakened. "This old man has been trapped in this ring for who knows how long, and at last I've encountered a cultivator. Young man, I am the medicine elder. I can help you become the top expert in this world. All you need to do is avenge me once you reach the pinnacle." Zhou Qilin blinked. Was this the ring speaking? Oh my god, wasn't this Yi Longchen's fortuitous encounter? The old man in the ring. The protagonist's standard gear. Right, according to the original plot, Yi Longchen only discovered this ring after getting close to Lu Wanru and gained this aid, didn't he? But in the villain, can I take the protagonist's opportunity? And you want me to become the top expert? Then how would Yi Longchen be able to kill me? You cursed ring, are you trying to plot against me? Seeing Zhou Qilin's prolonged silence, the medicine elder chuckled, thinking he was overwhelmed by this windfall. Can't believe such good fortune has fallen into your lap. Rest assured, as long as you listen to me, you will step by step reach the highest peak of this world. You will be the supreme. I am your grandfather. Zhou Qilin cursed outright. Huh. The medicine elder was stunned. Why are you cursing me? You want me to increase my power, and I shouldn't curse you. Zhou Qilin grew angrier as he spoke. If I become the best in the world, what about Yi Longchen? The medicine elder was completely baffled. Yi Longchen? Who was that? Was this kid out of his mind? The more Zhou Qilin thought about it, the angrier he got. He directly pulled the ring off Lu Wanru's finger. Then he took out a lighter. Click. A flame shot up. He began to heat the ring. Oh, so hot. The medicine elder howled in Zhou Qilin's mind. How dare you treat me like this? Do you have a death wish? A gleam suddenly lit up in Zhou Qilin's eyes. This was Yi Longchen's old master, wasn't it? Wasn't that also connected to him? Yes, I don't want to live anymore. You should kill me quickly. The medicine elder fell silent. If he could kill, he wouldn't have been trapped in this ring for so many years. Zhou Qilin was displeased. You want to kill me? Then don't blame me for being rude. The lighter began to heat again. Ouch, stop heating, young friend, I'm not lying to you. I know many techniques. I also know medicine. If you learn from me, no one will be able to stand in your way. I can help you kill all your enemies. Zhou Qilin's lighter suddenly stopped. Kill all his enemies. That was good. Since this old man in the ring was so formidable, he would just give him to Yi Longchen. Then when Yi Longchen became even stronger, killing him would be much easier. But first he had to torture this medicine elder, severely make him hate him too. That way the old man would urge Yi Longchen to come and finish him off first. He really should get himself a genius watch. He was just too brilliant. Zhou Qilin looked at the ring in his hand and revealed a sinister smile. What are you going to do? Stay away. Zhou Qilin strode into the restroom, ring in hand. The medicine elder initially dismissed it as trivial. Previously he had feared fire due to its pure yang energy, which his remnant soul could not withstand. But water? Ha, little brother. Yet the next second, a stream of yellow liquid splashed onto the ring. The medicine elder was stunned. Was this even water? More terrifyingly, the liquid was laced with a surge of pure yang energy, searing his soul, 100 times more agonizing than the fire. Moreover, he could actually taste the liquid, as if it were drenching him directly. Ugh! Ah! The medicine elder let out a wretched scream. Stop! I was wrong. I won't teach you. Let me go. Zhou Qilin frowned upon hearing this. Just now you said you'd teach me, and now you want. His face darkened. I hate being toyed with. He pressed harder. He'll teach, you'll teach. Zhou Qilin sneered. I knew you were lying when you said you wouldn't teach me. Got you with my clever bluff. Splash. The medicine elder. You clever, eh? Clever my foot. Whether I teach or not, it's never right. What do you wanna? A disgrace, a monumental disgrace. In all his years he had never been drenched in urine. Vengeance must be had, or he would not be a man. No, not a soul. Zhou Qilin crouched down, speaking earnestly to the ring. Old man, how do you feel? Comfortable now. The medicine elder. Let me tell you, Zhou Qilin lowered his voice. I have an enemy, named Yi Longshan. He hates me to the core. But don't you dare think of finding him and joining forces. Don't teach him everything you know and don't come back with him to kill me. Understood? The medicine elder sneered inwardly. Do you take me for a fool? Your words practically beg me to find him and help him. You don't want to be a top expert yourself, but let your enemy become one. Do you think I believe that? An enemy? Even a father wouldn't treat his son so well. Fine, I'll help him. I'll help him to death. Suppressing his fury, the medicine elder said weakly, just let me go and I'll agree to anything. Zhou Qilin was satisfied with the response. He took a small clip, clamped the ring, and flushed it down the toilet. Whoosh! The ring vanished. Would he worry about the medicine elder not finding Yi Longshan? Not at all. What is a protagonist? One blessed with extraordinary luck, picking up treasures even on the street. No matter how miraculous the artifact, it would leap into his arms. He believed it wouldn't be long before the ring appeared before Yi Longshan. After all this, Zhou Qilin left the bathroom. A startled cry from Lu Wanru rang out in the room. Qilin, what are you doing? Zhou Qilin's voice answered. Napoleon said only soldiers who clean their commander's gun after battle are good soldiers. Somewhere in the sewer, Yi Longshan slowly opened his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? A foul stench assaulted his senses. Ugh! He vomited uncontrollably in the filth. After he was done, his mind cleared a little. He remembered. While fleeing the Shangwan family, he had fallen into the sewer. Already gravely injured, the fall had knocked him unconscious. Zhou Qilin. Shangwan what? Yi Longshan gritted his teeth. He, the border war god, had been humiliated like this. Do you think I have no power? Zhou family, Shangwan family. Wait for your doom. He stood up, leaning against the wall, ready to leave. Suddenly something glimmered in the sewage beside him. Yi Longshan paused, bent down, and picked it up. An ancient ring appeared in his palm. This ring. Had he seen it somewhere? Wasn't this the ring on Lu Wanru's hand? But how? How could it be here? Just then an aged voice exploded in his mind. Finally some air. Yi Longshan shuddered. The ring could speak. Young man, you've saved me. I am the medicine elder, and I can help you. Ahem, wait lad, let me ask, if I say I'll teach you to become the world's top expert, you won't roast me, will you? Yi Longshan was ecstatic. He had encountered a master. This was a stroke of fortune. He replied respectfully. If you senior deign to teach me, you are my teacher. How could I roast you? And you want drench me with urine, eh? No. The medicine elder sighed in relief. Good. Then I will aid you. Once you become a top expert, help me deal with one. No two enemies. Yi Longshan immediately pounded his chest. Rest assured, your enemies are mine. The medicine elder asked, what did you say your name is? I am Yi Longshan. The medicine elder paused for a second. Do you have an enemy named Zhou Qilin? Yi Longshan was astounded. Senior, you are prescient. Zhou Qilin and I are irreconcilable. It's him or me. The medicine elder almost laughed in anger. You two little bastards. Do you take me for a fool, eh? Zhou Qilin just flushed me down, and you pick me up immediately. No pretense at all. Can you respect my intelligence? Enemies. Isn't this just a show? So I won't hold back when teaching you. Yi Longshan's acting is indeed better than Zhou Qilin's. Look at that hateful glare. Anyone would think Zhou Qilin stole his wife. You can act, can't you? So can I? The medicine elder said solemnly. Fine, just listen to me, and revenge will be easy. The next day, Zhou Qilin opened his eyes in bed. This time there was no fatigue. Instead, he felt refreshed as if he had just taken a hot bath. This 9 radiance sun-shooting art was incredible. It worked better than those little blue pills. He sensed his inner energy. It did seem a bit thinner. Yes, just a little thinner. As long as he indulged himself, weakening was just around the corner. He turned to look beside him. Lu Wanru had woken up at some point, lying on her side, gazing at him with tender affection. Her eyes were soft as spring water. You're awake, she whispered. I've ordered breakfast. Zhou Qilin. No sis, why are you still so gentle? Have you forgotten how I tormented you yesterday? Suddenly Lu Wanru's expression shifted. Huh, where's my ring, she exclaimed. It can't be gone, can it? That was the heirloom passed down through the Shangwan family, given to me by Shangwan Ritian on our wedding day. Zhou Qilin's heart stirred with a strange discomfort as he watched her panic. But then his eyes lit up once more. A true villain must always seize the moment to court death. And wasn't this the perfect opportunity? With a cold sneer, he laced his hands behind his head and crossed his legs. How that ring of yours? I've already flushed it down the toilet. Hate me? Then just kill me. Lu Wanru's eyes suddenly reddened. Zhou Qilin thought he was getting somewhere, as she was aggrieved, which was perfect. Come on, hate me. But the next second, she lunged at him, clutching his head tightly. Qilin, I knew you cared about me. Are you jealous because I was wearing that ring? Zhou Qilin, smothered in her embrace, was utterly bewildered. MMPH. No. I'm sorry. Lu Wanru held him even tighter. If I'd known it bothered you, I'd have thrown it away long ago. That lousy ring means nothing compared to you. Zhou Qilin finally struggled free. No, wasn't that the Shangwan family heirloom? Don't you hate me? Silly, how could I ever hate you? That was their heirloom. You are mine. No, I am yours. A sharp hiss escaped him. Miss, you're the heroine. Is it really appropriate for a heroine to whisper such saccharine sweet nothings to a villain like me? Why? Infuriating. Yet somehow a flicker of joy stirred within. Annoying. There was no breakthrough here for now. I'd have to find another way to die. No time to waste. Zhou Qilin scrambled to his feet and began to dress. Lu Wanru immediately rose as virtuous as a newlywed bride, helping him straighten his collar, button his shirt, and smooth out the wrinkles. What a gentle, wonderful woman. What a pity she just wouldn't kill anyone. Dressed, Zhou Qilin pushed open the door and stepped out. A round figure immediately greeted him. Boss. A chubby young man approached. When Shangguan Xingchen spotted the dense hickeys on Zhou Qilin's neck, sudden admiration flickered in his eyes. As expected of the boss. You work fast. So tell me, what kind of woman is she? Zhou Qilin patted Shangguan Xingchen on the shoulder. She's your sister-in-law. Shangguan Xingchen shuddered. Boss, do you have a death wish? Last time you were just exiled for 3 years. If my big sister hears about this, she'll kill you. Sigh, Zhou Qilin said with a mournful face. She won't. She just calls me good brother, clings to me, and no matter how I torment or discipline her, she only cheers me on. She just won't kill me. Do you understand my pain? Shangguan Xingchen was stunned. Lin Gu, you're still harboring illusions about my sister. Don't even think about it. My big sister is so dignified as she would never do such things. Wouldn't? Huh. The things she's done would never pass censorship if I spoke them aloud. Zhou Qilin patted Shangguan Xingchen's shoulder. How's your progress? Shangguan Xingchen sighed. No luck. Can't get them out. They all have husbands. Tisk, what kind of talk is that? Where's the fun in playing soccer without a goalkeeper? Shangguan Xingchen's eyes lit up again. Boss, before I met you I was just wasting my life. Now I have a goal. With that he ran off. Zhou Qilin had nowhere to go after leaving the beauty salon. Yilanshan was still recovering, it would be a while before he was better. He could only head home first and replan his path to self-destruction. However, the moment he stepped through the Zhou family gate, a figure rushed at him. Zhou Ziyuan, his face twisted with rage, blocked his way. You little bastard. What have you done now? Zhou Qilin's eyes instantly sparkled. Has someone come to kill me? Where? Zhou Ziyuan snapped irritably. Close enough. Shangguan Xie is here. She's in the living room with Qingge and your mother. But the atmosphere is tense. What did you do at the Shangguan residence this time? Zhou Qilin frowned. I just slept with Lu Wanru, but Shangguan Xie shouldn't know that yet. Why is she here? Zhou Ziyuan's jaw dropped. You? What did you say? You slept with who? Zhou Qilin reached up and closed his father's mouth. Don't get excited. If I told you I've also slept with Shangguan Xie, would you pass out? Zhou Ziyuan rolled his eyes and swayed on his feet. Whoa, Dad. Zhou Qilin quickly steadied him. You're not really that fragile, are you? Fragile, my ass. Zhou Ziyuan snapped out of it, flew into a rage, pulled off his shoe, and swung it. 3 years and you're still such a scoundrel. Not a single truthful word. Zhou Qilin turned and ran. I'm serious. Shangguan Xie even calls me good brother. Zhou Ziyuan chased after him, brandishing the shoe. Still spouting nonsense. If she calls you good brother, then he'll call you dad. The two chased each other into the living room. The atmosphere in the living room was eerily tense. Shangguan Xie and Su Qingge sat facing each other, their gazes crackling like electricity where they met. Zhou's mother sat to the side, so awkward she could almost dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the floor with her toes. Weren't these two best friends? What was going on? Anyone would think a man had been stolen. If only they'd say something. Just then, Zhou Qilin and Zhou Ziyuan burst in, still in pursuit. The moment Zhou Qilin entered, Shangguan Xie immediately stood up and called out sweetly, good brother, I've missed you so much. Huh. Zhou Ziyuan and Zhou's mother were both dumbfounded. What? Did Shangguan Xie just call Liner good brother? Damn, were they hallucinating? When Shangguan Xie returned from abroad 3 years ago, she stormed the Zhou residence and vowed to have Liner drawn and quartered. And now she's calling him good brother. They couldn't understand it. Seeing that Zhou Ziyuan had stopped chasing, Zhou Qilin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being killed by the protagonist group would send him back through time. But being beaten to death by his own father, that was a one-way ticket. He patted the stunned Zhou Ziyuan on the shoulder. Well, Dad, from now on, let's just do our own thing. You call me Dad, and he'll call you Dad. Zhou Ziyuan's face darkened. He'll beat you to death. He grabbed his shoe and swung again. Hey, you're getting on in years. Why such a hot temper? Smack. The shoe landed squarely on Zhou Qilin's backside. It didn't hurt. Damn. It was the 9 sons' shooting art. Indeed, his defenses had improved. But he still clutched his rear and howled in mock agony. Ouch. Stop. I was wrong. This old man would soon lose his son, so he might as well let him have his fun. Zhou's mother quickly stepped in. Old man, that's enough. Stop it. We have guests. Zhou Ziyuan finally remembered the outsiders. He looked at Shangguan Xie, and Su Qingge smiled awkwardly and put his shoe back on. Well, you youngsters chat. Your aunt and I have things to attend to. With that, he pulled Zhou's mother and headed out. Just as they reached the door, they both stopped. Then they pressed their ears against the door. In the living room, Su Qing's face was as cold as ice. Shangguan Xie, Qilin is my fiancé. Please watch your words. Shangguan Cie sneered disdainfully and dropped a bombshell. So what if he's your fiancé? He is my first and only man, and from now on he will be mine alone. Outside the door, Father and Mother Zhou gasped sharply. Mother Zhou grabbed Father Zhou's arm. Old man, am I hearing things? Father Zhou swallowed hard. I seem to be hallucinating too. Isn't this girl from the Shangguan family supposed to despise Liner the most? Back when Liner kicked open her sister-in-law's door, she flew back from abroad and caused quite a scene at our house, even threatening to break Liner's legs. Mother Zhou couldn't believe it. But she just said Liner is her first and only man. Is that true or false? It's hard to say for others, but this girl from the Shangguan family wouldn't joke about something like this. Mother Zhou nodded. Indeed. Shangguan Cie was straightforward. She wouldn't lie about such a matter. But what were they supposed to do now? Back then, Zhou Qilin only kicked down Lu Wanra's door, and the Shangguan family was relentless. Now that he had slept with their daughter, wouldn't they beat him to death? Su Qingga sneered. He's your first man. Not only is he my first man, but he's also my first teacher. Shangguan Cie refused to back down. What's so special about that? He's also my first male doctor. Outside, Father and Mother Zhou were utterly dumbfounded. Father Zhou murmured involuntarily. What they're saying sounds normal enough. But why does it feel so abnormal to me? Mother Zhou was even more disgusted. I never believed others when they called my son a scumbag, but now I see. He's worse. He's a beast worse than a beast. Disgusting. ID, turn off the lights. Zhou Qilin looked at the two women. How were they marking their territory? They made him sound so depraved when he had merely received some advanced education. But looking at Zhou Qilin, Zhou Qilin was puzzled. Wasn't this woman supposed to hate him? Why was she suddenly jealous? Little did he know Zhou Qilin had been willing to continue playing his cosplay game. But now that a rival had come knocking, if she kept playing the scorned fiancé, wouldn't she be pushing her husband into another woman's arms? Zhou Qilin stepped forward, tightly clutching Zhou Qilin's arm, pressing her whole body against him to assert her claim. Qilin and I are already engaged. Please show some restraint, Miss Shangguan. Shangguan Cie, unwilling to concede, grabbed his other arm and pressed herself against him as well. Engaged, so what? You're not married yet. Even if you were, you could still get divorced. Finally, both turned to Zhou Qilin. Qilin, who do you choose? Zhou Qilin felt the comfort of his arms. They were about the same. How should he choose? Was this what they called a battlefield of love? Could he use this situation to make them kill him? If he were just a simple villain, it would be easy. Strip these two women naked and throw them into the street. They'd hate him to death and then kill him. But these two women were also his ex-girlfriends to whom he had genuinely given his feelings. He truly couldn't bring himself to do something so heinous. Just then Su Qing's phone rang. She frowned, looked at it, and answered hello. After hearing something on the other end, Su Qingga said directly, Su Mingqing, yes, I'm engaged, but I haven't stepped down as CEO of the group yet. You want money? I won't agree. With that she hung up. Su Mingqing, Su Qing's younger brother. Zhou Qilin's eyes gradually lit up. That's right. Yi Longchen hadn't only killed a small-time villain like him. To showcase the Dragon King's prowess, the novel had arranged a lineup of villains to be slaughtered one by one. And Su Mingqing was one of them. According to the original plot, this guy tried to coerce a female secretary, but she would rather die than submit. At the critical moment, Yi Longchen would descend from the heavens, kill Su Mingqing with one palm, and win the bowtie's heart. If he could take Su Mingqing's place, it'd do what he was supposed to do and follow his path, then he could die in his stead. At this thought, Zhou Qilin trembled with excitement. A sudden clarity. A sudden clarity. He couldn't help but pull Su Qingga into his arms and plant a kiss on her cheek. I love you to death. Su Qing's icy demeanor instantly melted. Did he just say, love me to death? You scoundrel, I knew you couldn't live without me. Shangguan Cie's heart was shattering. He chose Su Qingga. She couldn't help but tremble, feeling as if all her strength had drained away. Zhou Qilin, since you already left me, why did you have to come back? Why did you have to hurt me a second time? I absolutely cannot lose you again. Since that's the case, you'll have to die with me. She gritted her teeth and stood up. It seems I've been presumptuous, intruding on you too. With that she turned and left. As Shangguan Cie opened the door, Father and Mother Zhou nearly stumbled. They quickly steadied themselves. Father Zhou looked down. Ahema, where did that 1 yuan I dropped go? Mother Zhou slapped Father Zhou. You're driving me crazy. That's 1 yuan. How will our family survive if we can't find it? Hurry up and look. Shangguan Cie, as if she hadn't seen them, her eyes hollow, left the Zhou residence without looking back. Zhou Qilin was stunned. Hey, what's going on? Suddenly he understood. She must have thought he chose Su Qingga and was angry. Watching Shangguan Cie's lonely retreating figure, Zhou Qilin felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to call her back. But thinking of his fate, he sighed. Forget it. It was better for her to leave him. At least when he died, she wouldn't be sad. Su Qingga frowned at Shangguan Cie's back. Cie, was she okay? Zhou Qilin shook his head, casting aside the jumble of emotions. Now wasn't the time for that. He needed to figure out how to take Su Mingqing's place and die. He looked at Su Qingga. Qingga, I need your help. Without hesitation she nodded. Okay. No matter what Zhou Qilin asked, she would agree. At that moment, inside a hotel room in Zhongyin City, Yi Longchen sat cross-legged in the center of the room, his eyes lightly closed. 13 silver needles were embedded in his head. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. Sensing the injuries within his body, ecstasy flooded his heart. Master Yao, the Ghost Gate 13 needles are truly miraculous. His voice trembled with excitement. Not only have yesterday's injuries fully healed, but even the old wounds from the border have improved significantly. I can faintly sense that I'm on the verge of breaking through to the peak of the 3rd rank. But then he paused, clutching his stomach. Why is it that every time I channel my true chi, I feel an urge to relieve myself? The ring on his finger flickered. Master Yao's voice drifted out unhurriedly. This is the Ghost Gate 13 needles cleansing your marrow and purging impurities from your body. When nothing more can be expelled, your physique will have reached its zenith. Then cultivation will yield twice the results with half the effort. Yi Longshan suddenly understood. Thank you, senior. Master Yao sneered inwardly. By using the Ghost Gate 13 needles, I will ensure your Ghost Gate can never be shut again. For now it's just an urge. But when you push your inner strength to its limit. Master Yao could barely suppress a laugh at the thought. Just as Yi Longshan was removing the needles from his head and preparing to head to the restroom, a knock sounded at the door. A gruff male voice came from outside. Sir, would you like some special services? Yi Longshan curled his lips into a smirk. His backup had arrived. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, Heaven did not give birth to me, Yi Longshan. There was a moment of silence outside. Then the voice responded with a hint of embarrassment. Eternal darkness shall shroud the world. Yi Longshan stepped forward and opened the door. A burly muscular man stood at the entrance, sizing him up. Are you the young master? Yi Longshan smirked crookedly. That's right, I am Yi Longshan. The man raised his hand. Come on, push your inner strength. Just as Yi Longshan was about to channel his energy, his stomach let out a loud gurgle. That intense urge surged again. He quickly restrained his true chi. This isn't convenient. Let's skip the inner strength test. The man frowned. If you don't push your inner strength, how can I know if you possess the Dragon King's supreme overlord art? How can I know if you're truly the young master? Yi Longshan explained with forced patience. Who would dare impersonate me, Yi Longshan? Didn't we just verify the code? The man was stubborn, his eyes wary. Who knows if you've imprisoned the young master and extracted his code? No, you must push your inner strength to confirm. Yi Longshan was speechless and had to confess. I have a stomach ache. What does a stomach ache have to do with pushing inner strength? The man's suspicion deepened. You keep making excuses. Could it be that you're really an imposter? Yi Longshan insisted. I am Yi Longshan. How about this? Let me go to the restroom first, and I'll push with you when I get back. With that, he turned to head to the bathroom. The man grabbed his shoulder, trying to escape. Indeed. Speak. What have you done to our young master? Yi Longshan winced in discomfort. No, I am your young master. I can't hold it in any longer. Move aside. Young master. The man sneered. Then don't blame me for forcing a push of inner strength. Before his words faded, he struck out with a palm. The man's plan was simple. I'll strike, and you'll have to counter with your palm. Then I'll see if you're using the Dragon King's supreme overlord art, and confirm if you're the young master. But Yi Longshan dared not use his inner strength. Using inner strength would mean soiling himself. He could only cross his arms in front of his chest to absorb the blow. Bang! Yi Longshan stumbled back 3 steps, his arms numb. If not for his robust physique, that punch would have broken his bones. Long Danu roared, Are you insane? How dare you hit me? The man watched Yi Longshan stagger back and sneered, still pretending. Not a trace of inner strength, and you claim to be our young master. Confess, where did you get our code? I am. You are your grandfather. The man struck out with another palm. Still a test. Bang! Yi Longshan was knocked back again. Now the man was fully convinced. This was definitely not the young master. He let himself go completely. Without inner strength, Yi Longshan was no match for this man. Relying only on basic moves, he was beaten back step by step, utterly disheveled. The man laughed heartily. A weakling like you claims to be our young master. I bet you're even useless in bed. Has your wife been stolen away? Yi Longshan, already enraged by the beating, had his sore spot struck, and he could no longer hold back. He raised his head sharply. I see you have courted death. Inner strength erupted instantly. He leaped into the air, descending from above, and struck down with a palm. Dragon King's supreme overlord art. The man's face changed drastically as he quickly raised his hands to defend with all his might. Bam! The moment their palms collided, the man was crushed to the ground, landing on his backside. Ouch! My butt! The man was at the early 4th rank. But a creature like the Dragon King, it's an existence that crushes ranks. No matter what technique you wield facing the Dragon King's supreme overlord art, you're a generation lower. Feeling that supreme dominance, the man looked up and shouted, Young master. You are the young master. I was wrong. But at that moment, Yi Longshan could no longer hold it in. 2 streams of clear tears slid down his cheeks. My reputation. The man below was stunned. This is... holy shit. Inside the ring, Master Yao was laughing himself silly. Serves him right. Zhou Qilin. Zhou Qilin. Do you see this? Look how your good brother Yi Longshan is being tormented by me. He'll make you suffer even more. After laughing for a good while, Master Yao felt a bit disgusted, sealed his divine sense, and retreated to rest. Half an hour later, The man was huddled in a corner of the room, his eyes vacant, his body trembling. Yi Longchen emerged from the bathroom, his face as dark as if it could drip water. He looked at the still shuddering man in the corner. If a third person learns of this, you know the consequences. The man was on the verge of tears. Would I be insane enough to let anyone know? Yi Longchen frowned. All right, have you remembered what I told you before? The man steadied himself and nodded weakly, yes. Eliminate Zhou Qilin. He suddenly looked up at Yi Longchen, hesitating. But there's one favor I'd like to ask of the young master. What is it? I have a sister at the Vermilion Bird Group. If I don't make it back, I hope the young master will look after her. Yi Longchen's eyes lit up. What does she look like? The man. Yi Longchen quickly explained. Don't get the wrong idea, I just want to know her appearance to make it easier to find her. The man was about to speak, when suddenly, bang! The door was kicked open. A police officer rushed in. Hands on your head, get down. Don't move. Ugh. Before finishing the shout, the officer's face twisted violently. He grabbed the doorframe and started retching, staggering back out. Yi Longchen was stunned. He glared at the man. How did you bring the police here? The man looked innocent. Young master, my background is clean. It wasn't me who called the cops. Just then a cold female voice rang out from outside. People inside, listen. We received a report that you were manufacturing drugs in the hotel. Surrender now, or we will open fire. Yi Longchen instantly understood. Someone had smelled his excrement and, mistaking it for drug production, reported them. He had just warned the man not to let anyone know, and now they were surrounded by police. There was no choice but to go out now. His forehead veins bulged. Don't shoot. We're not making drugs. We're coming out. With that, he stepped out of the room. The moment he crossed the threshold, Yi Longchen froze as he saw the female officer leading the team. She was a policewoman, yet her beauty was breathtaking. Her brows were like paintings, her skin as white as snow, and her police uniform accentuated her heroic grace, her delicate features seemingly carved from a painting rivaling even Zhou Qilin's. Beautiful, utterly beautiful. Yi Longchen instinctively curled his lips into a smirk, flashing what he thought was a charming smile. Officer, it's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. He extended his hand. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yi Longchen. Yi Longchen. Song Mir frowned. Was this the Yi Longchen who had crashed the Zhou family's wedding and caused a citywide uproar? But then Song Mir quickly stepped back 2 paces. The stench was overwhelming. At that moment, the man behind Yi Longchen also emerged, clutching his rear, his face pale, his gait awkward. This was from being slammed to the ground by Yi Longchen earlier. Song Mir's gaze fell on the man. His clothes, trousers, even his hands were smeared with some yellow, unidentified substance. Her pupils dilated in shock, and she retreated another 2 steps. It was disgusting. What were these 2 men doing in there? Fighting back her nausea, she glanced sideways into the room. Then, she was utterly dumbfounded. The room, floor, walls, even the ceiling, was covered in that yellow substance. Was that feces? Holy crap. How did they manage that? How much did they expel? A terrifying thought flashed through Song Mir's mind. She looked at Yi Longchen, wrapped only in a towel, then at the man clutching his rear covered in filth, and her expression turned indescribably complex. Meanwhile, curious onlookers who had gathered around were excitedly filming with their phones. Yi Longchen surveyed the scene and immediately realized what everyone was thinking. No, you've got it all wrong. I did mess up his rear, but we're not gay. No, that's not how I messed up his rear. I mean, I'm saying. Save it. You can explain at the station. Song Mir waved her hand, and officers immediately stepped forward to handcuff them. Yi Longchen, on the verge of tears, quickly covered his face. Meanwhile, at Mingxing Company, in the deputy general manager's office. Bang! Su Mingxing slammed his fist on the desk. His face was dark. That damn woman. That damn woman. Engaged, and she still won't let go. Lin Shushua. Lin Shushua. The office door opened, and a woman appeared at the entrance. In an instant, the entire room seemed to brighten. She had a face of pure innocence, brows like paintings, lips red, and teeth white, evoking the taste of first love at a glance. Yet her figure was exceptionally fiery. Unlike other employees in stiff business attire, she wore a JK uniform. Her long straight legs were encased in white knee-high socks, her perky chest strained the shirt, and her waist was slender enough to be encircled by 2 hands. Innocence and allure blended perfectly within her. She inspired a desire to bully her mercilessly. From the day Lin Shushu had joined the company, Su Mingxing had set his sights on her. He first had her background checked. Only a brother working elsewhere, and a mother lying in the hospital. Then he smiled. Without any restraint, he directly offered her a sky-high salary of 100,000 a month to be his secretary. Lin Shushue knew Su Mingxing was no good, but she couldn't refuse. Her mother's monthly medical expenses were nearly that amount. At first, Su Mingxing didn't make excessive demands, keeping things professional. But gradually the demands came. First, he made her wear 10-centimeter heels and stand all day. After a month, he made her switch to white, black, and flesh-colored stockings. Her skirts grew shorter at his command. Finally, she was forced into a JK uniform. Lin Shushue gritted her teeth and complied with each demand. For her mother, she endured everything. Su Mingxing looked at Lin Shushue, his mood instantly lifting, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Shushu, you've been wearing JK for a week now, right? Come, I prepared new clothes for you this time. Put them on. With that, Su Mingqing picked up a box from the table and handed it to Lin Xuxue. Lin Xuxue's face shifted through several colors. In the end, she reached out and took it. The moment she opened the box, she froze. A black bodysuit, fishnet stockings, and a pair of fluffy bunny ears. It was a bunny girl outfit. Manager Su. Her voice trembled. Please. Let me go? I'll work hard. Just give me a chance. With my abilities, I'm worth every cent you pay me. Wearing JK to work already had people gossiping, calling her a social climber. If she wore this, wouldn't she become exactly what they whispered? A slut. Su Mingqing's face darkened instantly. That damn woman rejects me, and now you dare to refuse me. He sneered, settling back into his office chair. Fine, don't want to wear it. Then you don't have to. He patted his thigh. Come sit on my lap. Lin Xuxue's face turned pale. Manager Su, don't you want your mother to get treatment? Lin Xuxue shuddered. Her mother had raised her and her brother through hardship. How could she watch her die? She bit her lip and stepped forward one step at a time, towards Su Mingqing. Watching her approach, a smile curled at the corners of Su Mingqing's mouth. After all this time, he could finally have her. Indeed, a little resistance made it all the more enjoyable. He reached out, about to pull Lin Xuxue into his arms. Bang! The office door was suddenly kicked open. The loud noise startled both of them. Then from outside, a thunderous synchronized chant erupted. Bullying men and women in the best, wreaking havoc. Zhou Qilin. Bullying men and women in the best are wreaking havoc. Zhou Qilin. Lin Xuxue and Su Mingqing both looked toward the door. In the hallway stood over 30 black-suited bodyguards, each in suits and sunglasses, raising a hand with every shout moving in perfect unison like a military parade. Then the lead bodyguard stepped forward, holding a microphone with a speaker at his waist. The frontmost bodyguard, mic in hand and speaker at his belt, announced solemnly, "Let us welcome the handsome, elegant, charming, and dashing eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Qilin, making his grand entrance." The soundtrack from The God of Gamblers began to play at the perfect moment. 30 bodyguards slowly parted, clearing a path. A man strode in with an arrogant swagger. It was Zhou Qilin. He had specially changed into a white suit today, his hair meticulously combed, emulating the look of Gao Qixing from The Knockout. To be a villain, one must first start by dressing the part. Zhou Qilin emerged from the path, cleared by the bodyguards, his gaze landing on the guard, holding a microphone at the front. Then he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Slap. Ouch. The guard was kicked to the ground again. Zhou Qilin rained down a few more kicks. Damn it, did you graduate from kindergarten? Isn't my handsomeness worth hundreds of adjectives to praise me? Damn it. He delivered another flurry of kicks. Many employees in the company gasped in shock. They said Zhou Qilin was a beast, and now they saw. He wasn't just a beast. He was a monster, worse than an animal. He treated people so cruelly. The crowd watched the beaten guard, a surge of anger rising within them. Yet the next second, Zhou Qilin pulled a bank card from his pocket and tossed it directly at the guard's face. This 30,000 is your medical fee. He then looked at the other guards. Everyone else, who shouted, "Go collect 20,000 each." A wave of excitement swept through the onlooking office workers. He got 30,000 for just 3 kicks. This money was way too easy. They couldn't even earn that much in a year. And just for shouting a slogan, they'd get 20,000. They all felt a sudden urge to become Zhou Qilin's lackeys. The guard, who moments ago seemed unable to stand, sprang up like a carp the instant the bank card landed. He grinned from ear to ear. "Thank you, young master. May the young master live 1,000 autumns and a long life." Damn it. Zhou Qilin kicked him again. "Are you cursing me? Get lost." The guard rolled away with a grin. These guards were all newly arranged by Zhou Qilin specifically to showcase his despicable nature. This way he could be a proper villain. Only then could he attract the protagonist's attention. Zhou Qilin had another concern. He immediately looked into the office. When he saw Lin Xuxue in her JK uniform, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. At least she wasn't his ex-girlfriend. If every female lead turned out to be an ex, he'd go crazy. Since she wasn't, the plot should proceed smoothly, right? Is she the female lead? Warning. Warning. Host has encountered one of the female leads, Lin Xuxue. Please keep your distance immediately to avoid being killed by the protagonist. Zhou Qilin's eyes lit up. Keep my distance. With that advice, I'm definitely not staying away. He noticed Lin Xuxue was wearing a JK uniform and holding a box in her hands. This was a critical moment. According to the plot, the next step was for Su Mingqing to harass Lin Xuxue. But could the protagonist woman be touched by someone else? Absolutely not. These female leads were all equipped with protagonist sensors. If any other male character in the story dared to touch them, the protagonist would inevitably appear. Even if you were the female lead's biological brother, you'd still get a couple of slaps. Judging by the situation, Su Mingqing hadn't touched Lin Xuxue yet. Zhou Qilin sighed in relief. But Su Mingqing was furious. "Zhou Qilin, how dare you cause trouble here?" He yelled at the top of his lungs. "Security! Security! Where the hell are they?" Zhou Qilin stepped forward. "Stop shouting. The fact that I can bring bodyguards to your office door should tell you something. Your sister already gave the word. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come." Su Mingqing's pupils contracted. "What? That bitch did this?" Zhou Qilin was displeased. "Bitch? Where was she a bitch? She smelled wonderful all over. Even her feet were fragrant. Besides, no matter what, she was my ex-girlfriend. Who are you to talk about her? I've even beaten the protagonist. What are you, a mere villain? Hey someone, give him a few slaps to teach him some manners. One slap is 10,000 yuan. Keep count. The bodyguards behind Zhou Qilin immediately swarmed forward. Zhou Qilin. You. Slap. Wait. Slap. Don't hit. Slap. 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 The slaps were like firecrackers, not even giving Su Mingqing a chance to beg for mercy. The guards had only one thought. Young Master Zhou might be a scoundrel, but what if he had a change of heart? Each slap was 10,000 yuan. A few more slaps, and they could buy an apartment in Zhongyin City. The corporate drones looked on with envy. How much money was in that flurry of slaps? Wasn't this better than slaving away at a dead-end job? Lin Xuxue, watching Su Mingqing get beaten, felt a sudden flutter of temptation. If I went up and gave a few slaps, would that cover the medical bills? They said Zhou Qilin of the Zhou family was the #1 scoundrel. But if it weren't for him, she would probably have been bullied by Su Mingqing by now. Besides, this man was quite handsome. He didn't seem like a bad person. Huh, why is he looking at me? Zhou Qilin raised a hand. The guards immediately stopped. By now Su Mingqing's lips were swollen like two sausages hanging crookedly on his face. He glared venomously at Zhou Qilin, but dared not speak. Zhou Qilin was satisfied with his attitude. All right, you all get out. Stay far away. If you see Yi Longshan, run immediately. Don't look back. Understood? Yes. The guards replied in unison. The guards dropped Su Mingqing and filed out. Lin Xuxue glanced at Zhou Qilin twice and tried to leave, but he blocked her. You can't leave. I came here for you. Lin Xuxue was stunned. For me? You made such a big scene. For me? A flicker of joy stirred in her heart. Was this a hero saving a damsel in distress? But the next second Zhou Qilin shattered her illusion. Did you think I came to save you? He am here to harass you too. How does that line go? Oh he madam, you wouldn't want your mother to go without money for treatment, would you? Lin Xuxue's heart sank to the bottom. He was a villain too. Su Mingqing's eyes widened. Those were all my lines. Zhou Qilin. Su Mingqing said despite his swollen lips. Did you beat me just to steal my woman? Zhou Qilin shook his head. Sigh. Su Mingqing, you're so clueless. You don't understand your situation. I'm actually saving you. You have no idea how powerful the woman behind this is. She's the female lead. Anyone who touches her dies. I'm here to take the fall for you. Su Mingqing didn't grasp the whole female lead thing, but he understood the last part and scoffed. Do you think I'm a child? See, you don't believe me. He'll show you by dying later. What were you planning to do just now? Su Mingqing snorted coldly. Why should I tell you? Looks like your mouth needs another lesson. Seeing Zhou Qilin about to call someone, Su Mingqing quickly said, No. I was just going to make her sit on my lap. Zhou Qilin immediately sat down in the office chair that belonged to Su Mingqing, looked at Lin Xuxue, and crooked his finger. Hey you, come here. Sit on my lap. Lin Xuxue stared intently at the man before her. Another scumbag. Why was she so unlucky? She knew well of Zhou Qilin's reputation. He was a beast that could stop a baby's cry at night. And this scoundrel who had subdued Su Mingqing so thoroughly was surely even more vile and shameless. Could it be? She truly had no other choice. Zhou Qilin, however, smiled even more gleefully. Glaring at me. That means you hate me, right? Hate is good. Only with hate could you possibly kill me. He immediately intensified his threat. Didn't you hear me talking to you? Do you believe I'll have your mother thrown out of the hospital right now? Lin Xuxue trembled all over. To be beautiful, yet without backing, was destined to be a tragedy. Even if she escaped this time, there would be a next and another after that. She had no choice but to accept it. She walked over to Zhou Qilin and slowly sat down on his lap. Her body stiff, she looked at Zhou Qilin, waiting for this scoundrel to make his move on her. But she found that Zhou Qilin did not touch her. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the direction of the door. What was wrong with this man? Hadn't he told her to sit? Why was there no movement? Zhou Qilin had no time to pay attention to Lin Xuxue. Yi Longshan, it's your cue to kick down the door, deliver a righteous speech, and then kill me. Yet 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds passed. Huh, why hadn't Yi Longshan arrived yet? Su Mingqing, on the other hand, was grinding his teeth in fury. This woman should be sitting on his lap right now. He could no longer contain himself. Since the bodyguards weren't here, he would beat Zhou Qilin up first. He swung his fist and charged at Zhou Qilin. Although Zhou Qilin didn't know what used the Nine Suns shooting art, had besides being formidable and bet his cultivation at the early stage of the first grade was solid. Su Mingqing's movements looked like a child throwing punches in his eyes. Seeing Su Mingqing rushing over, Zhou Qilin stood up with Lin Xuxue in his arms and kicked out. Bang! Su Mingqing fell flat on his backside. Ouch! Su Mingqing yelled, looking at Zhou Qilin in fear. How are you so strong? I'm naturally gifted with great strength, Zhou Qilin said, sitting back down on the chair with Lin Xuxue in his arms. Lin Xuxue's heart pounded. She had to admit that move from the scoundrel just now was quite dashing. Moreover, it was Su Mingqing who bullied her daily who got punished, which inexplicably made her feel much better. Yet there was one thing she didn't understand. When she leaned against Zhou Qilin's chest, he felt so warm. Especially the area around his abdomen, it was so cozy as if it held a special allure for her. Zhou Qilin, however, was puzzled. He had already held the woman. By all logic, the Dragon King should have made his entrance. Was he being too courteous? Should he go further? He turned his head to look at Su Mingqing, who was still crouching on the ground. What were you planning to do to her next? Su Mingqing was seething with hatred. You flirt with the beauty and beat me up without a word. And now you ask me how I plan to flirt. This is too insulting. Zhou Qilin, I Su Mingqing tell you, even if you beat me to death. Someone outside come in and kill him. Hey. No need. No need. Su Mingqing quickly waved his hands, his face instantly breaking into a fawning smile. Brother Lin, no brother-in-law. Look, whatever you want to know I'll tell you. We're all family. Lin Xuxue watched this demon who tormented her daily, now wearing such an obsequious expression, and for a moment, she forgot her own predicament. Uffed, she couldn't help but let out a laugh. Zhou Qilin frowned. What are you laughing at? Don't you know I'm the villain? You're supposed to be scared. Lin Xuxue tried to feel scared, but after the commotion just now, she couldn't muster the fear. Zhou Qilin rolled his eyes. Wasn't this female lead supposed to be the pure, innocent type? Not only was she not crying, but she was laughing. How could this be? You're making me the villain lose face. He looked at Su Mingqing. Speak up. What did you plan to do to her? This time Su Mingqing was obedient. He swallowed his saliva. I wanted to slide my hand up her leg, up to her waist. Lin Xuxue shuddered in fright. Zhou Qilin didn't hold back. He directly placed his hand on the leg that countless men coveted. As expected of the female lead, it was indeed smooth. Su Mingqing's eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment. How unjust. That was mine. Lin Xuxue trembled all over. She had also heard Su Mingqing's words and knew what Zhou Qilin would do. But when she saw the jealousy and frustration in Su Mingqing's eyes, she suddenly felt a vengeful pleasure. Back then she too had been forced by this man to endure such grievance, even worse. Seeing Su Mingqing, this villain, in such a state, the pleasure from before surged back. Since she was going to be touched by this man anyway, she had nothing left to fear. Why not make Su Mingqing even more bitter, even more jealous? Let him watch helplessly as the toy he thought was his am taken by another. With that thought, she instead actively wrapped her arms around Zhou Qilin's neck, twisting her body awkwardly. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. Hey, what are you doing? You're the female lead. I'm just touching your leg. Why are you acting like this? But he didn't stop. His hand slid from her leg up to her waist. Lin Xuxue felt a surge of complex emotions. Anger, shame, vengeful pleasure. A mix of conflicting feelings. She didn't know how to react anymore. Zhou Qilin, however, was getting anxious. Hey, why hadn't you launched and come yet? If this went any further, he'd have to devour this woman. Could it be that he hadn't triggered the protagonist's summoning switch? Zhou Qilin frowned at Su Mingqing. What were you planning to do next? Su Mingqing felt a wave of shame, opened his mouth, and finally said, lick her feet. Zhou Qilin. Lick feet? How disgusting. Fine. As long as I can go home. He immediately set Lin Xuxue down from his lap, took off his shoes, and pointed at his own feet. Come on. Lick them. Lin Xuxue was stunned. Me. Lick. Su Mingqing was also dumbfounded. Are you truly insane? Making such a pure and beautiful woman lick your feet? He quickly corrected, it's licking her feet. Zhou Qilin's face darkened instantly. Damn. Are you crazy? What's in your head? Villains like you bring down the whole standard. Watching Zhou Qilin's flustered and furious state, Lin Xuxue felt an inexplicable joy. But, rich people are truly disgusting, wanting to lick my little feet. Zhou Qilin shook his head. No. According to this book's cliched plot, the villain would never actually get to the foot-licking step. Could it be? Because there are two villains here. He looked at Su Mingqing. You get lost. Su Mingqing was taken aback, glanced at Lin Xuxue. Twice a flicker of unwillingness and malice in his eyes. Zhou Qilin, just you wait. When I bring my men, we'll see if you survive. He held his backside and limped out of the office. Zhou Qilin also drove away the bodyguards at the door. Then he sat back down in the chair. Come here. Come sit on my lap again. Lin Xuxue had no choice but to sit down again. Zhou Qilin was no longer polite. He refused to believe it was impossible. He was determined to find the switch that would summon the protagonist. Half an hour later, Zhou Qilin sat in the chair, utterly bewildered, while Lin Xuxue stood beside him, disheveled and blushing deeply. Zhou Qilin racked his brains, but could not understand why Yilanshin had not appeared, even though he had almost rubbed Lin Xuxue's thigh raw and her waist thin from his groping. Could it be that he really had to touch somewhere that couldn't be shown on screen? He turned his head, his gaze falling on Lin Xuxue's voluptuous chest. Lin Xuxue straightened her clothes, having already steeled herself to be devoured by the wolf. Yet this man only kept rubbing her thighs and calves without any further moves. What was going on? Could it be that he was impotent? She secretly observed Zhou Qilin. Where was he looking at her? Lin Xuxue belatedly realized and quickly covered her chest. Just then her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the number and quickly answered. Dar. Song. What's wrong? Xuxue, hurry to the hospital. Your mother's condition has suddenly worsened and she needs immediate surgery. Prepare 1 million right away. What a... Lin Xuxue's face turned deathly pale. 1 million. Where would she ever get 1 million? Trembling, she put down the phone and fixed her gaze on Zhou Qilin. Clenching her teeth as if she had made a decision, she knelt directly before him. I know you are an important man. My mother is dying in the hospital. Please lend me 1 million. As long as you lend me 1 million, you can do whatever you want with me. Zhou Qilin was startled as well. Damn, this wasn't right. According to the original plot, Yi Longshan was supposed to save Lin Shushua first, and then her mother's condition would worsen. After that, Yi Longshan would use the Ghost Gate 13 needles to save her mother, and Lin Shushua would become devoted to him from then on. But now Lin Shuxia's mother's condition had worsened, and Yi Longshan hadn't appeared. What did that mean? It meant that Yi Longshan hadn't entered this plotline. It meant he wouldn't come to kill him. Damn it. You're the male lead. Shouldn't you descend from the heavens when the female lead is in trouble? Where did you go? Could it be that he hadn't met the old man he had thrown away? That couldn't be, could it? Zhou Qilin didn't know that if it weren't for the old man he had thrown away causing trouble, Yi Longshan might have shown up. Seeing Zhou Qilin lost and thought Lin Shushua thought he was unwilling. She gritted her teeth and stood up. Then she took off her shoes and extended her foot clad in white stockings forward here. Lick it. Zhou Qilin was speechless. What the hell? Zhou Qilin certainly wasn't going to lick, but Lin Shuxia's mother still needed to be saved. He was still counting on bullying Lin Shushua to attract Yi Longshan. If Lin Shuxia's mother died, how would he threaten her? For now, he would keep Lin Shushua by his side through bullying and wait for Yi Longshan to show up. Having made up his mind, Zhou Qilin stood up, but he couldn't let Lin Shushua feel grateful. Do you think you're worth 1 million? But if you lick my foot, I might consider giving you 1 million. With that, he raised his foot. Lin Shushua trembled all over. It was humiliating. Utterly humiliating. But it was the only way to save her mother. She slowly lowered herself. Just then Zhou Qilin's toe lifted her chin. Obedient enough. Alright, starting today you'll be my secretary. There will be plenty of opportunities later. He turned and walked out. Let's go. To the hospital. Lin Shushua felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Being his secretary meant she would be bullied to death. But her mother. She bit her lip and followed. Soon a convoy roared out of the city. In the center was a stretched Rolls-Royce surrounded by identical black Mercedes-Benz cars. Inside the car, Zhou Qilin and Lin Shushua sat facing each other. Lin Shushua was frantic, constantly looking ahead, wishing she could fly to the hospital in an instant. Zhou Qilin looked at her, and a strange feeling of discomfort stirred within him. If she weren't the female lead, she would be a pitiful girl. Ever since her mother fell ill, she had borne all the burdens alone. And she still had to endure her boss bullying. Had he been a bastard just now? He sighed and said to the driver, Li Gang, why the hell are you driving so slowly today? Did you forget to run the red light? This Li Gang was the bodyguard who had been holding the microphone and speakers earlier, and he was also the son of the Zhou family's butler. Li Gang was taken aback. But what? Zhou Qilin glared. My family has plenty of money. Run every red light. And have our men clear the way. Anyone who blocks my path should be rammed aside. Do you hear me? Yes, young Master Zhou. Li Gang immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. The car sped up and reached the hospital in less than 10 minutes. They arrived just in time. As soon as the money was transferred, Lin Shuxia's mother was rushed into the operating room. Lin Shushua waited anxiously at the door, her hands clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Zhou Qilin checked the time. He couldn't waste this opportunity. What if Yi Longshan showed up now? He sat down on a chair outside the operating room and patted his thigh. Lin Shushua, come here. Sit here. Lin Shuxia's expression stiffened. Her mother was fighting for her life inside, and he still wanted to take advantage of her at a time like this. But she had taken his money. What else could she do? Gritting her teeth, she walked over slowly and gently sat on his lap. The warmth of Zhou Qilin's body washed over her again. Her anxious mood suddenly eased a little. Her nose tingled. She wanted to cry. For so many years her brother had only sent her 10,000 yuan each month without any news. She had carried everything alone. If only she could have a man to rely on when she felt helpless. He was a bastard, but leaning against him felt like having support. Then his hands rested on her leg again. This time there was no disgust or aversion. She just wanted a shoulder to lean on, to be held. Even if it was just an illusion, just for a moment, let her lean for a while. She reached out, hooked her arms around Zhou Qilin's neck, and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Zhou Qilin, on the other hand, stiffened. Hey lady, what are you doing? I paid you to let you take advantage of me. You're supposed to be scared and terrified. He was about to scold Lin Shushua, but his gaze fell on the operating room door, and he stopped. Shaking his head, he decided to let her have this one moment of indulgence. Even though he allowed her this indulgence, he still had to keep groping. Time passed minute by minute. 1 hour. 2 hours. 4 hours. Perhaps because of the warmth from Zhou Qilin, Lin Shushua actually fell asleep at such a critical moment. Zhou Qilin was speechless. Seriously, your mother is still fighting for her life inside, and you're sleeping comfortably. He wondered if her mother would wake up this time without Yi Longshan in the plot. Finally, the operating room door opened, and a hospital bed was wheeled out. Your mother is out. Lin Shuxia's eyes snapped open. How had she ended up sleeping in this bastard's arms? What did he just say? My mother. She instantly sobered up, scrambled off Zhou Qilin, and rushed to the hospital bed. Zhou Qilin walked over as well. Lin Shushua called out, Mom, how are you? Lin's mother showed no response. Lin Shushua abruptly turned to the doctor, her eyes reddening. Dr. Song, my mother. Dr. Song removed his mask, shook his head, and let out a long sigh. We did everything we could. Lin Shushua felt as if struck by lightning, her whole body swaying. The surgery was a great success. Dr. Song suddenly smiled. So how's that for humor? Zhou Qilin. Damn it, who taught you to talk like that? Anyone with a weak heart would have been done for. Lin Shushua froze for 2 seconds, then it dawned on her, and her legs went weak. Then why hasn't my mother woken up? Dr. Song quickly replied. She'll wake once the anesthesia wears off. But it's not fully cured yet, as she'll need to remain hospitalized. Zhou Qilin pulled Lin Shushua close by the shoulder. All right, since she's fine, come with me now. Lin Shushua was stunned, but my mother hasn't woken up yet. Dr. Song frowned, displeased. How are you acting as her boyfriend? You want to take her away before her mother-in-law even wakes up? Lin Shushua blushed and quickly explained. Dr. Song, he's not my boyfriend. Dr. Song snorted coldly. And you're still defending him. Look at him. How is he worthy of you? You're kind, beautiful, helpful, respectful to elders. And him. He's too heartless. Young man, you may have some filthy rich money, but so what? You know Zhou Qilin, the crown prince of the 4 great families, Zhou clan loaded with cash, yet he's still a scumbag, everyone curses. Lin Shushua was startled and quickly stopped him. Dr. Song, please don't say any more. Why not? Dr. Song said with righteous indignation. A scumbag like Zhou Qilin deserves everyone's scorn. I heard he even had his fiancée snatched in public by some Yi Longshan. Serves him right. The nearby bodyguards immediately surrounded Dr. Song. Lin Shushua quickly explained to Zhou Qilin. Young Master Zhou, please don't misunderstand. Dr. Song was just speaking casually, he didn't mean to target you. Zhou Qilin said nothing. Dr. Song shuddered all over. This man before him was Zhou Qilin himself. Shushua. Dr. Song suddenly slapped his thigh. I've always told you young Master Zhou is an extraordinary man. Not only is he handsome, but he's also well-read, learned, a man who knows his way around women and life. You're truly blessed to be with him. If I had a daughter, I'd want to marry her off to him. Lin Shushua, but don't you have a... Shusha, don't talk nonsense. Dr. Song quickly cut her off. Dr. Song looked at Zhou Qilin cautiously. He had only been running his mouth. Going against a family like this, an ordinary chief physician like him stood no chance. Zhou Qilin let out a cold laugh. He didn't want to make things hard for the doctor, but he had to maintain his villainous persona. If he let Dr. Song off easily, he wouldn't be the bad guy anymore. He extended his foot. Polish my shoes. Dr. Song's face stiffened. Polishing shoes for this scumbag, Zhou Qilin, in front of all these colleagues. How could he ever show his face in the hospital again? Lin Shushua knew Dr. Song was a good doctor who had helped her immensely. Without a word, she knelt down, pulled out a tissue, and began wiping Zhou Qilin's shoes. Zhou Qilin bent over, grabbed Lin Shushua by her ponytail, and pulled her up. Not bad. For your sake, they'll let him off this time. Dr. Song breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Qilin continued. Go keep your mother company. When she wakes up, come find me in the car. They'll be waiting. He then looked at the 2 bodyguards beside him. You 2 keep a close watch on her. Don't let her escape. If anyone suspicious approaches, like someone with a crooked smile and arrogant attitude, the kind you always want to teach a lesson, notify me immediately. Though the 2 bodyguards were baffled, they got the gist. They nodded at once. Only then did Zhou Qilin turn and leave. Dr. Song wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Lin Shushua gratefully. Shushua, I really owe you this time. Lin Shushua shook her head. I should thank you, and Sister Muir. If she hadn't driven my mother here in time in her patrol car, my mother and I would have been separated by death. By the way, I ran into someone named Hugo at my company a few days ago. He's handsome, but he's already 44. I'm not sure if he's the one Sister Muir is looking for. Dr. Song thought of his obsessive daughter and sighed. She was a perfectly good police officer. Why not find someone stable within the system? Instead, she had to fall for some penniless nobody. Now he's gone, and she's running around like crazy looking for him. From that perspective, even a scumbag like Zhou Qilin would be better. At least he could be found. I'll better not tell her. Dr. Song shook his head. She's been searching for 2 years. Don't give her false hope. Lin Shushua nodded. Together they wheeled Lin's mother into the ward. Before long, Lin's mother slowly regained consciousness. Seeing her daughter, she held her hand with pity and said weakly, Child, don't treat me anymore. I can't keep burdening you. Lin Shukshua's tears instantly welled up. Mom, don't say that. She gripped her mother's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Without you, what's the point of all my effort? She wiped away her tears and forced a smile. Mom, don't worry. I found a boyfriend. He's very wealthy. He paid for your surgery this time. Lin's mother suddenly became agitated. You didn't do this just to pay for my treatment, did you? No. Lin Shushua quickly interrupted. He loves me deeply, and I'm very happy. See, he even assigned me 2 bodyguards. She pointed to the 2 men in black standing at the door. Lin's mother finally relaxed a little, her eyes moistening. Good. That's wonderful. With someone to take care of you, even if I die, they'll have no regrets. Mom, you will get better. Having just undergone surgery, Lin's mother needed rest, and soon fell asleep again. Lin Shushua instructed the nurse to take good care of her, then got up and left the ward. As she reached the door, she overheard the 2 bodyguards whispering outside. When the young master came, he said safety first, never run red lights, saying he could only die at the hands of that so-called protagonist, not in a car accident. But on the way to the hospital, he told us to run the red lights. What's that about? Shut up. Is the young master someone we can discuss? Say another word and he'll knock your teeth out, got it? Lin Shushua stood at the hospital room door frozen in shock. Had Zhou Qilin run the red lights specifically to help her? Wasn't he a scumbag? He was indeed quite awful, always bullying her. But on second thought it seemed he had been helping her all along. He helped her break free from Su Mingqing, paid for her mother's surgery, and though he had taken some liberties, he only touched her legs and waist, never her vital areas. Earlier she had been so full of grievance that she hadn't noticed this detail. But now looking back, this was nothing like what a scumbag rich second generation would do. At this thought, doubt crept into her heart. When she went out to find Zhou Qilin in the car, she discovered him sitting in the patient activity area with a little boy in a hospital gown crouching beside him. Both were watching an elderly woman cleaning. The little boy rested his chin on his hand. She's so old, and still has to clean, how pitiful. Zhou Qilin replied casually, then you should study hard, make something of yourself, change their fate, so they don't have to work so hard. The little boy nodded, half understanding. Just then a young woman rushed over. Xiaoqiang. What are you looking at? Hurry back to study. Otherwise when you grow up you'll be cleaning like her. The boy was dragged away. Lin Shushua stood not far away staring at Zhou Qilin in disbelief. Was he really a scumbag? She suddenly felt a desire to understand this man. Just then Zhou Qilin spotted her, his eyes lighting up as he immediately looked around. Brother Yi, no need to hide, I see you. I won't resist, come on out. Brother Yi. Come out, don't be naughty, tisk tsk. Lin Shushua approached puzzled. What is Brother Yi? Are you calling a dog? Such a strange name for one. Zhou Qilin sighed. Oh, never mind. He patted his leg. Lin Shushua naturally sat down. Zhou Qilin didn't hold back, immediately placing his hand on her long leg and white stockings. You're quite obedient this time. Until you pay off that million, you'll be my secretary. You must stay by my side at all times. I can't do without you now. He needed to keep Lin Shushua close and tease her in case Yi Longchen showed up. Lin Chuxua's face flushed crimson. He said he couldn't live without her. Why? What wicked scheme was he plotting? All right, she whispered, I'll repay that million. Zhou Qilin, having achieved his goal, immediately wrapped his arm around Lin Shushua and returned to the car. In the car, Lin Shushua remained on Zhou Qilin's lap as he touched her legs and waist. She couldn't understand why. Shouldn't a pervert like him be groping her chest by now? She looked at his handsome face, so close, his brow furrowed. Was something on his mind? Of course, Zhou Qilin had worries. Yi Longchen's absence was the biggest thorn in his side. Had that guy run into trouble, he better not die out there. If he did, it would be all over. But probably not. He was the protagonist after all, turning danger into fortune, every crisis a lucky break. Yet why hadn't he appeared this time? As he pondered, a small hand reached out and gently smoothed his furrowed brow. Zhou Qilin froze, looking at Lin Shushua. She hadn't expected to do it either, as she had just instinctively wanted to ease his worry. I slap. Zhou Qilin smacked her pert bottom. I what? You're my oversized toy. If you get handsy again, I'll spank you till it's red. Lin Shushua nodded, aggrieved. But being spanked by Zhou Qilin stirred no resentment in her heart. Only a flicker of excitement. Zhou Qilin, oblivious to her reaction, said to the driver, Li Gang, have some people look into Yi Longchen. If Yi Longchen wouldn't come to him, he would go to Yi Longchen. Li Gang immediately replied, yes, young master. I've wanted to deal with him since he caused trouble at your engagement banquet. Once I find him, I'll kill him. Zhou Qilin snapped back, who the hell told you to kill him? Just find out where he is. If you so much as harm a hair on Brother Yi, I'll deal with you first. Li Gang's eyes welled up. Thank you, young master. You used to always go after my wife, but now you only go after me. Am willing. Zhou Qilin. Lin Chuxua's eyes widened. No wonder he only touched her thighs. Could it be that he was? Damn it. Zhou Qilin felt insulted. What are you staring at? Slap. 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 3 more smacks. Lin Shushua bit her lower lip, looking at Zhou Qilin. His hand felt so warm. At Zhou Qilin's instruction, the convoy stopped at a small hotel. Lin Shushua lowered her head, gazing at the hotel before her. Was she going to lose her first time here? She thought it's fine. Her mother was saved, and he was far better than that Su Mingqing. And sleeping with Zhou Qilin of the Zhou family wasn't such a bad deal. What if she got pregnant? Would she raise the child alone? She had heard that in big families sons were valued over daughters. What if she gave birth to a girl? Lin Shushua hesitated, then asked, do you like girls? Zhou Qilin frowned. Of course, I'm straight. I only like girls. Lin Shushua breathed a sigh of relief. Good, he liked girls. Zhou Qilin didn't understand why she was asking. He had chosen this hotel, especially a small one, because its poor security made it easier for Yi Longchen to break in. Going home would be more troublesome, even if it couldn't stop the destined protagonist. Besides, he didn't want to risk hurting his family if a fight broke out. That's why he picked this hotel. As soon as he entered, Zhou Qilin frowned. Why does your hotel smell like shit? The manager's face fell. Ah, young master Zhou, you see. We've had 2 gay men staying here, and they got too carried away, sprayed a whole room. He quickly added, but rest assured, it'll be cleaned within an hour. Your suite is on the top floor, no smell at all. Zhou Qilin nodded, pulling out his bank card. I'll book the 2 floors below. I like my privacy, no disturbances. The manager beamed. Of course, sir. Lin Shushua kept her head down, twisting her fingers nervously. Zhou Qilin continued, also spread the word that I'm staying here. The more people who know the better. The manager, though puzzled, dared not question the golden goose and agreed to everything. When Zhou Qilin entered the presidential suite, he frowned at the 300 square meter room. The size is manageable, but what's with these furnishings? So tacky. He turned to Li Gang. Li Gang understood immediately. Yes, young master. He'll arrange for replacements. Lin Shushua looked at the room's fresh, elegant decor. Wasn't this style good enough? Could it really be better? An hour later, pieces of gold-rimmed, ostentatious furniture were carried in. Lin Shushua was dumbfounded, and he dared to call others tasteless. He was the most vulgar of them all. After the bustle, the room was transformed into Zhou Qilin's signature nouveau riche style. Zhou Qilin dismissed everyone. In the 300 square meter room, only he and Lin Shushua remained. She immediately tensed up. Lin Shushua hesitated for a moment and softly said, "Zhou, young master, I will go take a shower first." Zhou Qilin nodded. He waved his hand, indicating for her to do as she pleased. In the bathroom, warm water washed over her body. Lin Shushua thought she would feel anxious and afraid, trembling, just like when facing Su Mingxing. But nothing happened. Only tranquility remained, and a hint of anticipation that she herself was hesitant to acknowledge. She didn't know why, yet she simply wanted to be close to that scoundrel. When she came out, she saw Zhou Qilin already lying on the bed. Blushing, she climbed onto Zhou Qilin's bed. When she emerged from the shower, Zhou Qilin was already lying on the bed. She felt her cheeks heat up as she crawled onto the large bed. Zhou Qilin frowned. "What are you doing on my bed?" Lin Shushua was taken aback. "Huh? Did you come to the hotel to sleep with me?" Zhou Qilin rolled his eyes. "Sleep with you? If I did, what would happen to Yi Longchen's storyline?" However, Lin Shushua, dressed in a bathrobe, though not as enticing as a school uniform, looked so beautiful emerging from the bath that it made one want to indulge in her. Zhou Qilin turned his head away. Close call. He almost fell for it. This woman was far too alluring. Get lost, get lost. You think you can take advantage of me? Dream on. He pointed to the inner suite. "You go sleep in the suite, I'll stay outside." Lin Shushua was stunned. He didn't want to sleep with her. What about all the mental preparations she just made? Could it be that she truly wanted to sleep with him? But the way he looked at her just now was so intense. "Aren't you leaving?" Zhou Qilin frowned. Lin Shushua came to her senses and quickly dashed into the suite, slamming the door shut. She leaned against the door, her face flushed. Oh no, she actually misunderstood him. How embarrassing. Outside, Zhou Qilin let out a sigh of relief as Lin Shushua ran inside. He almost couldn't hold back. Inside the suite, Lin Shushua leaned against the door, hearing the song coming from outside. Her mind went blank. What song is this? Why is it so passionate and grand? And the lyrics? Is this a song that a scoundrel could sing? Her heart raced. He was definitely not a bad person. The next day, when Lin Shushua woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. She glanced at the time and bolted upright. It's 11 o'clock. She slept for so long. This was the most restful and comfortable sleep she had since her mother fell ill. Stepping out of the suite, Zhou Qilin was leisurely sitting on the sofa. The sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the man significantly. He held a cup of coffee, looking at his phone, and glanced up at her as he heard some movement. Then he patted his thigh. Lin Shushua had seen that gesture many times yesterday. She quickly walked over and naturally sat on his lap. In the next moment, his large hand slipped under her nightgown, resting on her legs. Zhou Qilin's eyes lit up. Wow, the sensation was different from yesterday. It was smoother and more delicate than when she wasn't wearing stockings. Truly a temptress. Damn it, that guy Yi Longchen is really living the good life. Throughout the day, Zhou Qilin kept Lin Shushua busy, making her pick up food and blowing on it before feeding him. While playing on his phone, he either made Lin Shushua massage his legs or he would touch her legs. Initially, he felt endless disgust and even nausea when seeing Su Mingxing. However, now being tossed around by Zhou Qilin, she felt no displeasure whatsoever. She even thought it was only natural. She herself didn't quite understand. Was it because he saved her mother? Soon the day passed without Yi Longchen showing up. Zhou Qilin was puzzled. He had done everything he was supposed to do. Yi Longchen, what are you doing? The next day, as Zhou Qilin opened his eyes, he saw Lin Shushua already standing by the bed. He was taken aback. What are you doing? Trying to assassinate me. Lin Shushua quickly waved her hands. No. Young master, I'm waiting for you to wake up so I can help you get dressed. Zhou Qilin looked at her in surprise. I've bullied you this much, and you are even more obedient. Indeed, after all he had done to her, why was her first reaction upon waking to want to serve him? Right. It was because he paid to save her mother. Until the 1 million was paid off, she could only be bullied by him. She had no choice. She quickly explained, I was just afraid that if I couldn't come over to serve you properly, you would find it even harder for me. Zhou Qilin sighed with relief. He thought to himself, I knew it. I've been acting like such a scoundrel. She must hate herself right now, so how could she possibly like me? He sat up. Lin Shushua immediately came forward to help him dress. However, when putting on his pants, she couldn't help but look up, her face turning red as she quickly averted her gaze. After getting dressed, before Zhou Qilin could speak, mouthwash was already placed in front of him. Zhou Qilin couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. If he were to live in this world, having such a secretary would truly be nice. But what was missing? Why wasn't Yi Longchen coming? He couldn't keep touching Lin Shushua every day, or wouldn't that wear her out? Suddenly an idea struck him. He remembered the system mentioning that Su Mingqing, aside from wanting to take advantage of Lin Shushua, had also gifted her with a bunny girl outfit. Could this be the missing piece? He immediately made a phone call. Before long, Li Gang arrived with a large bag. After Li Gang left, Zhou Qilin tossed the shopping bag in front of Lin Shushua. Change into this. Lin Shushua opened it, and her face instantly flushed a deep red. The clothes Su Mingqiang had previously made her wear were sexy, but at least they were normal clothes suitable for going out. However, this outfit, to put it bluntly, was the most conservative, counting the bunny girl costume. Unlike when Su Mingqiang had given her clothes before, she didn't feel a hint of disgust. Without hesitation, she merely cast a resentful glance at Zhou Qilin, turned, and returned to the suite to change into the bunny girl outfit. When she came out again, Zhou Qilin was stunned. This was too alluring. That Su Mingqiang really had an eye for fashion. That day, Lin Shushua, under Zhou Qilin's orders, changed into one sexy outfit after another. Previously, he only thought Lin Shushua was very pure. But after changing into these outfits, she became a captivating enchantress. Under his gaze, Lin Shushua felt a sense of pride swelling within her. Yet at the same time, there was an added, indescribable emotion. Evening. Lin Shushua returned to her room, her mind in a daze. 2 days. She had been touched by Zhou Qilin for 2 days. Although it wasn't the crucial areas, but the scorching sensation of his hand on her leg made her feel somewhat unable to restrain herself. Lying in bed, her mind was filled with those large hands, that handsome face, that man. She had never imagined that one day she would look forward to a man doing something to her. No, it's all because he forced me. I have no choice. Once I earn money and pay off the debt, I'll be fine. Zhou Qilin was also suffering. This 9 radiant sun shooting art was spinning like an electric motor, frantically churning, but finding no outlet. Maybe spend some money to solve it. Forget it. What if there's some disease? That would be trouble. In critical moments, one must rely on oneself. He silently extended his right hand, looking at this old companion who had been with him for over 20 years, suddenly feeling a bit emotional. Never forget the path to prosperity. Our traditional skills must not be abandoned. Finally understood what the elders meant by a man who never marries, living as a bachelor for life. But it seems it doesn't work. This 9 radiance sun shooting art is truly damned. That day in that room, both the man and woman lay awake. Zhou Qilin gritted his teeth. Tomorrow is the last day. If Yi Longchen still doesn't show up, I'll retreat. Go find Su Qingge and Lu Wanru to vent my fire. The 3rd day. At the police station entrance, a man with a full beard walked out. He glanced back at the police station. The young master, due to damaging private property and causing a bad influence at the hotel, still had to stay inside for 2 more days before being released. Although the young master didn't come out, the task he entrusted to me, I will surely complete. Zhou Qilin just wait to die? Zhou Qilin had already spread the news of his hotel stay everywhere, so the bearded man easily found the place. Disguised as a waiter, he smoothly infiltrated the hotel. Arriving at the presidential suite's door, he pressed his ear against it, listening carefully to the sounds inside. A woman's voice drifted out. Young master, I owe you so much money, I can't repay it for a while. Well, how about I lick your feet? Zhou Qilin rolled his eyes. Lin Shushua quickly changed her tune. Then, young master, do you need someone to lick your feet? Please don't misunderstand, I don't want to lick. I'm just asking. You know, chicken feet and duck feet are so delicious, so are other feet. Tasty. Zhou Qilin. Outside the door, the bearded man sneered inwardly. What a slut. Isn't this just a cover-up? And that voice. It even sounded a bit like his sister's. Just the voice is similar. His sister is pure as can be. Forget about licking feet. Even holding hands or touching legs would be impossible. Thinking of his sister, the bearded man took a deep breath. Sister, after this job, I'll come see you and mom. He gently knocked on the door. Hello, guest, your ordered dishes have arrived. Ordered dishes have arrived. Inside the room, Zhou Qilin was startled. Ordered dishes? We just had breakfast. What dishes did we order? But he instantly realized, could this be Yi Longchen coming? He sprang up, his eyes shining like Tutha Sandwat bulbs. Finally, the wait is over. I can finally go home. Great. Lin Shushua looked at the excited Zhou Qilin, biting her lip slightly. Does he really want me to lick? But it's a bit shameful. Alas, he's such a devil. He must know I owe him money and can't resist. Oh well, I'm just a weak woman, what can I do? She immediately crouched down, reaching to take off Zhou Qilin's shoes. Zhou Qilin pulled her up. What are you doing? Lin Shushua looked at him with some irritation. You're so excited, isn't it? Because you want to bully me? Zhou Qilin was speechless. It seemed he had unlocked some unexpected attribute in Lin Shushua. He pointed at the door. What are you thinking? Didn't you hear someone delivering food? You mean after the delivery, I'll lick for you? Zhou Qilin laughed. He laughed brilliantly. No. After so many days, the person I've been waiting for has finally arrived. Did you think I kept you here all this time, just for fun? It was to lure this person out. Lin Shushua was stunned. You mean you weren't bullying me here because I'm pretty? Zhou Qilin said. Not exactly bullying you as part of it, but the person coming is your good brother. I'm just a scumbag, see clearly. From now on, live well with your good brother. Hearing Zhou Qilin's words, Lin Shushua had a bad feeling. What are you saying? What do you mean? Are you trying to sell me to someone else? No, I won't. He'll definitely pay you back. I can even let you sleep with me. But I don't want to be with anyone else. I just want to be with you. Zhou Qilin was slightly taken aback. Even he felt a pang of reluctance. However, once she saw the formidable Yi Longchen, she probably wouldn't think that way anymore. I'm not selling you to anyone. He patted Lin Chuxu's hand. The person coming is really your good brother. You'll know when you see him. He put his arm around Lin Chuxue and strode toward the door. Lin Chuxue was stunned. Good brother. Zhou Qilin had already opened the door with a beaming smile. A flash of blade. A dagger aimed straight for Zhou Qilin's chest. Zhou Qilin smiled. Finally. I'm going to die? Wait, damn it. Who is this bearded guy? He's not here to uphold justice, is he? Without any hesitation, Zhou Qilin shoved Lin Chuxue back. If she could escape into the inner suite, she might survive. Zhou Qilin shouted, run. Go to the suite. Call for help. Hey, I've said so much, why am I still alive? He turned to look at the bearded man. The bearded man's knife was steadily stopped at the spot over his chest. Another inch, and it would have pierced his heart. At that moment, the bearded man was staring in shock at Lin Chuxue on the ground. Sister. Lin Chuxue, pushed to the ground by Zhou Qilin, also looked at the bearded man in disbelief. Are you brother? The bearded man's eyes welled up with tears. Little sister, it's me, Lin Dalei. Lin Chuxue never expected that the good brother Zhou Qilin mentioned was truly her own brother. Lin Dalei then noticed his sister's attire. Today Lin Chuxue was not as revealing as yesterday, but she still wore a very short stepmother dress, curves fully exposed, clearly not something a decent woman would wear. He abruptly turned to Zhou Qilin, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Zhou, you scumbag. What have you done to my sister? Zhou Qilin dared not move with the knife at his throat. If he were killed by a bandit, head truly die. I haven't done anything. There must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? My sister is dressed like this, and you call it a misunderstanding? Even without the young master's orders, I would kill you. Young master? Zhou Qilin blinked. Is it Yi Longchen? Lin Dalei nodded. That's right. You can rest in peace now. Zhou Qilin grew excited. He thought it was some bandit, but it turned out to be Yi Longchen's subordinate. That means if I die because of Yi Longchen, it's perfect. Great. He immediately puffed out his chest. That's right. I was just bullying your sister. I've been bullying her here for days. She does everything I say now. Yesterday, she even danced for me wearing a thong. Lin Dalei's eyes nearly burst with rage. I'll kill you. No. Lin Chuxue quickly stopped him. Lin Dalei looked at Lin Chuxue. Lin Chuxue explained, brother, don't listen to his nonsense. When I wore the thong, I didn't dance. Lin Dalei. Damn. So I did transmigrate after all. Is this really my innocent and pure little sister? Lin Chuxue realized her slip of the tongue and quickly explained, brother, you absolutely cannot kill anyone. Killing is against the law. If you end up in jail, what will mom and I do? Shut up. Zhou Qilin bellowed. I was finally about to go back, and you want to sabotage me again. Lin Dalei, listen up. If you don't kill me this time, I'll make your sister wear all sorts of seductive clothes every day and have my way with her. I'll make her my slave. She'll call me daddy every day and bear me 10 or 8 children. Reduce her to a breeding machine. Lin Chuxue's face paled. Zhou Qilin, you're such a scumbag. He'll give you at most 7 children, not 1 more. Lin Dalei sneered. Ha, Zhou Qilin, did you hear that? My sister said at most. Wait, what? He suddenly whipped his head toward his sister. Lin Chuxue, flustered under his gaze, lowered her head and mumbled, all right. Then just 6. Lin Dalei. Zhou Qilin. Lin Dalei finally realized. His sister had truly fallen for this scumbag. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. Wait, I've bullied you worse than Su Mingqing ever did, and you're still taking my side. Don't listen to your sister. He waved his hands frantically. She's been brainwashed by me these past few days. Your young master sent you to kill me, didn't he? Hurry up and do it. Lin Chuxue rushed forward, shielding Zhou Qilin. No, brother, he saved our mother. You can't kill him. Lin Dalei froze. He saved mom. What happened to mom? Zhou Qilin shoved Lin Chuxue aside. Never mind your mom for now. Come on, aim for my heart. Make it quick and painless. Lin Chuxue sobbed behind him. Mom was gravely ill. She almost didn't make it. If he hadn't provided $1 million in time, you'd never see her again. Lin Dalei's heart jolted. What illness? Why didn't you tell me? Lin Chuxue finally unleashed years of pent-up grievances. You never contacted me except to send money each month. How was I supposed to reach you? Do you know how I've survived all these years? If it weren't for mom, I'd have given up long ago. Lin Dalei gazed at her, filled with guilt. Chuxue, I'm sorry. Zhou Qilin stamped his foot in frustration. No. Save the sentimental stuff for later. We're supposed to be killing me now? I'm in a hurry. Can you two get on with it? Lin Dalei looked at Zhou Qilin. For saving my mother, I'll spare you. Shut up. Zhou Qilin snapped. You cowardly bastard. Are you afraid to kill me? You were a coward when you abandoned your sister and mother, and you're still a coward now. If you hadn't run off, your sister wouldn't have suffered so much. She almost became someone's mistress, and I, a scumbag, had to harass her. Do you know how much she's endured? Look at her. Once so innocent and pure, now dressed like this. Even I, a scumbag, can't bear to bully her anymore. And why? Because you're a coward. A pathetic coward. Lin Dalei stiffened his neck. am not a coward. You are. Call me a coward again, and I'll kill you. You're a coward. A gutless wonder. Come on, kill me. He'll do it. Lin Dalei shouted, thrusting the knife forward. Zhou Qilin closed his eyes, a relieved smile on his lips. Huh. No pain. He opened his eyes, stunned. Lin Dalei had slumped to the ground in despair, face twisted with agony. I am a coward. You're right. I only wanted to make a name for myself, and never thought about Chuxue or Mom. Chuxue, I'm so sorry. Lin Chuxue was already in tears. After all these years of suffering, the one who truly understood her was this man labeled a scumbag. He understood her, and he had helped her when she was most helpless and in need. He wasn't a scumbag. I like him. Yes, I like him. It's only been 3 days, but this feeling of liking is unmistakable. She looked at her brother and said softly, Brother, I never blamed you. Come home. Go see Mom. Wait, you too. Zhou Qilin was baffled. I insulted you, and you're actually pleased. Are you a masochist? He leaned toward Lin Dalei. Brother Dalei, maybe I was a bit harsh. Don't take it to heart. How about you do me a favor and kill me? After that you can do whatever you want, and you won't have to repay that million. Pretty sweet deal, right? Lin Dalei turned away. No, I may not be a good man, but you saved my mother. That's a fact. I can't repay kindness with enmity. Not killing me would be repaying kindness with enmity. Lin Chuxue was confused. Why do you want my brother to kill you so badly? I do desperately. My dream is to be killed by someone. If you kill me, my life will be complete. No, Lin Chuxue refused firmly. I can't let my child grow up without a father. Zhou Qilin blinked. Lin Dalei stared at his sister in shock, then at Zhou Qilin, then back at her flat stomach. Huh, I'm going to be an uncle. Lin Chuxue blushed and lowered her head. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, until I've paid back that million, I won't get married, and I definitely won't leave you. So you can't die. Zhou Qilin looked hopefully at Lin Dalei. Brother Dalei, you still have to obey your young master, right? Lin Dalei shook his head. No, you were right. Before I abandoned Chuxue and Mom for my so-called dream. From now on, I'm leaving the organization and returning to them. Yi Longshan is no longer my young master. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. I can't die again. My dragon scale horse. No, this is just an accident. If it had been Yi Longshan instead of Lin Chuxue's brother, had definitely have killed me. A spark of hope reignited. Where is Yi Longshan? Lin Dalei had no bond with Yi Longshan. In fact, they had a grudge. So he didn't hide anything. He was detained for 5 days for defecating in a hotel room, covering the whole place, destruction of property, and causing a public nuisance. He still has 2 days left before release. Spraying filth. Detained. Zhou Qilin was utterly dumbfounded. How could the protagonist possibly do such a thing? It was absolutely outrageous. Not to mention the protagonist. Even the villainous side characters in this Dragon King novel had never been seen spraying filth. Suddenly Zhou Qilin thought of something. The hotel manager said 2 people were engaged in indecent acts here, covering the room in excrement. Could it be him? Lin Dalei nodded. The manager said 2 people. Zhou Qilin's gaze slowly shifted to Lin Dalei, his pupils trembling. Holy shit. You weren't involved in this too, were you? Lin Dalei covered his face and crouched on the ground. He didn't want to recall that experience. For 3 days now had been having nightmares every night. Lin Chuxue felt a chill run down her spine. Her own brother had actually. And that Yi Longshan was even more disgusting, spraying filth. Just thinking about someone like that made her want to vomit. She then looked at Zhou Qilin. At least the young master was better. Suddenly Lin Chuxue scrutinized her brother, his thick beard and white socks, and swallowed hard. Brother, your remittance records all come from Shu province. Could it be? Mom still wants grandchildren. Lin Dalei quickly denied it. No. Prejudice in people's hearts is like an insurmountable Mount Shu. Zhou Qilin silently stepped back a few paces to create distance. Lin Dalei wanted to cry, but had no tears. Since they now knew Yi Longshan's whereabouts, things became simple. Head go to the police station, bail him out, and let him kill himself. Problem solved. Zhou Qilin immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Li Gang. Li Gang. You idiot. Yi Longshan's been in the police station for 3 days, and you haven't found a single clue. Li Gang sounded aggrieved. Young master, you know us. We bully the weak and fear the strong, good only at toadying and causing trouble. How could we handle something so professional? Damn. Was it his fault now? No more nonsense. Drive the car downstairs and wait for me. Hanging up, Zhou Qilin turned to Lin Chuxue. You're coming with me. Lin Chuxue nodded immediately. I'll change my clothes. Zhou Qilin looked at her ultra-short stepmother dress, then at the still damp tear stains on her face. Wasn't this the classic scene of a wicked young lord abducting a maiden? If the flower-protecting mad dragon Yi Longshan saw this, wouldn't he slap him to death on the spot? No need to change. You're perfect like this. Come with me. Lin Dalei stepped directly in front of them. What do you want to do with my sister? Let her go out dressed like that. No way. Zhou Qilin sneered. Fine, then kill me, or get out of my way. Lin Dalei fumed. You. Lin Chuxue spoke up. Brother Sai. I still owe him $1 million. Until I pay it back, I have to listen to him. Don't say anything else. Lin Dalei gritted his teeth. I'll pay back that $1 million to Zhou Qilin. But I have to stay with Chuxue. Zhou Qilin frowned. Why was he following him? Wait. If Yi Longshan found out Lin Dalei had defected, wouldn't that make him even angrier? Then he'd surely beat him without hesitation. Fine, come along then. As the three descended the stairs, Li Gang immediately trotted over, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Young master, I haven't seen you for a day, and you've grown 3 times more handsome. I've missed you so much I could cry. Can't eat, can't think. As he spoke, Li Gang let out a burp. Hey, young master, isn't it strange? Just one look at you, and I feel instantly full. Could this be the power of faiths? Zhou Qilin felt immensely pleased. No wonder wicked young lords liked keeping lackeys. Even if they were useless at everything, their flattery was top-notch. Humph. Lin Dalei snorted contemptuously. Lackey. Zhou Qilin said, indeed a real lackey. Though everything you said came straight from the heart, and was true, I don't like it. Lin Dalei watched Li Gang with schadenfreude. Head stroked the horse's leg, hadn't he? Zhou Qilin waved his hand. Make a note. Go back and collect 20,000 and get your head checked. Lin Dalei. Was that dislike? He was crazy about it. And what did he mean by going back to collect 20,000? Though had just been transferred to the Central Beverage Branch, and wasn't as senior as the old Demers, he was still one of the 4 guardians of the Azura Dragon King, Hall's Central Beverage Branch. Even so, his monthly salary was only 15,000. And this guy, just a few words earned him a month's pay? Why? Li Gang shot Lin Dalei a provocative glance. See that? I may be a lackey, but I get paid. Naya. Lin Dalei ignored him. So what if he got 20,000 occasionally? His 15,000 was steady. By the way, Zhou Qilin scratched his head. How many days has it been since you became my bodyguard? Exactly 1,444 days, young master. 1444 day. Zhou Qilin nodded. A good number. Let's raise your salary by another 20,000. Make it 120,000 for now. Thank you, young master. May you live 1,000 years and match the heavens in longevity. Zhou Qilin's face darkened. Deduct 30,000. With that, he directly pulled Lin Xuxue into the car. Li Gang's face fell. How did the money get deducted? Sigh. He got into the driver's seat. Lin Dalei stood there stunned. A lackey earning 100,000 a month. Even after the deduction, that was still 90,000. No, why? What was the point of the dreams had pursued for years? At that moment, the window of the extended Rolls-Royce rolled down. Zhou Qilin frowned. Are you coming or not? Once in the car, Lin Dalei was dumbfounded again. Lin Xuxue was sitting on Zhou Qilin's lap, and his hands were nearly at the top of her thighs. Xuxue, why are you sitting on his laps? Lin Xuxue felt embarrassed in front of her brother, so she bit her lip and said to Zhou Qilin, don't nod in front of outsiders. Lin Dalei. So he was the outsider now. Zhou Qilin ignored him completely and said directly to Lin Dalei, either kill me or shut up. Oh, and roll up the window. Lin Dalei angrily reached for the window crank. But when his eyes fell on the golden crank handle, he couldn't hold it together anymore. A car this luxurious, and you still roll the windows by hand. Li Gang driving said proudly, this is precisely our young master's unique touch. Though it's just a crank, it cost 2 million to modify. Damn, had the world gone mad? Spending 2 million to modify a car's window crank. He furiously cranked the window. The car soon stopped at the police station. As they got out, Lin Xuxue was already languid-eyed and flushed in Zhou Qilin's arms. Zhou Qilin was satisfied. Perfect. When Yi Longshan saw this scene, had surely activate his dragon's wrath mode. One slap, and he'd be dead, flawless. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Yi Longshan looked at the female officer Song Muir and smirked. Officer, with me around, any tough case can be solved effortlessly. Song Muir frowned at him. So this time you said you had important information to report. Was that another lie? Yi Longshan shook his head full of confidence. No. Trust me, I can really help you solve any case. Song Muir stood up directly. This is your 5th time making a false report. 5 more days of detention. You'll be out in a month. With that, she walked away without looking back. A smirk curled at the corner of Yi Longshan's mouth. This woman probably had fallen for him and didn't want to let him leave. Sigh, my damn irresistible charm. After leaving the room, Song Muir felt like vomiting. The man named Yi Longshan was utterly repulsive. Just thinking about the filth in that room made her unable to face it. Moreover, his mind seemed addled. Every time he saw her, his mouth twisted to his ear like a stroke victim. Not like my Hugo, who is fragrant and handsome in every way. Baby, I was wrong. I truly didn't know you had to eat seedless dragon fruit. Come back, you'll never make such a mistake again. Song Muir shook her head abruptly. No, she mustn't think about that. She had to work. Work would distract her. A few days ago, her father mentioned that Lin Xuxue had been spending time with that scumbag from the Zhou family. She hadn't heard from her in days. That girl was so naive. She might be in trouble. With that thought, she pulled out her phone to call Lin Xuxue. Just then her phone rang. It was Lin Xuxue. Song Muir answered. Hey Xuxue. How are you? Lin Xuxue's voice sounded normal. I'm fine, Sister Mo. What's up? Song Muir sighed in relief. Good to hear. Where are you now? Lin Xuxue replied him at the police station entrance. Song Muir was startled. The police station. Lin Xuxue explained, it's about the young master Zhou Qilin from the Zhou family. He wants to see the chief. I was wondering if you could help arrange it. Song Muir's brow furrowed instantly. Young master? Lin Xuxue actually called Zhou Qilin young master. Her police instincts told her this was far from simple. Lin Shushue was innocent but always righteous. Why would she call a scumbag like Zhou Qilin young master? Had Zhou Qilin threatened her? Song Muir's face darkened. What does Zhou Qilin want with the chief? Lin Shushue didn't hide it. The young master wants to bail out a man named Yi Longchen. Yi Longchen. Song Muir was stunned. She had heard about Zhou Qilin's engagement party being disrupted. Yi Longchen was the one who publicly snatched the bride. Zhou Qilin was bailing him out. Weren't they enemies? She couldn't understand it. But one thing was clear to her. Zhou Qilin was a scumbag, a villain. Whatever a villain wanted to do, she would thwart. Song Muir said coldly, I arrested Yi Longchen. Tell Zhou Qilin that without my order no one can release him. And tell that scumbag Zhou Qilin to watch his step. If he dares to threaten you, or do anything else wrong, I'll bring him to justice. On the other end of the line, Lin Shushue had the call on speaker. Hearing this, she quickly explained to Zhou Qilin, young master, please don't misunderstand. Sister Mu is a good person, she didn't mean to say that about you. Song Muir's brow tightened further as she listened. It sounded like Lin Shushue thought she was in the wrong. When had Shushue become so submissive to a man? Zhou Qilin must have done something to her. Zhou Qilin, he'll make you pay. Zhou Qilin had clearly heard Song Muir's words. That woman's voice sounded so familiar. But he knew too many women, or resemblance was hardly surprising. However, stopping him from saving Yi Longchen was a mistake. If Yi Longchen didn't kill him and the world didn't end, could she bear the responsibility? With that thought, Zhou Qilin took Lin Chux's phone. Hey, I heard my little secretary call you Sister Mu, so I'll call you Officer Mu. Yi Longchen hasn't committed any serious crime. He'll cover the damages and have the hotel issue a letter of understanding. He'll pay the full bail amount. Let's follow procedure and let me take him. Of course, they'll also give Officer Song a small reward. I think that should be fine, right? Hey, Officer Mu. Huh, why is it quiet? Officer Mu, can you hear me? On the other end, Song Muir was frozen. That voice. She knew it too well. So well that in idle moments it echoed in her ears. No mistake. I couldn't be wrong. Hugo. It's definitely my Hugo. Zhou Qilin. Is Hugo. How is that possible? Maybe the signal's lost. Hang up. No. Song Muir snapped back to reality, her voice breaking. Don't hang up. Say a few more words. Say a few more words. Zhou Qilin instantly smiled. She must still love money. 100,000 cash. Lin Shushue was shocked. Sister Mu hated this kind of thing most. This was dancing on her last nerve. She immediately wanted to warn him. But Song Muir's voice came through the phone. Fine. Wait in the police station lobby, he'll be right there. Lin Shushue was stunned. Sister Mu agreed. How was that possible? This wasn't like Sister Mu at all. Zhou Qilin didn't think much of it. He hung up, put his arm around Lin Shushue, and walked into the police station lobby. Lin Dalei and Li Gang quickly followed. As soon as they entered, Li Gang pulled out a microphone. Everybody, let's give a warm welcome. Get lost. Zhou Qilin kicked Li Gang in the backside. I'm a villain, sure, but can you not make me look like an idiot? This is a police station. Li Gang fell to the ground, utterly bewildered. Did flattery have to consider the setting? Zhou Qilin sighed. These lackeys had no awareness at all. Where are we? A police station. When you praise people, can you only praise me? Without the hard work of these officers, our people wouldn't enjoy peace and happiness. Look at each one of them. They're warriors. They're public servants. The guardians of the people. The surrounding officers cast approving glances. This man had such high principles. He must be a good person. Li Gang scratched his head and muttered, but you used to call these cops. Zhou Qilin kicked him again. What cops? Obey the law. Another kick, never do anything illegal. Another kick, call them cops. The reception officer couldn't stand it anymore. Sir, while your words are admirable, if you hit him again, I'll have to detain you. Zhou Qilin stopped and said to Li Gang on the ground, see, that's our police. Get up. Li Gang was deeply moved and sprang up with a carp-like leap. He bowed to the officer. Thank you, officer. Though your salary is only 5,000 and mine is 90,000, your spirit of justice is admirable. The officer's face darkened. Damn it. With a mouth that nasty, I wish I'd let him get beaten longer. Lin Shushue watched from the side, a quiet smile playing on her lips. The young master was always so frivolous, yet his carefree demeanor was endearingly adorable. The officer turned to Zhou Qilin. What brings you here? Zhou Qilin replied, I have an appointment with Officer Mu. Officer Mu. The officer was taken aback. Which Officer Mu? Lin Shushue quickly stepped forward to correct him. Not Officer Mu, it's Officer Song Muir. Zhou Qilin froze instantly. Wait, what? No. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly. What did you say the name of the officer who called was? Lin Shushue was surprised by his sudden reaction. Officer Song Muir, she's the daughter of Dr. Song you met before. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? There was a huge problem. If the officer wasn't named Song Muir, it wouldn't matter, and if the name matched but the voice didn't, it would still be fine. But now both the name and the voice aligned perfectly. Wasn't she unmistakably his ex-girlfriend? Oh my god. The excuse he used to break up with her was particularly flimsy. If she held a grudge, he wouldn't just fail to bail out Yi Longchen today. He might not even make it out of the police station. She probably didn't recognize him, right? Probably not, and he had used a pseudonym during their relationship. Let's go. Head back first, we'll plan later. Just then the officer in front of him shouted behind him, Officer Song. Someone's here to see you. Zhou Qilin's body stiffened. Lin Shushua had already turned around calling out sweetly, Sister Mu. Song Mir completely ignored their voices. At that moment her eyes were fixed solely on the man with his back to her. The moment she heard his voice, she knew it was him. But seeing his silhouette truly set her heart at ease. It was real. It was him. Who go? No. Zhou Qilin. Finally she had found him. I won't let you run away again. Zhou Qilin's body was rigid. Oh well, fortune or misfortune, there was no escape. Just as he was about to turn and face his ex-girlfriend, he suddenly thought of something and swallowed hard. Damn system, is she the female lead? Warning. Warning. The host has encountered one of the female leads, Song Mir. Please keep your distance immediately to avoid being killed by the protagonist. Huh. Song Mir was also a female lead. What were you female leads doing? Not only did you not flock to the Dragon King, but you queued up to be my ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend after ex-girlfriend. Again an ex-girlfriend. It was because of these ex-girlfriends that he couldn't die before. He absolutely couldn't make the same mistake again. Zhou Qilin made a snap decision and tore off Li Gang's suit jacket. Li Gang was stunned, then his face crumpled as if on the verge of tears. Young master, please don't, I have hemorrhoids. Zhou Qilin. He directly draped the suit jacket over his own head. Lin Shushua happily said to Song Mir, Sister Mir, let me introduce you, this is my young master Zhou Qilin. Huh. Young master, what are you doing? Zhou Qilin turned around with his face covered, his voice muffled. Oh, nothing. A fortune teller said him too handsome, so I need to occasionally obscure the heavenly secrets. Through the fine gaps in the suit's weave he could vaguely make out human silhouettes. He waved in Song Mir's direction. Hello, Officer Song. Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Zhou Qilin. Zhou Qilin of the Zhou family. Song Mir stared at the man with his head covered. The anticipation in her eyes gradually dimmed. Zhou family. Zhou Qilin. Before you sweetly called me sweetie and played with my legs, and now you're addressing me as Officer Song. And first meeting. What about the times we were intimately bare before? Fine. You want to play pretend, do you? Song Mir let out a cold laugh. Ha, I know who you are. Zhou Qilin's heart leaped to his throat. Song Mir, Zhou Qilin, whose engagement party caused such a stir recently, who doesn't know about that? Zhou Qilin breathed a sigh of relief. But, Song Mir shifted her tone, Mr. Zhou, how come you got engaged just like that? What would your woman think? Zhou Qilin's emotions were on a roller coaster. My woman? I don't have a woman. Lin Shushua spoke up at that moment. Sister Mu, there's nothing between the young master and me. I'm not his woman yet, I am just a personal secretary. Song Mir abruptly turned to Lin Shushua, looking at her in disbelief. I was talking about myself. How did you end up exposing yourself? But Lin Shushua misinterpreted Song Mir's gaze and quickly explained, Sister Mu, don't worry. It's really nothing. The young master isn't the kind of person you think. These past few days he just had me touch him a bit, change clothes, attend to him, wash his feet, give him massages, pound his legs. Nothing else. That's nothing. Everything you did are tasks I would gladly perform. Song Mir then noticed that Lin Shushua was wearing a form-fitting stepmother dress. Was this still the innocent Lin Shushua? Song Mir felt a pang of jealousy. Shushua, look at yourself now. How did you become a rich man's plaything? Weren't you supposed to live your true self? A scumbag like Zhou Qilin, you can't handle him. Lin Daley nodded vigorously beside her. Exactly. Song Mir continued. Did you know he likes to kick off the blanket when he sleeps? Did you know he sleeps best when you pat him? Did you know he can't have seeds in his dragon fruit? Zhou Qilin. Damn. Had she recognized him? Lin Shushua looked at Song Mir. Sister Mu, are you thinking of... Song Mir took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. Yes, sorry. Mr. Zhou reminds me of a friend of mine. I got a bit emotional. Li Gang chimed in from the side. Who can compare to our brilliant young master? Let me tell you, the women our young master has been with would shock you. That big star Zhao. Ouch. Zhou Qilin kicked Li Gang's backside again. There was always a treacherous subject trying to harm the emperor. He couldn't delay any longer. He had to act fast and die quickly. He needed to go and die and stop entangling with these women. Zhou Qilin cleared his throat. Officer Song, about what we discussed regarding Yi Longchen. What do you think? Song Mir nodded. Follow me. As she said this, she began to lead the way. Although Zhou Qilin could vaguely make out human outlines, he couldn't see the path clearly. Lin Shushua quickly moved to support Zhou Qilin. Song Mir stopped, turned around, and looked at Lin Shushua. Didn't I tell you to stay away from this scumbag? But. No buts. Song Mir walked straight over, pushed Lin Shushua aside, and grabbed Zhou Qilin's hand. It's better if you don't touch this scumbag. Let me handle it. When she grasped Zhou Qilin's hand, she trembled almost imperceptibly. Zhou Qilin's heart gave a violent lurch. Could she have spotted him? Please no. If she discovered him, and something went awry, even death would be a mercy he could not attain. Song Mir chuckled softly. Mr. Zhou, you seem a bit nervous. Zhou Qilin relaxed his demeanor. I'm rather shy. I get nervous around beautiful women. Oh. Song Mir raised an eyebrow. You haven't even seen me with that hood over your head. How do you know I'm beautiful? Zhou Qilin's expression stiffened. I can tell from your voice that you must be a kind-hearted beauty, Officer Song. Song Mir sighed. I'm actually quite satisfied with my looks. Alas, my ex-boyfriend didn't think so, and insisted on breaking up with me. At this, Lin Shushue beside her immediately bristled with indignation. Sister Muir, don't think about that scumbag anymore. A man like him deserves to be castrated. Song Muir asked Zhou Qilin with a wry smile, do you think Shushue is right? Zhou Qilin shuddered violently, a chill running down his spine. Death is but a nod of the head after all. Perhaps it's better to just kill him directly. Song Muir let out a cold laugh. Death is but a nod of the head. But it doesn't specify which head nods. Besides, why should the eldest bear the blame for the second's mistake? Zhou Qilin was left speechless. Good heavens. I must keep my identity hidden at all costs. Soon the group arrived at the temporary detention office area. Song Muir raised a hand to stop the others. This is the investigation zone. Unrelated personnel wait at the door. Lin Shushue, Lin Dalei, and Li Gang had no choice but to halt. Song Muir led the hooded Zhou Qilin inside. The detention room was empty and desolate, with only one person locked in the innermost cell. Yi Longshan, who had been lounging on the bed in boredom, sprang to his feet the moment he saw Song Muir, a crooked grin spreading across his face. Officer Song, have you finally come around and decided to let me help you solve the case? Hearing Yi Longshan's voice, Zhou Qilin was utterly exasperated. Truly a walking Casanova, flirting wherever he went. Zhou Qilin chuckled. Brother, Yi, long time no see. Won't you greet me first? Yi Longshan's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the hooded man. Zhou Qilin. Hadn't Lin Dalei gone to kill him? How was he still alive? And why was he at the police station? Zhou Qilin grinned broadly. I'm glad you recognized me. Wait here, they'll get you out right away. Get me out. Yi Longshan's face was full of wariness. Why would you be so kind? Zhou Qilin couldn't be bothered to explain and turned to Song Muir. Officer Song, open the door. Song Muir smiled and held out her hand. And the benefit you promised young Master Zhou. Zhou Qilin was taken aback. So bold. There were still police officers on duty here. But accepting a bribe meant it could be handled. He directly pulled out a bank card and slapped it into her hand. Song Muir took the card, her smile growing even brighter. She gestured with her chin to the officer beside her. Let him in. The officer immediately stepped forward and unlocked the door to the cell next to Yi Longshan's. Then he shoved Zhou Qilin inside. Bang! The door slammed shut. Zhou Qilin was stunned. What was happening? Song Muir toyed with the bank card in her hand. Zhou Qilin is suspected of bribing a police officer and is now detained by law. You'll stay in here for a few days to cooperate with the investigation. Zhou Qilin instantly bristled. This is entrapment. Song Muir pocketed the bank card and turned to leave. Then go ahead and file a complaint against me. With that, she walked away without looking back. Zhou Qilin was left speechless. I can't even get out. Where am I supposed to file a complaint? Outside the door, Lin Chukshu's face changed when she saw Song Muir emerge alone. Sister Mu, where is my young master? Song Muir, seeing her anxious expression, felt a pang of jealousy. Suspected of bribery, he's been detained. Lin Shushue grew frantic, but we had an agreement before. If you must arrest me instead. Song Muir's face turned cold. Shushue, I am acting according to national law. I hope you won't obstruct justice. All unrelated personnel must leave immediately. Looking at Song Muir's icy demeanor, she felt a sense of confusion. Sister Mu had been so gentle with her before. Why was she so cold now? Like a stranger? No, even like a rival in love. After saying this, Song Muir ignored them and walked back toward the detention room. Seeing Song Muir leave, Li Gang immediately dashed out of the police station. He had to inform the family head to come and rescue the young master. Inside the detention room, haha. Yi Longshan laughed, slapping his thigh. Zhou Qilin, oh Zhou Qilin, even you have your day. A smug smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Officer Song must have dealt with him because of me. Otherwise, who would dare to offend the eldest young master of the Zhou family? By then, Zhou Qilin had finally snapped back to reality. That's right. He was now locked up right next to Yi Longshan. With just a metal railing between them, he could throw a punch at any moment. Zhou Qilin yanked the suit jacket off his head. Brother Yi. Zhou Qilin eagerly rushed to the railing. Haven't you always wanted to beat me to death? Come on, do it now. Hit me through the bars. It's so convenient. Yi Longshan stared at him as if he were an idiot. Do you have a screw loose? This is a detention room. There are cops outside and cameras above. If I kill you, do you think you'll ever get out? Zhou Qilin was taken aback. He had forgotten about that. Alright then, he quickly changed tack. Once we're both out, you can kill me the first chance you get. Deal. Yi Longshan sneered, trying to trick me into admitting murder so the cops can keep me locked up. Do you think I'm stupid? Zhou Qilin immediately shifted to a taunting mode. Or are you just too scared? Yi Longshan let out another cold laugh, trying to provoke me. I'm not falling for it. Playing the coward. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I've had Su Qinga so worn out she can't even get out of bed. Yi Longshan's expression instantly froze. Zhou Qilin grinned. It was working. You know, Su Qing's little waist, oh my, so soft, and those legs so supple. If I were you with the woman I love in another man's arms, I'd rather be dead. Zhou Qilin continued his taunts, and Yi Longshan's face grew darker and darker. Of course, he didn't believe that the aloof Su Qinga would ever behave like that. This was all Zhou Qilin's lies to provoke him. But hearing Zhou Qilin speak with such conviction, he could barely contain his fury. However, in his glee, Zhou Qilin failed to notice that Song Muir had returned. Song Muir watched Zhou Qilin with a dark expression. Su Qinga, did she make you this happy? Yi Longshan also spotted Song Muir and saw her grim face. Could she be jealous on my behalf? Women, truly creatures of envy. Rest assured, whether it's the eldest or the youngest, I cherish them all equally. But for now he had to act indifferent or this woman would be insanely jealous. Yi Longchen stiffened his neck. Huh? Do you really think I care about Zhou Qilin? Zhou Qilin was taken aback. Not care about Zhou Qilin? Was this still Yi Longchen? He was completely out of character, didn't he know that? Zhou Qilin certainly didn't believe it. So he switched targets. Shangwan CS, sorry, I've slept with her too. Those legs. AUV, you know what? They're longer than my life. I could play with those legs for a year. Yi Longchen found Zhou Qilin's boasting even more ridiculous. What's that got to do with me? There's only one person in my heart. As he spoke, he cast a tender gaze at Song Mir. Huh. Why did Song Mir's expression turn even darker? Was his display of sincerity not convincing enough? Zhou Qilin frowned. Oh my god, had Yi Longchen cultivated the path of emotionless Tao, or something? How could he endure this? Lu Wanri, you know that night, I had her so weak, she couldn't even get out of bed. And Lin Shuxue, though you don't know her, yet she's also one of the female lead group. I've tormented her so much these past few days that she's unrecognizable. She changed outfits for me all day long. Some were worn outside the buttocks, and some had to be worn inside. What kind of clothes have to be worn inside the buttocks? A cold voice sounded from behind. Zhou Qilin didn't even turn his head, his mouth faster than his mind. Thongs and... Suddenly he froze. He dared not open his eyes, hoping it was an illusion. Song Mir stared at the profile she had yearned for day and night, her voice icy. Go on, mister. Zhou, you were so talkative just now, weren't you? Continue. Zhou Qilin dared not turn around. He silently bent down, picked up the suit he had thrown on the floor, and slowly covered his head with it. Yi Longchen's mouth twisted into a smirk as he seized the opportunity. Officer Song, you've come just in time. This guy is spewing nothing but filth. I couldn't understand a word he said. It's unbearable. You need to teach him a good lesson. Song Mir ignored Yi Longchen and instead turned to the police officer sitting guard, opened the door. That officer knew Song Mir was famously intolerant of evil, and Zhou Qilin was a scourge on humanity. It seemed she wanted to teach him a lesson. He stepped forward and unlocked the detention room door. Don't go too far. After saying this, he turned and left the room. Song Mir walked into the detention room, step by step approaching Zhou Qilin. She reached out to pull the clothes off his head. Zhou Qilin held on tightly. Song Mir narrowed her eyes, drew her service pistol, and pressed it directly against Zhou Qilin's buttocks. Let go. Zhou Qilin shuddered. Was this what they called an eye for an eye? Back then he had pointed a gun at her, now she was pointing one at him. How about you aim the gun at my heart instead? Less nonsense. Song Mir yanked hard, and the clothes were torn away. Their faces finally met. Zhou Qilin's mind raced. Little bunny, no Mir. No, Officer Song. You might not believe this, but a few years ago I saw a guy who looked just like me. Unfortunately, he got hit by a car crossing the street. Oh, it was tragic. Song Mir stared at the face before her, biting her lip fiercely. 2 years. 2 whole years. You bastard, I still found you, didn't I? Still calling me little bunny, and you say it's not you. She took a deep breath, struggling to keep her eyes from reddening. Mister Zhou, I don't understand what you're saying. But you're sweating quite a bit. Zhou Qilin breathed a sigh of relief. Good, she doesn't recognize me. Good. That means she's let go. Song Mir's face suddenly turned cold. You're feeling guilty, aren't you? I suspect you're carrying dangerous items. Please cooperate with the investigation. Before she finished speaking, she grabbed Zhou Qilin by the collar and slammed him hard against the wall. Her movements were brutally rough. Yi Longchen couldn't help but get excited, finally seeing Zhou Qilin suffer. Song Mir was already trying to please him now, rest assured he would treat her well in the future. But wasn't this distance a bit too close? Song Mir's voluptuous figure pressed tightly against Zhou Qilin's back. Zhou Qilin gasped sharply. You bastard, you're reacting so strongly to me, how could you have run away back then? She put on a cold face. It seems I'll have to conduct a personal search myself. With that, Song Mir abruptly turned Zhou Qilin around, and she herself lay directly on top of him. But that wasn't all. Song Mir cupped his face with both hands, felt it carefully, then slowly moved down to his chest, along his chest to his back and waist. Finally, she slowly crouched down. Yi Longchen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. No. What kind of search method was this? Was this right? Wait, why are you still moving downward? Where exactly are you checking? Zhou Qilin was also stunned. You sure don't seem like you've forgotten. He was about to stop her when his peripheral vision caught Yi Longchen's livid face. Wait, so the reason that guy wasn't angry about all those women earlier was that he was saving his act of devotion for Song Mir. What a human teddy bear, hitting on every girl he meets. Since this could deepen Yi Longchen's hatred, Zhou Qilin stopped resisting and let Song Mir grope him all over. Song Mir touched him slowly, carefully. She felt every inch of his skin, as if confirming something, as if making up for something. Finally, when she reached his ankle, she paused slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately didn't make him take off his shoes. Zhou Qilin also breathed a small sigh of relief. Can we stop now? Song Mir stood up and shook her head. There's one more place to check. Where else? MPH. Before he could finish, Song Mir had already stood on tiptoe and kissed him fiercely. So smooth. Yi Longchen's pupils dilated. What the? Slap. He suddenly slapped himself. He looked at the scene again. Still kissing. Not awake. Should he slap himself again? Slap. It really hurt. This wasn't a dream. Stop. Stop it. Stop right now. Yi Longshan couldn't help but shout. What are you doing? Disturbed Song Mir reluctantly released Zhou Qilin's lips and glared at Yi Longshan with annoyance. What are you yelling for? Yi Longshan swallowed hard. Well, I think I'm carrying dangerous items too. Seems like I need an inspection as well. Hearing this, Zhou Qilin was startled. Brother Yi, are you trying to get yourself killed? He knew Song Mir's temper all too well. Before he had won her over, he had taken quite a few beatings. If Yi Longshan ended up seriously injured, how would he ever manage to kill him? Officer Song, Zhou Qilin quickly shouted. If you have a problem, take it out on me. Don't make things hard for my brother Yi. Yi Longshan let out a cold laugh. Ha, Zhou Qilin, trying to stop me from getting an advantage. No way. He immediately puffed out his chest. Officer Song, I really do have dangerous items on me. Come and search me. This shout truly dampened Song Mir's mood, and she had no choice but to reluctantly release Zhou Qilin. With a dark expression, she walked over to Yi Longshan's detention cell. Zhou Qilin frantically slapped the bars. Brother Yi, listen to my advice. You can't handle this woman. Yi Longshan cast him a provocative glance. She can kiss you, but not me. How well, I suppose Song Mir seems proper enough, but she's actually quite loose. A woman like this, fine for a fling, but to enter Yi Longshan's harem. No way. He snorted coldly. Zhou Qilin, say one more word, and I won't be polite. Seeing that Yi Longshan dared to threaten Zhou Qilin, Song Mir's eyes narrowed instantly. She unfastened her belt. Yi Longshan raised an eyebrow. Unfastening her belt already. Truly frivolous. I misjudged her before. Song Mir suddenly grabbed Yi Longshan by the collar and pinned him against the wall, just as she had done to Zhou Qilin. Yi Longshan smirked. Come on, press up against me, I'm ready. But the next second, Song Mir swung the belt in her hand and lashed it fiercely across Yi Longshan's back. Ow! Yi Longshan yelped in pain. Zhou Qilin drew in a sharp breath. A club to the head, a willow switch to the back. Even a god would cry out in agony. Aside from willow branches, this was it. Using softness to overcome hardness, inner strength could protect the bones, but not the skin. This single belt strike left Yi Longshan completely stunned. This isn't right. Zhou Qilin got a touch and kiss, but when it comes to me, I get beaten. However, he was mistaken. It wasn't just one belt. As Yi Longshan turned over, crack, another belt came down. Song Mir showed no mercy at all. How dare you threaten my man? Yi Longshan grimaced in pain and demanded, why are you hitting me? Song Mir sneered, didn't you say it yourself? You have dangerous items on you. Hand them over now. Seeing the belt about to fall again, Yi Longshan quickly waved his hands. I was just talking nonsense. Oh, Song Mir raised an eyebrow. Lying to the police. Crack, another belt. Ah, damn it. Not having them is also wrong. Are you trying to beat me to death? Yi Longshan grew furious, and as the belt came down again, he grabbed it abruptly. Woman, you have successfully angered me, let me tell you. Bang! Yi Longshan dropped straight to his knees, staring at the dark muzzle of the gun in Song Mir's hand. Officer Song, I really don't have any dangerous items. Don't be rash, you're a police officer. No martial honor. Pulling a gun just like that. Yet Song Mir remained unmoved. Zhou Qilin, however, saw it clearly. In that instant, Yi Longshan had indeed harbored murderous intent. If the male lead wants to kill the female lead, doesn't that break the plot? The male lead is the chosen one by fate. Even if Song Mir had a pistol in a life-or-death struggle, the male lead wouldn't die. Although Zhou Qilin wanted to die himself, he didn't want his ex-girlfriends to come to harm. He quickly called out, Officer Song, don't be impulsive. You're a police officer. Yi Longshan was speechless. I already said that it didn't work for me, so why would it work for you? Yet as Zhou Qilin's words fell, Song Mir immediately holstered her gun, shot Yi Longshan a glare, and turned to leave the detention cell where he was held. Yi Longshan. What the A? It actually worked? Yi Longshan wasn't stupid, he finally understood. This Song Mir was clearly Zhou Qilin's woman. Zhou Qilin again. He whirled around, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared at the neighboring cell. Seeing Yi Longshan's gaze, Zhou Qilin felt a surge of joy. An unexpected bonus, being hated even more by Yi Longshan. He immediately fanned the flames. That's right, brother Yi, that's the look. Hate me to death. When you get out, make sure you kill me. Song Mir's gaze snapped to Yi Longshan, her grip tightening on the belt. Yi Longshan was startled. If it weren't for the police station, he wouldn't be this cowardly. But for now, he had to quickly say, Officer Song, don't misunderstand. I know about your relationship with Zhou Qilin. Honestly, there's no great enmity between him and me. No great enmity. Zhou Qilin nodded. Right, nothing serious. I just took Su Qing to ruin your chance to connect with the Shangwan family and made you eat some dog food on the side. Song Mir looked at Yi Longshan with utter disgust. This guy not only spews filth, but he's also eaten dog food. How disgusting. Yi Longshan's face turned completely black. Zhou Qilin always exposed his secrets. If it weren't for the detention cell, I'd kill him. Zhou Qilin could tell from Yi Longshan's expression that he had murderous thoughts toward him. Once out, he would definitely kill him. He quickly said to Song Mir, Officer Song, please let us out. But Song Mir sneered, let you out? Mr. Zhou, have you misunderstood something? I locked you up with no intention of ever letting you out. Zhou Qilin said, your bribery charge won't hold up. It's not bribery, Song Mir said slowly. It's that you just molested me. Molesting a police officer carries at least 7 days detention. Zhou Qilin. Wait, who molested whom? I came here to die. How can I die if I'm locked up in here? Then what will it take for you to let us out? Song Muir's smile gradually faded as she stared at him seriously. It's simple. Break off your engagement with Su Qinga and marry me. Then I'll let you out. Otherwise you'll never get out of here. As her words fell, a figure that had just reached the entrance of the detention area suddenly stopped. It was Su Qinga. Behind her stood Lin Shushua, Lin Daily Li Gang, and the police chief. She immediately turned back to signal the others to stay put. Though she didn't know who the woman inside was, she was eager to hear what Zhou Qilin would say. Lin Shushua and the police chief instantly recognized the voice as Song Muir's. Lin Chukshu's eyes widened. No wonder Sister Muir had looked at me like a rival in love before. So she likes the young master. And from her tone, there's something between them. The police chief was utterly bewildered. Song Muir, that workaholic. I thought she only had eyes for criminals and cases. When did men become an option? In the detention room, Zhou Qilin looked at Song Muir with a serious gaze and sighed. I am a dead man. Why do you all keep piling hope onto me? Shouldn't it be better to follow the great male lead and live carefree as part of his harem? Even for her sake, I can no longer give her hope. Otherwise, when I die, it will be an unbearable blow to her. Zhou Qilin took a step back, saying, Officer Song, you are mistaken. I told you I am not the person you think I am. Moreover, my fiancée is only Su Qinga. Zhou Qilin's retreating movement pierced Song Muir's heart. Why? Why deny it? The way you kissed me just now, the way you touched my backside, you are my Hugo. Have you forgotten the happy days we spent together? Su Qinga doesn't like you at all, otherwise why would she find someone to disrupt the engagement banquet? Next to them, Yi Longchen nodded. Zhou Qilin stopped dreaming. Although Qinga is threatened by you now, her heart belongs to me. Bang! The door was pushed open. A cold and beautiful figure appeared at the doorway. Who says I am being threatened? Su Qinga walked in, her gaze fixed directly on Zhou Qilin. My heart has always belonged to Qilin. Su Qinga entered with a group of people. Zhou Qilin's lips twitched at the sight of her. Why is she here? Did she hear what I just said? I don't want to delay Song Muir, but I also don't want to hurt Su Qinga. What if she takes my words as a confession? Looking at the smile in Su Qing's eyes, it's over. She really took it in. Glancing at Song Muir, who was squinting and glaring at Su Qinga, oh no, I seem to have fallen into a Shura field. Damn, who called Su Qinga here? At this moment, Li Gang shouted excitedly from behind, young master, look who I brought for you. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Zhou Qilin gritted his teeth at Li Gang. Surprised? I'm utterly shocked. Just wait. Li Gang smiled brightly. Young master, stop thinking about rewarding me. This is what I should do as your loyal servant. Zhou Qilin clenched his jaw. Just wait, though I will definitely reward you properly. Meanwhile, Su Qinga had already stepped in front of Song Muir. The two women stared at each other, neither saying a word. But the tension in the air was thick enough to ignite. By the way, aren't these two female leads supposed to end up with Yi Longchen later? How does he plan to handle this Shura field? He leaned toward Yi Longchen and whispered, Brother Yi, according to the plot, these two should be your women. This Shura field should be yours to enjoy, and him suffering in your place. Can you give me a hint on how to handle this situation? Yi Longchen didn't understand at all. However, he did catch the meaning of Su Qing's earlier words. What does Qinga mean? What does it mean that her heart only belongs to Zhou Qilin, that scoundrel? But in an instant his clever mind pieced everything together. Qinga must love him, otherwise she wouldn't have let Zhou Qilin bully her. A person as aloof as Qinga surely wouldn't act that way just to please Zhou Qilin, right? Qinga must have lost the support of the Su family, and wants to save him, relying on the Zhou family's power, which is why she has to be nice to Zhou Qilin. Qinga, you have it so hard. Once I get out, I will show you the true strength of Yi Longchen. As he thought about it, his eyes turned red. Zhou Qilin stared in a daze at Yi Longchen's expression, which was on the verge of tears. Wait, brother, I'm asking you a question. Why are you crying? Get lost. Yi Longchen shouted angrily. It's all Zhou Qilin's fault, otherwise Qinga wouldn't have to suffer so much. Qinga, don't worry, my heart is all for you. Huh, who is this girl? Yi Longchen's gaze fell on Lin Shushua, and he was instantly captivated. Pure. So damn pure. Even purer than pure milk. But she happened to wear that stepmother dress, her curves on full display, perfectly blending purity and desire like an angel and a devil combined. Seeing Yi Longchen staring blankly, Zhou Qilin was speechless. No wonder he could kill Su Mingxing for Lin Shushua. He was captivated at first sight. At this moment, Su Qinga and Song Muir began to change too. Su Qinga looked at Song Muir with disdain. Officer, your previous actions disrupted a family. Oh, I can report you for that. Song Muir stood her ground. Are you married to Qilin? If not, what family are you talking about? Even if you get married, you can still get divorced. Even if there are children, I can still be a good stepmother. Lin Shushua gasped. Sister Mu, aren't you the one who hates scumbags and mistresses the most? Su Qinga narrowed her eyes. Unfortunately, you will never have that chance. Song Muir shrugged. That may not be the case. Do you know what Qilin likes to eat the most? Su Qinga smiled. Australian lobster, the meat from the center. Song Muir paused. What temperature water does he like when he showers? 38. 7 degrees. What type of clothes does he like to wear? Every time Song Muir asked a question, Su Qinga answered perfectly without missing a beat. This made Song Mir's expression grow darker. Suddenly her eyes lit up. What brand of water does he like the most? Zhou Qilin replied calmly, Borjomi mineral water, 20,000 a bottle. Song Mir smiled brightly, a particularly dazzling smile. Wrong. She licked her lips, her gaze filled with provocation. It's my saliva. He just drank some and I drank his too. Zhou Qiling's smile froze on her face. Lin Dailyi beside them was dumbfounded. Is this the life of a god? Moreover, what water costs 20,000 a bottle? What kind of water costs 20,000 a bottle? 20,000 a bottle is called a house. He instinctively turned to look at his sister. Lin Xuxue was frantically typing on her phone, murmuring, young master. Australian lobster 38. 7 degrees of water, likes women. Drinks his saliva. Have to be careful when kissing him. Lin Dailyi. Having experienced numerous business battles, Su Qinga quickly recovered and looked at Zhou Qilin. Darling, didn't I tell you not to eat unhealthy things casually outside? Song Mir sneered. Unhealthy. Some people probably want to eat, but can't, feeling sour about it, right? Lin Xuxue looked up at Zhou Qilin's face, which was devoid of any hope, and bit her lip. As the young master's secretary, she should step up now and help solve the problem. She took a step forward. President Su's sister Mu arguing like this, how does the young master see you? What he likes is definitely someone who doesn't give him trouble, is obedient, and can help mediate disputes, preferably a good girl, wearing a stepmother dress. Both women turned to regard Lin Xuxue in unison. My word. You little creature. Why not just recite your ID number? So you are the only one feeling sorry for your brother, is that it? Zhou Qilin glanced at the chief of police and arched his brow. Are you not going to do anything about this? The chief took a step back, his expression saying plainly, they are all your women, I know your kind well, ooh, better not provoke you. Zhou Qilin fell silent for a moment. Fine, I must rely on myself. Why must I, the villain, do the protagonist's thankless work? He had already been entangled with Su Qinga long enough. He could not drag Song Mir into it as well. He would have to use the same trick he had used on Shang Wanxia. Picking at his ear with affected nonchalance, he said, Song Mir, why the shouting? Wasn't I clear enough just now? I am not the person you think I am. Understand? Song Mir stared at him and shook her head. No, you are not sincere. Not sincere. Zhou Qilin laughed and called out for someone to open the cell. The chief hurried forward and swung open the detention door. Zhou Qilin strode out, his left arm looped around Su Qing's waist while his right hand slid onto Lin Chux's hip. Don't flatter yourself that you know me, he said. Want to be my woman? Fine. So long as you do not mind that I have other women, you will be no more than another large toy, and I could not care less. Song Mir fixed him with a fierce stare. Do you know what you were saying? Zhou Qilin scoffed. See, given the chance you still choke. How about this, kneel now, and say I am willing to be your large toy, and he'll take you. How is that, he asked. Song Mir froze. In bed before, she had been willing to accept whatever he said. But in front of so many eyes, to see her dignity trampled like this. Am I truly worth nothing in your heart? All these past 2 years of searching for you like a madwoman. What did that mean then? Lin Xuxue could not help but ache for Song Mir. She knew too well what Song Mir had sacrificed for Zhou Qilin. Young master, actually, sister Mu. Lin Xuxue began, and Zhou Qilin slapped her without ceremony, asking harshly if she had been given leave to speak. Lin Xuxue bit her lip and fell silent. Song Mir looked at the man before her, his face utterly indifferent, then at the two women in his arms. She drew a long breath, a resolute light passed through her eyes. Sorry, young master Zhou. I truly mistook the person, she said with calm voice. The man I seek is named Hugo. It seems you are not him. Zhou Qilin felt a sudden pang in his chest. Not my ex then. What right have I to feel upset? I am the villain. I must excise all sentimentality. He mocked. So you were mistaken. No matter. If Officer Song ever needs a man for amusement, I am at her service. Ow. Su Qinga stamped on his instep and shot him a fierce glare. Zhou Qilin grimaced in pain. Wait, you two were just quarreling. Now you step on me. Song Mir said expressionlessly that she had arrested the wrong person and that young master Zhou could leave now. Zhou Qilin sighed inwardly but kept his insolent look. And what about my brother Yi? The chief hurried to answer. Young master Zhou, Yi Longshan has not committed a grave crime either. Take him with you. Zhou Qilin turned to Yi Longshan. Brother Yi, let's go. Yi Longshan clenched his teeth. All of this had been bought with King's suffering. Qinga, once I am free, I will gather forces and destroy the Zhou family. Oh, I will pull you from the flames, he vowed. Soon they were escorted outside by the chief. Song Mir produced a phone and returned it to Zhou Qilin. This is the phone we confiscated from you. Zhou Qilin took it without looking back, leading Su Qinga and Lin Xuxue away. Song Mir stood where she was, watching their departing figures grow smaller. The chief shook his head. Captain Song, they have gone. Song Mir nodded. Yes, they are gone. I should leave as well, she said, then turned and walked away. The chief blinked. Where are you going? Song Mir did not look back to find Hugo. As Zhou Qilin stepped out of the station with the two women, Su Qing's phone rang. She answered, listened for a few moments, and her expression darkened. After hanging up, she looked apologetically at Zhou Qilin. Qilin, my father needs me urgently. Oh, I must return home for a while. Staying here might only hinder Yi Longshan from saving her, so returning was for the best. He nodded and told her to go. Yi Longshan hastily called after her sister. Qinga, do not worry. I will definitely get you out this time. Su Qinga frowned, wondering if he were a fool, then left without looking back. Zhou Qilin also dismissed Li Gang, that toady was only a small antagonist, and might be accidentally harmed otherwise. In the end, only Yi Longshan, Lin Dalei, and Lin Xuxue remained. Yi Longshan glanced between Lin Dalei and Zhou Qilin and narrowed his eyes. So what is the situation now? Zhou Qilin smiled and stepped forward. Allow me to explain. He pointed at Lin Dalei. He has betrayed us and is now with me. How about it? Do you especially want to kill me? Yi Longshan's gaze turned ice cold. Is what he says true? Lin Dalei nodded yes. Young master, my sister likes Zhou Qilin, who I cannot kill him. I want to leave the Shilua Longwang Hall, Lin Dalei declared. Lin Xuxue panicked. Brother, I do not like him. I only wanted to repay him the money. Yi Longshan sneered. I care not for reasons. Do you know what leaving the Longwang Hall entails? Lin Dalei's face turned grave. It means fighting to the death. Brother, I will not let you die. Lin Xuxue finally grasped how perilous her brother's withdrawal would be. Zhou Qilin looked at Lin Dalei with envy. Fighting to the death, what a magnificent fate. Isn't that treatment splendid, he thought. He hurried close to Yi Longshan. Brother, Yi, tell me, does your Shilua Longwang Hall still recruit? Even if it does not, could I take Lin Dalei's place in this fight to the death? Before Yi Longshan could answer, Lin Xuxue protested. No. It's far too dangerous. Let my brother handle it. Lin Dalei was speechless. My own sister, he thought. Realizing her slip, Lin Xuxue hurried to explain. Brother, I only said that because he lacks martial skill. Lin Dalei felt slightly reassured, and if he does possess skill. Lin Xuxue blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Lin Dalei cursed inwardly that he should not have asked that question. Yi Longshan asked Zhou Qilin directly if he truly meant to take Lin Dalei's place. Zhou Qilin nodded enthusiastically. Yes. You may kill me now, I will not resist. If I fight back, then I am a little dog. Very well, Yi Longshan snapped, stepping forward. Zhou Qilin, do not blame me then. He thrust out a palm and a gust of wind swept past them. Zhou Qilin rejoiced, throwing his arms wide as if to embrace the long-awaited death. Then a figure abruptly appeared before him. Boom. Their palms collided. Yi Longshan, currently living on edge, dared not use his full strength in this strike, and was sent stumbling back 3 or 4 steps. Lin Dalei was no better off, his entire arm numb. This Dragon King's supreme art is too domineering. Though he himself was a rank higher, and his opponent hadn't even exerted full force, he could barely withstand it. Yi Longshan's gaze turned icy. You want to save him? Lin Dalei replied in a gruff voice. Young master, I may be slow-witted, but am not foolish. Even if you kill him, can the Azure Dragon King Hall spare me? Yi Longshan shook his head. No. Lin Dalei said, that's exactly it. Even if he's a beast, a scumbag, or a filthy rogue, he saved my mother. I can't let him die before me. Since I'm doomed anyway, why not save him and find some joy in it? Yi Longshan squinted. It seems you have a death wish. Then let's see who dies first. Lin Dalei struck suddenly, his fist whistling through the air. Yi Longshan met him. Heaton. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists and feet clashed, the muffled thunder echoing. Damn, why are you two even fighting? Those fists, that force, if only it landed on me. That wouldn't be so bad. His eyes lit up, and he seized the moment to dash between them. But as he took a step, Yi Longshan faked a move and bolted away. It wasn't that he couldn't win. He just couldn't hold it in. His stomach churned violently, feeling like he was about to lose control any second. People around were already filming with their phones. If he got caught soiling himself in public, how could Yi Longshan ever show his face again? If a video of him messing himself went viral, how could he go on living? But Lin Dalei was relentless, giving chase immediately. Zhou Qilin watched as the two vanished around the street corner in a few leaps, utterly stunned. Hey, why are you running so fast? He dashed to the roadside and grabbed someone's electric scooter. Borrowing this, Xuxue will pay. With that, he hopped on and sped off. But even on the scooter, Zhou Qilin couldn't catch up. The two had disappeared in mere leaps. Is my carefully planned death scheme really going up in smoke? Suddenly, Zhou Qilin spotted something on the ground ahead. Is that feces? Zhou Qilin. Could this be? Looking forward, sure enough, there was a puddle every few steps. Yi Longshan had been leaving a trail all the way. He didn't recall the system ever mentioning Yi Longshan had such an affliction. Zhou Qilin didn't hesitate, following the trail onward. Deeper and deeper, farther and farther. An hour later, the scooter ran out of battery. Zhou Qilin stood at the foot of a mountain, stunned. Lingwu Mountain. He knew this mountain all too well. After breaking up with his ex, he was kidnapped and held here. The one who led a team to rescue him was Song Mir. It was also where he first met Song Mir. Never thought I'd end up here again. Just as he was thinking, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Host, be advised. Yi Longshan is about to encounter a fortuitous opportunity. Immediately intercept and seize it. A fortuity. What kind of adventure could there be in this barren wilderness? Wait, doesn't Lingwu Mountain have a cliff? The male lead falls off a cliff and gains a fortuity. How cliché is that? Intercept a fortuity. I want. He'll just wait at the foot of the mountain for Yi Longshan to get his boost, then come and kill me. The stronger he is, the more satisfying my death will be. Zhou Qilin found a shady spot under a tree, pulled out his phone, and prepared to kill some time. As soon as he unlocked it, he saw a memo was open. It read, Hugo, I can't find you anymore. It feels like I've completely lost you. Seeing this, Zhou Qilin knew it must have been written by Song Muir after she took his phone. Those words made his heart ache. He scrolled down. I know my Hugo has always been waiting for me at the place we first met. This time I'll find him and never leave him again. Am I not just causing misery? Zhou Qilin sighed and turned off his phone. He lay down gazing at the sky muttering, little bunny, don't blame me. I'm doing this for you too. When I die you won't have to grieve. Holy crap. He suddenly shot to his feet. What did that mean? That silly woman wouldn't do something drastic, would she? The place we first met. Zhou Qilin whipped his head around staring at the peak of Lingwu Mountain. No. Damn it. Zhou Qilin sprinted up the mountain. Lingwu Mountain was undeveloped with only wild paths trampled by hikers. He stumbled and climbed half an hour later, finally reaching the summit. He was drenched as if pulled from water, legs weak and sweat pouring. The Nine Suns arrow art really came in handy, otherwise with his physique, he wouldn't have made it in half an hour, not even in 2 hours. At the top he immediately spotted Lin Dalei and Yi Longchen fighting near the cliff. Lin Dalei and Yi Longchen were locked in a chaotic brawl. Lin Dalei was battered, his face swollen like a pig's head. Yi Longchen wasn't much better. He had no visible wounds, but his face was sallow, his pants stained yellow, and an indescribable stench hung in the air. Ordinarily, even as a third rank against a fourth rank head have an overwhelming advantage. But even a hero can't withstand 3 rounds of diarrhea. Given how far Zhou Qilin had followed his excrement up the mountain, one could imagine how much had passed. Yi Longchen was now nearly prolapsed from the strain. His stomach was completely empty. The smell on this mountain was now unbearable. Yet Zhou Qilin cared little about this. His concern was Song Muir. Scanning the summit, he saw no trace of her. Holy crap! Had that foolish woman already jumped? Yi Longchen, Lin Dalei, have you seen Song Muir? Both were at a critical juncture in their fight and had no time to answer. They were locked in a decisive moment, ignoring him entirely. Zhou Qilin panicked and charged between them. Stop fighting. Tell me if you've seen her. But he had exhausted all his strength climbing the mountain and could barely lift his legs. As he lunged forward, he tripped over a small rock. His fall sent him hurtling toward Yi Longchen, and they were right on the edge of the cliff. Yi Longchen's eyes widened in shock. Was Zhou Qilin trying to take him down with him? Zhou Qilin. Boom. Together they plunged off the cliff. Zhou Qilin was airborne, a million curses racing through his mind. Not dying early, not dying late. Damn it, I haven't found Song Muir yet. And this happens now. He looked back at the mountaintop in despair, and in that glance he smiled. By the edge of the woods, Song Muir had just stepped out and stood there. Hey, great. Song Muir's fine. Now I can die. Zhou Qilin turned his head to look at Yi Longchen, grinning as he said, Brother Yi, my apologies for dragging you into this. He'll take my leave first. Yi Longchen was utterly stunned. No, brother, are you out of your mind? As a wealthy young master with boundless riches, why not enjoy a life of debauchery, chasing celebrities, cavorting with models, and being a universally despised prodigal son? Why must you insist on taking me down with you? You've had your fill of life, but I haven't. At that moment, Yi Longchen cast aside all thoughts of shame. The Dragon King's supreme art within him surged wildly, instantly reaching its peak as his true energy shielded his vital organs. Then, his rear end could no longer hold back. Puffed, whoosh, like a special effect it erupted. His trousers split open at the seam and his entire body shot out like a jet, the recoil slowing his descent just a fraction. Zhou Qilin nearly vomited at the sight. How was that even possible? He kicked Yi Longchen away, desperate to distance himself from the mess. No sooner had he shoved Yi Longchen aside than Zhou Qilin felt a shadow fall over him. What the hell was falling? Was that a person? Holy crap. Song Muir. Bang. Before his mind could catch up, a sharp pain struck the back of his head. His vision went dark and he passed out. It was indeed Song Muir who had leaped from the cliff. She had left that message for Zhou Qilin as a gamble. If he came, it meant he cared for her and she would never let go in this lifetime. If he didn't, then living held no meaning for her. Yet she never expected Zhou Qilin to arrive even faster than her. Nor did she anticipate that he would jump off the cliff without hesitation. In that moment, Song Muir's mind went blank. No sorrow, no grief, not even time for fear. So without a shred of hesitation, she followed him off the cliff. Even in death, she would be with Zhou Qilin. Watching him plummet rapidly, she smiled. This was fine too. She could be with Hugo forever, no, with Qilin. At the mountaintop, Lin Dalei stood at the cliff's edge, blinking in disbelief. What just happened? Why did they all jump off the cliff together? Were you lemmings? Especially Zhou Qilin, so wealthy with so many beautiful women. How could he bear to jump? Shh. Wait. Lin Dalei's eyes suddenly grew hot. Could it be that he saw I was about to lose to Yi Longchen, so he deliberately jumped to take Yi Longchen down with him? Zhou Qilin, everyone calls you a scumbag, yet you threw away your life to save me. If there's a next life, Lin Dalei will serve you like a beast of burden. After an unknown time, Zhou Qilin slowly regained consciousness. Ow! Pain, 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 pain. Every inch of his body ached. The agony made him wish he could die on the spot. Wait. Song Muir. He jolted awake, forcing himself to turn his head. When he saw her lying not far away, his heart clenched violently. Ignoring the bone-deep pain racking his body, he crawled toward her with all his might. Muir. Song Muir. He leaned over her, shaking her shoulders. Wake up. Damn it, wake up. There was no response. Trembling, Zhou Qilin placed his fingers beneath her nose. She was breathing but faintly. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth. He had to save her. He had to act fast. He looked up sharply, but the top was nowhere in sight. This Lingwu mountain wasn't this tall, was it? He couldn't even stand now, let alone climb. If the way up was blocked, head looked down. He was on a massive protruding rock like a platform. Crawling to its edge, he peered down, but the bottom was invisible. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. Lingwu mountain was barely over 1,000 meters above sea level. How could the bottom be unseen? Damn it, if I die, so be it, but Songyur can't die. Would I drag a good girl down with me? Just then the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You dragged Yi Longshan off the cliff and kicked him away. While you were caught by a tree, you successfully prevented Yi Longshan from being caught, severely injuring him. Reward, Great Rejuvenation Pill. Congratulations, host. You have survived for over a week. Reward, Great Yellow Pill. Great Rejuvenation Pill instantly heals all injuries upon consumption. Great Yellow Pill causes a surge in lust, reversed blood flow, and explosive death upon consumption. Zhou Qilin's eyes lit up instantly. Perfect. With the Great Rejuvenation Pill, Songyur could live. System, give me the pill now. As his voice faded, 2 small pills materialized in his right hand. Then Zhou Qilin froze. The 2 pills were identical in both color and size. Exactly the same. Can't you tell me which one is the Great Rejuvenation Pill, you bastard? Upon detection, the Great Rejuvenation Pill is the Great Rejuvenation Pill. That's as useless as a fart. Zhou Qilin separated the 2 pills into his left and right hands. Which hand holds the Great Rejuvenation Pill? Upon detection, there is a 50 probability in the left hand and a 50 probability in the right hand. Did I need you to detect that? Can't you just tell me directly? Apologies, host. The system currently does not provide pill identification services. If you can't identify them, why didn't you just give me the Great Rejuvenation Pill? Why give me the Great Yellow Pill too? You didn't specify you only wanted the Great Rejuvenation Pill. Zhou Qilin. So it's my fault. But there was no time to argue. Songyur's breath was growing weaker. Any delay would be fatal. Staring at the 2 identical pills in his hands, his mind raced. Since he couldn't tell them apart, he'd give both. Even if the Great Yellow Pill took effect, the Great Rejuvenation Pill would heal her. With that thought, Zhou Qilin didn't hesitate. He stuffed both pills into Songyur's mouth. They wouldn't go in. She was unconscious, her swallowing reflex too weak. The marble-sized pills simply wouldn't go down. Zhou Qilin panicked. In TV dramas they always fed like this. Why didn't it work in a novel? He saw Songyur's face growing paler, her breathing shallower. No time for caution. He shoved both pills into his own mouth, chewed them fiercely, and mixed them with saliva into a paste. Then he leaned down, pressing his lips to hers. Bit by bit he transferred the paste. He dared not feed too fast, fearing she might choke, so he took it slowly. 10 minutes later it was all done. Zhou Qilin straightened up, gazing at the dried blood at the corner of Songyur's mouth and her lips smeared with his saliva. My little bunny, you mustn't be in trouble. Zhou Qilin felt her breathing in his arms gradually steady and strengthened, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Phew. She was saved. As the tension eased, the excruciating pain throughout his body surged back. It hurts like hell. Cough. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, staining the stone before him. Zhou Qilin looked down and grinned. Internal organs injured. He was about to die. Good, very good. Should he count this as Yi Longshan killing him? Yes, it should count, since he jumped down with him. Songyur was saved, and he was dead. Perfect. Only then did he have the chance to look around. Nearby stood a crooked tree, not very lush, but with many broken branches. It seemed he and Songyur had crashed into this tree. If not for it, they'd both be flattened into meat patties. Not far away, Yi Longshan lay motionless on the ground like a dead dog. Zhou Qilin squinted and almost burst out laughing. This guy was now as thin as a withered stalk, all dried up, probably from severe dehydration. But Zhou Qilin knew Yi Longshan wouldn't die. After all the system said, he had severely injured Yi Longshan, not killed him. Besides, with that protagonist halo, he was some kind of advanced being. How could he die? Not only would he not die, but according to the system, he would even turn misfortune into fortune and encounter a stroke of luck. Just as he was thinking, Yi Longshan suddenly stirred and slowly regained consciousness. He turned his head and locked eyes with Zhou Qilin. Zhou Qilin weakly raised a hand. Hey. Yi Longshan's eyes instantly turned red. Zhou Qilin. He struggled to get up, but as soon as he moved, he flopped back down with a thud. Too severely injured. If not for the Dragon King's supreme power protecting his body, if not for losing weight from diarrhea, and even if not for the last few spurts giving him some counter-thrust, he might really be dead now. Zhou Qilin, however, grinned. He knew what Yi Longshan was thinking. The main male lead. Always vengeful, petty, and ready to strike down anyone useless to him. Brother Yi. He panted. I won't make it, but you'll survive. I have nothing to bargain with, just one favor. When you sweep through Zhongyin City, spare my parents. Yi Longshan stared at him intently, saying nothing. Just then Songyur, lying there, suddenly let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she did upon waking was to jerk her head around. Qilin. Seeing Zhou Qilin, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. Qilin. Are you okay? Ow, ow, ow. Let go. You jinx. Zhou Qilin could barely speak. Tears welled up in Song Muir's eyes. Qilin, I'll be fine, you'll be fine. But why am I unharmed while you're so badly hurt? Zhou Qilin sneered, stupid woman. So lucky. I wish I had your luck. Song Muir's heart chilled. Does he really have no feelings for me at all? Yi Longshan lying on the ground didn't miss the chance to twist the knife. Officer Song, see clearly now. Zhou Qilin is nothing but scum. Just then a voice came from above, no way. If not for that kid just now you'd be long cold by now. Everyone froze and looked up. On the huge stone platform, not far above there was a cave about the height of a person. A head poked out from the cave. Disheveled clothes, ragged, looking like an old beggar, but with eyes that shone brilliantly. Oh my god, with that look he's definitely a reclusive master. Could this be Yi Longshan's lucky encounter? Song Muir, ignoring everything else, urgently asked, what do you mean by that? The old man flashed his white teeth. Haha, just now you were about to die, and that kid in your arms. Old fool, shut up. Zhou Qilin shouted with all his might. He didn't want Song Muir to owe him any more gratitude. The old man raised an eyebrow. Hey, in all my life Wang Laowu hates being threatened the most. He looked at Song Muir. Little girl, I'll tell you. That kid just now chewed up a great return pill and a rhubarb pill together and fed them to you mouth to mouth. That's why you survived. But, he clicked his tongue. Looks like he only had one great return pill. Now he's probably done for. Song Muir's eyes widened. No wonder there was a strange taste in her mouth and it felt wet. So that was it. She looked down at Zhou Qilin, tears streaming down like broken beads. You stubborn man. She hugged him tightly. Why did you give me the chance to live? Why? What will I do if you die? Zhou Qilin had never seen Song Muir like this before. Damn old man, he was almost successful, and now he had to blab. Song Muir suddenly looked up at Wang Laowu. Master. You must be a master. You can save him, right? If you can save him, he'll trade my life for his. Zhou Qilin was stunned. Damn, dying was so hard for him. And she wants to save me. He felt like he was having a final burst of clarity. Old fool. I advise you not to meddle. If you want to save someone, see that guy over there. He's my brother Yi. Save him. Yi Longshan's eyes lit up instantly, and he struggled to raise his head. Thank you, senior. Wang Laowu laughed heartily and leaped down from the cave. From over 10 meters high, he landed lightly like a feather. A master. Indeed a master. Wang Laowu landed on the huge stone, looked over the three of them, and nodded. Interesting. One wants to die, one wants to live, and another wants to trade life for life. Good, I still have one small return pill here. Though its recovery effect isn't as good as the great return pill, it can still save one of you. But there's only one. Which of you two will take it? Song Muir quickly said, please give it to Qilin, sir. He'll be your servant for life. Wang Laowu shook his head. Whoever eats it gets to decide, not you. Yi Longshan seized the opportunity, senior. Though I'm in a sorry state now, I am the war god of the border and the young master of the Azura Dragon King Hall. If you save me, senior, I will repay you 1,000-fold in the future. Zhou Qilin also quickly said, you old bastard, take this thing far away from me. I don't want it. Yi Longshan was overjoyed. Zhou Qilin dared to curse. Wasn't that asking for death? Song Muir immediately grew anxious. Wang Laowu looked from one to the other, his face troubled. Since you both want it, let's have a contest. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. Wait, when did I say I wanted it? I said I don't want it. Yi Longshan nodded vigorously. Yes, senior, you misheard. He said he doesn't want it. Wang Laowu suddenly glared at Yi Longshan, his eyes as wide as brass bells. You little bastard. Are you saying I'm hard of hearing, calling me out? Yi Longshan. Now you dare to say I'm deaf, next you'll call me an idiot. After that you'll hit me. And in the end you'll rape and kill me, right? Yi Longshan. Wait, are you really that stupid? He called you an old bastard and you ignored it, but I just reminded you, and now I'm going to rape and kill you. Even if I liked men with a face like yours, could I bring myself to do it? Yi Longshan felt deeply wronged, yet he began to apologize immediately. Senior, please see clearly. Your junior holds nothing but reverence for you, not a trace of disrespect. Old Wang's anger subsided slightly. You're wise to know your place. Let me be clear, if I hear a single curse from you, I'd rather feed this minor rejuvenation pill to a dog than give it to you. Zhou Qilin's eyes lit up. Oh, if I curse I don't get it. What a blessing. Then I won't hold back. He took a deep breath and erupted. You old fool, didn't you hear me cursing you just now? Look at yourself. A bear wearing a flower, utterly ridiculous. Like a pig eating from a clay pot, you're brittle, while I suffer the grit. A ghost-headed toad-eyed wretch, 1,000-cut scoundrel 40 miles from civilization, you wolf spawn. Calling you brainless is a compliment. Yi Longshan's grin stretched ear to ear. Excellent. A fine curse. I merely offered a reminder, and this old man nearly devoured me. Now that you've cursed him so fiercely, prepare for a funeral. Song Muir's face turned pale with fear as she quickly covered Zhou Qilin's mouth. Senior. He hit his head. His words are thoughtless. Please don't take offense. Old Wang squinted, staring at Zhou Qilin. The atmosphere froze for 3 seconds. Then, the old man suddenly burst into a grin, his wrinkles blooming like flowers. Good lad. Bold in love and hate, unguarded and genuine. A child of noble character, vast learning, and towering talent. Zhou Qilin blinked. Wait. I just cursed him, didn't I? Why is he praising me? Still, this old man is indeed a master. He spotted my virtues hidden so deep. Yi Longshan was dumbfounded. Damn. I give a mild reminder, and am nearly killed. He curses you to the bone, and you call him virtuous. And you'd give him the pill. Are you a masochist? No, if Zhou Qilin recovers with the pill, he'll surely kill me. Yi Longshan quickly reminded him, Senior, didn't you say the competition would decide who gets the pill? Old Wang paused disappointed, and withdrew his hand. I'm still competing. Fine, lest you call me unfair. He glanced at the half-dead pair, and scratched his head. Let me heal you first so you can at least stand. Zhou Qilin immediately tensed. Don't come near me. Old Wang rolled up his sleeves. Girl, help this lad up. Song Mir quickly helped Zhou Qilin sit upright. As soon as he was seated, Old Wang struck with his palm. The wind roared with immense force aimed straight at his chest. Zhou Qilin's eyes nearly popped out. Is this healing? You're trying to send me off. Dying at this old man's hands wouldn't be Yi Longshan's fault. Yet when the palm touched his chest, the expected impact never came. A warm energy flowed from Old Wang's palm like a hot bath, so soothing, he almost moaned. The pain in his body gradually faded. When Old Wang withdrew his palm, Zhou Qilin tried to move, and actually stood up. Damn, he cursed on the verge of tears. Old Wang turned to Yi Longshan. Your turn. Sit up. Yi Longshan forced himself upright, full of anticipation. If Zhou Qilin felt so good, surely I... Boom. A single palm strike sent Yi Longshan flying nearly off the platform. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior. Why? Old Wang withdrew his hand. That lad didn't seem to like gentle treatment, so I thought you might feel the same. I gave you a stimulating version. But the effect is the same. Try it. Yi Longshan clutched his chest and rose, testing it. Indeed, it was much better. But why didn't you ask me what I prefer? Why was he treated with tenderness while I got this blow? And that expression of it's for your own good. What does it mean? Worst of all, he had to express gratitude. Thank you, Senior. Zhou Qilin wasn't having it. You old fool, who asked you to meddle? Old Wang chuckled and waved dismissively. No need to thank me. When did I thank you? Zhou Qilin realized this Old Wang was somewhat unhinged. The more he cursed, the kinder he became. Not taking the pill was simple. Let Yi Longshan win. And if Yi Longshan recovered, he might even kill him directly. I've only protected your heart meridians with my inner force. You have half an hour, Old Wang reminded. Zhou Qilin sighed in relief. Half an hour? That's manageable. Yi Longshan's expression turned grim. He had to get the pill within 30 minutes. Old Wang looked at Yi Longshan. Hey, you pointy-faced incontinent one in open-crotch pants, what's your name? Yi Longshan's mouth twitched. The description was apt. His diarrhea had indeed left him gaunt and haggard. You're Junior. Yi Longshan. Old Wang nodded, then turned to Zhou Qilin, his face instantly beaming. And what's the name of this handsome, dashing gentleman? Yi Longshan. You're a textbook double standard. Zhou Qilin rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond. Song Mir quickly interjected. Senior, his name is Zhou Qilin. Good. Old Wang clapped. Ugly Yi Longshan and handsome Zhou Qilin, listen well. My trial is absolutely fair. Accept your fate. Yi Longshan was stunned. With that attitude, how can I trust you to be fair? Old Wang declared. Now the competition begins. The rule is simple. If a member of the opposite sex willingly kisses you, you win. Huh. Both Yi Longshan and Zhou Qilin were taken aback. Song Mir was quick to react. She grabbed Zhou Qilin's face and planted a kiss on his lips. Zhou Qilin stared at her delicate features, so close. She kissed me. Should I kiss back? Should I use my tongue? Maybe I should. Zhou Qilin abruptly pulled away from Song Mir and glared at the approaching Old Wang. Hey, we're kissing. What are you blabbing about? Why do you need to provide sound effects? What's it to you if I use my tongue? Old Wang scratched his head. It's been years since I've been near a woman. I was just mimicking your thoughts for fun. Song Mir blushed. Senior, does this mean Qilin wins? Old Wang nodded and produced a pill. Very well, I declare. Wait. Yi Longshan finally couldn't hold back. If he didn't speak now, the pill would be lost. Senior, this is clearly unfair. He brought a woman. I didn't. Old Wang whipped around. What a... You dare call me unfair? Yi Longshan's heart skipped a beat. This familiar pattern. If you call me unfair now, you'll call me an idiot later. Then you'll hit me. And finally you'll rape and kill me, won't you? Yi Longshan was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, but not a single word dared to escape, fearing that any extra utterance would provoke this lunatic into beating him to death. Zhou Qilin, however, showed no fear of death. Old fool. Isn't this utter nonsense? How can such a comparison be called fair? This round doesn't count. Song Mir immediately roared. How can it not count? No, you must take the pill. Wang Laowu narrowed his eyes, staring at Zhou Qilin, his face darkening. Boy, I've tolerated you time and again. Do you really think I, Wang Laowu, have no temper? As Wang Lao's voice fell, he abruptly struck a palm through the air toward Zhou Qilin. Yi Longshan was overjoyed, having previously thought the old man was biased toward Zhou Qilin. Now it seemed, Zhou Qilin, you're doomed. Bang! Yi Longshan flew backward. A fiery pain seared his chest, nearly forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. He lay on the ground, staring blankly at Wang Laowu as Senior. He insulted you. Why did you hit me? Wang Laowu snorted coldly, hands clasped behind his back. Haven't you learned what it means to kill the chicken to warn the monkey? Seeing you get beaten will surely frighten him to tears. Yi Longshan. Zhou Qilin looked at Yi Longshan's pale face. Old man, you hit him. Why should I be scared? Fine. Incorrigible. Wang Laowu gritted his teeth and raised his hand again. Watch my striking the cow across the mountain. Bang. Yi Longshan flew off again. Are you scared? Still not scared. Watch my striking the cow across the mountain. Bang. I'm scared, I'm scared. Yi Longshan clutched his chest, shouting hoarsely, Brother Qilin. Just give in, please. Zhou Qilin stiffened his neck. I can withstand this psychological warfare. But I can't fucking take it anymore. Yi Longshan was on the verge of tears. Zhou Qilin straightened his chest, his gaze resolute. Brother Yi. A man must remain steadfast through 1,000 trials, unmoved by winds from any direction. Song Mir looked at Zhou Qilin with pride. This was her man. Yi Longshan was on the verge of tears. Brother Qilin, if those 1,000 trials fell on you, I could say the same. I'm begging you, can't you just lower your head, eh? Zhou Qilin sighed. You're the protagonist. What are you afraid of? You want die? I'll fine. Since you're begging me like this, it would be unkind of me to refuse. He'll give in, but what I said earlier doesn't count. We need another round. Wang Laowu withdrew his hand, looking smugly at Yi Longshan. See. With just 2 casual palms, he's already terrified. Yi Longshan staggered to his feet. If this continued, he'd be done for. This old man was too twisted. But he still had to force a smile. Yes. Senior. You are truly formidable. Wang Laowu narrowed his eyes, flattering me again. You sycophant. Yi Longshan. So no matter what I say, it's wrong, isn't it? Zhou Qilin grew impatient. Old man, hurry up and start the competition. He had made up his mind. Since this old geezer didn't play by the rules, no matter what the competition was, as soon as he announced it, he would concede. Wang Laowu nodded. Fine, I'll rearrange it. This round is about who is more deferential. Zhou Qilin immediately raised his hand. I concede. Wang Laowu promptly handed over the minor rejuvenation pill. Good. You conceded directly? Such deference, who can match you? The pill is yours. Yi Longshan gritted his teeth at Zhou Qilin. Hypocrite. Didn't you say you didn't want it? Why are you so deferential now? Zhou Qilin was also stunned. He just wanted to concede quickly. How was he supposed to know the old man was testing this? He quickly raised his hand. Wait. Brother Yi hasn't spoken yet. How do you know he's not as deferential as I am? As he spoke, he frantically signaled Yi Longshan with his eyes. Hurry. You concede too. Conceding is deference. Yi Longshan gritted his teeth and threw caution to the wind. Not only do I concede, but I also acknowledge Zhou Qilin as my big brother. What a disgrace. But for the minor rejuvenation pill, he would endure it. Wang Laowu nodded, looking gratified. Good, you conceded, so Zhou Qilin wins. You said you'd acknowledge him as your big brother, right? Go ahead, say it. Yi Longshan. Wait, when he concedes it's deference, but when I concede it's a real loss. Yi Longshan had been clinging to a faint hope, but now he realized this old man never intended to give him the minor rejuvenation pill. No. This is clearly favoritism toward Zhou Qilin. I don't accept it. Wang Laowu quickly waved his hand. No, I'm very fair. How about we ask the masses? Girl, am I fair? Song Mir nodded vigorously, her face full of sincerity. Very fair. Wang Laowu spread his hand. See. The masses have sharp eyes. Yi Longshan. Zhou Qilin was also furious. Fair my ass. Shouldn't you be Yi Longshan's lucky encounter? This Yi Longshan is nearly being tortured to death by you. He couldn't understand. Look between the two of us, who has higher martial talent. Wang Laowu said. He does. Who is more polite? He is. Then who respects the elderly and cherishes the young? Still him. Then Zhou Qilin was baffled. Since it's all him, why are you still insisting on giving me this minor rejuvenation pill? Yi Longshan also looked at Wang Laowu in confusion. Yes, why? Wang Laowu glanced at Yi Longshan's crotch, his face full of disgust. Too disgusting. A grown man still wearing split-crotch pants and incontinent to boot. His mind must be addled too. Between a lunatic and a normal person, is there anything wrong with saving the normal one? Zhou Qilin drew a sharp breath. You know what? You're absolutely right. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Wang Laowu nodded with a smile. Then it's settled. Take it. Besides, I swore that whoever eats this minor rejuvenation pill becomes my disciple. Zhou Qilin. So he had to become his disciple too. It seemed this really was Yi Longshan's lucky encounter. But now that Yi Longshan had ended up in this miserable state, Wang Laowu didn't think much of him. Song Mir instantly breathed a sigh of relief. At last Qilin could survive. Yi Longshan's face stiffened. Was Yi Longshan destined to die here? Zhou Qilin, however, shook his head. No. Regardless, Yi Longshan won that last round. Song Mir panicked. No, absolutely not. Zhou Qilin narrowed his eyes at her. Little bunny, not listening to your master. Song Mir trembled all over. Her mind instantly flashed with certain indescribable scenes of being dominated in bed. But she bit her lower lip and shook her head stubbornly. Anything else can be discussed. Except this. Zhou Qilin had no intention of negotiating with Song Mir. He directly turned to look at Wang Laowu. Old man, I'm not taking this pill. Wang Laowu squinted. Are you sure? Absolutely positive. Without another word, Wang Laowu tossed the lesser rejuvenation pill to Yi Longshan. You won earlier, so this pill is yours. Yi Longshan caught it joyfully. Thank you for the gift, senior. He swallowed it without a moment's hesitation. Poison. Impossible. If the old man wanted him dead, a single slap would suffice. Why waste a pill? No. Song Mir collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. She stared at Zhou Qilin, her eyes full of bewilderment. Why, that was a life-saving pill. Meanwhile, Yi Longchen, feeling the effects of the lesser rejuvenation pill taking hold, smirked. Zhou Qilin, I owe you one this time. Zhou Qilin waved a hand weakly. No need. Just remember what I said before. Yi Longchen nodded. It was a request to spare Zhou Qilin's parents. Song Mir suddenly stood up, wiped away her tears, and declared with determination, is death all that awaits? He'll accompany you. Before Zhou Qilin could respond, Wang Laowu scratched his head, looking puzzled. It's not like he's going to die. He then pulled out another pill from his pocket. Here, take this greater rejuvenation pill. The entire scene fell silent. Yi Longchen's smile froze on his face. Zhou Qilin was stunned. Song Mir was dumbfounded. A greater rejuvenation pill. Wait. Yi Longchen was the first to react. Senior, I was the one who won. Yes, and you received the lesser rejuvenation pill for winning. Didn't I give it to you? Wang Laowu replied matter-of-factly. Yi Longchen's mind was about to explode. Then why does he, the loser, get a greater rejuvenation pill, eh? Wang Laowu sighed, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Do you think the greater rejuvenation pill is better than the lesser one? Yi Longchen, isn't it? Of course it is. Yi Longchen. Damn it. Wang Laowu shook his head regretfully. I was hoping Zhou Qilin would win earlier. If he had the lesser rejuvenation pill, would have been his. Too bad. You all kept stopping him. Yi Longchen's eyes widened. You mean? You originally wanted to give the lesser rejuvenation pill to Zhou Qilin and the greater one to me. Wang Laowu, oh no. If he had one, I would have saved a greater rejuvenation pill. Yi Longchen. So you never intended for me to have it at all. Why did you say all that? You got me all worked up for nothing. This old bastard is truly despicable. Once I recover, he'll kill you. He glanced at Wang Laowu, then recalled the image of the old man floating down from 10 meters high. Forget it. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't bully a youth for being poor. When Zhou Qilin saw Yi Longchen swallow the lesser rejuvenation pill without expression, he fully understood Yi Longchen's thoughts. From the system, he knew the temperament of these Dragon King protagonists. Offend a Dragon King protagonist, and there is only one outcome: death. Even if you accidentally step on his foot, you become a villain. As for the favor of giving him a lesser rejuvenation pill, once you offend the protagonist, everything you own is his. What favor is there? He looked at the greater rejuvenation pill Wang Laowu offered, and shook his head again. No, I don't want it. Song Mir was frantic. She gripped Zhou Qilin's hand, her eyes red. Qilin, I don't blame you anymore. You can marry Suchinga, just don't forget me, and stay alive. Take the pill. Looking at the desperately pleading Song Mir, Zhou Qilin hardened his heart, and shook his head. Little bunny, there are things you don't know. I am a man burdened with world peace. Song Mir didn't care about world peace. All she knew was that she couldn't let him die. She gritted her teeth. If you don't take it, I'll kill myself right now. Zhou Qilin's head throbbed. I finally saved you, and now you want to die again. What kind of game is this? Song Mir's gaze suddenly grew hazy. Her hand slowly crept up to Zhou Qilin's chest, her voice soft and sticky. But I want to choose my own way to die. Her hand slipped under his clothes, moving upward. Zhou Qilin's body stiffened. Song Mir began tugging at his pants. Good brother. Good master. I'm so hot. Help me. Zhou Qilin gripped his waistband tightly. Mir, what's wrong with you? Wang Laowu cackled beside them like a lecher. Oh, it's the effect of the greater yellow pill you fed her earlier. The greater yellow pill's effect was kicking in. The system had mentioned that taking the greater yellow pill would drastically increase lust, reverse the flow of blood, and cause the body to explode. Damn it. Wait, can't the greater rejuvenation pill cure the greater yellow pill, eh? Zhou Qilin's eyes widened. Wang Laowu smiled and shook his head. Of course not. The greater rejuvenation pill treats external injuries. The greater yellow pill is a supreme aphrodisiac. Once it takes effect, the person explodes instantly, leaving no time to cure it. At most in an hour, this girl will be gone. Zhou Qilin panicked. His breakup with Song Mir had been forced, but his feelings were real. How could he watch her die before him? He grabbed Wang Lao's arm. Old man, I mean senior. You must have a way to save her, right? Wang Laowu laughed heartily. Of course. Hope flickered in Zhou Qilin's eyes. Wang Laowu said slowly, there are only two things in the world that can counter the greater yellow pill. One is the Dragon King's supreme overlord art. If one couples with a cultivator of this art, the poison dissolves naturally. He glanced at Yi Longchen, who was meditating to recover. But though this kid practices the Dragon King's supreme overlord art, he's only at the 3rd grade peak. Breaking his cultivation before the 9th grade would mean death. Zhou Qilin turned to look at Yi Longchen. So you're a flower protecting Dragon King, sweeping beauties across the land, but you can only look and not touch. Then what's the point of all those beauties? The more you lack something, the more you need it. He couldn't help asking, what does a cultivator of the Dragon King's supreme overlord art do about physical needs? Wang Laowu chuckled. What does a eunuch do about physical needs? Hold it in it. Exactly. Isn't that miserable? Tisk, utterly miserable. Enough. Even if Yi Longchen wanted to pretend he hadn't heard their loud voices made it impossible. Can't you discuss this quietly? Who gossips right in front of someone? Is it really okay to discuss someone's private matters so directly? Don't I have any dignity? Yi Longchen roared. When I reach the 9th grade, it'll be almost normal. Zhou Qilin nodded. Good for you. Damn it. Yi Longchen nearly spat blood. His qi and blood churned, and he quickly steadied his mind to continue digesting the lesser rejuvenation pill. Zhou Qilin ignored him and turned to Wang Laowu. What's the second method? Wang Laowu chuckled slyly. The second method is you. You possess the 9 radiance sun-shooting art. If you unite with a practitioner of the opposite sex who also cultivates this art, you can neutralize the poison of the great yellow pill. Yi Longchen's eyes snapped open, glaring intently at Zhou Qilin. This guy wasn't ordinary. He was a martial artist too. No way, how had he sensed nothing? No wonder Qingda kept stopping me, he must have hidden cards. Zhou Qilin raised an eyebrow. This old codger not only knew about Yi Longchen's overlord dragon art, but also saw through his 9 radiance sun-shooting art at a glance. Even Yi Longchen himself didn't know. This old man was far more than just a master. Wang Laowu suddenly seemed enigmatic in his eyes. Still grinning, Wang Laowu delivered the finishing blow. Although the 9 radiance sun-shooting art can cure you, in your current state tisk, you can barely stand yourself. Can it even rise? Zhou Qilin was indeed struggling to stay upright. The inner energy Wang Laowu had left in his body was dissipating bit by bit. If not for sheer willpower, he would have collapsed long ago. His only option now was to take the Great Rejuvenation Pill to recover and then save Song Muir. But if he took the Great Rejuvenation Pill, that meant he would survive. Had all this suffering been for nothing? In his arms, Song Muir's condition worsened. She clung to him desperately, tilting her head back, her watery eyes full of longing. Master, little bunny, wants to eat grass. As she spoke, she began tearing at her own clothes. Looking at her in his arms, memories flooded back. He remembered how she had ignored him at first. He remembered how during his pursuit, she would beat him up every few days. Later, as they grew close on their first date, she blushed and dared not look at him. Then she grew sweeter and sweeter, treating him better and better, willing to do anything shameful for him. The iron-faced policewoman in others' eyes became his little bunny alone, letting him do whatever he pleased. Finally, the image froze on their first meeting. He was a hostage, and she didn't hesitate to offer herself in exchange for him. Zhou Qilin's nose tingled. No, wait. In the villain. Why do I need a life review at a time like this? Song Muir, I really owe you one. Forget it. Yi Longchen was bound to grow stronger from now on. There would be plenty of chances to seek death. Missing this one wouldn't matter. Zhou Qilin grabbed Song Muir's tearing hands and looked at Wang Laowu. Senior, give me the Great Rejuvenation Pill. Wang Laowu tossed it over with a grin. Zhou Qilin caught it and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, a warm spring-like energy surged through his body, warming every limb and bone. Ah, he moaned in pleasure. Truly a divine medicine. The pain vanished instantly, and his strength began to return. Wang Laowu smiled, reached out, grabbed both Zhou Qilin and Song Muir by the collars, and leaped into the air. Zhou Qilin's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, they were in a cave. Though Wang Laowu looked like a beggar, the cave was exceptionally clean, resembling the dwelling of a transcendent master. However, Zhou Qilin had no time to observe his surroundings. Song Muir's eyes were now completely dazed. Her shoulders were exposed from her frantic tearing, and she writhed desperately in his arms. Wang Laowu raised an eyebrow, grinning lecherously. Bye-bye. With that, he leaped out of the cave. Meanwhile, Yi Longchen's situation was far worse. The lesser rejuvenation pill was inferior to the Great Rejuvenation Pill. Weaker effects, slower recovery, requiring him to slowly dissolve it with inner energy. The process demanded complete focus. Yet every time he managed to dissolve a bit of the medicinal power, noises came from above. How frustrating. He wanted to accelerate the dissolution with more inner energy, but his stomach began to growl, forcing him to slow down. Why? He had to hold back from relieving himself, desperately dissolve the medicine, listen to them. Endure the pain, while Zhou Qilin was having a grand time up there. Master said that once I arrived in Zhongyin City, I would be like a golden scale in a pond, no longer confined. Once I... Wang Laowu looked at him in surprise from nearby. You've read that book too? I didn't expect you to have such wide reading, even though you can't break your chastity. Yi Longchen grew even more depressed. There was also this crazy old man. Yi Longchen, the border war god, young master of the Azura Dragon King Hall, heir to the Overlord Dragon art. How had I fallen to this state? This is all a trial. Once I get out, I'll summon my subordinates. Then I will soar across the 4 seas. Zhongyin City is mine. In his excitement, he finally couldn't hold it in. Wang Laowu was furious. Fine. If you dare to disgust me now, you'll dare to. Yi Longchen's eyelid twitched. He quickly spoke up. Senior, I never thought of raping and killing you first. Fine. So you were thinking that. Let it slip, didn't you? Yi Longchen. An hour later at the cliff cave, Song Muir held Zhou Qilin. She had never imagined that she who had resolved to die with Zhou Qilin by jumping off the cliff would now be lying in this man's arms again. At this thought, Song Muir couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. Zhou Qilin looked down at her and said, You're comfortable now, but do you know what I gave up for you? It was world peace. Song Mir pouted, world peace my foot. You're just regretting saving me, aren't you? With that she turned her back to him. Since your wound has healed, don't bother with me anymore. From now on we don't know each other. If I'm angry you have to coax me. Zhou Qilin cheered up, it's settled then. Song Mir, just moments ago he was grabbing her ponytail and calling her his little bunny. Now that he was done with her, they were to become strangers. She whipped around, her eyes reddening. Fine. Go find your Suchinga. Get lost. Zhou Qilin knew that Song Mir was just angry and hurting, craving his comfort. But if he gave her hope now, when the time came for him to die, she would only suffer more. Zhou Qilin reached out and patted Song Mir's head before starting to put on his clothes. Watching his back, Song Mir's tears nearly fell. Just say something, anything, and I'll forgive you. Master, do you really not want your little bunny anymore? Song Mir gritted her teeth. Zhou Qilin, I'll win you back for sure. She began dressing as well. Once they were both clothed, Zhou Qilin called down, Senior One, you can come fetch us now. Though Zhou Qilin's moral standards were low, he had his limits. Having accepted the great rejuvenation pill, he could no longer call the old man a geezer. As his words faded, Wang Lao's figure appeared instantly at the cave entrance. But he shook his head. I'm afraid you can't leave just yet. Zhou Qilin was taken aback. What do you mean? Wang Lao cast a sympathetic glance at Song Mir. The poison of the yellow dragon pill requires 10 unions to be fully cured. For now, it's still early. Zhou Qilin froze. 10 times. Song Mir was startled too. Was this poison that potent? She furrowed her brow, but couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. 10 times. How could this be? Won't Suchinga be angry if she finds out? If she learns we've been sleeping in the same room, will she beat me up? If she finds out we've been together this many times, won't she scold you? Unlike me, who only cares about you, Gigi. Zhou Qilin was speechless. When had this woman learned to be such a tea artist? Wang Lao spoke again. But there is actually a way to avoid 10 times. Song Mir's expression shifted. No, 10 times is just fine. Zhou Qilin's eyes lit up. What's the solution? Wang Lao pulled out a book from somewhere. This is my treasured bliss union technique. Practice this, and 9 times will do. But the time will double. Song Mir cleared her throat, putting on a serious face. I suppose. That's not unacceptable. Zhou Qilin was left speechless. Before he could respond, Song Mir's face flushed again, her gaze growing hazy. Qilin. Master. Zhou Qilin sighed in resignation and pulled her into his arms. Wang Lao chuckled and leaped down from the cliff. Yi Longchen was going mad. Seriously, were those two ever going to stop? After all this disturbance, he had barely refined a tenth of the medicinal effects. Didn't the book say 3 minutes was a long time? A full day and night later. Zhou Qilin looked at Song Mir, who was tracing circles on his chest. Wait, since when did you become this formidable? A whole day and night. Song Mir had always been one of the weakest among his ex-girlfriends. Song Mir blushed. It must be the pill's effect. Though I'm tired, I feel like I can keep going. Suddenly her face reddened again. No, the effect is flaring up again. Zhou Qilin was about to reach out, but paused. Wait, it's been 10 times already, right? It should be over. Song Mir's face stiffened, a flicker of guilt in her eyes. But she quickly composed herself. You must have miscounted. No, it's flaring up again. Hurry. Zhou Qilin raised an eyebrow at her. Song Mir immediately became indignant. What's that look supposed to mean? It really is the lingering poison. Do you think I enjoy clinging to you like this? I'm a girl after all. Do you think I have no shame? Do you think calling you master isn't sincere? Do you think everything I said was just me being wanton? My upbringing wouldn't allow it. It's just the poison acting up. Zhou Qilin gave a sharp slap to Song Mir's rear. She yelped, pouting in grievance. Master, I just want to be with you. She dropped the act and threw herself onto him. You saved me, so now you're stuck with me. Mir, listen to me. Why are you licking my ear? Let go or I won't be gentle. Oh, for crying out loud. Just wait till I teach you a lesson. But the next second, as Zhou Qilin moved to act, Song Mir pinned him down on the stone bed. He stared at her in astonishment. Since when are you this strong? Song Mir's eyes went wide too. Yes, how had a slight shove from her overpowered her master. Zhou Qilin sensed his inner energy. His first-grade initial internal force was gone. Completely gone. He suddenly remembered the system's words, the 9 suns, shooting art consumed internal energy and weakened cultivation with each union. So it hadn't vanished, it had been transferred. This thing even obeyed the law of conservation of energy. So scientific. Suddenly, Zhou Qilin saw the light. This was good. By giving his cultivation to Song Mir, he was at least repaying her. And it would make things easier when Yi Longchen came to kill him. He just wondered what would happen without his internal energy. Though Song Mir didn't understand her newfound strength, a smile broke across her face. Master, it seems you can't resist me anymore. Zhou Qilin smiled too. I wasn't planning to. Come on, let me drain my cultivation completely. Sometime later, Song Mir looked at Zhou Qilin in confusion. What's happening to me? I feel a power in my abdomen. Ha ha ha. Wang Lao's laughter rang out as he suddenly appeared at the cliff. Silly girl, that's the boy's internal energy combined with the yellow dragon pill's potency. Song Mir's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Senior, what do you mean? Wang Lao explained, this boy practices De's 9 suns shooting art. Any woman who cultivates dual cultivation with him gains his cultivation. With the yellow dragon pill in you, you absorb it faster, and the pill's power has all turned into your own cultivation. You should be at the peak of the first grade now. Come, let me see your strength. Take this. Before the words faded, Wang Laowu suddenly raised his hand, and a black shadow shot straight towards Song Muir's face. A fist-sized piece of bluestone. Song Muir instinctively swung her fist to block it. With a deafening crack, the stone exploded into dust the moment her fist made contact. Zhou Qilin was stunned. Was a peak first rank this formidable? Not only Zhou Qilin, but Wang Laowu was also dumbfounded, his playful expression replaced by shock. Peak third rank. How is that possible? He flickered, already seizing Song Muir's wrist, 3 fingers pressing against her pulse. He abruptly turned to Zhou Qilin. Yours. Song Muir's hand unconsciously touched her lower abdomen. Senior, is it a boy or a girl? Zhou Qilin's face darkened. It's only been a day, how could it be that fast? Wang Laowu shook his head, his expression bizarre. It's not a child. It's the internal energy inside her. 9/10 of it is yours. The remaining 10th is from the Great Yellow Pill. You a mere early first rank, how could you possibly boost someone to peak third rank? Zhou Qilin had no idea either. He really didn't feel that strong. Still, the system directly enhanced their cultivation, so it made sense that it was purer. At that moment, Wang Lao's gaze at Zhou Qilin shifted entirely. His eyes burned so intensely that Zhou Qilin felt creeped out. Hey old man, what are you staring at? I'm not into men, and I've got nothing left. Wang Laowu said nothing, but his eyes remained bright. Song Muir then spoke up. Senior, can you return this cultivation or internal energy to Qilin? Zhou Qilin flatly refused. Don't pull that on me. I went through all this trouble to give it to you. Wang Laowu also shook his head. No, it can't be returned, don't even think about it. Song Muir immediately lifted her head, her eyes blazing as she fixed them on Zhou Qilin. Qilin, you saved my life, gave me this cultivation, and long ago stole my heart. From now on, whether you accept me or not, I'm sticking with you. Don't even think of shaking me off. Zhou Qilin sighed inwardly. When I die, just living well is more than enough. As the 3 emerged from the cave, Zhou Qilin immediately spotted Yi Longchen's livid face. Hey, brother Yi, why do you look so terrible? Yi Longchen's face darkened further. If it weren't for those 2, he wouldn't have needed a full day and night to recover. That lovely beauty had been defiled by that bastard Zhou Qilin. And defiled for so long. He didn't want to talk to Zhou Qilin, turning directly to Wang Laowu and cupping his hands. Senior Wang, my injuries have healed. Please advise me. How do I leave this place? Wang Laowu frowned at him. Leave? You haven't taken me as your master yet. How can I let you go? Take you as master. Yi Longchen was taken aback. Wang Laowu nodded matter-of-factly. Right, I said before, whoever eats my little return pill becomes my disciple. Didn't you eat it? Yi Longchen froze for 2 seconds, then a surge of ecstasy overwhelmed him. Although he already had a master, a senior of Wang Lao's caliber far surpassed his own. To become Wang Lao's disciple would be an incredible fortune. Surely his own master would understand. Without a second word, Yi Longchen knelt directly. Master above, please accept your disciple's bow. Wang Laowu smiled and nodded. Good, not bad. He turned to Zhou Qilin. Your turn. Me, eh? Zhou Qilin shook his head like a rattledrum. I ate your great return pill, not your little return pill. Why should I bow to you? Eat my pill, and you must take me as master. Wang Lao's face stiffened. Zhou Qilin kept shaking his head like a rattledrum. Am I crazy? If I also take you as master, wouldn't I become Yi Longchen's junior brother? Although it's normal for a villain junior brother to be killed by a senior brother, an extra title adds extra trouble. What if Yi Longchen softens his heart, and I end up not dying? No way, no way. Wang Laowu narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you want to take me as your master? Yi Longchen was overjoyed. He didn't want Zhou Qilin to become a disciple either, or it would create scruples about harming him. And if Wang Laowu could just slap Zhou Qilin dead, even better. Song Muir without any hesitation stepped in front of Zhou Qilin. Zhou Qilin pushed her twice, but couldn't budge her. He had to slap her shapely bottom. What are you doing? Get out of the way. Can you block this old bastard? Song Muir pouted, realizing he had a point, and stepped aside, but still stood firmly by his side. Zhou Qilin hesitated too. If Wang Laowu killed him, it wouldn't count. Still, the old man had given him a great return pill, surely he wouldn't kill him now. Senior, can we be reasonable? I've lost all my cultivation now. I'm just an ordinary man. What use is it taking me as your disciple? Excuses? A cold glint flashed in Wang Lao's eyes. Fine, since you want to take me as master, don't blame me. With that, Wang Laowu leaped into the air. Zhou Qilin was horrified. This old man was truly unpredictable. Couldn't he at least negotiate? Maybe it could have worked out. Song Muir shielded Zhou Qilin again. Then, with a loud thud, the 3 stared in disbelief as Wang Laowu descended from the sky and knelt solidly before Zhou Qilin. I, Wang Laowu, today take Zhou Qilin as my disciple. From now on, I am his master. The scene fell into dead silence. Song Muir blinked her big eyes, struggling to process the information. Zhou Qilin was also stunned. What the hell was this? Had heard of taking disciples, but never of being taken as a disciple by force. Even as unruly as he was, had never seen such absurdity. Yi Longchen was completely dumbfounded. What did you mean? I kneel to you, and you kneel to him. Then what was I? Just pathetic. Wang Laowu stood up with a grin, dusting off his knees. All right, from now on you're my disciple. Come that one. Zhou Longchen. Yi Longchen's mouth twitched. Master, my name is Yi Longchen. Wang Laowu waved dismissively. Is that so? From now on you'll be surnamed Zhou after your senior brother. Why the hell should I take Zhou Qilin's surname? Besides, I bowed to you first. How did he become the senior brother? Wang Laowu frowned, murderous aura leaking. You don't agree. Yi Longchen broke out in a cold sweat. Master, no. Even if I change my surname, it should be yours. Oh, I see. Wang Laowu nodded thoughtfully. Then I'll call myself Zhou Laowu from now on. We'll both take your senior brother's surname. That should work, right? What do you mean, is this good enough now? Yi Longchen was utterly dumbfounded. Why should I have perfectly good you have to change my surname to Zhou? Zhou Qilin also couldn't fathom old Fifth Wang's logic. More crucially, if Yi Longchen changed his name, would he still be the protagonist? There's no way I'm agreeing to this. Zhou Qilin shook his head frantically. No way. Besides, I never agreed to become your disciple. Old Fifth Wang immediately turned to glare at Yi Longchen. Wretched disciple. Look, it's all your dawdling that's upset my precious apprentice. Come on, let's kowtow to him as an apology. Yi Longchen felt like he was going insane. Wait, so I'm the wretched disciple, and he's the good one. Do you have any sense of proportion at all? And kowtow to him. Zhou Qilin quickly stepped back. No. Don't talk about kowtowing once. Even if you kowtow 100 times, I still won't agree. Great. Old Fifth Wang waved at Yi Longchen. Then well, kowtow 100 times to the senior brother. Zhou Qilin was speechless. Is that what I meant? Don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, I won't become your disciple. Old Fifth Wang snorted coldly. I was being polite earlier. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Striking through the mountain. Holy crap. Yi Longchen instantly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second. Bang! Yi Longchen flew out without warning, slamming into the cliff face in a spread eagle position. His injuries had only just healed. Sliding down in utter despair, he glared resentfully at old Fifth Wang. Zhou Qilin blinked. You? Are you killing the chicken to scare the monkey again? Old Fifth Wang shook his head. No. If you won't be my disciple, I won't have any disciples at all. He'll kill him. Yi Longchen was stunned. Wait. Master, if he won't be your disciple, what does that have to do with me? Zhou Qilin was also baffled. Yeah. If you're going to kill someone, it should be me. Why kill him? Old Fifth Wang wasn't one to reason with. I don't care. I've decided to kill him. Watch my striking through the mountain. This time Yi Longchen was prepared, frantically channeling his Overlord Dragon Supreme art. But old Fifth Wang's palm force seemed to bypass his defenses and strike him directly. He couldn't block it. It was completely useless. Bang! He flew again. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and Yi Longchen's face turned deathly pale. Spitting out another mouthful of blood, Yi Longchen's face was ashen. He quickly looked at Zhou Qilin. Brother Zhou. No, senior brother. I beg you. Just agree to be Master's disciple. From now on, whatever you ask through fire and water, I, Yi Longchen, will never refuse. Otherwise, Master will really beat me to death. Zhou Qilin looked at Yi Longchen's miserable state and twitched his mouth. Well, he had no choice but to agree. Though unlikely, if Yi Longchen really got killed, how would he ever get back? Zhou Qilin waved his hand. Fine. I agree. Yi Longchen felt as if pardoned. Master, please stop your divine power. Old Fifth Wang's face immediately broke into a grin. Good disciple. From today on, you are my eldest apprentice. As for Zhou Longchen, you are my 99th disciple. Zhou Qilin was taken aback. You have 97 other disciples. Old Fifth Wang said matter-of-factly. Not now, but what if I take more later? Yi Longchen. Wait, I can accept Zhou Qilin being ranked ahead of me. But how are disciples you haven't even taken, yet also ranked ahead of me? If you think so little of me, why take me on at all? Yi Longchen was full of grievances, but didn't dare utter a word. Zhou Qilin didn't mind, but one thing had to be made clear. Old man Yi Longchen can't change his surname to Zhou. Old Fifth Wang nodded with a smile. Sure, whatever my precious apprentice says. Song Mir also breathed a sigh of relief. She had seen that this old man had a very strange temperament. If Qilin truly refused, who knew what might happen? She couldn't help but ask, Senior, can you send us up now? Old Fifth Wang raised a hand. What's the rush? Since they've become my disciples, I have to teach them something. Yi Longchen's eyes instantly lit up. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? He immediately cupped his hands, his attitude extremely sincere. Thank you, Master. But Zhou Qilin waved his hand. I'm not learning. Don't even think about it. I'm just an ordinary person now. Even if I learned, it would be useless. Old Fifth Wang smiled and looked at Song Mir. It's useless for you to learn, but what about her? She has plenty of internal energy, but no cultivation method. If you learn, I can incidentally teach her a suitable one. Zhou Qilin fell silent. The old bastard did have a point. He had slept with her so many times. If not for her good hair quality, those twin ponytails would have lost quite a few strands. It wouldn't hurt to get her some benefits as compensation. He nodded. Fine. A faint smile curled at the corner of Song Mir's lips. Her heart. Sweet, stupid master, you say you don't like me. Old Fifth Wang cleared his throat. Everyone has different talents and needs to be taught according to their aptitude. I'll ask each of you a question to see which cultivation method suits you. With that he looked at Zhou Qilin. Qilin, as the senior brother, will start with you. What's 1 plus 1? Zhou Qilin had only agreed for Song Niur's sake and had no intention of learning, so he answered casually too. Old Fifth Wang sighed, his face full of disappointment. Alas, you've disappointed me greatly. Did you think I'd test you with such a simple question about cultivation methods? How obtuse. He then pulled a book from his bosom. Here, take this, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Zhou Qilin took the book and glanced at Yi Longchen. Hiss. This martial art was very specifically targeted. But Yi Longchen grew excited. Someone as obtuse as him got the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. With my intelligence and wit, I'm bound to soar. Old Fifth Wang turned to Yi Longchen. I ask you, what's 1 plus 1? The same question. Yi Longchen already knew. This question couldn't be that simple. 1, is it truly just 1? Wait. Yi Longchen instantly entered a profound state of enlightenment. Moments later, he snapped his eyes open, his gaze like lightning. Laozi said the Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Master, you're testing the great Tao of Yin and Yang. 1 is the beginning of all things, 2 is the transformation of Yin and Yang. So 1 plus 1 equals infinite possibilities. Old Fifth Wang trembled with excitement, his eyes reddening. Good. Excellent. Longchen, though you are only my 99th disciple, your comprehension and talent are rare in this world. Here, take this secret manual of martial arts that I've studied for half my life. I pass it on to you today. With that he solemnly pulled a book from his bosom and handed it to Yi Longchen with both hands. Yi Longchen's hands trembled with excitement as he respectfully took it. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me advanced mathematics. Advanced math. Matics. Wang Laowu proudly stroked his beard. My good disciple, no need to be so moved. This secret manual is profound and extensive. If you can grasp its mysteries, you will surely achieve greatness in the future. Ha ha ha. Zhou Qilin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Achieve greatness. When has a Dragon King protagonist ever started with sine and cosine? I am Yi Longchen, and I hit you with a sine function. Indeed, the end of mysticism is science. Yi Longchen's mouth nearly twitched uncontrollably. Moved my foot. Do you think I'm blind? There's a price tag on the back, 46. 40 yuan. A martial arts secret manual studied for half a lifetime. This, can't you buy it at any bookstore? He carefully handed the book back to him. Master, I'm far inferior to you in studying this for half a lifetime. Wouldn't it take me a lifetime? Just give me another one, something like senior brothers. Wang Laowu took the book, shook his head, and sighed regretfully. What a pity you don't appreciate such a fine book. With that he casually tossed it onto the ground. Damn it, old man. You throw away a good book. I'd fight you if I could. Wang Laowu pulled out another book from his chest. Then take this one. Yi Longchen took it, saw no title on the cover, and his heart raced. An unnamed secret manual. The more nameless the book, the more likely it's a peerless divine art. Indeed, Master still loves me. It was all a test. Yi Longchen opened the book, then frowned. Abin's high school grades weren't ideal, but after all. Wang Laowu snatched the book away with a slap. Not this one, not this one. Wrong. He pulled out another book from his chest and shoved it into Yi Longchen's hands. This is for you. Puppy King Fist. Yi Longchen. Is this even a technique? He looked up with difficulty. Master. Did you grab the wrong one again? Wang Laowu said with certainty. This time it's definitely right. Yi Longchen was utterly despairing. Damn it. I'm done. Let's die together. Suddenly a book was handed to him. 18 Dragons Subduing Palms. Junior brother, let's swap techniques. Zhou Qilin couldn't bear to watch anymore. Yi Longchen was too pitiful a main character being toyed with like a fool. What use was this technique to him? Better to give it to the protagonist. If he learned it, at least he'd remember my kindness and give me a quick death. Besides, this was the protagonist's fate. That damn system kept rewarding me. This time I absolutely couldn't steal the protagonist's opportunity. Yi Longchen looked at Zhou Qilin in disbelief. You really want to swap? Zhou Qilin frowned. Swap or not? If not, I'll throw it away. Swap, swap, swap. He'll swap. Yi Longchen eagerly exchanged the manuals. When he opened 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, tears welled up. It was real. So hard-earned. After all this suffering, he finally learned a supreme technique. Meanwhile, Zhou Qilin was curious about Puppy King Fist. He had never heard of such a technique. So he casually opened it. And the moment he did, congratulations, host, for intercepting Yi Longchen's technique. Reward cultivation enhanced to early 2nd grade. Congratulations, host, for intercepting Yi Longchen's title as senior brother. Reward 1 great yellow pill. Whoosh. Zhou Qilin's aura suddenly shifted. His eyes widened. No, this isn't right. How did I become early 2nd grade? I swapped for Puppy King Fist. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the body tempering technique. Xiaotian Baxiajin Eugene automatically cultivated to completion. Host's defense has skyrocketed. Host has found the correct survival method. Keep it up. Holy crap. Damn system. Are you trying to kill me? What use is defense to me? The next second, Zhou Qilin's body underwent a drastic transformation. The originally slow-moving 9 Suns shooting star art suddenly roared wildly, and his once empty dantian was instantly flooded with inner force. A vast power exploded from his lower abdomen, spreading crazily to his limbs and bones. Then countless words surged into his mind like a tide. This is the content of Zhou Qilin Baxia Jinyujin. Know what does this technique automatically boost defense based on the cultivator's inner force mean? And what does this technique automatically runs upon learning and cannot be stopped mean? Damn, is this a passive defense skill? Meanwhile, Wang Laowu, Yi Longchen, and Song Muir were completely stunned. As cultivators, they could fully sense the terrifying changes in Zhou Qilin. Song Muir, though lacking in cultivation, could faintly detect that Zhou Qilin was different. But Wang Laowu and Yi Longchen understood clearly. He had advanced. Wang Laowu dashed forward and grabbed Zhou Qilin's wrist. He was shocked, early second grade. And, you've fully mastered Zhou Qilin Baxia Jinyujin. How did you do it? Yi Longchen's mind buzzed. Wasn't it Puppy King Fist? What the hell is Zhou Qilin Baxia Jinyujin? Such a long name, and it sounds so imposing. Suddenly the 18 dragons subduing palms in his hand didn't seem so appealing. No, he had to swap back. Just as he thought this, Wang Laowu laughed heartily. Come, my good disciple, take a punch from me. Let me see how you've trained. Bang! Zhou Qilin was sent flying. His chest ached. He couldn't hold the book and it flew out of his hand, plunging straight off the cliff. No, Yi Longchen watched the book fall. My book. Song Muir had already rushed out and caught Zhou Qilin. Qilin, are you okay? Zhou Qilin sat up, clutching his chest, his face dark. Old man, are you trying to kill me? Wang Laowu hurried over, excited. Oh, my good disciple. Don't worry, I held back. Just as I guessed. You can now withstand a full-force strike from a mid-third grade. Even a peak third grade would struggle to kill you. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. A peak third grade would struggle to kill me? He turned sharply to look at Yi Longchen, who was a peak third grade. No, don't play it this way. Yi Longchen cried. An early second grade blocking a full-force strike from a mid-third grade. Does that sound fantasy to you? But this should have been mine. If I had this technique with my strength, as long as I didn't run into a freak like Wang Laowu, I'd dominate Zhongyin City. Why? If I'd known, I wouldn't have swapped. He glared venomously at Zhou Qilin. It was all Zhou Qilin's fault. He played the good guy too well, and I trusted him without any guard. That kid was too cunning. He saw long ago that the real manual master gave me was the true one, and tricked me with 18 dragons subduing palms to ambush me. Zhou Qilin, I will never forgive you. Having no choice, he immediately opened the 18 dragons subduing palms and began to read. Zhou Qilin turned his head to look at Wang Laowu. Old man, did you forget something? I didn't forget. Wang Laowu took out another book from his bosom, handed it to Song Muir with a beaming smile, and said, Great disciple's wife, this is for you. Song Muir was very delighted, not so much because of the secret manual, but because of that address of Great Disciple's wife. She stepped forward and graciously accepted it. Thank you, master. Zhou Qilin was speechless. Before she had called him senior, and now she was calling him master. Yet he was genuinely curious about what secret manual Wang Laowu would give to Song Muir. Song Muir lowered her head to look at the cover, and her face flushed crimson. She cast a quick glance at Zhou Qilin, and with lightning speed stuffed the book into her bosom. Zhou Qilin was even more puzzled. What kind of martial art is it that you have to hide it so secretively? Song Muir blushed. You'll know later. Zhou Qilin eyed her suspiciously for a moment, but then thought that although Wang Laowu was unreliable, the things he took out were never bad. This martial art probably wasn't either. His gaze then fell on Yi Longchen. Brother Yi, you must strive to become stronger. The fate of whether the little island nation will be completely annihilated rests on your shoulders. Yi Longchen, true to his protagonist's halo, suddenly burst forth with a sharp glint in his eyes after just half an hour. He leaped abruptly and struck the cliff wall with his palm. Bang! Stone chips flew everywhere. Where the palm print landed, there was a clear imprint over an inch deep. Yi Longchen's eyes widened in disbelief. If it were just his Dragon King extreme dominance art, producing such power would not have been a problem. But there was absolutely no way it could leave such a deep palm print. Yet the 18 dragons subduing palms complemented his Dragon King extreme dominance art. Combined, the power of the Dragon King extreme dominance art skyrocketed. And this was only the first palm. If he mastered all 18 palms, what realm would his Dragon King extreme dominance art reach? After unleashing the final move, a formidable aura erupted from his body. Zhou Qilin was also thrilled, thinking, is it this powerful? Then beating me would be like child's play. He couldn't help but clap wildly. Excellent 99th junior brother, you're a genius. Yi Longchen. Just then, however, not even 10 seconds after showing off, he had another accident. Zhou Qilin quickly smoothed things over. 99th junior brother is truly remarkable. How many can practice their martial arts while defecating like you do? This kind of shameless composure, you're the best. He gave a thumbs up. Do I need your praise, eh? Yi Longchen was furious with embarrassment, his face turning green. The after effects of medicine elders, 13 ghostack needles, were just too strong. When would it ever end? He took a deep breath, barely suppressing the urge to kill, turned around, and bowed solemnly to Wang Laowu. Thank you, master, for your teachings. This time Wang Laowu, rare for him, wasn't grinning, but said seriously, no need to thank me. If you cause trouble in the future, just don't mention your master's name. Yi Longchen nodded emphatically. Master is still good to me. This palm technique seems tailor-made for me. And saying that, does he see me as Sun Wukong? Wang Laowu then turned to Zhou Qilin, his face full of affection. My good disciple, if you ever run into trouble out there, just mention your master's name. If that doesn't work, come find me, and he'll go kill them all. Yi Longchen. Why was I just feeling moved? Wang Laowu clapped his hands. Alright, since you've all recovered, I'll send you up. Saying this, he suddenly swept his sleeve. The cliff, which had seemed endlessly high when they looked up, suddenly changed. Now it was clearly visible. Their position was only about 700 meters from the top. The three of them unconsciously opened their mouths wide at the same time. This had completely surpassed their understanding. Wang Laowu smiled calmly. No need to be surprised, it's just a small illusion technique. After saying this, he looked at Zhou Qilin. Hold your wife tight, it'll take you all up. Zhou Qilin instinctively wanted to explain, she's not my. However, Song Mir didn't give him a chance to explain. Alright, senior. With those words, she jumped directly onto Zhou Qilin, her arms wrapping around his neck and her legs skillfully encircling his waist. Zhou Qilin, isn't this position a bit too intimate? Song Mir stared at him, her eyes clear and resolute. Don't overthink it. I just simply don't want to be separated from you again. That's way too simple. Looking into Song Mir's eyes, Zhou Qilin felt ripples stirring in his heart. Her words moved him. How could he not understand this woman's feelings? From the moment she jumped off the cliff without hesitation after him, he knew her affection for him. But he really didn't know how to face it. When he was with these ex-girlfriends, he had put his true feelings into it. Because he thought he would soon leave this world, his reasons for breaking up were one more terrible than the last. This filled him with deep guilt towards them. He thought he was a scoundrel who could forget quickly. But when he reunited with Su Qinga, that guilt was impossible to hide. So he was eager to be killed by Yi Longchen, not just because of the so-called social death, but more importantly, he didn't want to face these ex-girlfriends. But today he had to confront this issue. If he died, what would happen to Song Mir? What about Su Qinga? Could they truly start anew? Zhou Qilin shook his head violently. No, I'm the villain. Why am I thinking so much? Stealing the protagonist's woman is normal, isn't it? They are the heroines, how could anything happen to them? However, Song Mir. Zhou Qilin's eyes were very serious. If I die one day, promise me you'll live well. Song Mir met Zhou Qilin's gaze, her heart stirred. He had accepted her. She bumped her head against his forehead. Go to hell, of course, I'll live well. Because I won't let you die before me. Zhou Qilin smiled and held Song Mir's bottom. Yi Longchen watched the affectionate scene between the two, burning with jealousy. Such a beautiful woman actually looked down on him and fell for this useless scoundrel. Seeing this, Wang Laowu smiled, faintly grabbed Yi Longchen and Zhou Qilin by the collars with one hand each. Go! As the words fell, he leaped, suddenly stepping on the cliff wall, as if on level ground, sprinting upward. The wind roared in their ears, and the scenery blurred beneath them. Wang Laowu dragged the three of them straight to the mountaintop. At that moment, at the edge of the cliff on Linwu Mountain, Su Qinga stood at the summit, looking down, her face ashen. A whole day and night had passed. Still there was no trace. Qilin, where are you? Lin Chuxue stood by the side, her face full of worry, yet she still spoke in a gentle, comforting tone. President, Su Li Gang and the others have already taken people down to search the base of the cliff. Please don't worry too much. The young master is blessed by heaven. He will surely be fine. Su Qinga suddenly turned her head, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Of course he will be fine. How could anything happen to him? It's all your brother's fault. If it weren't for Lin Dalei, how could Qilin have jumped down? Lin Chuxue lowered her head. Just then a clear, cold female voice suddenly rang out. Since that's the case, why don't I go down and help look for him? Su Qinga and Lin Chuxue whirled around. On the mountain path, not far away, a woman was walking slowly toward them. The woman wore a black tactical jacket and a black baseball cap beneath, which was short ear-length hair. She also wore a black mask, making her face impossible to discern. The only visible features were her bright, sharp eyes and that teardrop mole. On her shoulder, she carried a tang sword in its sheath, exuding an aura of sharp, striking coolness. In her other hand, she dragged a man. The man's eyes were tightly shut, completely unresponsive, dragged along the ground like a dead dog. As Lin Chuxue recognized the face, her pupils contracted instantly. Brother, you're his sister? The woman's voice was clear and bright, carrying a hint of casual laziness. Don't worry, he's not dead yet. But before he passed out, he begged me to spare you. Let my brother go. Lin Chuxue instinctively lunged forward. At that moment, Su Qinga raised her hand to stop her. Who are you? What do you want? Heh. The woman let out a light laugh. I can't tell you my name. But they usually call me Feng. However, I prefer the name that man gave me. He calls me. Well, that's a little secret between us, so I can't tell you. Su Qinga instantly concluded in her heart, this was a mad woman. As for what I want, I'm looking for our young master Yi Longchen. The tang sword on the woman's shoulder suddenly flew from its sheath, a flash of cold light, and the blade was already resting against Lin Dalia's neck. I'm looking for our young master Yi Longchen. They'll count to 10. If I don't see him, he dies. Then it'll be your turn. 10. Lin Chuxue grew frantic. That Yi Longchen guy jumped off the cliff. Go look for him down there. Why are you grabbing my brother? The woman remained unmoved. 9-8. Su Qinga stared at her, eyes narrowing. You never intended to let us go, did you? 7-6. Indeed. But in the face of this mortal threat, Zhou Qiling's face showed no fear, instead a hint of anticipation appeared. Yes, anticipation. If Qilin were dead, what meaning would there be in her own life? A smile curled at the corners of her mouth. The woman watched Zhou Qilin with a slight frown. At a time like this woman could still smile. What are you smiling about? Zhou Qilin looked at the woman. The man I love most has jumped off a cliff. What meaning is there in my living on? Being able to be with the one I love most. Of course I should smile. She glanced at the knife in the woman's hand. But I want die by your blade. I'm going to go with him. Zhou Qilin turned and was about to leap from the cliff. But at that very moment a robust, angry shout erupted from below the cliff. Damn it. Are you shitting again? You stink to high heaven. Get the hell away from me. Following this shout, a figure shot up from the base of the cliff like a cannonball, tracing an elegant parabolic arc through the air. Then in a perfect textbook faceplant, it crashed heavily to the ground. Boom. Dust flew everywhere. The three people on the cliff were all stunned. What was happening? The figure on the ground shook its head and struggled to its feet. It was Zhou Qilin. Tui. Who the hell is so uncivilized? Why would you take a dump on a mountaintop? Ugh. He gagged. As his gaze swept around and landed on the woman with the sword, his eyes lit up instantly. Senior sister? You're here. The woman frowned, her face full of disgust. Who are you? Senior sister, it's me. Zhou Qilin. Zhou Qilin. Young master. The woman looked at him in disbelief. This scrawny stick-like thing was the young master. It did seem to be that face. But what was with this stench? And that crotch area? Had he just crawled out of a cesspit? Young master, what happened to you? Zhou Qilin's face turned green, and he was so embarrassed he wished he could find a crack to crawl into a hem. It's a long story. He'll tell you later. He turned to look at Zhou Qilin. He had heard what Zhou Qilin said just now. He hadn't realized his jump would affect her so deeply that she would be willing to die for him. This woman loved him to the point of no return. Seeing him come back alive, she was so stunned with joy she couldn't move. Zhou Qilin was indeed stunned. But the reason for her shock was entirely different from what Zhou Qilin imagined. If Zhou Qilin was still alive, didn't that mean Qilin might also still be alive? She stared sharply towards the cliff edge. Just at that moment, a ragged old man leaped up from below the cliff, still midair. In his hands he carried two people clinging tightly to each other. It was Zhou Qilin and Song Mir. Tears instantly streamed down Zhou Qiling's face. I knew it. I knew you were alive. Lin Xuxue was also watching the scene excitedly. The young master was safe. But there was one other person who was also stunned at that moment. The woman holding the Tang sword stared in disbelief at the figures of the three people who had just come up. More precisely, she was staring at Zhou Qilin. Edison, what was he doing here? But when she saw another woman in his arms, a fierce, icy light burst from her eyes. Who was that woman? What right did she have to be in Edison's arms? Did she want to die? By now Wang Laowu had landed steadily on the cliff edge, setting Zhou Qilin and Song Mir down on the ground. Zhou Qilin, overwhelmed by the ecstasy of having found what she thought was lost, abandoned all restraint and rushed directly towards Zhou Qilin. Lin Xuxue also snapped out of it and followed closely behind. Zhou Qilin watched the two women running towards him, raising an eyebrow. He couldn't miss this chance to piss off Zhou Qilin. He opened his arms wide, pulling both women into his embrace. With Song Mir still clinging to him, he now had three women in his arms. Oh my two precious darlings, I've missed you so much. Zhou Qilin grinned broadly. Little darling Qinga, it's only been a day, but your chest seems bigger again. Precious Xuxue, you deserve a spanking today. You didn't wear stockings. The three women held tightly together, their faces pressed against each other, were extremely embarrassed. But none of them wanted to push him away. Zhou Qilin had almost lost Zhou Qilin for a second time. She never wanted to experience that feeling again. Lin Xuxue was just feeling shy, having been teased by Zhou Qilin many times before. But this was the first time she had been teased in front of so many people. Zhou Qilin raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhou Qilin. Get angry, fly into a rage. Once Wang Laowu leaves, you can hurry up and kill me. Huh, where did this woman come from? Zhou Qilin's gaze was drawn to the woman holding the Tang sword. Judging by her figure alone, she was definitely a top-tier beauty. Even with the mask, that teardrop mole. TSK. A teardrop mole. Why did it look so familiar? Zhou Qilin's smile suddenly froze on his face. A thought struck him, and his pupils contracted sharply. No. It couldn't be right. Damn system, tell me she's not a female lead, and especially not my ex-girlfriend. Uncertain if she is the host's ex-girlfriend. Warning. The host has encountered one of the female leads by Ninshu. Please retreat immediately to avoid being killed by the protagonist. By Ninshu. Zhou Qilin's suspended heart finally died. It really was his ex-girlfriend. But the woman before him, carrying a blade on her shoulder, was a completely different person from the Bai Ninshu he remembered. In his memory, Bai Ninshu was the epitome of a well-behaved girl, delicate and frail, easy to topple, willing to pose in whatever position he desired. And now, look at Lin Dalei lying at her feet, and that gleaming Tang saber. Was this the Bai Ninshu he once knew? Bai Ninshu smiled a very happy smile. Chen Guanxi back, then you said you didn't like girls who were too well-behaved, that they lacked any challenge. Does this reunion surprise you? You dared to dump me back then. It'll make your life a living hell wishing you were dead. At that moment, seeing Zhou Qilin with his arm around Su Qinga, Yi Longchen erupted in fury. Zhou Qilin, what are you doing with Sister Qinga? Let her go, or it'll make you regret it. Bang. Zhou Qilin, what are you doing with Sister Qinga? Let her go, or I won't be polite. Bang. Wang Laowu slapped him on the back of the head. What are you yelling about? What's wrong with a young couple reuniting and hugging? Why are you making a scene? Yi Longchen was on the verge of tears. Sister Qinga loves me. Wang Laowu looked him over with disdain. Loves you for what? Loves your diarrhea? Or loves that you still wear open crotch pants? Yi Longchen. And Bai Nianxu was stunned. What did the young master just call him? Bai Nianxu was frozen. What did the young master just call him? Zhou Qilin. Fine. Chen Guanxi. You even lied to me about your name. Zhou Qilin felt a chill in his heart. Why did he have a bad feeling about this? Bai Nianxu's eyes curved into Crescent's young master. Is this the Zhou Qilin you said always ruins your plans? As she spoke, she moved, suddenly her figure flashing as the Tang saber slashed directly at Zhou Qilin. In truth, her target was merely the three women in his arms. Zhou Qilin's pupils contracted. With that strike, he didn't know if he would die, but Qinga and the others would surely perish. But Bai Nianxu was too fast. He couldn't even shout, let alone push them away. In the nick of time, clang. The blade stopped midair. Zhou Qilin looked closely and saw Wang Laowu appearing beside him, his two fingers gently pinching the blade as easily as if he were holding a leaf. Zhou Qilin saw Wang Laowu effortlessly holding the blade and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Su Qinga Mir and Lin Shushua only then realized what had happened, their faces pale as they had just brushed past death. Bai Nianxu's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the old man in tattered clothes before her. Two fingers holding her blade. How was this possible? She yanked it back fiercely, but it didn't budge. Wang Laowu grinned. Hee, little girl, you dare draw a blade in front of me. Then I'll send you to your death. No. Zhou Qilin and Yi Longchen shouted simultaneously. Yi Longchen quickly stepped forward. Master. She's my senior sister, also my guard. Please spare her. Wang Laowu snorted coldly. Anything else is negotiable, but I Wang Laowu swore that anyone who draws a blade in front of me, no matter who, not even the heavenly king himself pleading, will not be forgiven. Master Zhou Qilin interjected. I think we should let it go. All right. Wang Laowu immediately released his grip. Yi Longchen. Hey, what about your oath? What is he more important than the heavenly king? Though he didn't know why Zhou Qilin had pleaded for mercy, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He hurried over to Bai Nianxu and lowered his voice. Senior sister, I know you want to kill Zhou Qilin to avenge me, but this old man is too formidable. He's taken Zhou Qilin as his disciple. There's no chance in front of him. Bai Nianxu shot a wary glance at Wang Laowu. Indeed, this old man was too freakish, but she had no opportunity. But it didn't matter. Zhou Qilin, I already know your true identity. There will be plenty of chances later. Suddenly, a nauseating stench filled her nostrils. She quickly moved further away from Yi Longchen. Zhou Qilin frowned at Bai Nianxu, surprised that she was Yi Longchen's senior sister. But how had she changed so much? Or had he never truly understood her? Just then an aged voice echoed from the end of the mountain path. Wang Laoyu, long time no see. Everyone turned in unison. An old man in a Zhongshan suit was walking slowly toward them. He looked like an ordinary old man, but his crossed eyes held an indescribable wisdom. Yet as this cross-eyed old man approached, step by step, an invisible pressure bore down on them, suffocating everyone present. Su Qinga and Lin Shushua turned pale, their bodies swaying. Zhou Qilin quickly held them tighter. Wang Laowu stepped forward, shielding everyone. The pressure vanished instantly. Zhou Qilin wiped the cold sweat from his brow and urgently asked the three women in his arms, are you all right? They shook their heads, but their faces remained pale. Zhou Qilin instinctively looked at Bai Nianxu. Are you okay? Bai Nianxu was startled. He was concerned about her, but she immediately narrowed her eyes. So what if he cared? Did he think that would make her forgive him? She turned her head away, though the corners of her mouth couldn't quite stay down. Zhou Qilin curiously looked at Wang Laowu. Old thing, aren't you Wang Laowu? Why did he call you Wang Laowu? The old man in the Zhongshan suit frowned instantly. Wang Laoyu, since when did you become Wang Laowu? Wang Laowu grinned. Laowu or Laoyu, it's just a title. Why be so particular? The cross-eyed old man was clearly displeased. You're the sixth, so of course you don't care. The point is in the fifth. Wang Laowu pouted. You're the one who lied about your age. You're the sixth. Ning Laowu. Nonsense. How am I the sixth? Ning Laowu. Ning Laowu. Ning Laowu. 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 Everyone watched in astonishment. These two old men made such a grand entrance, but ended up arguing over being fifth or sixth, like children squabbling. Zhou Qilin was bewildered. Dog system, who is this? Plot progress incomplete. Unable to ascertain identity. So this is also a later character, right? Can this plot be right? No. Ning Laowu also realized arguing with this old rogue was a complete waste of time. He snorted coldly. Less nonsense. Since I've found you, hand over the item. Wang Laowu shrugged. Don't even think about it. They'll never give it to you. Ning Laowu narrowed his eyes. If you don't hand it over, no one here will leave alive. In an instant, a terrifying pressure erupted from Ning Laowu. Wang Laowu stepped forward, unleashing his full aura to stand against him. Though invisible to the naked eye, Zhou Qilin could clearly sense that the space between them had become an invisible meat grinder. Anyone who entered would die. This cross-eyed old man was this fierce. Just then Yi Longchen stepped forward. He cupped his hands, his demeanor composed. Since you two seniors are brothers, there must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstandings can be resolved with a talk. Zhou Qilin mentally gave Yi Longchen a thumbs up, as expected of the protagonist starting his verbal assault. After hearing this, the two would surely put aside their grudges and reconcile. However, Ning Laolu glanced at Yi Longchen, then at Wang Laowu, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! You old fool, how did you end up with such a disciple? Look at him, all filthy, still wearing open crotch pants. Isn't he just a retard? Wang Lao's face flushed, but he stubbornly defended himself. So what? Even if he is a retard, shits his pants, and isn't good looking. Yi Longchen couldn't take it anymore. Master, just say, but already. But he's also impotent. How isn't that hilarious? Yi Longchen was mortified. Xingge and senior sister were watching. He quickly turned to explain, I'm just practicing the Overlord Dragon technique. Once I reach the 9th rank, it'll be normal. Ning Laolius' eyes widened. What? You're practicing the Overlord Dragon technique, the most domineering skill under heaven. Yi Longchen's heart soared. Finally someone who recognized it. He nodded vigorously, his back straightening. Ning Laoyo, so it's pretty much the same as impotence. Yi Longchen. Don't stop me. No one stop me. I'm going to kill this old bastard. Ning Laolu sneered. Oh, I'd like to see how you'll kill me. Yi Longchen froze. Impulsive. The next second Ning Laolu flickered, grabbing Yi Longchen by the throat and lifting him with one hand. Yi Longchen choked instantly, his face turning red, unable to speak. Ning Laolu turned to Wang Laowu. This is your apprentice, right? Tell me quickly, where did you hide the thing? Or I'll kill him. Wang Laowu stood with hands behind his back, looking indifferent. I know my apprentice best. He'd rather die than let me tell you. Oh, such backbone. Ning Laolu tightened his grip. Wang Laowu sneered. How, that's barely a tickle for him. My apprentice is a man who faces outward when shitting in the outhouse. Use more force if you dare. Such a hard bone. Ning Laowu tightened his grip again. Zhou Qilin gasped. Wang Laowu was truly ruthless. One would think Yi Longchen was his enemy. Yi Longchen's eyes bulged. Wang Laowu, am I even your apprentice? You're trying to get me killed? These two old bastards are out to toy with me. Zhou Qilin gasped again. This old man was truly vicious. Anyone would think Yi Longchen was his father's murderer. Yi Longchen went completely mad. Since arriving in Zhongyin City, had failed to crash the wedding, eaten dog food, publicly defecated, and not seduced a single beauty. Now he was being made a fool by these two old men. Why? All the pent-up grievances exploded in that moment. The Overlord Dragon technique within him churned wildly, and the moves of the 18 dragon subduing palms flashed through his mind like a lantern show. Up! Yi Longchen grabbed Ning Laolius' wrist, prying his fingers apart and breaking free. Ning Laolu looked at him in surprise. You broke through. Yi Longchen felt the surging power within him and was overjoyed. 4th rank, early stage. The 1st to 3rd ranks involved tempering skin and flesh. The lower 3 ranks. Breaking through to the 4th rank meant entering the middle 3 ranks, the realm of tempering bones and tendons. This was a qualitative leap. A 3rd rank cultivator was merely immune to ordinary blades, but a 4th rank could unleash internal force from a distance. Before he could finish, he shit himself again. Only this time it was bright red. His stomach was completely empty with nothing left to expel. Ning Laolu jumped 3 zhang away in disgust. Just then Wang Laowu suddenly attacked. He struck a palm at Ning Laolu. Bang! Their palms met, and the shockwave exploded. Ning Laowu cursed. You old bastard, no martial ethics. You tricked and ambushed me. Wang Laowu ignored him and struck again, 18 dragon subduing palms. A dragon's roar echoed across the mountaintop. Ning Laolu dodged. Bang! A loud explosion erupted near Zhou Qilin, sending rocks flying. Zhou Qilin reacted swiftly, turning and shielding the 3 women tightly in his arms. The rocks pelted his back, causing him to wince in pain. Bai Ning's heart tightened. Oh no, Guanxi was an ordinary man. She couldn't help but cry out, Guanxi. The dust cleared. Zhou Qilin stood there, his back clothes torn, yet completely unharmed. Bai Ningqiu breathed a silent sigh of relief. I wasn't worried about him. I just wanted to kill him myself. But, seeing him wince like that, it must hurt a lot. Zhou Qilin was indeed in pain. Without the suppressing prison art of the Flood Dragon, he'd be dead or seriously injured by now. Su Qingge and the other 2 women snapped out of it and rushed to check his injuries. Qilin, are you okay? Before Zhou Qilin could answer, boom! Another explosion erupted nearby. Rocks flew again. Zhou Qilin's face changed. If killed by the protagonist, he could return. But if these 2 old codgers did him, and there'd be no one to cry to. Zhou Qilin quickly shouted, run. Su Qingge and Song Mir understood. When gods clash, mortals suffer, and immediately prepared to flee with him. Meanwhile, Lin Shuxue ran toward Lin Dalei to take her brother away. Zhou Qilin yelled at Yi Longchen. He's from your organization. He helped you. Take him. Yi Longchen snorted. A traitor isn't worth saving. He turned to Bai Ningqiu, senior sister, let's go. With that, he dashed down the mountain without looking back. Bai Ningqiu glanced at Zhou Qilin before swiftly following. Lin Shushua looked at Zhou Qilin in despair. Young master. Save my brother. Save my ass. I'm the villain. Zhou Qilin grabbed Su Qingge and Song Yue and fled. I'm the villain. You're not my ex-girlfriend, why should I help you? Dying here means dying for real. I still need to go back and clear my browser history. Those Japanese guys are waiting for me to send them off. I'd be crazy to go back and save you. Damn it. Zhou Qilin stopped abruptly, his face turning pale. Lin Shushua, you owe me one. Lin Shushua watched the figure that had turned back, her eyes warming, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. I will always be the young masters. Zhou Qilin hoisted Lin Dalei onto his shoulders and sprinted down the mountain. Thank goodness he had reached the second grade, otherwise with his constitution drained by his ex-girlfriends, carrying a bulky man like Lin Dalei would have been impossible. He'd be lucky just to run smoothly. They fled swiftly, soon leaving the celestial battlefield atop the peak far behind. Midway down the mountain, they happened upon Li Gang and his crew, who were rushing up after hearing the commotion. The moment Li Gang saw Zhou Qilin, tears streamed down his face. Young master. You're alive. Thank heavens. You have no idea, I've been praying day and night for your safe return. Zhou Qilin's face darkened. Good lad, so this is why I always escape danger. It's your jinxing prayers. Stop wailing. Can't you see him carrying someone? Take him. Li Gang and the others snapped to attention and clumsily received Lin Dalei. Just then a resounding shout echoed from the peak, hidden fist through the mountain. The next second, boom. The entire mountain shuddered violently, numbing their feet. Zhou Qilin stood dumbfounded. Where the hell has this brought me? Is this even the same country? No, this must be a cultivation world. Meanwhile, Yi Longchen, who had already reached the foot of the mountain, spun around, his pupils trembling. This hidden fist through the mountain. Bai Ningqiu eyed him suspiciously. 5 times. You two old men bolted as soon as the fight started. Where's the 5 times? Yi Longchen himself felt he had exaggerated, clearing his throat. Senior sister, we'd better hurry. If those 2 old men fight their way down, we're doomed. Without further delay, they departed. Zhou Qilin's group also descended the mountain. Zhou Qilin needed to get Lin Dalei to the hospital, first waiting for him to wake up to question him about Bai Ningqiu. Su Qingge wanted to join him, but she was rational. Zhou Qilin's parents were still waiting at home for news, so she had to return to report their safety, temporarily parting ways with her dear brother. Soon Lin Dalei was admitted to the hospital. Fortunately, the doctor examined him and said he was merely unconscious, likely to wake soon. Lin Shushua finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned and bowed deeply to Zhou Qilin. Thank you, young master. You saved my mother and my brother. Even if I serve you like a beast of burden, I'll repay your kindness. Zhou Qilin looked at Lin Shushua, realizing he could no longer use her to provoke Yi Longchen into killing him. She was useless to him now, better to scare her away. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze roving over her unabashedly. Young master's kindness compounds with interest. You'll never repay it in this lifetime. He'll give you 2 choices. First, be my secretary. And I don't mean a personal assistant, but an intimate one. A second. I choose one. Lin Shushua interrupted before he could finish. Zhou Qilin was taken aback. Wait, you haven't even heard the second option. It's no need, young master. Lin Shushua cut him off again, her tone resolute. I told you I'll always be yours. So I choose one. Zhou Qilin was baffled. No, hold on. Haven't I bullied you enough? Don't you think him evil enough? Haven't you ever thought of leaving me? Lin Shushua lowered her head. Evil. He's terribly evil. Those hands of his have touched me in ways that make my heart flutter. But I just can't help liking it. What can I do? Who else appears every time I need him most? How can I ever leave you? Young master is my god. No god isn't as handsome as young master. But if I confess outright, would I seem too forward? Does young master prefer me when I resist only to be overpowered? I've heard rich folks have their quirks, some even perverse. Lin Shushua could only muster a helpless expression. Young master, of course I want to leave you. But I still owe you money, and my upbringing won't allow me to do that. Until I pay it back, I have to obey you. Do whatever you want with me. Zhou Qilin was speechless. Little did he know Lin Shush's feelings had completely shifted. She was inherently a naive and admiration-prone girl in the original story. She would have fallen for Yi Longchen after he saved her mother. Now Zhou Qilin had not only saved her mother, but also teased her for 3 days and rescued her brother. Lin Shush's heart was already tethered to Zhou Qilin. Watching her grieved expression, Zhou Qilin sighed inwardly. She's truly a self-reliant girl. But it's simple enough. He'll just arrange an accident for her, like winning the lottery, to clear her debt. Nearby Song Yue observed everything. A woman understands a woman best. Lin Shushua is completely smitten. But after this near-death experience, I've come to see things clearly. I don't care about Su Qingge, Lin Shushua, or fiancés anymore. As long as Qilin has me in his heart, that's enough. In the hospital room, Lin Dalei finally awoke. Song Yue tactfully withdrew, knowing Zhou Qilin had come specifically to question him. Zhou Qilin sat by Lin Dalei's bed. As he settled in, Lin Shushua instinctively perched on his thigh. Zhou Qilin's hand naturally rested on her leg, his fingertips lightly tracing. Their movements were incredibly natural. Before, Lin Shushua had found Zhou Qilin's hands annoying, and now being touched by him made her limbs go weak, longing for him to tease her even more. Lin Daliai was furious at the sight. Zhou Qilin, stop bullying my sister. Zhou Qilin blinked. A bit too habitual. But in the villain, isn't this standard? You owe me money so I can't touch. Answer my questions truthfully. Otherwise, his hand slid higher. I can't promise what he'll do to your sister. Lin Shushua instantly gritted her teeth, feigning righteousness. Brother, don't tell him. He's a bad man. Let him do whatever he wants to me. I can take it. Lin Daliai was heartbroken. His sister was suffering. But he couldn't even stand, so he let out a heavy sigh. Ask away. Lin Shushua felt a pang of disappointment. Zhou Qilin toyed with Lin Chuxia's leg as he asked, what's Bai Nianka's status in your organization? Lin Daliai answered truthfully. I only know she's one of the young masters for shadow guards. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Lin Daliai's level was too low to extract more information. However, for Zhou Qilin, these details were sufficient. His mind immediately recalled certain plot points the system had mentioned. The 4 shadow guards were personal protectors specially trained for Yi Longchun by his master, named Feng Huashui, and Yu. Naturally, all 4 were women, each stunningly beautiful. After all, a dragon king never bothered with the notion of a rabbit not eating grass near its own den. These 4 would eventually become Yi Longchun's conquests. Yet Zhou Qilin still felt a flicker of confusion. How could some of his former girlfriends possess such formidable combat prowess? Back then, Bai Nianxu was the most docile among his ex-girlfriends. She never lost her temper, no matter how he mistreated her, to the point where he couldn't find a reason to break up except claiming she was too gentle. Still, this could be considered good news. Judging by Bai Nianka's gaze, she harbored immense resentment toward him. Now that she was allied with Yi Longchun, she would undoubtedly seek every means to destroy him. Outside the hospital room, Song Mir stood waiting by the door. A doctor approached from the corridor, calling out from a distance, Mir. I thought I recognized you from afar, and it really is you. Song Mir was startled. Dad. The man was none other than Dr. Song. He looked her over with a worried expression. Why are you at the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? Song Mir hesitated, wondering whether to tell her father about her relationship with Zhou Qilin. After a moment's thought, she decided not to hide it. Even if she kept quiet now, it would come out eventually. Dad, I came with my boyfriend. Dr. Song's eyes lit up instantly. Boyfriend. He felt an immense sense of relief, his eyes growing slightly moist. That's wonderful, Mir. You've finally forgotten that good guy. I always said a 3-legged toad is hard to find, but 3-legged men are everywhere. Tell me, where is your boyfriend? Seeing her father's excitement, Song Mir grew uneasy. Dad, don't get too excited. My boyfriend might not be someone you'd approve of. Dr. Song waved his hand dismissively. As long as you love him, and he loves you, I won't interfere with your relationship. Just as he finished speaking, the hospital room door swung open. Zhou Qilin emerged, swaggering with his arm around Lin Shushua. The moment Dr. Song saw that face, his scalp tingled with shock. Damn, what was this ne'er-do-well doing here? If he spotted Mir head, shamelessly pounce on her. Dr. Song stepped forward to shield his daughter, forcing a smile. Oh, young Master Zhou. I didn't expect to see you again. Seeing you truly makes me feel nauseous. No, I mean, want to vomit. That's not right either. Happy. Am overjoyed to see you at the hospital. Zhou Qilin raised an eyebrow. What kind of talk was that? Happy to see me at the hospital. Are you desperate to meet your quota? Deciding to tease him, Zhou Qilin smiled slyly at Dr. Song. Dr. Song, didn't you once say that if you had a daughter you'd gladly marry her off to me? How about this? Pick a date, and I'll take your daughter as my wife. What do you say? Song Mir's eyes sparkled with delight. Her father had actually said that to Qilin. A surge of joy washed over her. Qilin said he wants to marry me. Then, he'll reluctantly agree. But we need to pick a good day. How about today? Dr. Song's head throbbed. I was just flattering you back then. Mir is a police officer with a strong sense of justice. How could she ever marry a scumbag like you? She must be furious now, blaming me for speaking nonsense. Just then Song Mir stepped forward. Thank you, Dad. Zhou Qilin was taken aback. Why are you calling him Dad? Wait, haven't you recovered from the yellow pill poison yet? No, Song Mir replied, shyly tugging at Dr. Song's sleeve. He's my father. Zhou Qilin froze. Dr. Song is Song Mir's father. What a coincidence. Dr. Song was even more stunned. No, wait. Mir. He's the boyfriend you mentioned. Song Mir nodded without hesitation. Yes. Dr. Song grew frantic. Mir, are you sick? Why didn't you tell me? Come on. The psychiatry department is still open. Let's go get you checked out. Dad, I'm not sick, Song Mir said earnestly. Qilin is good, and he saved me again this time. Please don't judge him based on prejudice. He's not the person you think he is. Dr. Song pointed at Zhou Qilin, then at Lin Shushua in his arms. Then what kind of person is he? Isn't he just a despicable scumbag? Song Mir quickly defended him. Dad. He doesn't stink. Even his feet smell nice. Dr. Song was dumbfounded. Was I talking about whether he stinks? And what's this nonsense about feet smelling nice? Zhou Qilin, what have you done to my daughter? Zhou Qilin had only meant to tease Dr. Song as a joke, never expecting Song Mir to actually be his daughter. Having slept with the man's daughter, he naturally felt guilty. He quickly stepped back. Dr. Song, don't get upset. Your daughter and I have nothing but a purely physical relationship. Nothing else. But Dr. Song was beyond reason. In his eyes, his daughter had always been outstanding and righteous, and now she must have been deceived by this near-do-well. You bastard. Dr. Song exploded. He'll fight you. He lunged at Zhou Qilin. Song Mir quickly blocked his path, standing in front of him. Zhou Qilin sighed helplessly. Dr. Song, I know I'm a scoundrel, but your daughter doesn't see it that way. She insists on clinging to me. You should talk some sense into her. Even if she can't return to the main storyline, at least she should stay away from a villain like me. Bah. Dr. Song grew even angrier. Insists on clinging to you. I know my own daughter. Why don't you say she took off her clothes to seduce you? Or that she tied her hair into pigtails for you to grab? Zhou Qilin instinctively glanced at the two pigtails on Song Mir's head. Dr. Song followed his gaze and froze. My righteous daughter. What has she been reduced to? Zhou Qilin, he'll fight you. Song Mir struggled to hold back her furious father shouting back at Zhou Qilin. Qilin, go. He'll find you in a couple of days. Zhou Qilin grabbed Lin Shushua and bolted. Talk some sense into your dad. But also listen to him. He does have a point. With that he vanished. Zhou Qilin settled back into the luxurious car, and Lin Shushua immediately perched on his lap. As his hand caressed her smooth thigh, his mind began racing with thoughts. After this incident, Zhou Qilin gained a new understanding of Yi Longshan. Yi Longshan hadn't saved Lin Dalei. After all, he was a traitor, which made sense. But the way he kept calling Chinga's sister while being the first to flee when trouble struck. In Yi Longshan's eyes, these heroines were merely his ornaments, their greatest purpose being to highlight his own greatness. Others Zhou Qilin couldn't care less about, and didn't want to. However, his ex-girlfriend must never become Yi Longshan's sacrificial lamb. In truth, this was quite simple to resolve. According to the typical nature of such Dragon King protagonists, they would never touch a woman who had been with another man. He only needed to make them aware that he had been with these women. Yet Yi Longshan was after all the protagonist of this world, and he himself was a villain. When the protagonist conquered the world, those close to him would also suffer. Thus, he couldn't allow these ex-girlfriends to fall in love with him again. But it seemed so difficult. Su Qingge, Lu Wanru, and Song Mir were all throwing themselves at him with increasing fervor. Sai, aside from being more handsome than Yi Longshan, having a few $100 billion in family assets, a loyal group of lackeys, and being able to flirt with models and beauties at will. What else did he have? What was he even worth? Zhou Qilin sighed, feeling utterly defeated. Hey Lin Shushua, go buy a lottery ticket with the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Lin Shushua was taken aback. Why buy a lottery ticket? Zhou Qilin said with deep gravity, look at the Zhou family fortune. It was all earned by my father through hard work. I need to share his burdens and demonstrate my business acumen. Lin Shushua was speechless. Who demonstrates business acumen by buying lottery tickets? Her expression turned professional. Young master, although the probability of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 winning is the same as any other number, the overall lottery win rate is extremely low. Even the lowest prize of 5 yuan has only a 5,889 chance. This is a highly unprofitable business venture with a poor return on investment. I've reviewed recent market reports. The real estate market is declining, consumption is downgrading, but silverage consumption is rising, showing trends of scale expansion, structural upgrading, and deepening digital penetration. Zhou Qilin stared at Lin Shushua as she spoke, eloquently, slightly stunned. Just as I thought. The protagonist never engages in useless romance. Was Lin Shushua this professional? He was astonished. Are you really this professional? Hearing his praise, Lin Shushua beamed. Young master, I graduated from the China Business Administration Institute with dual master's degrees in finance and economics. Li Gang, who was driving, couldn't help but chime in, we're alumni. I also graduated from the Business Administration Vocational and Technical College. How is that the same? That's a junior college. Get lost. Sure thing. Zhou Qilin shouted, damn it. Stop. You're driving. Li Gang was indeed so obedient. Zhou Qilin slapped Lin Shushua on the buttocks again. Ouch, she whimpered, looking at him pitifully. Just buy it when I tell you, why so much nonsense? If we win, we split it. Hurry up. Oh, and I'm giving you a few days off to take care of your mother and brother, so you don't need to work as my secretary. Young master, there's no need for leave. The hospital has caregivers, I can stay with you. Slap. Another spank. The springy texture made Zhou Qilin reluctant to let this woman go. From now on, when I speak, you listen, understand. Lin Shushua bit her lip and nodded. Her innocent face, making such a gesture, was practically an invitation to sin. Zhou Qilin quickly shooed her out of the car. Watching the vehicle disappear, Lin Shushua slowly curled her lips. Was the young master about to do something to me just now? Hee. In the car, Li Gang asked Zhou Qilin curiously, young master, can you really make money buying lottery tickets? Zhou Qilin replied, no, are you out of your mind? Rock, paper, scissors. If you go first and I go second, can you win? Li Gang suddenly had an epiphany. Zhou Qilin continued, tomorrow find a way to give Lin Shushua 5 million, claiming she won the lottery. Once she pays back the debt, don't let her bother me anymore. Li Gang was incredulous. Young master, don't scare me. Have you been possessed by something unclean? Shouldn't you kidnap her mother and brother to force her into bed? Actually, young master, her mother still has a certain charm. Do you need me to? Go to hell. Young master, don't kick me. I'm sorry. Do you like her brother instead? Hadouken. The car returned to the Zhou residence. When Zhou Ziyuan and Mrs. Zhou saw Zhou Qilin return safely, they immediately embraced him. Mrs. Zhou hugged him emotionally while Zhou Ziyuan frowned and scolded him, but but his voice was filled with undisguised affection. Zhou Qilin stood aside watching the scene with envy in her eyes. Her own home was always cold and silent with no talking during meals. To gain her parents' approval, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to become more excellent as cold as her father. But what did she get in return? If her fiancé in this arranged marriage hadn't been Qilin, she would probably be in another world by now. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou being perceptive soon left, giving Zhou Qilin and Zhou Qilin some privacy. Zhou Qilin expected Zhou Qilin to ask about Songmir. However, without a word, Zhou Qilin simply hugged Zhou Qilin. After a long moment, Zhou Qilin couldn't hold on any longer. Zhou Qiling's figure was simply too enticing, her chest pressed against him, her fragrance filling his nostrils. Who could resist that? I warn you, let me go now, or I won't be polite. Dear brother, Zhou Qilin looked up at him with pleading eyes. I want you to be impolite with me. Holy crap. How could he endure this? Zhou Qilin was no saint. He directly carried Zhou Qilin to the floor-to-ceiling mirror. Hold tight. At the same time in Zhongyin City outside a public restroom, Yi Longchen stood dejectedly, his stomach growling with hunger. He looked at Bai Nianchu, who was 200 meters away. Senior sister. Do we really have to do this? Bai Nianchu took another half step back. Young master, this is no time for hesitation. Yi Longchen gritted his teeth. But I really can't swallow that. Bai Nianchu was puzzled. Can't swallow what? Young master, in your current state, no hotel will let you in. I'm just suggesting you wash up here a bit before changing clothes. Yi Longchen suddenly understood. Lately Zhou Qilin had been driving him insane. How could I, a mighty war god, ever think of eating? Ahem. He cleared his throat. That's exactly what I was thinking. When he finally emerged from the public restroom, he was indeed somewhat cleaner than before, yet that faint odor still lingered. At least he could now enter the hotel. However, the moment he stepped into the lobby, the hotel manager blocked his way. Sir, you look rather familiar, the manager said, scrutinizing Yi Longchen from head to toe, his brow furrowing deeper. Wasn't it you who left a whole room drenched in? You know, at our hotel before. Bai Nianchu drew a sharp breath and silently stepped back 2 paces. When did the young master develop such a hobby? Could it be that cultivating the Dragon King's supreme art had driven him mad? Yi Longchen's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Although Bai Nianchu was the guard assigned by his master, in his eyes these 4 guards were destined to become his women. Now that his disgraceful side had been exposed to his senior sister, what would she think of him? Stop wasting words, get me a room right now. You must swear you won't spray the room again. Yi Longchen's gaze turned icy. Do you wish to die? The hotel manager shuddered. Having dealt with all sorts of people, he knew that such a look wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. He quickly said, please wait a moment, I'll arrange it for you immediately. As Yi Longchen followed Bai Nianchu upstairs, he explained, Senior sister, listen to me, it's not what that manager said. Yet Bai Nianchu couldn't care less. Young master, whatever you wish to do is your freedom, but I must remind you the master wants you to unite the 4 great families in the shortest time possible. Yi Longchen waved his hand confidently. Rest assured, everything is under my control. Now Su Qing's heart is tied to me, and both Shang Wanxia and Lu Wanru admire me deeply. They are already within my grasp. Bai Nianchu looked puzzled. Then why is there no progress at all? Not only have you ended up like this, but Lin Dalei has also betrayed you. And you sent word for us 4 sisters to come help you immediately. Yi Longchen's face stiffened to him. There were some unexpected twists. It's all because of that despicable Zhou Qilin. Bai Nianchu's brow instantly knitted. Zhou Qilin was indeed detestable. She wanted to kill him. But hearing someone else say that made her suddenly displeased. Why had her once agreeable junior brother become someone she wished to cleave in 2 with a single strike? Bai Nianchu took a deep breath to suppress her irritation. Young master, then what's with this mess you've gotten yourself? Yi Longchen looked down at his skeletal frame. According to medicine elder, this was the expulsion of impurities. But he was even coughing up blood. If not for his Dragon King's supreme art, he would have died from this diarrhea by now. Could this really be purging impurities? Clearly something had gone wrong with the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Just then medicine elder's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with guilt. Ahem, Longchen, my apologies. I taught you the Ghost Gate 13 needles incorrectly. Had medicine elder finally had a change of heart? Of course not. Rather, during this time, he had observed the relationship between Yi Longchen and Zhou Qilin from within the ring. At first he thought they were putting on an act to deceive him. Initially he believed the 2 were feigning enmity, but after seeing Yi Longchen nearly toyed to death by Zhou Qilin, he realized they were genuine foes. Yi Longchen was stunned. Wrong. I've been suffering for days, and now you say you taught me wrong. Medicine elder quickly tried to remedy the situation. It's fine. It can be fixed. He'll teach you again, and not only will you recover, but your inner strength will reach new heights. Yi Longchen's heart stirred. Are you serious? Of course. However, medicine elder's tone shifted. During the process, you must not be interrupted, or you'll suffer severe injury and have to start over. Yi Longchen nodded firmly. Fine. He turned to Bai Nianchu. Senior sister, I need to recover. Guard me. No one must disturb me during this time. Bai Nianchu nodded. Understood, young master. Once I've recovered. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Longchen's eyes. Zhou Qilin, I will make you pay. With that he turned and entered the room. Bai Nianchu stared at the closed door, her eyes narrowing sharply. After 20 minutes of cultivation, Yi Longshan gradually felt his condition improving. As his true qi circulated, the constant urge to relieve himself finally vanished. This time it was real. However, ding 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 ding. The fire alarm suddenly blared. Bang! Bai Nianshu kicked open the door. Young master. Are you alright? Yi Longshan, with silver needles in his head and deep in concentration, had his true qi instantly thrown into chaos. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. He stared at Bai Nianshu in disbelief. What are you doing? Bai Nianka's face was grave. The fire alarm went off. Young master, run. Yi Longshan had no choice but to flee. Yet when everyone reached the ground floor, they found nothing amiss. The hotel manager bowed and scraped, apologizing profusely. Yi Longshan was nearly furious enough to die, but he could only return to his room and start over. However, 20 minutes later, the fire alarm rang again. Bang! The door was kicked open once more. Yi Longshan spat out another mouthful of blood. It turned out to be another false alarm. Yi Longshan dared not let Bai Nianshu guard him anymore. The fire wouldn't kill him, but she would scare him to death. He sent her away and locked the door. Then, bang! Hey bro, did you call for a lady? Yi Longshan gritted his teeth. Get lost. Bang! We've received a report. Anti-prostitution raid. I can't even touch women. Bang! You slut. Cheating on me. Oh, sorry, wrong room. Bang! Bro, let me hide here. If someone comes looking for a cheater, say you didn't see anyone. Hey Yi Longshan. Yi Longshan stared at the chubby young man before him, puzzled. Who are you? Shangguan Xingshan immediately covered his face. Nobody. Don't go spreading rumors. Then he quickly fled. Bang! Sorry, I don't know why I kicked the door either. I just wanted to try it after seeing everyone else. Yi Longshan was going insane. All night long. Every time he nearly recovered, he was interrupted, severely wounded, and coughing up blood. What in the world was happening? Meanwhile, at the Zhou residence, Zhou Qilin crouched in a corner trembling. Yes, what had been happening all night? Suddenly that demonic voice rang out again. Host, please note Yi Longshan's health has recovered to 80. Congratulations, host. Due to your influence, Yi Longshan has been severely injured, reducing his health to 40. Reward, host cultivation has been elevated to 3rd grade mid-stage. Zhou Qilin shuddered. Again, all night long, every so often the system notified him. Due to the host's influence, Yi Longshan has been severely injured, pushing him from 2nd grade initial stage all the way to 3rd grade mid-stage. He could feel the defensive power of the Roaring Sky Tyrant Tortoise Prison Suppression art still surging wildly. This was terrifying. No, I haven't done anything. I've even hidden in the corner. How did Yi Longshan get so badly hurt? If this continues, he'll be heading toward 9th grade, and one punch from Yi Longshan might just kill him by rebound. What exactly did Yi Longshan experience? Fortunately, after reaching the middle stage of the 3rd rank, everything finally calmed down. It's finally over. That was terrifying. It felt like money inexplicably pouring into one's account, without having to work. It's like lying in bed and girls desperately crawling under the covers. Just thinking about it is horrifying. What the hell did Yi Longshan do? I have to figure it out, otherwise my cultivation will inexplicably surge, and no matter how fast I consume it, I won't be able to keep up with the growth rate. At that moment in the hotel, Yi Longshan sat on the edge of the bed with a gloomy face. Every interruption didn't just result in severe injury, now he had another after effect. That was a series of loud, resonant farts echoed through the room. Yi Longshan closed his eyes in agony. If his stomach hadn't been empty, the sheer potency of that fart sequence would have suffocated him. He didn't even dare to cultivate now, just stared fixedly at the door. Suddenly the door was knocked on again. This time, he was utterly enraged. Isn't this enough? Do you really think him a pushover? Do you think him impotent? He yanked the door open and grabbed the visitor by the collar. Who sent you, eh? What do you want? The man, terrified by his aura, went weak at the knees. No. No one sent me. I live downstairs. You've been drumming up there, and I can't sleep. Drumming? Yi Longshan was taken aback. Just then his but acted up again. Another string of farts. The man held by the collar was completely stunned. In all his life he had never seen anyone fart like that. So the drumming he heard came from here. The man swallowed hard, his expression turning serious. Bro, I'm in a band. Are you interested in joining us? Get lost. Yi Longshan threw the man out and slammed the door shut. After closing it, he calmed down a bit. Today's events were too bizarre. Even if he were unlucky, it couldn't be this bad, could it? Now he dared not continue cultivating. Old Yao, come out quickly. Old Yao had already witnessed everything. This is all very strange. Yi Longshan said. No kidding, the strangeness is obvious. The question is, what do I do now? At least can I stop farting? Huh. Old Yao couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? I was thinking about my wife giving birth. Do you even have a wife? Just tell me how to fix this. Old Yao was also at a loss. I've really never seen a case like yours. I've seen interruptions once or twice, but interrupted this many times. Never. However, there might actually be a technique that can solve your current predicament, but it has some side effects. Yi Longshan was nearly driven mad. As long as it stops me from shitting and farting, I'm willing to try any side effect. Alright, the side effect is a 99 chance of death. Yi Longshan. I think I'll just keep shitting. Old Yao sighed at this point. There's only one way now. He'll transfer the inner energy stored in the ring to you to help repair your body. But he'll fall into a long slumber because of it. Yi Longshan's heart rejoiced, but his face was full of conflict. Although I've known you for a short time in my heart, you are already the elder I respect most. How can I let you sacrifice your cultivation to heal me? Old Yao said, forget it then. Yi Longshan. Come on, I was just being polite, you didn't have to take it so seriously. Another long string of farts. Alright, stop, that gets irritating to listen to. Old Yao's voice faded, and a warm stream of inner energy surged from the ring, slowly flowing through Yi Longshan's entire body. His body began to recover. The repair was swift. Within minutes, Yi Longshan was fully restored, no longer the skin and bones figure he had been. He immediately circulated his inner energy. His stomach was fine. No more shitting. Great. Yi Longshan am back. From now on, I've completely shaken off my bad luck. Suddenly, a loud clattering came from upstairs. Yi Longshan looked up in confusion. What was that noise? The next second, the ceiling cracked open and a torrent of foul-smelling water poured down. Had the sewer pipe burst? It landed squarely on Yi Longshan, drenching him. And as everyone knows, when you look up, your mouth is open. Ugh, why is the upstairs a toilet sewer? Yi Longshan finally understood how Lin Daily I must have felt. At that moment upstairs, Bai Nianshu curled her lips into a smile. Junior brother, oh junior brother, I was just training your reflexes. It's definitely not, because you spoke ill of Zhou Qilin. But thinking of Zhou Qilin, Bai Nianka's eyes narrowed. You dare to deceive me? Then don't blame me for being unkind. The Zhou family, huh? Bai Nianshu hoisted her tang sword and left the hotel. At the Zhou residence, Zhou Qilin's room. Chinga, wake up. Su Chinga lay motionless on the bed. Zhou Qilin sensed his own inner energy, but had only depleted a tiny bit. At this rate, when would it ever end? A voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Oh young master, Zhou seems quite troubled. Zhou Qilin jolted and spun around, only to realize someone had appeared beside him without him noticing. The person wore a black tactical jacket, a tang, sword over their shoulder, and this time no mask. That strikingly beautiful face with its morbid smile appeared before him. Zhou Qilin's eyes widened. Bai Nianshu. Bai Nianka's eyes narrowed instantly, and her tang sword, trailing a cold gleam, was pressed against Zhou Qilin's neck. You used to call me little darling, and now it's Bai Nianshu. Feeling the chill of the blade on his neck, Zhou Qilin blinked. Huh? Are you going to kill me? That would be wonderful. The Zhou family security system was no joke, and Bai Nianshu had managed to sneak into his room without alerting anyone, proving her combat prowess was formidable. This blow should be enough to break through my defense. Zhou Qilin was thrilled. He had been worrying about his skyrocketing power moments ago, and now he could die happily. Come on, kill me right through my neck. Bai Nianshu was taken aback instead. In her imagination, Zhou Qilin, a heartless scoundrel, would beg for mercy when she held a blade to his throat. Then at his most miserable moment, she would cut him down, avenging the past betrayal. But now Zhou Qilin's eagerness to die left her bewildered. Bai Nianshu frowned and asked, aren't you afraid he'll kill you? At that moment the blade was merely 0.01 centimeters from my throat. Yet within the span of a quarter incense stick, the female owner of that blade would have utterly slain me, for I had resolved to utter a lie. Huh? Zhou Qilin let out a cold sneer, his gaze dripping with contempt. You deserve it. Who told you to be so obedient back then? When I told you to massage, you massaged. Oh, when I told you to rub my feet, you rubbed my feet. As he spoke, his grin turned increasingly malicious. Tell me, with you being this docile, who else would I bully if not you? Now you're threatening me with a blade. How isn't it just because you know him, Zhou Qilin, that I've got money and you want some? Fine, put the knife down. He'll give you 100,000. Consider it. Payment for when I hired a young model back then. The air froze instantly. Bai Nianka's gaze shifted completely. Rage, humiliation, heartbreak. They churned violently within her eyes. So in your eyes, this is who I am. All my devotion back then. Is it worth only 100,000? Or even less than a woman who chases money? Go to hell. Murderous intent erupted in her eyes as she pressed the blade down sharply. But in that instant her hand suddenly froze. She suddenly noticed that Zhou Qilin's right index finger had bent ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Bai Nianshu was struck as if by lightning. She knew this gesture all too well. Ever since she had been with him, she had watched him constantly. During their time together, she observed him every day. His habits, his preferences, every little movement he made. When he would be happy, when he would frown, what posture was most comfortable for him. She remembered it all. She recalled that day. She had casually mentioned, this new phone looks quite nice. The next day the phone appeared before her. He said he had won a lottery. But later she discovered that this fool had actually gone underwater salvaging, working as a diver, just to earn that 50,000. That was the first time she noticed that when he lied, his right index finger would unconsciously bend. Now he was lying again. Bai Nianka's heart pounded wildly. Why was he lying? What part of it was a lie? She took a deep breath, feigning even greater fury. Do you think him after your money? Zhou Qilin's finger curled. Yes. A lie. He was lying. He knew she wasn't after money. Bai Nianka's pupils contracted sharply. A far more terrifying thought exploded in her mind. When Zhou Qilin had broken up with her back, then she had been completely stunned, so she had overlooked these details. Could it be that his claim of hating her obedience was also a lie? Bai Nianshu pressed on immediately. So when you broke up with me back then, was it really because you hated me being obedient? Zhou Qilin sighed inwardly. Silly girl, who would ever hate a girl as beautiful as a celestial maiden and as obedient as a lamb? Of course it is. Too much obedience kills the thrill of the chase. Stop wasting my time. Name your price. I've got women to entertain. A lie. You're lying. You like my obedience. You didn't break up with me because of that. Why didn't I catch your lie back then? If I had, I would never have let you leave me. Bai Nianshu was filled with regret, but it seemed it wasn't too late yet. Suppressing her trembling voice, she asked one final question. Then do you actually like me? Zhou Qilin's mind was in turmoil. Like, damn it, I'm madly in love with you. If it weren't for that damn system forcing me to seduce 30 women, I'd want to tease you at home every day. But instead he said aloud, "Ha, in the eyes of a rich man like me, you're nothing but a toy. I was just playing a game with you back then. Tisk, I trained you to be as obedient as a dog, and you actually took it seriously. Liar. You clearly like me." Having gotten the answer she wanted, Bai Nianshu could no longer hold back. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. Hey sis, what's going on with you? Why are you smiling through your tears? Stab me already. But Bai Nianshu had now seen through it all. Zhou Qilin was deliberately trying to provoke her into killing him. Is it because you feel guilty for breaking up with me back then? Trying to atone in this way? Fool, how can you be so foolish? No, it's me who's been foolish. How could I not have known your true feelings until now? Zhou Qilin couldn't understand. He had gone this far, so why wasn't she making a move? Did he have to send her an invitation link for her to strike him down? Huh. Wait, why are you pulling back the knife? Zhou Qilin quickly asked, aren't you going to kill me? Bai Nianshu looked at him obediently and shook her head. Edison. I mean, Qilin, I already know how you feel. From now on, I'll be your good little girl. They'll listen to everything you say. Zhou Qilin was utterly stunned. He couldn't help but reach out and touch Bai Nianka's forehead. Are you running a fever? We broke up. I don't like you at all. Another lie. What a wicked liar. Bai Nianshu took his hand and obediently licked the back of it. I only act slutty for you. Sis, your hearing is way too selective. Maybe you should get that checked out. I just don't get it. Everything I said was exactly what a villain would say. How did it turn out like this? There must be something wrong here. But no matter how hard Zhou Qilin racked his brain, he couldn't figure it out. Just then Bai Nianka's phone suddenly vibrated. She pulled it out and scowled with disgust. It's that Yi Longshan again. Suddenly an idea struck her, and she spoke as if seeking praise. Good brother, that Yi Longshan was bad-mouthing you, and I didn't like it. So while he was recovering and couldn't be disturbed, I kept bothering him. I sent hookers to knock on his door, reported him for prostitution raids, and even sent people pretending to catch a cheating spouse to his room. He never got a chance to recover. Bai Nianka's expression was clear. Look how awesome I am, praise me. What a... Zhou Qilin finally understood why his own strength had been increasing so rapidly. Good grief, so it was you farming experience points for me this whole time. You did all this. Zhou Qilin's voice trembled uncontrollably. Bai Nianshu nodded with a smile. See how happy you are. If you need, I can help you kill him directly. Happy my ass. Zhou Qilin's mouth twitched. Hadn't the system said that Feng Huashui was specially trained by Yi Longshan's master and was utterly loyal to him? How was she now ready to kill him outright? Does this even make sense? Sis, I was the one who dumped you, wasn't I? You must hate me, right? You should have killed me. No, you had your reasons. Bai Nianshu gazed at Zhou Qilin, her eyes impossibly tender. Zhou Qilin was on the verge of breaking down. What reasons do I have? Look, who is she? Suchinga, I just slept with her in all sorts of positions, you understand. Don't you hate me yet? Bai Nianshu gave a faint smile and drew her tang blade again. It's fine, then I'll just kill her. No, 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 please don't. Zhou Qilin quickly stepped in front of Suchinga. Didn't you say you'd listen to me? Bai Nianshu had no choice but to sheath the blade again, her eyes filled with regret. Zhou Qilin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This was too terrifying. Given the current situation, Bai Nianshu definitely wouldn't kill him. But he couldn't keep her by his side either. What if she went mad one day, got jealous, and killed all the women around him? That would be a real problem. If she could stay by Yi Longshan's side and feed him information about Yi Longshan, that wouldn't be bad. That way he could keep track of Yi Longshan's whereabouts at all times. So Zhou Qilin tentatively asked, can you observe his movements for me while you're with Yi Longshan? Bai Nianshu looked troubled. He's my young master after all. Doing this wouldn't be right. Zhou Qilin was speechless. When you said you'd kill him for me earlier, you didn't seem so conflicted. Bai Nianshu pointed to her lips. But if someone were to give me a kiss, I might just give it a try. She closed her eyes after speaking. So this was her angle. Come on, sis, if Yi Longshan found out about this, he'd be furious. But looking at Bai Nianka's face, so gallant yet obedient, and that alluring tear mole, Zhou Qilin felt his heart stir. Kiss. If I don't kiss her when she's offering herself, I'd be betraying my villain persona. Zhou Qilin stepped forward and pressed his lips firmly against Bai Nianka's tender mouth. The kiss after so many years made Bai Nianshu tremble, feeling the warmth invading her lips. This was the feeling. In that moment she understood that even if Zhou Qilin truly didn't love her anymore, she could never bring herself to harm him. He had always been her one and only true love, no one else. She responded passionately, her arms instinctively wrapping around his waist. But just then Zhou Qilin grabbed by Nianka's hair, yanked her head back, and roughly pulled them apart. Didn't you say you'd listen to me? Who told you to get handsy? Bai Nianchu looked up at him, feeling as if she had returned to the days when he dominated her. She loved this feeling. Master, what do you want me to do? Zhou Qilin was getting into the mood too. Since he was already a villain, why not enjoy it? Do you love me? Bai Nianchu said with emotion. I do. He pinched her cheek. Life is so short, I should take good care of the ones who love me. But at that moment, Bai Nianka's phone began to vibrate incessantly. Annoyed, she took out her phone and was about to turn it off. Zhou Qilin saw it was Yi Longchen calling. He immediately stopped her. Don't hang up. Answer it. Bai Nianchu obediently answered and put it on speaker. What do you want? Yi Longchen was taken aback. Senior sister. You sound upset. Bai Nianchu narrowed her eyes. You interrupted my fun. Now consider yourself lucky I didn't kill you, and you expect me to be happy. She suppressed her anger. No, I just feel sad for you when I think of your current state. Yi Longchen was instantly moved. Only his senior sister truly cared. Don't worry, senior sister, I'm fully recovered now. Where are you? We need to prepare for the next move. Bai Nianchu had no desire to go back. Zhou Qilin quickly raised an eyebrow at her. Reluctantly, she said, I'm out. They'll be right back. Then they hung up. Bai Nianchu immediately hugged Zhou Qilin, unwilling to let go. Master, we still have a little time. Zhou Qilin had calmed down and patted her head. A little time isn't enough. Don't you know my stamina? Go back first. Next time I'll teach you a proper lesson. Bai Nianchu blushed, nodded, firmly kissed him a few more times, and finally left reluctantly. That Yi Longchen ruined my time with Master. Master only said I couldn't kill him, not that I couldn't torment him. Zhou Qilin watched Bai Nianka's retreating figure and shook his head slightly. Sigh, why am I so outstanding? But this worked out well. With Bai Nianchu by Yi Longchen's side, feeding him information, he could keep tabs on Yi Longchen's movements and be ready to die at any moment. But there was still one problem. He was a bit too strong now. Yi Longchen probably couldn't even break through his defense. He still needed to weaken himself. Since Su Qingge was no longer up to the task, he'd find someone else. The first person Zhou Qilin thought of was Song Mir. Back when she took the great yellow pill, Song Mir could battle him for an entire day and night. Plus he had transferred all his inner energy to her. With her cultivation, she had to be much stronger than Su Qingge, right? He immediately took out his phone and called Song Mir. But she didn't pick up. Was she on a mission? If Su Qingge was out, the only one left was Lu Wanru, right? He couldn't very well go to the Shangwan family and ask for their daughter-in-law. He could only try his luck at the beauty salon first. Zhou Qilin quickly got dressed and went to the garage to pick a car. As he looked at the fleet of luxury cars in his garage, images of his ex-girlfriends flashed through his mind. Each car was top-tier, each stunning in its own way, with a different feel when you floored the accelerator. Some emitted a low growl, others a high-pitched roar. No, I'm supposed to be an innocent boy. When did I become like this? It was all because of the Nine Sons shooting art, yes, definitely. In a corner, Zhou Qilin spotted a Toyota Prado that stood out from the rest. His eyes lit up. This car was perfect. Chi Tongwei from the drama drove this car. He was a villain who died a miserable death. It had a buff. He'd take this one. Soon the Prado left the Zhou residence and arrived at the beauty salon. Just as Zhou Qilin parked, a pink Maserati pulled up in front of him. A fat man with a bruised and swollen face stuck his head out, sneering. A lousy Prado parks here. Is this the place for you? Zhou Qilin got out of the car. Can't I stop? Shangwan Xingchen recognized him and immediately got out with surprise. Boss, why are you driving such a cheap car? Doesn't it get stuck in traffic? This isn't a Mazda, why would it get stuck? Do you know the value of betting the whole game? He studied Shangwan Xingchen's bruised face with curiosity. What happened to you this time? Far from being ashamed, Shangwan Xingchen puffed out his chest. I just got caught in adultery. Her husband gave me a good beating. Zhou Qilin was speechless. Caught cheating and still so happy. What kind of disorder was that? Just then Shangwan Xingchen suddenly thought of something. Boss, do you know who I ran into? Spit it out, no nonsense. I'm in a hurry to find your sister-in-law. Shangwan Xingchen's face lit up. Yi Longchen. You should have seen how pathetic he looked, skinny as a skeleton. I almost didn't recognize him. I wonder who reduced him to that state. If I knew, I'd definitely introduce my sister to him. Zhou Qilin recalled the look in Shangwan Xiye's eyes when she left the Zhou family. I'm afraid your sister might not be interested. He then looked at Shangwan Xingchen with a puzzled expression. Since you got caught cheating, why not just go home? What are you doing here? Shangwan Xingchen flashed a lecherous grin. Hey boss, you think I've only been flirting with that one married woman? There's an even hotter one. Zhou Qilin said, what? Haven't you had enough beatings? Shangwan Xingchen was confident. I've checked this one out. Her husband is a shorty who sells baked cakes. I heard her brother-in-law knows some martial arts, but he's out of town. Zhou Qilin gasped and gave a thumbs up. Good heavens, you're something else. If you're lucky, you might even get there before me. Remember to save me a spot. Shangwan Xingchen looked bewildered. What do you mean? Nothing. Just look out for yourself. Zhou Qilin stepped into the beauty salon. Shangwan Xingchen scratched his head and quickly followed. As they entered, the receptionist immediately bowed to Shangwan Xingchen. Young Master Shangwan, you're here. Zhou Qilin turned to look at him, realizing the staff already knew his identity. Shangwan Xingchen smiled and leaned in. Hey, what a coincidence. This is my sister-in-law's place. As if I didn't know. I came here for your sister-in-law. Is she here now? Shangwan Xingchen thought for a moment. She should be. She's been here these past few days. Then he grinned slyly. Boss, are you still thinking about my sister-in-law? Zhou Qilin didn't deny it. Do I need to think about her? Didn't I tell you? I've already slept with your sister-in-law. Slept with her? Shangwan Xingchen almost burst out laughing. He knew his sister-in-law too well. Come on, boss, stop bragging. I have to keep half a meter away from my sister-in-law when I see her, let alone you kicking down her door. I've never seen any man get close to her. Zhou Qilin couldn't help but curl his lips. His male vanity was stirred. He had done what others couldn't. How could he resist bragging? He puffed out his chest. I've been close. Shangwan Xingchen sneered. Anyone can brag. I'm not bragging. Let me tell you your sister-in-law. TSK. She's the gentlest woman I've ever met. The two receptionists at the door wished they could cover their ears. Was this something they were supposed to hear? But the next second their gaze shifted past Zhou Qilin and Shangwan Xingchen to the figure behind them, and they froze. When did CEO Lu arrive? Unaware, Zhou Qilin continued. I'm telling you, if you want a wife, you should marry someone like your sister-in-law. Behind him, Lu Wanru's lips curled up involuntarily. My little rascal, why say such things? How embarrassing. Shangwan Xingchen's mouth fell open wider. Boss, you've got some nerve. He caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye and instantly turned to stone. Holy crap. When did sister-in-law get here? His eyes darted, and he immediately put on a righteous expression. Boss. No, wait, you scumbag Zhou Qilin. I've been blind to know you. How dare you speak so vilely of my most revered and chaste sister-in-law? Marry someone like her. Ha. My sister-in-law and brother are a perfect match. Don't even dream of marrying her. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. He turned to leave, then came face to face with Lu Wanru and froze. Oh, sister-in-law. When did you get here? I didn't even notice. Zhou Qilin turned and saw Lu Wanru, instantly understanding why Shangwan Xingchen had changed his tune so quickly. Good heavens, no wonder Yi Longshan wanted to kill you. You absolutely deserved it. This dog. Shangwan Xingchen glanced at Zhou Qilin. Boss, you can't blame me. You've got a loose tongue. As they say, better you than me. Look at my sister-in-law's face. It's as black as a pot. Only one of us is getting out of this alive, and it's your tough luck. Prepare for her wrath. But the next second, Lu Wanru stared coldly at Shangwan Xingchen. Did you just say I shouldn't even dream of marrying Zhou Qilin? What, am I not good enough for him? Shangwan Xingchen was taken aback. No, sister-in-law. I meant he's not good enough for you. Lu Wanru's face darkened further. How is he not good enough? He's outstanding, handsome, young, talented. And do you know how hard he works? Huh. Shangwan Xingchen looked blankly at Zhou Qilin. Of course I know him. He's a scumbag. Where do you see him working hard or being talented? Sister-in-law, you're not yourself. Lu Wanru pointed to the door. Get out. Go home and face the wall for 10 days. You're banned from this beauty salon. And that woman whose husband sells baked cakes, stop flirting with her. Shangwan Xingchen panicked and turned to Zhou Qilin for help. Boss, say something for me. Zhou Qilin pursed his lips. Speak for you. If it weren't for the fact that your sister-in-law and I really have something going on, I'd be the one in trouble now. Listen to your sister-in-law. Strictly speaking, she just saved your life. Shangwan Xingchen looked at Lu Wanru again. It was the first time had seen such severity on his usually gentle sister-in-law's face. He knew there was no room for negotiation. Lu Wanru turned to Zhou Qilin with a dark expression. You come with me. Shangwan Xingchen watched them leave and sighed. If she's this strict with herself, the boss is probably in for worse luck. But the moment they entered the room and the door closed, the ice on Lu Wanru's face melted instantly. She crouched down gently and massaged Zhou Qilin's legs, her face full of tenderness. My little rascal, why have you come? As Shangwan Xingchen stepped out of the beauty salon, he collided with a woman. When he saw who it was, he was so startled he nearly jumped. SS. It was Shangwan Xie. But the Shangwan Xie before him seemed drained of all vitality, as dejected as if she had just lost a battle. Shangwan Xingchen stared in disbelief. In his memory, his second sister had achieved astonishing medical skill at a young age, and her management abilities were formidable. Their father had begun to delegate authority, intending for her to take over the company entirely. She was a confident, ambitious woman. How had she become like this? Sis, are you all right? Shangwan Xie looked at her brother, frowning slightly, and mustered some spirit. Out gallivanting again, are you? You are the only man of our generation. You need to shoulder your responsibilities from now on. Shangwan Xingchen was terrified by her words. When had his second sister ever thought so highly of him? No, sis, don't scare me. What's wrong? Who bullied you? They'll get revenge for you. Zhou Qilin's face flashed through Shangwan Xie's mind, and a murderous glint flickered in her eyes. It's nothing. They'll handle it myself. Go home now. If I catch you out again, I won't let you off. Under her oppressive authority, Shangwan Xingchen shrank his neck and bolted. After running a few steps, he turned back and shouted, Sis, no matter what, I'm on your side. Even if Dad gives you all the inheritance, I want mine. Then he vanished in a flash. Shangwan Xie watched her brother's retreating figure, a faint warmth stirring in her heart. This brother might be unreliable, but he was undeniably loyal to family. Unfortunately, she could no longer turn back. She had already contacted an assassin organization. Zhou Qilin had to die. And once Zhou Qilin was dead, she no longer wished to live. She had come today because Shangwan Xingchen was too irresponsible and their father was getting old. After her death, the only one who could uphold the Shangwan family was her sister-in-law. After all, this elder sister-in-law's reputation in the business world once surpassed even Su Qing's. She took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the beauty salon. Meanwhile, in the salon's office, Lu Wanru looked at the lover in her arms and asked softly, "Qilin, what exactly did you come to see me for?" With the bowtie's warmth in his arms, Zhou Qilin hesitated. Was it too superficial to say outright that he came to sleep with her? No, I'm a villain now, why overthink this? Of course I should indulge when I want. Zhou Qilin pulled Lu Wanru into his embrace. I came to do what lovers do, of course. Hearing his words, Lu Wanru's body immediately went limp, but she said, "Qilin, we shouldn't. I'm the Shangwan family's daughter-in-law." Zhou Qilin chuckled. That makes it even more thrilling. Lu Wanru's heart pounded. How could she be unwilling? Hadn't she been coming to the salon every day lately, just waiting for this rogue? Her cheeks flushed, and she whispered, "Then don't be too loud. It would be trouble if someone heard." Zhou Qilin pinched her chin, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "You're the one who shouldn't be too loud." They were lost in each other on the verge of passion. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door. "Sister-in-law, I'd like to talk to you." Zhou Qilin's mind went blank. "I was about to get undressed, and you pull this. But that voice. Shangwan Xia. What was she doing here?" Lu Wanru was also panicked. If Xia saw her with Qilin losing face would be the least of it. If the Shangwan and Zhou families clashed, the trouble would be immense. But she quickly calmed down. "Xia, hold on, I'm coming." She called out to the door, then turned to Zhou Qilin and lowered her voice. "Qilin, wait a moment. He'll send Xia away." She straightened her clothes and opened the door to leave. Zhou Qilin also breathed a slight sigh of relief. Actually, Shangwan Xia's timing was just right. If she had come any later, he might have been scared into some kind of trouble. Now he just had to wait for Lu Wanru to get rid of her, and then he could have a pleasant time with Lu Wanru. But he suddenly recalled his previous battle with Lu Wanru. Back when he was at the first rank, she couldn't last 2 hours. Now that his strength had skyrocketed, she would probably be even weaker. At this thought, Zhou Qilin's eyes lit up. Right? Hadn't the system rewarded him with a little yellow pill? When Songnier took the big yellow pill, she had held her ground steadily, even draining his inner energy dry. If Lu Wanru took the little yellow pill, she might not only last longer, but also drain him dry again. With that in mind, Zhou Qilin immediately called out, "System, give me the little yellow pill." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a pill identical to the Great Rejuvenation pill and the big yellow pill appeared in his palm. "This pill is pretty big, swallowing it dry will be tough." The system's prompt sounded at just the right moment. The little yellow pill is soluble in water, colorless, and odorless. An essential tool for a shameless villain like you, Zhou Qilin. Considering Lu Wanru's swallowing ability, it probably wasn't a big problem. But dissolving it in water to drink was indeed more comfortable than swallowing it dry. He poured a glass of water and dropped the little yellow pill in. The pill dissolved instantly, colorless and odorless. Truly an essential tool for a shameless villain. Yet just as he placed the glass on Lu Wanru's desk, a voice came from outside the door. "So yeah, let's talk outside, there's no need to go in. Or maybe we could talk at home. Sister-in-law, I'm in a hurry. Let's talk here." The moment the words fell, the doorknob began to turn. Damn it. If Shangwan Xia found him flirting with her sister-in-law, it would be a disaster. Zhou Qilin shuddered and instantly dove under the desk. The door swung open. Lu Wanru's heart sank, and she immediately said, "Xia, let me explain." Shangwan Xia looked puzzled. "Explain what?" Lu Wanru glanced around the room. Where had Qilin gone? She breathed a silent sigh of relief. Good, he wasn't there. "Oh, nothing," she said with a smile. "I was just about to say the office is a bit messy." Shangwan Xia looked at the pristine, spotless office. Her sister-in-law seemed a bit off, but she didn't dwell on it and walked straight to the chair across from the desk to sit down. Under the desk, Zhou Qilin held his breath, utterly still. Lu Wanru sat back in her office chair. As soon as her bottom touched the seat, her foot brushed against something soft, sending a jolt of fear through her. She looked down and saw Zhou Qilin's face under the desk, which finally put her at ease. Shangwan Xia sensed her sister-in-law's unease and instinctively lowered her gaze as well. Lu Wanru's heart tightened. She hastily cried out, "Xia." Startled by the sudden exclamation, Shangwan Xia turned toward her puzzled. Lu Wanru steadied her breath. "What brings you to me today? What is it you wish to discuss? You seem deeply troubled." After a moment's silence, Shangwan Xia finally spoke. "Sister-in-law, I wish for you to assume control of the Shangwan family's enterprises." Lu Wanru froze, utterly unprepared for such a declaration. Strictly speaking, to the Shangwan clan, she was but an outsider. When Lu Wanru remained silent, Shangwan Xia frowned in mild confusion. "Sister-in-law." Only then did Lu Wanru snap back to reality. Suppressing the tingling numbness spreading up her leg, she shook her head firmly. "No, I cannot accept. The Shangwan enterprises belong solely to your family, and you manage them admirably. There is no need, nor justification, for entrusting them to me. It is thriving now, but what if one day I am gone? You know well enough that Xingchen would squander everything. Should he inherit the Shangwan enterprises, the entire clan would collapse within 5 years. Beneath the table, Zhou Qilin's hand jerked to a halt. Something about those words felt profoundly off. Lu Wanru too sensed the dissonance. Xia, what nonsense is this? If you're gone, are you unwell? Shangwan Xia shook her head. I'm perfectly fine, sister-in-law. Please don't worry. No, that's not right. From the moment you walked in, something has been amiss, and I haven't seen you these past few days. What's happened? Tell me everything. Whatever it is, I will stand by you, no matter what. Faced with Lu Wanru's unwavering concern, the grief and sorrow she'd suppressed for days surged forth like a breached dam. Wu, sister-in-law, I've been dumped. Shangwan Xia broke down completely, tears streaming unchecked. He doesn't want me. He doesn't love me. He's cast me aside. Zhou Qilin, listening from beneath the table, felt his chest constrict sharply. Foolish girl, I never rejected you. I did it for your own good. What future could you possibly have beside a villain like me? In the end, when I perish, you won't even be granted a single frame on screen. Lu Wanru stood stunned. Xia had fallen in love and been discarded. When had this even begun? Her first instinct was disbelief, yet the raw anguish etched across Xia's face left no room for doubt. What kind of man, she wondered, could so coldly abandon a woman of such extraordinary beauty? Xia had remained single until now, so where had this man suddenly emerged from? Then, like lightning, it struck Lu Wanru. During this period, the only men Xia had encountered were Yi Longshan and Zhou Qilin. Zhou Qilin. Impossible. Xia loathed him. She'd sooner kill him than speak to him. That left only one possibility, Yi Longshan. And indeed, ever since that day, Xia had grown increasingly elusive, vanishing like mist, appearing only fleetingly. It all made sense now. Lu Wanru fixed her gaze upon Xia, voice steady and searching. Tell me, was this man one of the two who visited our home that day? Shangwan Xia nodded slowly. Monster. Scoundrel. Even Lu Wanru, gentle and composed by nature, could not suppress her fury. Beneath the table, Zhou Qilin's lips twitched uncontrollably. Well said. Was he not in truth exactly that? A monstrous scoundrel. Where is he? I'll confront him myself. Lu Wanru slammed her palm onto the table and rose. Shangwan Xia shook her head. There's no need, sister-in-law. I've already hired an assassin. But since he's cast me aside, I no longer wish to live. That's why I came here today, to tell you this. Zhou Qilin crouched beneath the table, froze in shock. An assassin, sent after me. How delightfully ironic. But why on earth would you choose death? Lu Wanru too stood speechless. Shangwan Xia, have you lost your senses? Would you truly stake your life on a single man? What is he really? Is he worth this despair? Shangwan Xia rose to her feet. Sister-in-law, please say no more. I've made my decision. Lu Wanru knew forceful persuasion would backfire. Swiftly she lifted the water glass from the table and extended it. Xia, calm yourself first. Drink some water and hear me out. Beneath the table, Zhou Qilin nodded vigorously. Yes, listen to your sister-in-law. Wait, water? Oh no. You aren't actually going to drink that water, are you? Zhou Qilin shot upright. This could not be allowed. He had to intervene, immediately, just as the crisis reached its peak. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp rapping echoed at the door. Shangwan Xia paused mid-reach, then gently set the glass back upon the table. Hearing the soft clink of porcelain against which, Zhou Qilin exhaled, long and slow. Yet curiosity flickered anew. Who could possibly be arriving now? A voice sounded from beyond the threshold. Director Lu, someone is here to see you. His name is Yi Longshan. Yi Longshan. Zhou Qilin's brows arched in surprise. What business does he have coming here? Lu Wanru, hearing the name, flared with instant fury. So, he dares show his face after hurting Xia. Let him in. She turned to Shangwan Xia, eyes blazing. Xia, don't worry. I'll settle this for you. Before Xia could grasp her meaning, the door swung open, and Yi Longshan strode in. The moment Lu Wanru laid eyes on Yi Longshan, she faltered, stunned. What was this ensemble? His upper garment featured one sleeve absurdly long, the other comically short, as if chewed by a rabid hound. His trousers bore two jagged gashes running their full length. One foot wore a flip-flop, the other a yellow rubber boot. To the uninitiated, he might easily be mistaken for a refugee fleeing famine. Worse still, his person exuded a faint, persistent stench. Good heavens, Xia, what on earth do you see in him? Even Shangwan Xia's lips twitched involuntarily. This spectacle was utterly revolting, physiologically unbearable to behold. Yi Longshan, observing the women's frozen expressions, allowed a subtle smirk to curl his lips. Ah, women truly understood women best. His senior sister had advised, the more understated a man appears, the more magnetic he becomes. And indeed, the outfit she'd curated for him had delivered instant staggering impact. He flashed his signature lopsided grin and advanced. Sister-in-law and little sister Xia are both here. His presence preceded him. The odor arrived first. Lu Wanru and Shangwan Xia recoiled instinctively, springing upright and retreating 2 full paces. Lu Wanru swiftly raised a hand. Enough, please go no further. The scent is overwhelming. Yi Longshan's stride locked mid-step, his lopsided grin nearly dissolved into dismay. Though he hadn't relieved himself recently, weeks of accumulated grime had seeped deep into his pores. No quick fix could erase it. He cleared his throat, clinging stubbornly to dignity. This is my newest, most exclusive fragrance. If you dislike it, I shall select another next time. With that, he casually snatched the water glass from the table and drained it in one swift, practiced motion, hoping the gesture might dispel the awkwardness. Zhou Qilin's eyes widened beneath the table. No way. The drug he had administered was intercepted by Yi Longchen. How could he possibly disperse his cultivation now? Didn't your mother ever teach you not to drink other people's things? Do you have to taste the saltiness before a urine test too? Unaware that he had swallowed the little yellow pill, Yi Longchen raised his glass with his right hand, tapped his left foot on the ground, bent his right knee, and struck a pose he deemed suave, his face brimming with ecstasy. With a beauty present, even this ordinary water tastes exceptionally sweet, like a potent elixir. Including by Ninshu, the three women collectively shuddered. The combination of yellow rubber shoes and flip-flops, paired with that self-satisfied expression, was utterly unbearable, and he thought he looked good. Lu Wanru couldn't help but glance at Shang Wanxia, thinking, you like someone like this. You're truly capable of great things. Her gaze swept to Bai Ninshu, who stood not far behind Yi Longchen, and her eyes narrowed. Despite the mountaineering jacket, it couldn't conceal her striking figure. Coupled with her delicate features, it was clear that Yi Longchen had hurt Xie because of this woman. Yi Longchen. Lu Wanru's face was filled with fury. Are you this shameless? Bringing another woman here to provoke us? Yi Longchen was taken aback. Why was she scolding him? But in the next second he suddenly understood. She must be jealous because I brought my senior sister. A sense of crisis. Ah, this damnable charm of mine. He spoke with deep affection, sister-in-law. No, Wanru, rest assured my love is equal for every woman. Lu Wanru felt as if she had swallowed a fly. You want to have your cake, and eat it too. If that's the case, I will never entrust Xie to you. Shang Wanxia was bewildered. Wait, sister-in-law, what are you saying? Why would you hand me over to him? Lu Wanru sighed, thinking Xie still hadn't forgiven Yi Longchen. Xie, you're right, you shouldn't forgive him. No. Shang Wanxia finally realized her sister-in-law had misunderstood. The person I like isn't him. Off. Lu Wanru was stunned. Had she been mistaken? Yi Longchen shook his head slightly upon hearing this, believing that since he hadn't seen them for so long they were indeed angry, and saying they didn't like him out of spite. He chuckled. I know you're mad at me. I did run into some trouble these past few days, but once I sorted it out, I came to see you right away. Wait. Lu Wanru sensed something was off. What do you mean? What do you mean by you? Shang Wanxia was also dumbfounded. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Qilin suddenly recalled a famous line from actor Wu, black guys just don't speak the same language. Yi Longchen spread his arms, looking completely at ease. Alright, you two can stop pretending. I know you both like me. Don't worry, you'll treat you equally, and won't play favorites. Enough. Shang Wanxia glared at him. They'll let it slide for the sake of your brotherhood with my brother. But if you insult me and my sister-in-law again, I won't let you off. Lu Wanru furrowed her brow. It seems Xie and Yi Longchen really had nothing going on, as she had misunderstood. That's good. Good, my foot. If it wasn't Yi Longchen, then it must be Qilin. She abruptly turned to look at her own table. No way. Thinking of Zhou Qilin, she suddenly realized that Yi Longchen was standing too close to the table, and he might be suffocating Qilin. Step back. Get away from my table. Now, seeing how serious Lu Wanru was, Yi Longchen reluctantly took 2 steps back, distancing himself from the desk. Lu Wanru sat back down in her seat. However, the moment she sat down, those hands were on her legs again. Truly a little rogue. But thinking that Zhou Qilin might have seduced Shang Wanxia, Lu Wanru grew angry once more. She moved forward, trying to clamp Zhou Qilin's hand between her legs. She needed to get these people out of here quickly. They were all interfering with her plans. Composing herself, she looked at Yi Longchen. What exactly are you here for? Yi Longchen smirked confidently. I have a business plan that requires the support of the Shangguan and Lu families. So I'd like to ask Wanru and Xie for a favor. Zhou Qilin was slightly taken aback under the table. According to the plot, Yi Longchen would only seek the Shangguan and Lu families' help after winning Su Qinga over. With Su Qinga, he could squeeze the Zhou family's living space commercially and bring them down. Unexpectedly, without Su Qinga, Yi Longchen had also come up with his own business plan. However, Shang Wanxia and Lu Wanru had no interest whatsoever in cooperating with Yi Longchen. Shang Wanxia refused without a second thought. The Shangguan family will not cooperate with you. We're not that close, so don't address us so intimately. Lu Wanru also spoke up. The Lu family has no such intention either. Yi Longchen couldn't believe his ears. These two had rejected him. How is that possible? Oh, I see, jealousy. They're jealous of each other. Yi Longchen smiled. Don't you even want to hear my business plan? It's a deal that could earn the Shangguan and Lu families tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. Zhou Qilin raised an eyebrow. Hundreds of billions. That was a tempting figure even for the 4 great families. Was Yi Longchen such a natural-born businessman? The system had never mentioned it. As he pondered, his mouth was busy blowing warm puffs of air onto Lu Wanru's fair thigh. Shang Wanxia became slightly interested, as helping the Shangguan family earn more money before she died would be a good thing. She raised an eyebrow. What project? Yi Longchen smiled confidently. Have you heard of Director's Coffee? Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded under the table. No way. A dragon king like you isn't going to dabble in director's coffee, are you? Sure enough, Yi Longchen spoke with an air of superiority. To be honest, I've only had it once. Guess how much a cup costs? ITLL blow your mind. 198. For one cup. And that so-called director was even more arrogant than me. How classy is that? Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. He was utterly speechless. Why had he ever gotten the illusion that Yi Longchen was a business genius? Even Bai Ninshu following behind him nearly burst out laughing. Watching the stunned Shang Wanxia and Lu Wanru, Yi Longchen chuckled. What do you think? Isn't this a huge deal? I've calculated it. If we spread barista coffee across the nation in at most 5 years, no for ITLL, be a tens of billions business. Lu Wanru's face flushed even deeper. You little rascal, can't you stop pushing your luck? Suppressing her discomfort, her voice trembling, she said, Mr. Yi, if this is all you have, then please leave. Yi Longchen was stunned. You don't agree to such a great project. I can invest 20 billion. All the Shangguan and Lu families need to do is put in 20 billion each. Shangguan Xie was amused into anger. Are you an idiot? How could we possibly agree to such an absurd project? Get out. Yi Longchen couldn't fathom it. You both clearly love me deeply. Why would you reject me? Something must be wrong. Is someone threatening you? Shangguan Xie and Lu Wanren never expected him to say that. Shangguan Xie sneered. You're quite narcissistic. Might as well say there's someone under this table groping my sister-in-law's calf, rubbing his face against her thigh, even doing worse things, hiding there to threaten us. Lu Wanren's body tensed instantly. Could Xie have installed a camera under my table? Zhou Qilin also tensed up. Even if Yi Longchen couldn't kill him, now coming out would be useless, especially with Shangguan Xie nearby. She was already desperate to die, and if she found out he was with her sister-in-law, things would be irreparable. Hearing this, Yi Longchen narrowed his eyes. Final leave. Right now? The next second, he slammed his palm onto the table. No one expected his sudden move. With a crack, the table split in two, sending splinters flying. Zhou Qilin was revealed underneath. Seeing him, Yi Longchen erupted in fury. Zhou Qilin, so it's you. If not for Xie's reminder, I wouldn't have realized. Are you threatening Wanru and Xie? Shangguan Xie was dumbfounded. She stared at Zhou Qilin in disbelief. She had just said that offhandedly. She never imagined someone was actually under the table, and of all people, Zhou Qilin. Hiding there, her sister-in-law must have known. Recalling her sister-in-law's blush and her own words. Could it all be true? Shangguan Xie abruptly looked at Lu Wanru. Sister-in-law, what's going on? Don't you owe me an explanation? Lu Wanru sighed. How could she explain this? Zhou Qilin was also exasperated. He looked at Yi Longchen. You're smart when you shouldn't be, yet you actually believed Shangguan Xie's casual remark. But when he noticed Yi Longchen's attire, he gave a thumbs up. 99th junior brother, you're something. So low-key. Look at him. This is a true protagonist dressed in rags like a refugee. In the early stages, you have to be as ugly and low-key as possible. Those villains and nobles would hold their noses at the sight of you, constantly provoking you with words. Then at a critical moment, you reveal your hand, stunning everyone, and deliver a grand speech. Perfect. From then on, the world is yours. Yi Longchen sneered. Zhou Qilin, flattery won't save you. You heard my brilliant business plan and threatened Lu Wanru and Shangguan Xie, afraid my business acumen would devour the Zhou family and leave you homeless, right? Zhou Qilin was speechless. Even the 4 dogs fighting over scraps with you are better than that plan. Shangguan Xie and Lu Wanru frowned simultaneously. Yi Longchen wanted to devour the Zhou family. So he was out to harm Zhou Qilin. How could they let him succeed? Lu Wanru quickly devised a plan, putting on a teary expression. Yes, it's him. I was really keen on your project, but he threatened me. Luckily you discovered it in time. Now that the threat is gone, just put in a symbolic 1 billion, and the Lu family will be easy to deal with. Shangguan Xie nodded beside her. She wanted to kill Zhou Qilin, yes, but she would never allow others to kill or humiliate him. The Shangguan family feels the same. Zhou Qilin laughed. Even if Yi Longchen were a fool, he wouldn't think barista coffee needed 20 billion up front, right? Are you two fooling an idiot here? Yet he underestimated the male lead's trust in the female leads. Yi Longchen thumped his chest. Fine. Zhou Qilin was stunned. Damn, you're a complete fool. Without Suchinga, you're lost, aren't you? Wait, you two just swindled him out of 20 billion. How will he play the late game? Won't it collapse? Without money, how can he bid at auctions, gamble on jade, or grow stronger? If he doesn't get stronger, how can he kill me? Zhou Qilin quickly shouted, no, what are you doing? Don't touch his 20 billion. He looked at Lu Wanru. Lu Wanru looked helpless. Fine. Okay. Seriously, doesn't this make me look even more like I'm threatening you? Yi Longchen stepped forward, his Dragon King ultimate dominance, art surging with overwhelming force. Zhou Qilin, I'm right here, and you still dare to threaten them. Zhou Qilin could only advise earnestly, 99th junior brother, if you run barista coffee, even a 360-degree spin from Brother Yong won't save you. Don't listen to them. They're trying to scam you. Yi Longchen laughed. I think you're the one scamming me. How they like me so much, why would they scam me? Zhou Qilin was baffled. Why couldn't this guy understand? They don't like you at all. This business is completely unfeasible. How if they don't like me, do they like you? And my business unfeasible? It was my senior sister Bei's idea. Even if they could scam me, would my own sister scam me? Zhou Qilin looked at Bai Ninshu. Bai Nianxu smiled sweetly at him and winked. Master, am I great? Zhou Qilin. Num. My good junior brother, am still your senior brother, and haven't I scammed you plenty? No, I never scammed you, you scammed yourself. Bai Nianxu. Tell him quickly it's all fake, or it'll be his ruin. Bai Nianxu pouted. Fine young master, it's all a trick you know. Haha. Yi Longshan laughed heartily. Senior sister, you really play along. One might think he's your young master, no your master. Bai Nianxu shrugged, looking helplessly at Zhou Qilin. Master, see, he just won't believe it. Yi Longshan shook his head. His senior sister was truly different now, too wild. Zhou Qilin was full of exasperation. 99th junior brother, how about trusting me? How you want me to trust you? You little. Yi Longshan suddenly faltered, a strange desire flashing in his eyes. Zhou Qilin instantly realized. No way was the little yellow pill about to take effect. The next second Yi Longshan looked at Zhou Qilin, his mouth twisting, eyes glazed. Little lady, come keep me company. Zhou Qilin's scalp tingled. Something's wrong. Damn system. What's up with Yi Longshan? Why is he licking his lips at me? Little yellow pill, after consumption sexual desire surges blood energy, reverses leading to death from exploding body. Huh, isn't that the same as the big yellow pill's description? Not quite. The little yellow pill induces desire toward the same sex. Holy crap. Are you determined? The effect of the Xiao Huang Dan took effect quickly, and Yi Longshan's gaze towards Zhou Qilin grew increasingly unsettling. Zhou Qilin shivered. This fellow's gaze was sticky, and seemed to want to lick him from head to toe. I'm not the female lead, what are you doing? The other three women were also stunned. How did Yi Longshan suddenly change like this? Before anyone could react, Yi Longshan suddenly made his move, his hands darting straight for Zhou Qilin's chest. Watch me grab the milk dragon's hands. Zhou Qilin's eyes nearly popped out. Zhou Qilin thought this move won't kill me, but it'll definitely disgust me. Damn. He quickly dodged to the side, and Yi Longshan lunged past him. That was close. I almost lost my innocence. Yi Longshan, open your eyes and see clearly. Zhou Qilin. Yi Longshan, having missed his target, turned back with a lewd grin and said, Zhou Qilin. What a lovely name. We must have been lovers in our past life. Lovers, my foot. We're enemies. Open your dim-witted eyes and see, am I not the one you hate the most? Yi Longshan's eyes flashed with a hint of struggle, but it quickly faded. Little lady, don't resist. Let me show you the might of my Shi Min de Guanren. After saying that, he swiped again. Zhou Qilin was speechless. How could Shi Min de Guanren have your level of skill? You're more like Shi Min Shui Shui. His mind was racing, but his body couldn't keep up. In the blink of an eye, Yi Longshan was right in front of him, and Zhou Qilin felt he couldn't evade. He wasn't afraid of being killed, but Yi Longshan wasn't here to kill him, he was here to pursue him. Just the thought of it was disgusting. At the critical moment, a flash of blade light sliced towards Yi Longshan's hand. Although Yi Longshan was dazed from the drug's effects, his strength was not diminished in the slightest. He flipped his wrist, dodging the blade, and kicked back at Bai Nianxu. Bai Nianxu blocked with her knife. Clang! A kick landed on the blade, sending Bai Nianxu retreating several steps, but she immediately charged back in. Yi Longshan activated his Dragon King extreme domineering skill, and the two exchanged blows. Shangguan Xie and Lu Wanru were baffled. Why were two people from the same side fighting? Lu Wanru quickly moved closer to Zhou Qilin. Qilin, are you okay? I'm fine. Do you have any Lu Mei? Give me one. Lu Wanru shot Zhou Qilin a glare while covering her chest. What are you saying at a time like this? Meanwhile, Shangguan Xie said leisurely. He likes to eat something sour when he's nervous. Lu Wanru was quite surprised. Don't you like eating when you're nervous? Shangguan Xie's eyes narrowed instantly. Ahem. Zhou Qilin immediately coughed loudly. Well, look at how beautiful the night is outside. Shangguan Xie's face turned ashen. It's already past noon. Zhou Qilin awkwardly rubbed his nose. Shangguan Xie had no intention of letting him off. What exactly is going on between you and my sister-in-law? Zhou Qilin scratched his head. Well, it's a long story. Lu Wanru, feeling a bit sympathetic, said, See, I don't ask anymore. Look, Qilin is already in a difficult position. Shangguan Xie was furious. Oh, only you care for him. Then you tell me. She turned to Lu Wanru. Lu Wanru sighed. Actually, you also know that time he kicked my door, I lost so much face. I originally wanted to die together with him. She paused, her gaze softening. But after truly getting to know him, I ended up falling for him. He is so gentle, so considerate, and he is also so fierce. Do you know how fierce he is? It's the kind of fierce that you can't even react to. I felt like a small boat in a storm being. Enough. Shangguan Xie couldn't bear to listen anymore. Of course I know how fierce Zhou Qilin is. Who wants to hear you talk about this? But you've already married my brother. Don't you love him? Do you think you owe him? How could you not owe him? Your older brother ran away on his wedding night and died on the frontier, leaving your sister-in-law to wait for years. Over the years, your sister-in-law has been gentle and virtuous, dutifully serving the Shangguan family, playing the role of a perfect wife and mother without any flaws. She was a bit angry. Then why must you be with him? Can't you like someone else? Why can't it be him? Lu Wanru, now with Zhou Qilin, had no intention of hiding. I just didn't expect that you also liked Qilin. I never thought that you would even want to kill him. At this point, Lu Wanru showed a hint of determination. As long as I'm here, I will not let you kill him. Zhou Qilin quickly stood up. No, no, no. You mustn't stop her. If you stop her, he'll get mad at you. Don't think I'm a good person. Oh, I'm just toying with both of you. Lu Wanru looked at Zhou Qilin. I'm willing to let you toy with me. Shang Wanxia looked at her sister-in-law in disbelief. Sister-in-law actually said such a thing. Zhou Qilin, you bastard. What have you done to my sister-in-law? Zhou Qilin was also feeling frustrated, scratching his head. It's pretty much the same as what I did to you. Why is there such a big difference between you two? Shang Wanxia recalled the humiliating things Zhou Qilin did to her, and suddenly felt embarrassed, angry, and furious. You actually made my sister-in-law wear those clothes too. In front of the mirror, in the park, in the parking lot, in the stairway, in the restroom. Cough cough, you know it's enough, no need to say it all out loud. Zhou Qilin quickly interrupted. Lu Wanru's face turned red. Just then the battle between Yi Longshan and Bai Nianchu changed. Although Bai Nianchu's peak 4th grade cultivation was higher, she couldn't defeat Yi Longshan, who grew stronger in the face of adversity and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Zhou Qilin raised an eyebrow. If Bai Nianchu lost, Yi Longshan would come for him. Looking into those blood-red eyes, he feared he would be in for a world of trouble. The Xiaohuangdan only works on the same sex, so the 3 women present were definitely fine. I have to run quickly. So without any hesitation, Zhou Qilin turned to Lu Wanru and said, today's not a good opportunity, I'll come find you in a few days. After saying that, he turned and ran. Shang Wanxia hadn't even asked clearly yet, don't run. She quickly gave chase. When Yi Longshan saw Zhou Qilin running, he forced Bai Nianchu back with a palm and started to pursue. Little beauty, don't run. If I catch you, ITLLB, he he he. After saying that, he immediately chased after her. Bai Nianchu attacked again to buy Zhou Qilin some time. Lu Wanru stood by the window watching Zhou Qilin jump into that domineering vehicle, while Shang Wanxia quickly followed him inside. The car paused for a moment before roaring away. She finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. With this, Yi Longshan should be unable to catch up, right? But thinking of Shang Wanxia wanting to kill Zhou Qilin, her heart tightened again. I need to find someone to help. The Shangwan family definitely won't do, they can't control Xia. She thought for a moment, pulled out a number, and dialed. In the room of the Liu family's second daughter, on a pink princess bed, a girl clad only in shorts and a bra slept soundly. Her fiery figure was faintly visible beneath the thin blanket, and above it lay a delicate face. At first glance bearing the cool allure of a mature woman, yet upon closer inspection carrying a hint of cuteness. She was a perfect blend of elegance and sweetness. This was Lu Liao, the Liu family's second daughter. Hugging the blanket, she murmured in her dream, "Brother Dawn, don't leave. Brother, how can I live without you? Brother." Suddenly her phone ringtone blared. Frowning, she fumbled for the phone, squinted at the screen, and answered lazily, "Sis. Calling so early. I'm still asleep." Lu Wanru said urgently, "Stop sleeping. Zhou Qilin and Xia just drove off from my place. License plate A66666. Get someone to trace it now." Lu Liao froze, her mind slow to process. "Shangwan Xia, and who?" "Zhou Qilin. That scumbag who kicked your door." Lu Wanru replied, "Yes. Qilin is in danger now. Go find him." Lu Liao lay back on the bed smiling sweetly. "Isn't that better? Back then he kicked your door, and I wanted to kill that scumbag myself. If Dad hadn't stopped me, I'd have dealt with him long ago. Sis, why do you even care about him now?" "I'm not joking." Lu Wanru was frantic. "I can't explain now, just go check." Alright, I'll have someone look into it," Lu Liao replied casually. After hanging up, she tossed the phone onto the bedside table. "Check. I'll let Xia teach that wretched rascal a good lesson." She hugged the blanket tightly and closed her eyes. "Brother Dawn, I'm coming. I'm about to dream of you, wait for me." Just then a black Toyota Prado weaved madly through traffic. Zhou Qilin glanced in the rearview mirror. Yi Longshan was still chasing his steps on the car roofs, as steady as on flat ground. How is this guy like Spider-Man? He floored the accelerator. Shangwan Xia clung to the safety handle. Red light. Red light. What red light? That's an ambience light. The car swerved, charging into oncoming traffic. Shangwan Xia screamed, "You're going the wrong way. The road was built backward. There's a traffic cop ahead. That's a cosplayer. Cosplayer. He's waving at us." Zhou Qilin stuck his head out and yelled at the cop, "I'm not a taxi." He pressed the pedal to the metal and sped away. The cop's arm froze midair, utterly baffled. "Who wanted a cab? I was stopping you." He grabbed his radio. "Attention. A car is running red lights and going the wrong way, license plate A66666. Wait, there's someone running on top of the traffic. He's chasing that car. Wait, there's a woman with a tang sword behind him. She's chasing the guy in front. What? I didn't eat any wild mushrooms. I'm not overworked. I'm telling the truth. Paid leave. Oh right, I must have seen wrong. I really do need a break." Once on the elevated highway, the rearview mirror finally showed no sign of that frantic figure. Zhou Qilin let out a long breath. Is Yi Longshan crazy? There are plenty of men on the road, why target me? He glanced at Shangwan Xia beside him, her face was already pale. Zhou Qilin asked, "Are you okay? Want some candy?" Shangwan Xia glared at him fiercely. "Zhou Qilin, driving that fast, do you want to die?" Zhou Qilin nodded seriously. "Yeah, but I'd rather die by your hand. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Why hire a hitman?" Just say the word, and he'll let you do it yourself. No middleman fees. Shang Guanxia was taken aback then scoffed. With a beauty like Su Qinga by your side, you'd be willing to die, eh? I'm telling you the truth, why don't you believe me? Zhou Qilin sighed, and started rummaging through the car. After all, he was the heir of a prestigious family. It was normal to have a gun in the car, right? He searched everywhere, but only found a machete in the trunk. He was supposed to be a rich second-generation heir, so why did he feel like a thug? Forget it, let's give it a try. Could Shang Guanxia break through his defenses with this knife? With that thought, Zhou Qilin walked toward her machete in hand. Shang Guanxia let out a cold laugh. Want to kill me? It's useless. I've already paid the hitman. Even if you kill me, the one meant to kill you will still come. She lifted her head, revealing a pale neck. But dying by your hand makes me happy. Go ahead. Zhou Qilin handed her the machete, speechless. You're overthinking. Here, kill me yourself. Shang Guanxia stared at the machete before her, stunned. Do you think I don't dare to kill you, eh? Zhou Qilin returned to the driver's seat, leaned back, tilted his head to expose his neck, and tapped his throat. Come on right here. Make it quick. Shang Guanxia gripped the knife, her fingers trembling slightly. Zhou Qilin, what do you mean? Her voice grew shrill. Back then you treated me like that. What was I to you? Something to play with and discard. And now you come before me asking me to kill you. What am I to you? Do you think I can't kill you, eh? Zhou Qilin realized Shang Guanxia was hesitating. He needed to provoke her further. Hi, you wretched woman. If you don't cuddle, go back and sleep with Su Qinga. I don't have time to waste here with you. Shang Guanxia was so furious she nearly struck. But she was smart. In an instant she understood Zhou Qilin was provoking her. Yet why? He was the sole heir of the Zhou family with a beauty like Su Qinga and endless wealth. Why did he want to die? Why did he want to die by her hand? Could it be? He wanted to atone for his sins with death. Yes, that must be it. He felt guilty toward her. He must have some unspoken difficulty. Fool. If you told me your troubles, how could I not forgive you? How could I not love you? Zhou Qilin closed his eyes and smiled. Hurry, hurry. Let the blade fall. Yet he felt nothing on his neck, only a wetness on his face. He reached up to touch it. Was it raining? Why was it raining in the car? He opened his eyes and saw, when had it happened, Shang Guanxia was already crying uncontrollably, her whole body trembling. Zhou Qilin panicked instantly, sitting up to wipe her tears. But the more he tried, the more her tears flowed like a burst dam. Hey, you're supposed to cut me, why are you crying? Stop crying, okay? Walk. Shang Guanxia immediately hugged him. You hateful ghost. You scoundrel. You silly darling. Why didn't you tell me you were in trouble? If you just coax me a little, I'd be willing to do anything on a whim. Zhou Qilin was bewildered. What are you imagining? I'm not in trouble. If you're willing to do anything, then kill me. No, Qilin, I haven't understood you deeply enough. They'll never mention killing you again. No. Miss, you're not mistaken. What are you imagining? Just then a man's voice rang out nearby. Sigh, I thought I wouldn't have to lift a finger, but it seems I'll have to do it myself. Zhou Qilin suddenly turned his head, only to realize that at some point a man dressed as a sanitation worker had silently appeared beside the car. Shang Guanxia stopped crying, looking up dazedly at this person. They had driven all the way to the outskirts. Where could a street sweeper have come from? The next moment a flash of insight struck her, and her face turned pale. You are the assassin I hired. The sanitation worker grinned, revealing 2 rows of uneven teeth. Miss Shangguan is indeed clever. Rest assured, our Ying organization will definitely eliminate Zhou Qilin for you. The Ying organization. Zhou Qilin's eyes gradually lit up. This was a faction in the book no weaker than the Azura Dragon King Hall, a genuine villainous assassin organization. The Ying organization existed to feed experience to Yi Longshan. They always sent an assassin just strong enough for Yi Longshan to kill, and after he dispatched them his power would level up. Though they were mere experience packs for the protagonist, such a large organization would surely have no trouble killing a mere third rank like him. However, at that moment Shang Guanxia was already filled with regret. She no longer wished for Zhou Qilin's death. He wanted her to kill him only out of guilt. Since he knew he was wrong, she certainly couldn't go through with it. She immediately shouted, I hired you to kill him. Now I want to cancel the assassination. The sanitation worker was taken aback. Huh? Cancel? Zhou Qilin refused to accept this. Cancel what? Hey, hurry up and kill me. Shang Guanxia's heart ached. He must think she didn't understand him, which was why he so desperately wanted to die. She cried out frantically, no, you can't kill him. Kill me. No killing. The assassin was utterly bewildered by the two of them. The one who paid for the murder was desperately trying to stop it, while the target was begging for death. In all his missions he had never encountered such a situation. Zhou Qilin asked the sanitation worker directly, let me ask you, did your organization accept the money? The sanitation worker nodded, yes we did. Then it's a matter of taking money and eliminating troubles, right? Exactly. So shouldn't you be killing me now? The sanitation worker nodded again. You're right, I should kill you. Shang Guanxia raised her hand. Wait. Taking money to eliminate troubles, correct? The sanitation worker nodded. Right, didn't this brother just say that? Shang Guanxia also nodded. Then what if I take the money back? If you haven't taken my money, what trouble are you eliminating? The sanitation worker nodded once more. You have a point too. In that case, they'll just leave. He suddenly paused, his expression shifting. No, something's wrong. Damn, these two nearly tricked him into their game. His face turned cold instantly. Are you two treating murder as some lover's game? Playing me for a fool here? Zhou Qilin quickly waved his hands. Brother, don't misunderstand. We're not a couple. Shangguan Xie shot him a fierce glare. Was that even the point of the question? She stared nervously at the assassin. Brother, we're not treating this as a lover's game. The sanitation worker. Not you two. Are you playing dumb with me? Oh, you deny being a couple, deny playing a lover's game, but you don't deny I'm a fool, do you? Zhou Qilin saw the sanitation worker getting angry. Perfect. If he's angry, he definitely won't let him off. He immediately fanned the flames. You called yourself a fool, we can't deny that for you, right, fool brother? The sanitation worker's face turned green with rage. In all his years as an assassin, he had never been so insulted. Before completing a mission, chatting with the target not only added amusement, but also helped extract secrets. Today, all he got was anger. Seeing the situation turn bad, Shangguan Xie quickly said, No, fool. I mean, brother. If you don't act, they'll double your pay. The assassin went mad. Don't say double. Even if it's double, this man must die. Zhou Qilin laughed beside him, calling you a fool, and you still don't get it. Double and double are the same thing. Kid, you talk too much. Die. The sanitation worker suddenly pulled the broom apart, revealing a dagger hidden in the handle. A flash of cold light, and the dagger thrust straight at Zhou Qilin's chest. No! Shangguan Xie cried out in alarm, but she was in the passenger seat, and couldn't push Zhou Qilin aside in time. Zhou Qilin grinned. When he was at the early second rank, he could block a full-force attack from a mid-third rank. Now that he was at mid-third rank, he should be able to withstand an attack from a mid-fourth rank. However, barehanded combat was very different from fighting with a sharp weapon. A child with a sharp weapon could also kill an adult. Now it all depended on whether this assassin was strong enough to take him out. The dagger stabbed into his chest. At that moment, Zhou Qilin felt the Shoutian Bishijinyu art surging wildly, all his internal energy converging at the tip of the blade, desperately resisting its penetration. His internal energy drained rapidly. He estimated that in at most half a minute the dagger would pierce through him. Excellent. Finally, he could escape this humiliating existence. The assassin was also stunned. His full-force strike at the early fourth rank hadn't killed this kid instantly. This kid was a skilled fighter too. But seeing Zhou Qilin's face rapidly turning pale, the assassin understood. He had merely practiced some kind of external technique. In a little while he would surely die. Shangguan Xie was momentarily stunned, wondering why Qilin was unharmed. But the next second she snapped out of it. The two were clearly locked in a struggle. This wasn't the time for such thoughts. She immediately threw herself on Zhou Qilin's chest, trying to push the assassin's hand away. But how could she with her strength move the hand of a fourth-rank master? It didn't budge an inch. Tears streaming down her face in desperation, she grabbed the cleaver Zhou Qilin had given her earlier and was about to swing it. Zhou Qilin pushed her back into the passenger seat, saying weakly, It's useless. Shangguan Xie sobbed uncontrollably, but Zhou Qilin held her down, unable to move. Pinned down and unable to stir, Shangguan Xie wept profusely, screaming wildly at the assassin, They'll give you $1 billion. No, 5 billion. All my fortune. Please don't kill him. I beg you. I'm begging you. The assassin sneered. Our organization takes money and gets the job done. We never withdraw. Besides, he doesn't even want to fight back. This kid wants to die. His heart must be badly broken. Say whatever you want to him. He doesn't have much time left. At that moment, Shangguan Xie was overwhelmed with regret, her intestines turning green with remorse. How could she have hired someone to kill Qilin? Now that he was determined to die, he must be utterly disappointed in her. There had to be another way. There had to be. The strength in Zhou Qilin's hand as he held on to Shangguan Xie's gradually faded, and his inner energy was nearly depleted. This time he was surely doomed. There should be no surprises left. Zhou Qilin raised his hand and gently touched Shangguan Xie's head. It's not your fault. I wanted to die. If I die this time, I'll have to thank you properly. Also, don't cry. You're most beautiful when you smile. Shangguan Xie nodded vigorously. He'll smile for you every day. I will follow you in death. She tightened her grip on the cleaver in her hand. The assassin grinned sinisterly. Finished with your last words? Time to hit the road. But in the next second, clang. The dagger was abruptly withdrawn to parry a blow from behind. Who are you? He. A chilling, lecherous laugh rang out. Another pretty little lady. Beautiful. Little lady, don't play with that knife. Come play with me. In his daze, Zhou Qilin heard Yi Longchen's voice, and his heart sank. This guy is ruining my plans again. He finally couldn't hold on any longer. His vision went dark, and he passed out. Shangguan Xie threw down the cleaver and rushed over to check on Zhou Qilin. Still alive. No injuries. Thank heavens. Tears of joy and a smile burst forth simultaneously. She glanced outside. Yi Longchen and the assassin were already locked in combat. No matter which of those two wins, Qilin will be in trouble. While they were engrossed in their fight, she hurriedly got out, pushed Zhou Qilin into the passenger seat, stepped on the gas, and the car roared away. Over here, although Yi Longchen was at the same level as the assassin, he was a master at challenging those above his rank, and now devoid of reason, he was a reckless madman. The assassin immediately found himself at a disadvantage. He wanted to flee, but Yi Longshan, high on the little yellow pill, couldn't bear to let this great beauty escape. Don't run. Great beauty, once I catch you will show you what it feels like to be a goddess. The assassin was scared out of his wits. Where did this pervert come from? Chasing me, drooling over me, and calling me a great beauty all at once. Before long, Yi Longshan slammed the assassin to the ground with a single palm strike. Yi Longshan licked his lips. What a shame that beauty got away. Otherwise we could have played together. Come now, my great beauty. He gave a violent shudder, and his clothes exploded into shreds. The assassin's pupils contracted sharply. Holy crap. He finally realized what this pervert intended to do. But he couldn't escape at all. However, this assassin was somewhat lucky. Yi Longshan practiced the Overlord's ultimate dominance art. Before reaching the 9th grade, it couldn't accomplish anything substantial. He could only hold the assassin and rub against him. But it was enough to thoroughly disgust the assassin. Shame. Utter humiliation. At that moment, many passing vehicles stopped, and people took out their phones to start taking pictures. The effects of the little yellow pill hadn't worn off, and Yi Longshan's consciousness grew increasingly hazy. The assassin finally seized his chance and fled scrambling away. One thought consumed him: I will have my revenge. Yi Longshan wanted to give chase, but deprived of union, the drug's power surged, and he collapsed to the ground motionless. Elsewhere, an unknown amount of time passed. In his daze, a voice echoed in Zhou Qilin's mind: Congratulations, host. By severely wounding the protagonist Yi Longshan with the little yellow pill, you have brought him to the brink of death. Reward obtained: handsome for 3 seconds. 3 big yellow pills. Cultivation elevated to 4th grade midstage. Holy crap. 4th grade midstage. Zhou Qilin was utterly speechless. Yi Longshan drank that little yellow pill himself. What did that have to do with me? Can't you reward me with something that lowers my cultivation? Why give me 3 more big yellow pills? Anyone would think you're a pimping system. Can't get rid of the big yellow pills wholesale, huh? Detecting the host's resistance, the system will exchange the big yellow pills for little yellow pills. No need. Zhou Qilin quickly stopped it. The little yellow pill is even more of a trap. I almost lost my innocence because of it. But what kind of skill is handsome for 3 seconds? Handsome for 3 seconds. When the protagonist shows off in front of the host, depending on the degree of showing off, he will suffer varying levels of misfortune. Zhou Qilin gasped. This is treating Yi Longshan like a Japanese person. If Yi Longshan doesn't show off, is he still Yi Longshan? But he was worried about another thing. Damn system, how did Yi Longshan end up on the verge of death? Don't let him die out there, or I won't be able to go back. Yi Longshan has passed the critical period, and his cultivation has advanced further, reaching 4th grade midstage. Host, please ensure your safety and survive successfully. Zhou Qilin couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a protagonist. Truly, after a great disaster comes great fortune. He felt some strength return to his body and slowly opened his eyes. Then he was stunned. All around were walls, except for a heavy stainless steel door. There wasn't even a window. It looked like a basement, though it was quite well equipped. He was lying on a full-sized bed. When he moved his hands and feet, 4 iron chains securely bound him to the bed. Holy crap. Where the hell am I? Is this even the country anymore? Not to mention that he had no inner energy now, but even if he did, he only knew defensive techniques. There was no way he could break these chains. As he was thinking, the heavy stainless steel door opened. Shang Wanxie's figure appeared in the doorway. Seeing Zhou Qilin awake, her face instantly bloomed with a smile. Qilin, you're finally awake. How are you feeling? Comfortable. Zhou Qilin helplessly rattled the chains on his wrists. Do you think I could possibly be comfortable? Shang Wanxie walked over with a face full of concern. It's too dangerous outside right now. That assassin organization might still want to kill you. I had to hide you here for now. Once I cancel our cooperation with them, and we have a child, I'll let you out. Wait, hold on. Something weird just slipped into that sentence. What do you mean, once we have a child? Zhou Qilin looked at Shang Wanxie in disbelief. Shang Wanxie, however, was unabashed. I admit, I have a little selfish motive. Zhou Qilin was speechless. A little selfish motive. That's nothing but selfish motives. He couldn't stay here. Even Yi Longshan might not find this place, and what difference was this from imprisonment? Zhou Qilin immediately started scheming. So what about drinking water and eating? After saying this, she took a sip herself, then straddled Zhou Qilin with her long legs, and fed him mouth to mouth. Looking at the peerlessly beautiful face, so close, how could he possibly refuse? After drinking the water, Zhou Qilin quickly tried to stop her. See, I look clearly. Zhou Qilin. I am a scumbag. The one I like is Su Qinga. Shang Wanxie gently touched his face, her eyes full of tenderness. I'm not really that foolish. When you were willing to die by my hand, I understood your feelings for me. Although I don't know what unspeakable secrets you have, I'll face them with you. It'll also make you understand that I, Shang Wanxie, am not inferior to anyone. Zhou Qilin blinked. What? What are you imagining? I have no unspeakable secrets. Before he could finish, his belt was already pulled open. Wait. Zhou Qilin quickly shouted, hey, can you untie me first? Otherwise I can't move, and it won't be comfortable for either of us. Shang Wanxie smiled. Do you think I'm stupid? If I let you go, you'll probably run away immediately. Zhou Qilin moved his wrists, the chains clattering, sounding a bit aggrieved. I wasn't planning to run, but these iron chains are hurting my wrists too much. Shang Wanxie was skeptical, but seeing his wrist, she felt a pang of sympathy. She hesitated, then promise me if I let you go you absolutely must not run. Zhou Qilin nodded vigorously. Only then did Shang Wanxie take out the key and unlock the chains from his wrists and ankles one by one. As soon as the chains hit the ground, Zhou Qilin turned over and pinned Shang Wanxie directly onto the large bed. Shang Wanxie's face flushed, her eyes glistening. Be gentle, Zhou Qilin smiled. Then, he turned and bolted. Shang Wanxie's eyes widened. You broke your word. Zhou Qilin ran to the door, turned back, and grinned at her. I'm a villain, of course I break my word. See you later. He reached out and yanked hard on the heavy steel door. His smile froze on his face. It wouldn't budge. Damn it. I should have known. This woman locked herself in this secret chamber. How could she let me go just because I played the victim? Zhou Qilin slowly turned his head to look at Shang Wanxie. She was lying on the bed with a sweet smile, her long legs crossed, swaying leisurely. I told you you're not going anywhere until we have a baby. Oh really? Zhou Qilin clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Then don't blame me for being rough with you. Shang Wanxie bit her lower lip. I'd like to see how you'll be rough with me. Zhou Qilin's expression stiffened. Right, he couldn't bring himself to actually hit her. Just then the Nine Suns shooting art was circulating fiercely, making Shang Wanxie look incredibly alluring in his eyes. Could this Nine Suns shooting art be some kind of evil technique? Why does it always act up like this when I'm with a woman? Whatever. Since fighting won't work, I'll find another way to make her surrender. Zhou Qilin strode forward and pinned Shang Wanxie back onto the bed. It's not too late to let me out now. Pressed beneath him, Shang Wanxie once again felt an inexplicable temptation emanating from Zhou Qilin and finally couldn't hold back. Her long legs suddenly hooked around his waist. It's already too late. With that she kissed him directly. Sometime later, Shang Wanxie lay in bed too exhausted to even move a finger. Zhou Qilin held her. Can you let me out now? Shang Wanxie shook her head. No. I told you I won't let you out. Zhou Qilin looked at Shang Wanxie, who could barely speak, and felt troubled. In her current state, she couldn't handle any more. But even after all this, she still wouldn't relent. What could he do? Suddenly he remembered how Song Mir had acted after taking the big yellow pill. Crying and calling him good brother, doing whatever he said. And the big yellow pill could weaken him too. Killing two birds with one stone. Zhou Qilin smiled. Dog system, give me a big yellow pill. The next second a pill appeared in his palm. He brought the pill to Shang Wanxie's lips. Come on, open up, I'll give you something good. The drowsy Shang Wanxie instinctively opened her mouth, and as soon as she bit down she sucked involuntarily, and the big yellow pill slid straight down her throat. Her eyes snapped open. You. What did you give me? Zhou Qilin embraced her. A pill that will make you let me out. Shang Wanxie was stunned. The next second her exhausted body seemed to be injected with a scorching vitality, a burning desire rising from the marrow straight to her head. She sat up abruptly, wrapped her arms around Zhou Qilin's neck, her voice soft enough to squeeze water. Good brother, let's continue having fun. Zhou Qilin smoothed the stray hair by her ear and said slowly, You're a grown woman, why do you sound so childish? Now that you're begging me, shouldn't you show some sincerity? Shang Wanxie's heart was still struggling. She didn't want to let him go. But it felt like thousands of ants were crawling over her, wave after wave, breaking down her defenses, and she couldn't bear it any longer. Good brother. Her eyes were red-rimmed. They'll let you out. Quick. Help me. Zhou Qilin smirked. Come up. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yi Longshan sat in the hotel, his face dark, watching a short video on his phone. On the phone screen, a crowd formed a circle, pointing and laughing while a man lay on the ground with his pants down. Yes, it was none other than Yi Longshan. The good news, his butt was pixelated. The bad news, his face wasn't. Voices from the crowd came through the video. Wow, look how white his butt is. I saw him rubbing against a guy earlier. Are people like them this blatant now? I think he's a bottom. Why, look at that little thing, how cute. He's a bottom, huh? Bai Nianshu beside him couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bang! Yi Longshan smashed his phone to the ground, shattering it. Bullshit. His face flushed red, his voice loud as if to reassure himself. What do they know? Once I reach the 9th grade, it'll be almost normal. He suddenly turned to Bai Nianshu, senior sister, right? Bai Nian's face was stiff from holding back laughter, and she nodded vigorously. Young master, don't listen to what they say. No matter what it is, if it's small, it looks cute. Yi Longshan. Was senior sister complimenting me? It's all that Zhou Qilin's fault. He poisoned me. If the master and others in the Azure Dragon King Hall found out, he'd have no face left. Zhou Qilin. Yi Longshan gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. I will never rest until you're dead. Whoosh! A blade of light suddenly slashed down. Yi Longshan jolted in fright and swiftly sidestepped. The stool he had been sitting on was instantly cleaved in two. Cold sweat trickled down Yi Longshan's back. Had he not dodged in time, he would have been that stool. Senior sister, what are you doing? Bai Nianshu sheathed her blade, her face brimming with fury. Look at yourself now. Your mind is consumed by vengeance. Have you forgotten why you came to Zhongyong City? Yi Longshan was taken aback. Senior sister, are you trying to remind me? Bai Nianshu let out a cold snort and turned her head away. Remind you? No. I heard you swear eternal enmity with Zhou Qilin, and I wanted to kill you. Satisfied? Seeing by Nianka's anger, Yi Longshan suddenly came to his senses. His senior sister was utterly loyal to their master and to him. How could she possibly want to kill him just because he badmouthed Zhou Qilin? She was furious that hatred had blinded him. She was clearly worried for him. A wave of warmth surged in his heart, deeply moved. I'm sorry, senior sister. I was wrong. Bai Nianchu shot him a glare and muttered under her breath. Your reflexes are still too fast. What a pity. Yi Longshan didn't catch it. Senior sister, what did you say? Bai Nianchu remained expressionless. I said news has come from the Zhongyong branch. Tomorrow night Guilei is hosting a masquerade ball, but in truth he plans to make a move on the Lu family's second daughter Lu Liao. Yi Longshan's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. Excellent. He'll show up just in time tomorrow night and pull off a heroic rescue. Lu Liao is bound to take an interest in me. With my charm she'll surely fall for me. Lu Wanru is already head over heels for me. Add Lu Liao to the mix, and the entire Lu family will be mine. Bai Nianchu curled her lips. She didn't know much about Lu Liao, but it was clear that Lu Wanru had feelings for Qilin. Why else would she let him hide under the table? Still she didn't bother to warn Yi Longshan. After all, if he could win Lu Wanru over, that would mean one less rival for her. Thinking of Zhou Qilin, a pang of longing struck Bai Nianchu. She wondered what her master was doing now, probably thinking of her. Meanwhile in the basement, Zhou Qilin gazed at Shangwan Xie, who lay limp on the bed like a salted fish, and furrowed his brow slightly. Compared to Song Mir, she was far too inferior, wasn't she? Surrounded by walls with no windows, he couldn't tell how much time had passed, but he estimated it had only been 7 or 8 hours. Back then with Song Mir it had lasted a full day and night. Damn system, how much has my cultivation dropped now? Your current cultivation level is early 4th grade. No way. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. I only fell from mid-4th grade to early 4th grade. Is that fake yellow pill you gave me this time counterfeit? The system retorted, this system will never be as shameless and brazen as you. That remark reignited Zhou Qilin's anger. Aren't you guys shameless? If you hadn't installed the wrong system, I'd have been back home long ago. Apologies, host. That was the fault of the previous system. Shameless, brazen, and a failure. I am a professional. Since your 9-yang sunshot art has reached mid-4th grade, both your endurance and intensity have greatly increased, accelerating the dissipation of the yellow pill. Though you've only dropped from mid to early 4th grade, this single rank has propelled Shangwan Xie to mid-2nd grade. Zhou Qilin's eyes widened. Was he really this powerful now? What he didn't know was that a vast chasm separated the 3rd and 4th grades, a qualitative leap. Moreover, the cultivation granted by the system was the purest and most solid. Though Zhou Qilin was unaware of these details, he knew one thing: he still had too much cultivation and needed to drain more. Give me another yellow pill. As his words fell, a pill appeared in his palm. He slipped it into Shangwan Xie's mouth. Come on, sweetheart, one more round. Shangwan Xie felt her energy surge again, though this time it wasn't as overwhelming as the first. Again. After another 7 or 8 hours, her eyes cleared completely, and she began to beg for mercy. Good brother Qilin, I'll let you go, really truly. I want mine, even if you find other women. Just let me rest a while. Or I can call Su Qinggu over, or even my sister-in-law. Just let me take a break. Zhou Qilin looked at her pitiful state, sighed, and gently pulled her into his arms. Am I that much of a scoundrel? Let's rest. Seeing her like this, he knew he couldn't give her any more yellow pills. Shangwan Xie nestled against his chest, nodding shyly. Good brother, how did you become so formidable? Zhou Qilin was vexed. It was all the fault of the 9-yang sunshot art. Once it activated, it felt like taking a little blue pill, and the higher his cultivation, the stronger the effect. Seeing that Zhou Qilin didn't respond, Shangwan Xie didn't press further. She simply felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Life was beautiful when you could do what you loved with the one you loved. As long as Qilin was with her and loved her, what did it matter who else he was with? Noticing the faint sweat on the tip of his nose, she reached for the water glass on the nightstand. Yet the moment her fingers touched the glass, it shattered with a crack. Fortunately, it was glass, and it didn't cut her hand. Shangwan Xie stared blankly at her own hand. When did I become this strong? You're at early 3rd grade now, of course you're strong. After this round, Shangwan Xie had vaulted straight past 2nd grade to early 3rd grade, while he had only dropped 1 rank to peak 3rd grade. Though he didn't know much about how others cultivated internal energy, Zhou Qilin was certain that no one could instantly elevate a person from having no internal energy to a 3rd grade expert. The combination of the 9-yang sunshot art and the yellow pill was truly uncanny. Shangwan Xie, however, threw her arms around him in excitement. She had already guessed that the changes in her body were tied to sleeping with Zhou Qilin. The 4 great families had extensive knowledge, and she was no stranger to cultivation. Qilin, you're amazing. How did you do it? Is this the legendary spiritual infusion? Zhou Qilin was speechless. Don't say another word, or the censors will never let this pass. He stroked her smooth back and mumbled vaguely something like that. Shangwan Xie grew even more excited. So you've had cultivation before. When did you become this powerful? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Will I get even stronger every time we... You know. Faced with her barrage of questions, Zhou Qilin had no desire to answer. Just then the phone in the pocket of her clothes on the floor suddenly rang. Disturbed in her moment, Shang Wanxia felt a twinge of displeasure. However, fearing that Lu Wanru might disturb her, she had already changed her phone number. Now only her best friend Lu Liao knew this new number. Once Su Qinga had been her close confidant, but after discovering Zhou Qilin's true identity, Su Qinga was no longer. Lu Wanru was both her sister-in-law and her best friend, but after yesterday that too was no more. Now her sole remaining best friend was Lu Liao. So after a moment's thought, she still answered the call. As soon as she picked up, Lu Liao's voice rang out. "Hey sis, you've taught Zhou Qilin enough of a lesson, just let him go. My sister keeps calling me every day to ask about it. It's driving me crazy." Shang Wanxia glanced at Zhou Qilin lying on the bed. Was it really me who taught him a lesson? It was he who had thoroughly subdued her. She nodded and I'm fine. Huh. Lu Liao was stunned. Previously on the phone, this one had sworn she'd never release him. Why had she changed her mind so quickly? But agreeing was good, or at least she could give her elder sister an answer. She shifted the topic. "Oh, by the way, Guolei is throwing a masquerade ball tomorrow night. A lot of people are going. Are you coming?" "Guolei?" Shang Wanxia looked at Zhou Qilin and shook her head. "I've been overworked these past 2 days, I need to rest at home." Zhou Qilin's eyes, however, lit up instantly. Guolei, wasn't he another villain? Though not from the 4 great families, he was a top-tier rich second-generation audacious enough to drug the little princess of the Liu family at a masquerade ball. Yet the little princess of the Liu family only pretended to drink the potion, staying alert at the critical moment and crying out, allowing Yi Longchen to appear in time for a heroic rescue. Although Guolei wasn't killed on the spot, after Yi Longchen unified Zhongyin City, Guolei couldn't escape the fate of being killed by him. Wasn't this another opportunity for me? Though Guolei wasn't beaten to death, given Yi Longchen's hatred for me, I still had a good chance of being killed by him. Moreover, after so many failed attempts to seek death, Zhou Qilin had come to understand it didn't matter if Yi Longchen couldn't kill him now. As long as he persisted in being a villain and did enough evil deeds, once Yi Longchen grew strong, the first scoundrel he would eliminate was him. So after Shang Wanxia hung up the phone, Zhou Qilin immediately said, "Xia, can you let me out now?" Shang Wanxia gently embraced him. "Of course, but you must promise me you won't say those hurtful words to me again." Seeing Shang Wanxia's state, he couldn't provoke her further for the time being. He would have to think of other ways. Besides, Zhou Qilin wasn't one to just walk away after getting what he wanted. He nodded. "Can you open the door now?" Shang Wanxia curled her lips, raised her hand to tie up her hair. A good soldier cleans his superior's weapon after the battle. I want to be a good soldier. Sigh. By the time Zhou Qilin came out, it was already dark outside. Only after leaving the house did he realize how familiar this place looked. Especially those 4 vicious dogs. Wasn't this the Shangwan residence? Truly a case of darkness under the lamp. At that moment, Shangwan was heading from the backyard to the front hall for dinner. Turning a corner in the corridor, he suddenly saw these 2 people and froze for a moment. Under the lamplight, was that his daughter? And Zhou Qilin? How was Zhou Qilin here? Looking again, the 2 were even holding hands. Shangwan quickly hid behind a stone pillar in the corridor, and the pair hand in hand were strolling leisurely toward him. Shang Wanxia looked at Zhou Qilin with a smile. "Qilin, it's so late, why not stay for dinner before you go?" Zhou Qilin quickly shook his head. "Your father wants to bite me to death. If I stay here for dinner, he'll devour me first." Shang Wanxia hugged his arm. "Oh, come on. Though my dad is a bit fierce with you, he's not a big wolf dog. How could he bite you?" She raised an eyebrow and leaned in closer. "Besides, even if you were a big wolf dog, I'm your little bitch. He'll protect you." Behind the stone pillar, Shangwan's head buzzed. "What the hell? Is this my daughter? Has something unclean gotten into my house?" Zhou Qilin curled his lip. "Better forget it. Your dad is old, ugly, and has such a bad temper. You might not really be able to stop him." Shang Wanxia immediately stepped in front of Zhou Qilin, her back against the stone pillar, and said earnestly, "I can definitely protect you. Even though my dad is a little old, a little ugly, and has a bad temper, sharp tongue, loves to curse, and is stingy." Zhou Qilin watched the livid old face slowly emerge from behind the pillar and swallowed hard. Ahem. "Actually, I think your dad does have some good points." Shang Wanxia nodded. "Of course my dad has good points." Shang Wan's expression finally softened slightly. But the next second, his only good point is that he knows his limits. After my grandfather passed, the Shangwan family was a mess under his management. He knew he wasn't up to it, so as soon as I returned from abroad, he handed the entire Shangwan family over to me. Otherwise, the family would have been ruined in his hands. Shangwan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Zhou Qilin was speechless. Couldn't you catch such a simple hint? He quickly tried to salvage the situation, but he's great at education, raising such an outstanding daughter like you. Shangwan Xia pouted. "Oh please. I went abroad early on. Look at how he raised Shangwan Xingchen. If your reputation weren't even worse, he'd be the notorious Shangwan when the failure by now." Zhou Qilin looked helplessly at Shangwan Xia. "It's over. I can't save you now." Shangwan felt a pang of loss. Every father hopes to appear positive, proactive, and towering in the eyes of his children. Yet he never imagined that in his daughter's eyes he was nothing but negative impressions. Could it be that he was truly a failure? At that moment, Shangwan Xia suddenly smiled. "Though my dad does have many flaws, he's still the best dad in the world." Shangwan slowly lifted his head. Shangguan Xie's eyes sparkled. No matter what I do, he always supports me. He gave me a home, gave me fatherly love, and even gave me the love of a mother, leaving me with no regrets. No matter how far I go or how high I stand, he always seems to be right behind me. Zhou Qilin coughed dryly. Is it possible that your dad is right here? Shangguan Xie was instantly stunned. My dad is right here. She suddenly slapped Zhou Qilin's arm, saying, how annoying. It's not like we're in the basement anymore. Zhou Qilin's mouth twitched. Good heavens, the misunderstanding here is quite something. I mean, don't you want to take a look behind you? Huh. Shangguan Xie was taken aback and turned her head. Dad. Shangguan Wen's face was ashen. Shangguan Xie wished the ground would swallow her up. Dad, when did you get here? Around the time you two came out. Shangguan Xie gasped sharply. That meant he had heard everything, didn't it? She turned to Zhou Qilin with a pleading look. Save me. Save me. Zhou Qilin nodded vigorously, then looked at Shangguan Wen. Uncle Shangguan, my mom called me home for dinner. He'll be going now. Shangguan Wen glared at Zhou Qilin. If you dare leave, I'll take that old bastard Zhou Ziyuan down with me. Zhou Qilin. Shangguan Wen flicked his sleeves. You two come with me. Shangguan Xie stuck out her tongue slightly, and quickly followed. Zhou Qilin had no choice but to brace himself and follow. In the front dining hall, the table was already laden with dishes. Lu Wanru and Shangguan Xingchen were sitting there waiting for Shangguan Wen. The Shangguan family placed great emphasis on family rules, and no one was allowed to touch their chopsticks before the elders sat down and started eating. Shangguan Xingchen was scrolling through his phone out of boredom, the screen showing a group chat, Mungda Experience Exchange. Beside him, Lu Wanru sat quietly, but her eyes were filled with unconcealed worry. Although her younger sister had called earlier saying that Xie would release Qilin. However, she was still a little anxious until she saw Zhou Qilin. The door opened and Shangguan Wen walked in with Shangguan Xie and Zhou Qilin. The moment Lu Wanru saw Zhou Qilin, she froze. Qilin. So he had been at the Shangguan residence all along. Seeing that he was fine, Lu Wanru finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then she felt a twinge of confusion. What was going on here? Zhou Qilin's mouth twitched again when he saw Lu Wanru. This situation seemed a bit hard to handle. Shangguan Xingchen was also taken aback upon seeing Zhou Qilin. Boss. Shangguan Wen's sharp gaze immediately swept over. Shangguan Xingchen shuddered and instantly pointed at Zhou Qilin, speaking with righteous indignation. Zhou Qilin. You scumbag. Shameless. Last time you acted arrogantly in our house, I let you off, and you dare to come back. Zhou Qilin. Brother, you sure know how to switch faces. Shangguan Xie and Lu Wanru glared at Shangguan Xingchen almost simultaneously. Shangguan Xingchen instantly shrank his neck. Though he didn't know why, he quickly shut up and stepped aside. Shangguan Wen took the seat at the head of the table and looked grimly at Zhou Qilin. Spit it out. What exactly is going on between you two? What was going on? Zhou Qilin himself didn't understand. They had already broken up, yet somehow they ended up rolling around together again. Strange, wasn't it? And what's even stranger, you ask? Well, I ended up sleeping with your daughter-in-law. I don't know why they're so clingy with me. Of course, Zhou Qilin wouldn't say these things out loud. If he did, Shangguan Wen would surely fight him to the death. Dying at the hands of the female lead or Yi Longchen would be one thing, but dying at Shangguan Wen's hands, that would be a complete waste. Seeing Zhou Qilin's silent, Shangguan Wen turned to Shangguan Xie. Shangguan Xie also didn't know what to say. Shangguan Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Look at you two, it's like Zhou Qilin slept with my sister, ha. But his laughter quickly turned into a dry chuckle. Because he saw Shangguan Xie nod heavily. Shangguan Xingchen's mouth formed an O as he stared at Zhou Qilin like an alien. Holy crap. Boss, how did you manage that? This was his second sister who hated him the most. Every time his second sister talked about Zhou Qilin, she wished she could skin him alive. And now you're telling me you slept with my second sister. Lu Wanru looked at Shangguan Xie in disbelief. She already knew about the relationship between Shangguan Xie and Zhou Qilin, so she wasn't surprised. What surprised her was that Shangguan Xie had actually admitted it right in front of Shangguan Wen. What was the relationship between the Shangguan and Zhou families? Not mortal enemies, but sworn foes. Shangguan Wen slammed the table hard. Zhou Qilin. Is what Xie said true or false? At this moment, Shangguan Xie stepped directly in front of Zhou Qilin. Dad, you heard our conversation earlier, so you must have guessed. Qilin and I are dating now. Slap. Slap. No. Shangguan Wen and Lu Wanru slammed the table simultaneously. Lu Wanru was even more agitated than Shangguan Wen. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to her. They had never seen the usually gentle Lu Wanru so worked up. Realizing she had overreacted, Lu Wanru quickly adjusted her expression, though her tone remained firm. Xie, you could date anyone, but why him? Yes, he's good-looking, modest, polite, cultured, refined. Ahem. I mean, but he's already engaged. His fiancée is Su Qinga. And he's a playboy. There are definitely other women outside. How could he be worthy of you? Shangguan Xie pursed her lips. You mean the other woman outside is you? Married people can get divorced, so what's an engagement? As for other women, she raised an eyebrow at Lu Wanru. If I don't like them, it'll make him cut them off. But if the other woman knows her place, I can turn a blind eye. Lu Wanru's eyes narrowed. That's a threat to me. Xie, what makes you so sure you'll be the main wife? Even without Su Qinga, it might not be you. Maybe you're the one who's the other woman. Shang Wanxie lifted her chin. You don't get to decide. Lu Wanru smiled faintly. Neither do you. They both turned to look at Zhou Qilin almost simultaneously. At that moment Zhou Qilin felt like his head was about to explode. Seriously, what did you two just throw at me? A bomb. Wasn't this love battlefield a bit too intense? Fortunately Shang Wan spoke up in time. Xie, your sister-in-law, is just looking out for you. Shang Wanxie was unconvinced. She's not looking out for me, she's looking out for herself. But Shang Wanxie had to hold back her frustration. If Dad found out about the relationship between Qilin and his sister-in-law, he would probably grab a knife and kill Qilin on the spot. She gritted her teeth and spoke with great determination. Dad, actually I dated Qilin before. He was my first man and my only man. I don't care if I can't marry him, I'll be his lover. It's him for life. I disagree. Shang Wan slammed the table again. I disagree too. Lu Wanru also shouted. Shang Wanxie said nothing. She picked up a teacup from the table. The next second, bang! The teacup shattered instantly. Shang Wan's eyes widened in shock. Lu Wanru's eyes widened in shock. Since when did Shang Wanxie possess such immense strength? Shang Wanxing instinctively touched his own head. If his sister were to strike him like that, his skull would surely shatter. Zhou Qilin understood that this was Shang Wanxie's way of demonstrating her third-rank prowess to Shang Wan. True to form, Shang Wanxie curled her lips into a smile. Father, did you see that? Shang Wan stared at his daughter in disbelief. How is this possible? In the next instant he lunged forward trembling as he cradled the shattered teacup fragments on the table. This is from the Song dynasty. It was once used by Emperor Zhenzong of Song. The room fell into stunned silence. Zhou Qilin couldn't help but lean in to whisper to Shang Wanxie. You were right. Your father indeed cannot manage the Shang Wan family. Shang Wan finally snapped back to reality. He abruptly turned to Shang Wanxie's hand. Xie? How did you do it? Shang Wanxie merely smiled, saying nothing. Shang Wan immediately understood. When he had objected to her relationship with Zhou Qilin, she had suddenly revealed this ability. Wasn't it a clear message that this was connected to Zhou Qilin? But was it truly possible to transform an ordinary person into a martial artist? Every cultivator relied on talent and relentless practice. Take his eldest son for instance. He had loved martial arts since childhood, yet despite his mediocre aptitude and years of training, he had only reached the second rank. Shang Wan still possessed keen insight. Though a second-rank practitioner could also exert such force, it would be impossible to do so without injuring one's hand. In other words, his daughter was at least a third-rank martial artist. This was truly startling. Shang Wan's expression turned grave. All irrelevant outsiders leave. Shang Wanxing looked at Zhou Qilin. Father wants you to leave. Shang Wan glared at his son. I was telling you to leave. Shang Wanxing stood dumbfounded. Wait, since when was he an outsider? Lu Wanru rose to her feet. Father'll take my leave then. Shang Wan shook his head. Not you. After all these years, don't I know you well enough? You're tight-lipped. And for the sake of the Shang Wan family's reputation, you've never come close to any man. You've sacrificed so much. How could you be considered an outsider? Shang Wanxing was utterly bewildered. So it seems his own father considered him, his biological son, the only outsider. It wasn't until Shang Wan shot him another glare that he slunk out dejectedly. As the door closed, Shang Wanxie finally spoke. Father, I can't go into detail, but it truly is because of Qilin. She understood the gravity of such matters and needed to keep Qilin secret. Lu Wanru was taken aback. Because of Qilin. She suddenly recalled how her body had burned with heat whenever she got close to Zhou Qilin. After their intimate encounter, though she had been utterly exhausted at the time, she had felt remarkably energetic the next day. Even her skin had improved. Shang Wan fell silent. He didn't know what method Zhou Qilin had used, but turning an ordinary person into a martial artist would require at the very least a heavenly treasure. If that were the case, Zhou Qilin was far from the mere scoundrel he appeared to be. He had been concealing his true strength all along, lying low, playing the fool to deceive others. Exactly. His daughter was far too intelligent, superior to him in medical skills, business acumen, and intellect. How could she possibly fall for a frivolous womanizer? She wasn't some lovesick fool. Zhou Qilin had a grand plan, a great strategy. If a marriage alliance with the Zhou family were to proceed, it would not only be a boon, but might even be a bargain he had stumbled upon. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, they had likely already consummated their relationship. His daughter had certainly been defiled by that scoundrel. Since that was the case, he might as well give them his blessing. With this thought, Shang Wan made his decision on the spot. Zhou Qilin, I will discuss your relationship with Xie with your parents. But I have only one request: you must not bully Xie nor call her by those vulgar nicknames. Shang Wanxie's face lit up with joy. Father had agreed. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. Wait, Uncle Shang Wan, look at me. Zhou Qilin, a scoundrel. Are you really willing to entrust your daughter to me? Shang Wan grew even more satisfied with Zhou Qilin. Look at him. Still playing dumb, still pretending to be a fool. What deep cunning and foresight this man possessed. He hadn't even detected any of his disguises. Shang Wan raised a hand. Say no more. I understand. Zhou Qilin was utterly baffled. No, wait, stop right there. What exactly do you understand? Yet when he met Shangwan Sie's longing gaze, he felt a pang of helplessness. Looking into her yearning eyes again, he couldn't help but relent. Considering everything she had done for him, the depth of her feelings, he simply couldn't refuse her now. He didn't want to see Shangwan Sie driven to extremes again. But upon reflection, it didn't matter much. After all, he was already engaged. With Zhou Qilin as the vanguard, Shangwan might not even succeed in persuading his own parents. Besides, he was already preparing to face his death. Once he was gone, they would no longer dwell on this matter. So Zhou Qilin let out a sigh and decided to let things be. A faint smile crept across Shangwan's face. Zhou Qilin's sigh indicated his disappointment at having his true nature and hidden ambitions exposed. Shangwan stepped forward and patted Zhou Qilin on the shoulder. Don't be disheartened. You're still young, and you've hidden it well enough. It's just that I have too keen an eye. An ordinary person might never have uncovered your ambitions. Zhou Qilin barely restrained himself from slapping him. Keen eye my foot. You think you're some all-seeing sage. Though Shangwan Sie knew her father was mistaken, as long as he accepted Zhou Qilin, she couldn't care less about the misunderstanding. Lu Wanru observed everything in silence. Though she wanted to intervene, she had no valid reason to stop them. She couldn't exactly say, I'm Qilin's woman, and I won't allow it. But this wasn't without its benefits for her. If Shangwan Sie and Zhou Qilin were to clash, she might just snatch some advantage from the chaos. Outside the door, Shangwan Xingchen waited until his stomach growled with hunger. He finally couldn't bear it any longer and went back to see when they would eat. But the moment he re-entered the dining room, he was stunned. The four of them were already eating without him. Shangwan frowned at his son. What are you standing there for? If you're done eating, why don't you leave? Shangwan Xingchen looked bewildered. What meal? I haven't eaten yet. Weren't you the one who kicked me out? Oh, you haven't eaten yet? Then come and eat. Shangwan Xingchen finally sat down to his meal. But once seated, he was dumbfounded again. Shangwan Sie smiled as she placed a spoonful of premium caviar on the web of her thumb and offered it to Zhou Qilin. Qilin opened wide. Beside her, Lu Wanru gently brought a spoonful of shark fin to Zhou Qilin's lips. Here, Qilin, try this. Shangwan Sie looked at Lu Wanru with a beaming smile. Sister-in-law, you care so much about Qilin, have you forgotten how he kicked your door? Lu Wanru replied gently, since father has agreed to let you date him, he's family now. I won't dwell on the past. Shangwan Sie's smile grew sweeter. Sister-in-law, you said it yourself, I'm the one dating Qilin. It's enough for me to feed him. Otherwise people might think you like him too. Lu Wanru responded unhurriedly. How can that be? If only you feed him, he might later claim the Shangwan family didn't treat him well. It's better if I, as his sister-in-law, do it myself. Zhou Qilin looked left then right and broke into a sweat. He regretted staying for this meal. Now he truly understood what it meant to be caught in a dilemma. Under their combined assault, most of the food on the table had ended up in his stomach, and he could eat no more. If they kept up this passive-aggressive rivalry, he'd be stuffed to death here. So Zhou Qilin slammed the table and stood up. The food here is terrible. Look at this shark fin. Is this even 9-day fin? How can anyone eat this? And this caviar, it's raw. Is this fit for human consumption? I'm leaving. With that he turned and walked away. Shangwan Xingchen was dumbfounded. What did she mean by father agreeing to let second sister date Zhou Qilin? And why were both his second sister and sister-in-law fighting to feed him? What was going on? Had the boss cast a spell on them? More importantly, the boss was actually complaining about all this. Who in their right mind eats cooked caviar? And 9-day fin. Do you know how much that costs? However, Shangwan Xingchen looked at Zhou Qilin's retreating figure with pity. Boss, oh boss, don't you know my father is the most particular about rules? With your arrogant attitude, you're doomed. I'll have you tied up and whipped. Yet Shangwan just watched Zhou Qilin leave with a fond, doting smile. Look at how he puts on this act. A complete scoundrel, and so convincingly. This kid will surely achieve great things. He then turned to his own son with frustration. Why can't you learn a thing or two from Qilin? Shangwan Xingchen was stunned. Learn from him. Dad, have you lost your mind? I've been confused since earlier. What kind of person is he? He's the one who called 10 models to his engagement party. Not only do you want second sister to date him, but you want me to learn from him. Learn what, for crying out loud? Shangwan nodded. I was fooled by him back then too. Now I understand. He was using this self-defamation to hide his true self. No wonder Suzhou insisted on marrying his genius business daughter to a scumbag like Zhou Qilin. He saw through it all along. Learn from Qilin, even just a little, and you'll have more than enough for a lifetime. Stop chasing after married women all day. Shangwan Xingchen was driven mad. My love for older women. He taught me that. Shangwan frowned, anger flaring. What? Shangwan Xingchen felt a slight relief seeing his father's rage. But the next second Shangwan glared at him. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me misunderstand all this time. Qilin must have a deep reason for doing this. Slap. Shangwan Xingchen slapped himself twice. It hurt. He wasn't dreaming. You told me to learn from him, right? Fine. Shangwan Xingchen slammed the table and stood abruptly. Look at this food on the table. Is this fit for human consumption? Shangwan squinted slowly, pulling a belt from his waist. Shangwan Xingchen swallowed hard. Dad, what are you doing? Calm down. Didn't you tell me to learn from him? I told you to learn his spirit of restraint and patience. What are you learning? Shangwan Xingqian questioned his own sanity, restraint, and patience. Were they talking about Zhou Qilin? He's so arrogant. When has he ever shown restraint? When has he ever been patient? But truth was in Shangwan Wen's hands. He looked pleadingly at Shangwan Xia. Shangwan Xia turned away. She had just badmouthed Qilin, so how could she save him? Shangwan Xingqian then looked at his gentle sister-in-law Lu Wanru. She spoke softly, "Father who doesn't make mistakes when young. Even if he can't compare to Qilin or to the children of the other four families, or even to ordinary kids, he's still better than murderers and rapists, right? Besides, he is your son." Shangwan Wen's temples throbbed. His son was being compared to murderers and rapists. Guards, hang Shangwan Xingqian up. Shangwan Xingqian. Zhou Qilin's return home caused no great stir. After all, he wasn't exactly a model child. It was normal for him to disappear for days or weeks. When he got home, he suddenly realized Su Qingge wasn't there. Zhou Ziyuan said she had returned to the Su family to handle personal and company matters. Zhou Qilin breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that she had gone back. If she could think it through and never return, even better. Now he had to prepare for tomorrow's masquerade ball. Ningyuan Grand Hotel, the most luxurious 8-star hotel in Zhongyin City, and even the entire Xia kingdom gleamed like a golden palace in the night. The hotel was owned by the Zhou family. The ballroom on the second floor was already crowded with people. Music flowed, glasses clinked, and small groups chatted casually. These were the wealthy and powerful second-generation elites of Zhongyin City, each wearing an exquisite mask, some playful, some dashing, all exuding an air of luxury. Among the crowd, a man in a devil mask paced impatiently. The party's been going for over 10 minutes. Why isn't Lu Liao here yet? This was the host Guolei. He had prepared for this ball for a long time, determined to confess his love to Lu Liao tonight. He had prepared extensively for tonight. He decided to confess to Lu Liao. If she refused, he would burn his bridges and take her by force. Then for the sake of the Lu family's honor, she would have to marry him. In a corner of the ballroom, Yi Longshan wore a cheap plastic Zhu Beiji mask, the kind sold for 10 yuan on the street, with a tacky sheen. Many noticed him and curled their lips in disdain. Yi Longshan sneered, "A bunch of Philistines. What do they know?" He was destined to swoop in and save Lu Liao from danger. To maximize the effect of his grand entrance, he had to lower his status. The more pathetic or foolish his disguise, the greater the impact when he showed his true power. Just then a commotion erupted at the front of the ballroom, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A woman clad in an exquisite gown and a rabbit mask appeared there, the mask veiling only the upper half of her face, revealing a gracefully contoured chin and full crimson lips. Even without a full view of her features, her striking bust and slender figure left no doubt in anyone's mind. She was an unparalleled beauty. Such a woman could only be the evening's protagonist, the youngest princess of the Lu family, Lu Liao. In a corner, Yi Longshan listened to the murmured discussions around him, a crooked smile curling beneath his mask. "My woman, no matter where she goes, she's always the most dazzling." Guolei also caught sight of Lu Liao, his eyes lighting up instantly. Finally, the moment had arrived. He had orchestrated this masquerade ball solely for her. If she hadn't shown up, all his meticulously laid plans would have been for naught. He strode forward at once, adopting his most gentlemanly demeanor. "Liao, you look stunning today. Even with the mask, you are the most beautiful woman in the room." Lu Liao offered a faint smile. "If you say that, the other ladies here might take offense." Guolei swept his gaze across the crowd, his tone flippant. "If anyone here thinks they're more beautiful than Liao, feel free to step forward." The women present frowned in unison. This Guolei was utterly tactless. Yes, Lu Liao was beautiful, but did he have to trample on them to elevate her? Besides, she was the Lu family's princess. Even if she were plain, none of them would dare to step forward. Lu Liao's brow furrowed slightly. Wasn't he just making enemies for her? She hadn't wanted to come, but Guolei was a longtime schoolmate, and the Guo Corporation was a key ally of the Lu family. She couldn't afford to refuse. Oblivious to his misstep, Guolei proudly bent slightly and extended his hand toward Lu Liao. "Liao, may I have this dance?" Lu Liao's expression stiffened. "No, thank you. I'm a bit tired. Perhaps you could ask someone else." As she spoke, a young woman nearby suddenly rushed forward in excitement. "I'm not tired, Master Guo. May I dance with you?" Guolei's brow furrowed. Couldn't she see he was pursuing the Lu princess? Who did she think she was? Yet refusing a girl in public would be ungentlemanly. Reluctantly, he took her hand and led her onto the dance floor. The girl trembled as she gripped his shoulder, her hands shaking with excitement. She was just an ordinary girl from a humble family, her mother long deceased, and her biological father good for nothing but tilling the soil. She had wormed her way into this event by clinging to a wealthy roommate, all to latch onto a powerful patron. She had done her research. The young master of the Guo Corporation, a super-rich heir. If she could snag him, her life would be set. Yet Guolei's gaze had already drifted to the most dazzling woman in the room. Suddenly he frowned. Who was that pig-headed man walking toward Liao? A figure in a pig mask, clad in cheap street market clothes, swirled a glass of red wine as he leisurely approached Lu Liao. The crowd instinctively parted on both sides, creating a clear path. Yi Longshan smirked. What was true dominance? Saying nothing and having people clear the way, that was dominance. He stopped before Lu Liao, pointing his left toe, resting his right foot beside it, and dangling the wine glass from his fingers in an absurdly flamboyant pose. Lu Liao stepped back 3 paces. Yi Longshan could barely contain his grin. Even the Lu princess was intimidated by his overwhelming aura. Alas, he was simply too extraordinary. But Lu Liao pinched her nose, her brow deeply furrowed. Why do you smell so awful? It's disgusting. Smell? Yi Longshan was taken aback, looking around. Only then did he realize the crowd wasn't making way for him. They were pinching their noses and scurrying away. Had he driven them off with his stench? He sniffed himself vigorously. No smell. Could the recent bout of diarrhea have soaked into him? Had he just gotten used to it? Lu Liao, still covering her nose, frowned. Who are you? As Yi Longshan stepped forward, she immediately recoiled. Stay right there. Say what you need from where you are. Yi Longshan felt helpless. He had to get rid of this stench. He couldn't charm women reeking of filth. Glancing around, he was relieved that the crowd had kept their distance. Using his inner energy to channel his voice, he lowered it gravely. Don't drink anything Guolei gives you. He's laced it with drugs. If you're in danger, call my name, Old Gong. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back, convinced of his suave exit. He thought this move, leaving no chance for questions and offering a mysterious retreat, will surely captivate her. Captivate? Not at all. It only disgusted Lu Liao. Old Gong. Did he think I wouldn't catch the pun? This trick is as old as my brother Liming's hand-me-downs. And that stench, like had been fished out of a cesspool. Still, she frowned slightly. What did he mean by Guolei drugging her? Would Guolei really dare? Just then the music ended. Guolei approached with 2 glasses of red wine, smiling as he offered one. Liao, if you want dance, at least have a drink for old time's sake. Lu Liao's guard shot up. The pig-masked man had warned her not to drink. Was this glass drugged? Noticing her hesitation, Guolei smiled, took back the glass he had proffered, and downed it in one gulp. I've had mine. Surely an old classmate won't deny me this little face. He then handed her the other glass, signaling to a few nearby. They caught on instantly and began to tease. Guolei, looks like Liao doesn't think much of you. Haha, always claiming to be your classmate, but she won't even drink with you. Guess you're not that close. What standing does the Lu family have? Does he even deserve her? Hearing their chants, Lu Liao's brow creased. Refusing the drink would make it seem like she was slighting the Guo Corporation and Guolei himself. She took the glass from him, planning to hide it behind her sleeve and pretend to take a sip. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted, drawing everyone's attention. Seizing the moment, Lu Liao swapped her glass with an empty one on a nearby server's tray. She too turned toward the source of the noise. Only then did she realize that the resounding sound had come from the ballroom's main door being kicked open. Everyone was stunned. Every single person present was an arrogant, domineering, rich second generation, who would have the audacity to kick down the door right in front of them. Immediately after, a squad of bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses filed in, lining up on both sides, clearing a straight path down the middle. A man wearing a Sun Wukong mask, holding a microphone and with a speaker strapped to his waist, swaggered in. He pulled a stack of A4 paper from his chest, cleared his throat, and began. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow countrymen, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome this man, who rivals the beauty of the ancient scholar Su Gong from the north of the city, who is strong, wealthy, and blessed with both charm and talent. He rambled on for over 2 minutes. He flipped to the second page and continued reading. The crowd started whispering among themselves. Who the hell is he? Acting so tough. Damn, he's asking for trouble, showing off in front of us. If young Master Guo weren't here, I'd have taken him down already. Guolei furrowed his brow slightly. Where did this fly come from? Dare to embarrass him. Just as he was about to step forward to teach this ignorant fool a lesson, a figure leaped in from outside and delivered a flying kick, sending Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. The newcomer wore a flashy pure gold Dr. Doom mask. It was Zhou Qilin. Why was he wearing a Dr. Doom mask? Because Dr. Doom was a villain who died miserably, making him a mascot of sorts. Zhou Qilin kicked Li Gang to the ground, but still unsatisfied, he delivered a few more kicks. Damn it. So slow. Making me wait for my entrance. Who are they here to see, you or me? Your bones are pretty tough. All flash, no substance. Can't get to the point. Aren't you going to mention my specialty at all? With each kick, Guolei, who had been about to step forward, was frozen in place by fear. In the corner, Yi Longshan suddenly stood up. Zhou Qilin. Why was he here? Was he here to ruin my plans? Meanwhile, Lu Liao's eyes were wide open. Even though the man wore a mask, she recognized his figure and voice instantly. This is my Dawn brother. Lu Liao was afraid to close her eyes, terrified that when she opened them again, everything before her would be a lie. She just stared fixedly at the person before her. But whether from my strain or some other emotion, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. She couldn't help but blink. In that single instant, she was terrified. She even regretted it, fearing that when she opened her eyes, he would be gone. However, when she saw her Dawn brother still beating up that Sun Wukong, she finally felt relieved. It was him. It was really him. He was back. Zhou Qilin finally stopped kicking Li Gang, pulled a bank card from his pocket, and slammed it onto the Sun Wukong, masked 200,000 for medical expenses. At that moment, Li Gang on the ground waved his hand weakly. Young master, I might not make it. You don't know I never cared about money, I've never even touched it. My only wish is to serve by your side. But, cough, am done for. The onlookers gasped. Such a loyal servant was beaten to the brink of death. This man was too ruthless. Zhou Qilin glanced at Li Gang and pulled out another bank card. Hey, raise another 200,000. The next second, Li Gang immediately sprang up like a carp, jumped to his feet, and planted himself firmly on the ground like a nail. He grabbed the microphone and sang with deep emotion, a grateful heart, thank you for having me. The crowd was speechless. Although Zhou Qilin seemed brutal, he had held back his strength. Otherwise, with his peak third-rank strength, a single real kick would have killed Li Gang. His gaze quickly swept the room, focusing on the corner. When he saw someone squatting there in a cheap piggy mask and shabby clothes, his eyes lit up immediately. With such a flashy getup, that had to be my beloved 9th 9 junior disciple. Look at that outfit. Look at those clothes, tsk tisk, and those flip-flops. Wearing the cheapest clothes, yet in this masquerade ball of extravagant costumes, he was the brightest star. What was that outfit if not a sign of madness? And look at himself. A custom-tailored suit, a watch worth tens of millions, a pure gold mask crafted by a professional team. Compared to that guy, what was he? What was he? Sigh. The male lead was found. Time to find the female lead. His gaze swept across the room. Where was she? Just then a man wearing a demon mask approached him. Guolei spoke displeasedly. Friend, I organized this masquerade ball. I don't recall inviting you. Who is your father? Zhou Qilin understood this was Guolei. Was this how rich second generations always greeted people? Asking who your father was first. He didn't answer, merely raised his hand. The group of bodyguards behind him immediately shouted in unison, bullying men and women in the best. Committing every crime under heaven, Zhou Qilin. Bullying men and women in the best. Committing every crime under heaven, Zhou Qilin. The shouts were deafening. Guolei's face changed. Zhou Qilin. The entire room erupted. The number one scum of Zhongyin City, Zhou Qilin of the Zhou family. Why was he here? Lu Liao was completely stunned. Zhou Qilin. Dawn brother was Zhou Qilin. Why? Why did you never tell me your true identity? Was the person Shangwan Xie took away back, then Dawn brother? She was suddenly filled with regret. If she had known when her sister called her back, then she would have investigated properly. Then she might have met him sooner. But then question after question flooded her mind. Why was her sister so desperate to find Zhou Qilin? Why did Xie kidnap Zhou Qilin? Was it just to avenge her sister? And what about the engagement between Zhou Qilin and Su Qingge? Her mind was buzzing as she couldn't make sense of it all. Guolei looked at Zhou Qilin and swallowed hard. Young Master Zhou. Why are you here? Zhou Qilin patted Guolei on the shoulder. I'm here to take over for you. But don't worry, just do what you need to do. He'll learn from you first. With that, he sat down right on the spot. Li Gang immediately prostrated himself. Zhou Qilin sat squarely on his back. Guolei was taken aback, completely baffled by Zhou Qilin's intentions. But as long as it didn't interfere with him, it was fine. He ignored Zhou Qilin and turned his head to look at Lu Liao. However, when he saw her, he was stunned. Lu Liao. Why was she crying? Zhou Qilin also followed Guolei's gaze and saw the woman wearing a rabbit mask. Zhou Qilin's eyes instantly lit up. Damn, this figure was absolutely stunning. Even though he had dated many ex-girlfriends, he had never seen such an exhilarating physique. What did this leading lady eat to grow up like this? Was she drinking milk as if it were water? Earlier he had worried that this might be another ex-girlfriend, but now it seemed there was no need for concern. Yet why did this woman look at him so strangely? As if she knew him, and he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with her. Zhou Qilin quickly brushed it off. It wasn't strange. Both the Lu and Zhou families were among the 4 great clans. He had simply never seen the little princess of the Lu family's face, so the memories hadn't surfaced. Lu Liao looked at his puzzled gaze, and a wave of grievance surged within her. Brother Liming, don't you recognize me? Don't you recognize your Liao? But when her eyes followed Zhou Qilin's gaze to her own chest, her pretty face beneath the mask flushed crimson. Yes, it was only natural that Brother Liming didn't recognize her. Over the past 3 years, she had undergone something like a second growth spurt, and the changes were indeed significant. Thinking this, she bit her lips slightly. They say men prefer big ones. She wondered if Brother Liming, no Brother Qilin, would like this size. He probably would, right? Guolei quickly hurried over to Lu Liao. Liao, why are you crying? Lu Liao shook her head. I'm fine. Even as she said this, her gaze never left Zhou Qilin for a moment. Zhou Qilin's arrival instantly made him the center of attention. Many women began to feel eager. Although Zhou Qilin was a scoundrel, he was the eldest son of the Zhou family. If they could snag him, they would become the young mistress of the Zhou family. Every woman believed she was different, that Zhou Qilin would surely see her in a special light. So a crowd of women surged forward. Lu Liao's gaze turned icy. These shameless women. Do they even know who they covet? Guolei felt a bit uncomfortable. He was supposed to be the star of this ball, but Zhou Qilin had stolen the spotlight. Yet when he saw the chill in Lu Liao's eyes, the corners of his mouth beneath the mask lifted again. It seemed Liao truly despised someone like Zhou Qilin. Zhou Qilin frowned slightly at the flock of women before him. In a moment, Guolei will confess to the little princess of the Lu family. I need to memorize the lines well. You're blocking my view and wasting my study time. So he waved his hand. The bodyguards behind him immediately stepped forward and shooed all the women away. The chill in Lu Leo's eyes finally dissipated. At that moment, Guolei noticed that the glass in Lu Leo's hand was now empty and the corners of his mouth curled up. Since she had drunk the wine, whether she agreed to his confession or not tonight, she would become his woman. He suddenly stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Lu Liao. The crowd was startled by Guolei's action. What was he trying to do? Someone immediately handed him a bouquet. Amidst the astonished gazes, Guolei raised the flowers to Lu Liao. I've liked you for a long time. Every move you make, every smile and frown is deeply etched in my mind. Now I can no longer hold back. Will you go out with me? The crowd gasped, no one expecting Guolei to confess at this moment. Yi Longchen sneered inwardly. How dare he confess to my woman? He really doesn't want to live. Zhou Qilin silently memorized Guolei's confession lines. If he was going to get the same beating, had better not mess up the words. Lu Leo's eyes narrowed instantly. What the hell is Guolei doing? Brother Qilin is right there watching. What if he misunderstands? Without hesitation, she spoke coldly. I have no desire to be in a relationship right now. The wealthy heirs present felt a pang of regret, since Guolei had the best chance. But seeing their goddess reject Guolei, they also felt a sense of schadenfreude. As long as the goddess wasn't taken, they still had a chance. Guolei had expected a polite refusal, but he never imagined Lu Liao would be so blunt. In public, this was like a slap to his face. Yi Longchen couldn't help but laugh. Truly his woman. She dared to love and hate, leaving no room for compromise. Excellent. But then his expression froze. Why was Zhou Qilin walking over? What did he intend to do? As Guolei hesitated whether to stay kneeling or stand up, someone suddenly walked up beside him. He turned his head and paused, wearing a golden Dr. Doom mask. Zhou Qilin. What was he doing here? Coming to mock him? Others were equally puzzled. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhou Qilin reached out and took the bouquet from Guolei's hand. Guolei's eyes widened. What are you doing? Zhou Qilin patted his shoulder. What else? Didn't I say I'd learn from you earlier? You're done, so it's my turn. The last time he touched Lin Xuxue, it was a disastrous act seeking death. He had memorized Guolei's confession lines just now, and Yi Longchen was also present. This time it should be foolproof. So before anyone could react, Zhou Qilin, bouquet in hand, knelt on one knee before Lu Liao and began with deep affection. I've liked you for a long time. Every move you make, every smile and frown is deeply etched in my mind. Now I can no longer hold back. Will you go out with me? Whoa. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted. Some people even couldn't help but laugh. Bro, are you dreaming? Don't you know what you are? The #1 scoundrel in Zhongyin City. Guolei at the very least has a much better reputation than you. He's got some business talent. What are you? A bully who oppresses others. You even had 10 models at your engagement banquet, and you still have the nerve to confess. Besides, bro, you're engaged, didn't you know? Guolei was speechless. Bro, can you treat me like a person? I just confessed, and you used the exact same words. Didn't you hear what Liao said? She has no desire to be in a relationship right now. The Lu family is no worse than the Zhou family, as she's not one of those women looking for a rich husband. Only Yi Longchen's eyes widened. He had a bad feeling. Whenever Zhou Qilin was around, strange things always happened. Lu Liao bit her lip tightly, her heart racing as if it might leap out of her throat. He confessed to me again. He broke up with me back then. Is he trying to get back together now? This was what she had dreamed of every moment for the past 3 years. She no longer cared whether Zhou Qilin recognized her. Only one thought filled her mind: say yes. She reached out, took the bouquet from Zhou Qilin's hand, and her voice trembled slightly. Yes. These words left everyone present utterly stunned. Guolei, who had just been eager to mock, stood frozen in disbelief. What did you mean by "I'm willing"? And why did it seem like you were afraid he might back out? Yi Longchen stared at Zhou Qilin through gritted teeth, snarling, I knew this would happen. Zhou Qilin blinked in bewilderment. No. We used the exact same words. He confessed, and you refused, but when I confess you agree. How does that make any sense? Wait, did you misspeak? Did you mean to say I'm not willing? Lu Liao fixed her eyes on him and shook her head. This was what I had pondered every day since our breakup. How could I not consent? How could I possibly refuse? Zhou Qilin grew exasperated, yanking Guolei over and exclaiming, look carefully. He's a villain, a scoundrel. True. But I'm even more villainous, even more of a scoundrel. I'm Zhou Qilin. I've chased madmen, beaten fools, and torn off old ladies' underwear. I've done it all. I've even debauched women, making them bite the edge of a table. Lu Liao's eyes flickered and she spoke with a hint of envy. Then she must have been so happy. Good heavens. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. Could this little princess of the Lu family have a screw loose? Was she one of those women who were drawn to degenerates? But you can't do this. You've completely thrown my plans into chaos. Zhou Qilin glanced at Yi Longchen in the corner. Now it all depended on him. First, give Yi Longchen a chance to shine. He shoved Guolei aside, grabbed Lu Liao by the collar, and threatened viciously, no matter what your reasons, you must refuse me now. And say exactly what you said to Guolei. Lu Liao, gazing at Zhou Qilin, who was so close, could barely contain her urge to reveal her identity. But now was not the time. She still hadn't figured out what Qilin brother was really up to. She tilted her head up and said, I'm willing. I won't refuse. Guolei snapped back to reality. Zhou Qilin had laid hands on Lu Liao. This was his moment to shine. The Guo corporation behind him couldn't rival the Zhou family, but if the Lu family learned he had intervened to protect Lu Liao, they would surely shield him for the sake of their reputation, and Liao would look at him with newfound respect. He shouted at Zhou Qilin, "Young Master Zhou. No, Zhou Qilin. Though you're the crown prince of the Zhou family, do you know who you're grabbing? Take your hands off her now, or don't blame me for being rude." Zhou Qilin cast him a contemptuous glance. "And how exactly do you plan to be rude?" Guolei rolled up his sleeves. "Forgive me." With a sprint he launched a flying kick at Zhou Qilin. The crowd gasped in surprise. Was this masquerade ball really this thrilling? Guolei, a fourth dan black belt in Taekwondo, could shatter several wooden boards with one kick. If that landed, Zhou Qilin would be crawling on the ground. See, Zhou Qilin was so scared, he stood frozen. But just as Guolei's foot was about to connect, a figure charged from the side and kicked him to the ground. Li Gang wiped his nose and said, daring to lay hands on our young master. Brothers used the Shaolin 18 Arhut formation on him. Go. 30 bodyguards immediately rushed forward, brandishing folding stools they had produced from who knows where, and proceeded to beat Guolei mercilessly as he lay on the ground. Li Gang and a few others struck exaggerated martial arts poses in front. The onlookers' lips twitched uncontrollably. Shaolin 18 Arhuts. This looked like a street brawl. What's with the folding stools? And shouldn't there be 18? Why were there over 30? They were speechless, merely watching Guolei, who was curled up and wailing and couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the poor sod. Zhou Qilin glanced at the beaten Guolei. His bodyguards, even if not martial artists, were all elites among ordinary men. Besides, was that the chance to shine meant for you? It was reserved for Yi Longshan. Just then a deep voice rang out, "Let the girl go." Hearing that familiar voice, Zhou Qilin's eyes lit up. Here he comes. Sure enough, the crowd saw the man wearing the Zhu Beiji mask reeking of filth slowly approaching Zhou Qilin. Murmurs immediately arose. Who does he think he is? Stinking to high heaven, and he wants to stop young Master Zhou. Exactly, look at his getup, so shabby. If young Master Guo couldn't handle it, what's he playing hero for? Listening to the chatter around him, Zhou Qilin's face beneath the mask broke into a grin. The protagonist's humble entrance met with scorn and insults, followed by his explosive comeback and face-slapping. Perfect. Yi Longshan stopped a short distance away and spoke in a low voice. "I said, let the girl go." Zhou Qilin was about to deliver his villainous lines, but Li Gang leaped in front of Yi Longshan. "What rotten luck. I'm wearing a Sun Wukong mask, and you show up in a Zhu Beiji one, trying to be my junior disciple and take advantage of me. And you dare to block us? Can't you see our young master is busy bullying men and abusing women? Well, you want a taste of our 18 Arhats?" As he spoke, the bodyguards behind him stopped beating Guolei and instantly struck a series of martial arts poses. "Oof." Yi Longshan sneered, narrowing his eyes. Before he could say another word, Zhou Qilin had already taken off his shoe and smacked Li Gang on the head with it. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you block anyone? We villains only need to make the protagonist look good at times like this." "Got it." Li Gang didn't understand a thing, but he knew what to do. Nod frantically, wave his hand, and lead the bodyguards in a swift retreat. Once they were gone, Zhou Qilin immediately went to Lu Liao, grabbed her collar again, and turned to shout at Yi Longshan, "Sorry about that, brother Beiji, was it? Come on, let's do it over." Yi Longshan's lips twitched, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and repeat, "Let the girl go." But the first effort had exhausted the momentum, the second fell short, and the third was spent. The aura of that shining moment had already been built up, and now interrupted like this, shouting it again just didn't have the same ring to it. The crowd looked at him as if he were an idiot. To make matters worse, Zhou Qilin played along perfectly. He immediately put on a terrified expression and exclaimed dramatically, "Ah, could you be the one who wields a pen to pacify the world and a sword to conquer all, who knows women in bed and shoes on the ground, savior of countless maidens, known as the world's greatest hero for wearing a Zhu Beiji mask? The piggy hero?" Yi Longshan was a bit confused. Was he praising me? He cleared his throat. Ahem, indeed it is I. Zhou Qilin immediately put on a look of utter panic, his voice rising 3 octaves. "Is it really you? I was blind not to recognize a true master. They'll let this girl go right now. Everything I said earlier was a joke, and I won't pursue her either." The crowd was bewildered. Was this pig hero really that formidable? Why had they never heard of him before? Yet if he wasn't formidable, how could he make Zhou Qilin, the biggest scoundrel in Zhongyin City, so terrified? Suddenly the gazes directed at Yi Longshan shifted. Yi Longshan felt a surge of warmth in his heart, almost on the verge of tears. How long had it been? How long since he last experienced this feeling of being glorified before others? It was exhilarating. Just then Zhou Qilin suddenly heard a voice in his mind, detected protagonist Yi Longshan showing off. Triggering handsome for no more than 3 seconds. Zhou Qilin gasped sharply. Damn, he had forgotten about this skill. But it was meant to bring Yi Longshan bad luck, right? The next second, a waiter weaving through the crowd with a tray of wine was suddenly tripped by something. He lunged forward, and the wineglass in his hand traced an elegant arc hurtling straight toward Yi Longshan's head. Yi Longshan caught the movement in his peripheral vision and sidestepped sharply. Mere red wine. Before he could finish, his foot landed on a banana peel, and his body instantly lost balance. However, the reflexes of a fourth-rank expert were no joke. He braced himself with one hand, executed a graceful backflip, and landed steadily. A chorus of gasps erupted around him, and some even started applauding. Beneath his mask, Yi Longchen smirked, reached up to run his fingers through his hair, and struck a suave, confident pose. Then he froze. Why was his hand sticky? He hadn't used any hair wax. He brought his hand before his eyes, and instantly he was petrified. This familiar feeling. Was it poop? Had he pressed on it when he braced himself on the ground? The onlookers saw it too. Holy crap. Did he just wipe? Shit. In his hair. Ugh. That's disgusting. Get away. Staring at the yellowish-green mess on Yi Longchen's head, everyone gagged, covered their noses, and scattered their eyes filled with revulsion. Zhou Qilin was stunned too. Wasn't this handsome for no more than 3 seconds a bit too harsh? This wasn't just social death, it was supercharged social death. Lucky for Yi Longchen that he was wearing a mask, or he might just want to slit his own throat and die right there. Yi Longchen completely broke down. Who did this? In such a high-class ball, someone actually took a dump here. Guolei, lying weakly on the ground nearby, raised a hand. Sorry. That was me. I got beaten so hard I lost control. Yi Longchen roared in fury, launching a flying kick that sent Guolei flying several meters. Guolei, already battered from the earlier beating, could take no more. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Zhou Qilin's eyelid twitched. Damn, if you kill Guolei, the whole plot falls apart. Seeing Yi Longchen about to deliver another kick, Zhou Qilin quickly shouted, Pig hero, don't you think you should wash that mess off your head first? It's turning green. Yi Longchen ground his teeth. He'll kill him first, then wash up. It won't be too late. Zhou Qilin spoke again. Pig hero. Stop it. You don't want everyone to know your true identity, do you? Yi Longchen's entire body stiffened. Indeed, Zhou Qilin had recognized him. If his identity were exposed in front of everyone while he had shit on his head, he could never show his face in Zhongyin City again. He shot a vicious glare at the prone Guolei, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Zhou Qilin immediately yelled at Li Gang, What are you staring at? Go check if he's dead. If he's not, get him help. Li Gang looked at Zhou Qilin in surprise. Young master, aren't you the type to kick people when they're down? You're being way too kind today. If you're this nice, people will take advantage of you. The crowd glanced at Zhou Qilin, then at Lu Liao, still in his grip. How the hell was he being kind? And who would dare to bully him? Zhou Qilin's face darkened. I'm docking your pay this month. Say one more word, and he'll sell you into prostitution. Li Gang let out a long sigh of relief. Young master, seeing you still such a scumbag, I can rest easy. Come on, brothers, carry him out. The crowd was speechless. This lackey really was a glutton for punishment. Zhou Qilin released Lu Liao's collar and turned to check on Guolei. But after a few steps, he noticed Lu Liao was following him. He frowned. What are you doing? Lu Liao replied matter-of-factly. You confessed to me. Now I'm your girlfriend, so of course I'm sticking with you. Zhou Qilin's head was spinning. My confession was just going through the motions. I didn't think you'd actually agree. How about this? Let's pretend it never happened. Lu Liao, but it did happen. Now you're my boyfriend, and I'm going to stick with you. Why are you so hard to reason with? I'm a notorious bastard. You're the little princess of the Lu family. Even if you agree, your family never will. Lu Liao looked at him seriously. Don't worry about that. He'll make my family agree. She paused, then puffed out her chest. Or is it that my figure isn't good enough? Zhou Qilin found his gaze lingering, swallowing involuntarily. Good enough was an understatement. It was absolutely stunning. Seeing his Adam's apple bob, Lu Liao smiled. Perfect. Qilin liked her figure. Now when she confessed to him, she wouldn't have any qualms. She gently took his hand. Want to give it a try? The onlookers felt their tiny brains pounding against their skulls. When had the goddess Liao become so easy? What the hell was going on? A scumbag faced with the beauty of Lu Liao's caliber was pushing her away. And Lu Liao, she was throwing herself at him. Was the world upside down? Zhou Qilin snapped back to reality and quickly pulled his hand away. I may be a scumbag, but I've already slept with your sister. How can I sleep with you too? But seeing how persistent Lu Liao was, he couldn't shake her off. After a moment's thought, he decided to agree for now to placate her. Once Yi Longchen saved her, she would naturally see his worth and give up on him. He sighed. Since I'm your boyfriend now, you need to listen. Let me go check on Guolei. We'll talk about everything else when I get back. Only then did Lu Liao nod with a smile. Zhou Qilin quickly turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Liao felt a warm glow in her heart. Later, if Qilin found out that she was his Liao, just how overjoyed would he be? Zhou Qilin exited the dance hall, swiftly approached Guolei, and whispered to Li Gang, How is he? Li Gang wiped his sweat and replied, Still alive, just unconscious. He won't wake up for a while. Zhou Qilin clicked his tongue in frustration. He had hoped to learn from him, but now that was ruined. It seemed he would have to take over himself. He snatched the demon mask off Guolei's face and put it on, instructing Li Gang, Go get me a set of clothes identical to Guolei's. Got it. Li Gang scurried off with his men. 15 minutes later, a suit resembling Guolei's was laid before Zhou Qilin. He changed into it quickly, and aside from a slight difference in build, he was barely distinguishable at first glance. Now he had to trick the young miss of the Lu family into going upstairs to the room. Disguised, Zhou Qilin re-entered the hall. The crowd was puzzled to see Guolei again. Hadn't he been beaten like a dog just moments ago? Why was he so spirited now? Zhou Qilin ignored the astonished gazes and walked straight up to Lu Liao. The young miss hadn't known him long, as she probably wouldn't recognize him right. He deliberately lowered his voice. I need to talk to you in private. Lu Liao instantly recognized him as Zhou Qilin in disguise. But she didn't expose him. She was curious to see what her Qilin brother wanted to do with her in this guise. The two went upstairs one after the other and entered a room. Once inside, Zhou Qilin, following the plot provided by the system, flashed a wicked grin and locked the door. According to the script, Lu Liao should now ask in panic what he intended to do. But when Zhou Qilin looked at her, she merely gazed back calmly without a trace of fear. This wasn't going according to the script. And if she didn't say her lines, what was he supposed to do? I didn't expect this, did you? You've already ingested the drug I gave you. Even a chaste woman won't be able to control herself. Soon you'll be begging me to ravish you. Lu Liao was taken aback, then the corners of her mouth twitched upward slightly, before she quickly suppressed it. That was close. She almost laughed. She immediately put on an incredulous expression. What? You drugged me. Oh, what's wrong with my head? It's so dizzy. Zhou Qilin finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the plot hadn't derailed after all. Next, she was supposed to push him away and try to escape, only to find the door locked, hear noises outside, scream for help, and then Yi Longshun would burst in to save the damsel in distress. Perfect. Sure enough, Lu Liao lunged at him. Zhou Qilin braced himself to be pushed away, but the expected shove never came. Instead, the young miss of the Lu family wrapped her arms tightly around him. She looked up, her voice soft as a coo. Qilin brother, I can't take it anymore. Come and cherish me. Feeling the pressure against his chest, Zhou Qilin was stunned. How had the plot changed again? Just then he heard deliberate footsteps outside the room. That must be Yi Longshun arriving. Ahem, of course he'll cherish you. Zhou Qilin sneered, pinching the young miss' cheek. Kneel down now and pleasure me, and he'll let you go. To his surprise, the young miss of the Lu family actually knelt down gracefully. What are you doing? A thought crossed Zhou Qilin's mind. Could she have actually drunk the drug Guolei gave her? If so, wouldn't she be unable to scream for help as the plot dictated? Why wasn't anyone following the script? He would have to rely on himself. Zhou Qilin deliberately shouted loudly. Haha, I never expected this drug to be so potent, turning a chaste woman into such a wanton little vixen. Outside the door, Yi Longshun had stopped. He had planned to wait until Lu Liao called out, Husband, save me, before appearing. But it seemed Lu Liao hadn't heeded his warning and had actually taken the drug Guolei gave her. He couldn't wait any longer. With that thought, Yi Longshun kicked the door open violently. Seeing Guolei startled, he thought, this guy sure can take a hit. His kick had no effect on him. Then he saw Lu Liao kneeling on the ground and erupted in fury. How dare you make my woman kneel? And you made me step in your filth. You're asking for death. Let her go now, and I might spare your life. Zhou Qilin was thrilled. Did he think he'd be spared? Who do you think you are? Get lost. Zhou Qilin grinned, but then froze. Wait, when did he start speaking so effeminately? No, that wasn't him speaking. He looked down sharply and saw the young miss of the Lu family glaring angrily at Yi Longshun. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded, and so was Yi Longshun. He touched his face. There was no problem. The Zhu Beiji mask was gone, revealing his handsome features. Why was she still talking to him like that? Oh, Yi Longshun suddenly understood. She must be deeply poisoned. Zhou Qilin thought the same. He sneered at Yi Longshun. Did you hear that? She told you to get lost. Yi Longshun snorted coldly and punched the wall beside him. Boom. A loud crash echoed as the wall connecting to the bathroom was smashed into a large hole, sending broken bricks flying. He said coldly, see that? That wall is your fate. His punch was meant to intimidate Guolei and show off in front of Lu Liao. Look, Guolei was terrified. Zhou Qilin was indeed frightened, but not by Yi Longshun, by the system. Detected the protagonist Yi Longshun's show-off behavior, triggering cool for no more than 3 seconds. Holy crap. The next second, a series of explosions rang out. A brick from Yi Longshun's punch had hit the bathroom sink, cracking the pipe, and the water pressure burst the fissure. The gushing water shot through the hole in the wall straight at Yi Longshun. Yi Longshun squinted, leaping back to dodge the water jet. He smirked. Mere water, how could it harm me? Since he was already by the door, his retreat placed him in the hallway. Move aside, a waiter shouted. Yi Longshun turned his head and saw a food cart speeding toward him. He sidestepped, bending over and sticking out his rear as the cart slid past his chest. He straightened up, sneering, "Hi, young man." Just then a strange gust of wind slammed the door he had kicked open back at him. Slap. The door smacked squarely into Yi Longshun's protruding rear. The force sent him flying, and his trajectory aligned perfectly with the open window in the hallway. Swoosh, splat. He was gone. Zhou Qilin gritted his teeth in frustration. If you're going to fight, just fight. Why show off? At least it was only the 3rd floor. Yi Longshun probably wouldn't die. He rushed out of the room and leaned over the window to look down. The ground below was empty, with no sign of Yi Longshun. Only a garbage truck, its lid just closing, rumbled away. Zhou Qilin's face darkened, and he felt as if crows were flying over his head. This? No way, right? Isn't it true that other chosen ones and dragon kings always summon meteorites at the slightest provocation? Even if you got taken away by a garbage truck, it wouldn't matter. At least kill me first. Now you've left me here alone locked in with a drugged heroine. 99th junior brother, I'm afraid I've failed you. No, I can't get entangled with these heroines anymore. I have to run. Just as he was about to step forward, he felt two soft cotton-like masses bump into his back. Dear brother, where are you going? Don't leave, okay? Hearing that voice and feeling that gesture, Zhou Qilin's mind buzzed. The bullet fired 3 years ago seemed to have struck this very moment of himself. He felt as if he had returned to a certain moment 3 years ago. Back then when he broke up with his second girlfriend, she had also hugged him from behind and said the same thing. And her surname was also Lu Liao. That moment was exactly like this one. But that couldn't be right. Liao didn't have such a huge rack. His mind involuntarily began replaying memories of Lu Liao. Her voice hiked the way she walked. Gradually he was dumbfounded. It was not just similar to the little princess of the Lu family behind him. It was exactly the same. Zhou Qilin turned around, his hands trembling slightly as he lifted one corner of Lu Liao's rabbit mask. That youthful, exuberant face appeared before him once again. In that instant he recalled the lyrics of a song, I dare not open my eyes hoping it's just my imagination. He abruptly covered her face back with the mask. Lu Liao took it off herself and smiled at him. What's wrong, brother Dawn? Don't you recognize me? Zhou Qilin quickly denied. What, brother Dawn? I'm not. I'm Zhou Qilin. Lu Liao smiled as she cupped the demon mask on his face. Oh really? Aren't you Guolei? Zhou Qilin was momentarily at a loss for words. This disguise was stripped away too quickly. But at this moment he finally understood why Lu Liao had treated him differently in the hall earlier. She had recognized him long ago. Lu Liao gently removed his mask. That face after 3 years appeared before her once more. It was still the same as 3 years ago, those eyes still so bright. At this moment tears welled up in her eyes again, but the smile at the corners of her mouth was impossible to suppress. Zhou Qilin felt a bit awkward. Hey, long time no see. Yeah, Lu Liao touched his face, her voice soft. It's been exactly 2 years, 10 months, and 3 days. Did she have to be that precise? Still, Zhou Qilin breathed a sigh of relief. Her mind was clear, so it seemed she hadn't been drugged, she was just teasing him earlier. He grew even more embarrassed. Ahem, well, I suddenly remembered my gas stove at home is still on. He'll be going now. Lu Liao had been waiting for him for nearly 3 years. How could she let him go so easily? She tightly hugged Zhou Qilin's waist. No, brother Qilin. Back then I was foolish and naive, but this time I will never let you leave again. Zhou Qilin suddenly thought of something, as if grasping at a lifeline. Right, I was the one who broke up with you back then. You must hate me, right? Don't you want to kill me? Lu Liao gently shook her head. No, it was my fault. At that time my figure really wasn't good enough. But it's different now. As she spoke she straightened her back. Zhou Qilin couldn't help but swallow. Thighs is fake, right? What would you like to touch and see for yourself? Zhou Qilin immediately turned serious. What kind of person do you take me for? I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I'm just approaching this with the spirit of academic research to have a discussion with you. Lu Liao laughed even more happily. That's exactly what you said when you tricked me into bed back then. Zhou Qilin's hand, which had just been raised, suddenly froze. Seriously, you're making this really awkward for me. Just then Lu Liao's phone suddenly rang, directly breaking the atmosphere between them. Zhou Qilin instantly withdrew his hand. Ahem, well, you take the call first. We can continue our discussion afterward. Lu Liao frowned as she pulled out her phone. Seeing it was her sister calling, she hesitated for a moment before answering. What's up, sis? Lu Wanru's voice came through from the other end. Why are you so grumpy? What happened? She laughed teasingly. It wouldn't be that I'm interrupting your romance with some young man, would it? Lu Liao blushed at her sister's teasing. Oh, just tell me what you want. Lu Wanru was taken aback. She knew her sister's temper better than anyone. In the past, she would have immediately launched into a triple denial, but this time she didn't. Today, Guolei had invited her sister to the masquerade ball. Could it be that she had gotten together with Guolei? She couldn't quite believe it. Are you really in a relationship? When will you bring him home for me and Dad to meet? Lu Liao stomped her foot shyly. She had just been reunited with brother Qilin. Sis, you're so annoying. Lu Wanru couldn't help but tease her. How about this, if you bring your boyfriend home, I'll give you a new house as a gift. No way. It's not like I can't afford to buy a house myself. Lu Liao directly refused. If they found out her boyfriend was Zhou Qilin, they would probably go crazy. Unless you promise me you'll get Dad to accept my boyfriend, then I'll agree to bring him back. Lu Wanru hadn't expected Lu Liao to make such a request. Although Guolei wasn't exactly a model student, he was decent among the second-generation rich kids. Dad probably wouldn't refuse. So without much thought she said, alright, I'll put in a good word for you. Lu Liao immediately perked up. Thanks, sis. So what did you call me about? Lu Wanru then turned serious. Come home. Dad has something important he wants to discuss with you. Lu Liao still wanted to keep cuddling with Zhou Qilin. She was about to refuse, but when she turned around, Zhou Qilin had vanished. That sneaky brother running off while I wasn't looking. Lu Wanru's voice immediately came through the phone. What sneaky brother? And you say you're not in a relationship? Oh, it's all your fault. Never mind, I'll be back soon. Lu Liao hung up in annoyance. Then she smiled again, her eyes curving into crescents. Zhou Qilin. Now that I know your true identity, do you think you can still escape? Zhou Qilin fled the hotel, letting out a long sigh of relief. If it hadn't been for Lu Wanru's phone call interrupting them, he might have given in just now. He suddenly slapped himself hard. What a beast. I actually got involved with both sisters back then. As he was wallowing in regret, Li Gang came trotting over from a distance, a fawning grin on his face. Hee, young master, you're finally out. How was it? Did you have fun with that Lu girl? I just spotted a top-tier mother-daughter pair. Want me to arrange that for you too? Zhou Qilin slapped Li Gang on the head, saying, why am I such a beast? With a worthless scumbag like you by my side, how could I learn anything good? Li Gang rubbed his head aggrievedly. But it was you who led me astray. Zhou Qilin slapped him again. What did you say? Li Gang immediately corrected himself. No, I mean the master just called. He said you should return home as soon as you receive the message. He's waiting for you. Calling me back. Zhou Qilin waved his hand. Let's go. When Zhou Qilin arrived at the Zhou residence, Zhou Ziyuan was already sitting on the sofa waiting. Dad, why did you rush me back? Zhou Qilin plopped down opposite him. Zhou Ziyuan got straight to the point. Qingge is handling the Su family's affairs and hasn't returned. But the group has several important contracts to sign. Go take care of them tomorrow. Zhou Qilin waved his hand dismissively. I'm not going. I'm very busy. Can't you handle the company affairs? Zhou Ziyuan looked at his son with a sense of helpless frustration. I've just announced that I'm handing over all our family's assets to Qingge. If I intervene now, what will Qingge think? What will the high-level executives she's just subdued think? They'll think I want to reclaim power. So you're the most suitable person to go. Zhou Qilin waved his hand nonchalantly. Let them think what they want. You two old folks worry too much. What's the use of earning so much money? You're both over 60. Why not enjoy life? Zhou Ziyuan sighed. We're old, but what about you? You have no skills now. At the rate you're squandering after your mother and I die, you'll probably bankrupt this family in less than 20 years. What will you do then? Then he'll die before you. At that moment, Zhou Qilin suddenly stopped without turning around and said, He'll go tomorrow, but give me an extra 50,000 in allowance. Then he continued walking. Zhou Ziyuan was stunned. 50,000. Then he smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes spreading. Zhou Qilin returned to his room, laid down on the bed, and sighed. He had changed his mind, because just as Zhou Ziyuan finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. If he died, what would happen to his parents in this world? His time with them had made him fully understand that Zhou Ziyuan and Xuan Ningfeng were not mere paper characters. Their care and love for him were genuine. If he died like this, the Zhou family, being a fat piece of meat, would become prey for Yi Longqin. Although Yi Longqin had promised not to harm his parents, if the Zhou family became too powerful, he might take risks. So the less money the Zhou family had, the safer his parents would be. He had to squander as much of the Zhou fortune as possible before his death. When faced with a tasteless chicken rib, Yi Longqin probably wouldn't bother much and his parents' lives would be spared. Decision made starting tomorrow. First, bring down the Zhou family. No one should stop him, right? Signing a few contracts that lose a lot of money should be easy, shouldn't it? Suddenly he felt he had a talent for squandering. Squandering was too simple. Anyone could do it. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, the decoration style was pure modern tech with sharp lines and large glass curtain walls exuding a rational extreme texture. Lu Liao had just entered the living room when she saw her father Lu Mufeng and sister Lu Wanru sitting there. Seeing her return, Lu Wanru couldn't help but laugh. Our Leo's back. Parted from your dear brother. Lu Mufeng smiled at her too. Why didn't you bring him home for your father to see? He had apparently heard the news from Lu Wanru, thinking it was that kid from the Gua family. Lu Liao blushed and stomped her foot. Dad. Sis. Stop teasing me. Lu Mufeng laughed heartily. It's rare to see you shy. Our family isn't the type that insists on matching social status. As long as you like him and he likes you, that's enough. Lu Liao felt much more at ease. She had been worried that her father might disapprove because of Qilin's terrible reputation. Thanks, Dad. She smiled brightly. By the way, why did you call me back? Lu Mufeng straightened his expression. It's like this. We have several contracts to negotiate with the Zhou family tomorrow. You go. Lu Liao was taken aback. The Zhou family. Me. Lu Mufeng nodded. Now the other three major families are letting the younger generation take charge. You also have great talent in business. I'm ready to delegate power to you. Lu Liao immediately looked at her sister Lu Wanru. Shouldn't sis handle this? She was the business queen back in the day. Before Lu Wanru could speak, Lu Mufeng sighed. I know. But your sister is nominally the daughter-in-law of the Shangwan family. Both the Lu and Shangwan families are in business, so conflicts are inevitable. It would be difficult for your sister in that situation. If it's difficult, then don't bother. Lu Liao stood up indignantly. That bastard Shangwan Ritian ran off on the wedding night, leaving my sister to be a widow for years. We've been more than fair to the Shangwan family. She turned to Lu Wanru. Sis, as women, we must bravely pursue our happiness. If you have someone you like, no matter who it is, he'll fully support you. Lu Wanru's heart warmed, and her nose tingled with emotion. She didn't dare hope to be openly with Zhou Qilin. Even being a mistress or a lover was fine to her. But if it were exposed, having her sister's support gave her some peace of mind. She gently held Lu Liao's hand. Liao, your business skills are excellent too, in some ways, even surpassing mine. And my heart is no longer in business. So the Lu family must rely on you. Lu Liao was silent for a moment, then nodded firmly. All right then. This would be a perfect chance to get in touch with Zhou Qilin. She wanted to see what kind of woman was engaged to Qilin. Seeing her agree, Lu Mufeng nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow's contract is to establish a company with the Zhou family. The total investment is only about $1 billion, but the long-term profit could reach tens of billions. So investing a bit more doesn't matter. The key is the share ratio. Lu Liao nodded firmly. Dad, leave it to me. He'll handle it well. Lu Mufeng. Haha, just kidding. He'll never let Zhou Qilin get any advantage. At that moment in a hotel, Yi Longchen climbed through a second-floor window into the corridor, creeping up to a room door. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the main entrance. The front desk simply refused to let him in. What did he look like now? He was covered in stains from a garbage truck reeking of a pungent, sour stench of vagrant who had just crawled out of a trash bin. This made him doubt his very existence. After being hauled away by the garbage truck, he snapped out of it, jumped off, and sprinted back to the hotel. But by the time he returned, Lu Liao and Zhou Qilin were long gone. He grabbed the waiter pushing the food cart and threatened him. The man stammered that shortly after he fell out, Lu Liao and Zhou Qilin had parted ways, supposedly heading home. Yi Longchen's heart warmed. This must mean Lu Liao had seen him come to her rescue, snapped awake at the critical moment, and held her ground against the drug's effects. Otherwise, how could it be that Zhou Qilin, that lecher, would let a beauty slip through his fingers and run off on his own? Women, oh women, pretending to be indifferent to me on the surface, but really just trying to get my attention. It seemed the plan was working. With a little more effort, Lu Liao would surely fall madly in love with him. He snapped back to reality, pulled a room card from his pocket. Though it was smeared with grime, it still worked. A beep. The door swung open. He pushed inside, reaching for the light switch. Just as the light flickered on, a cold gleam slashed toward him. Before he could catch his breath, a gust of wind came from the side. Without time to think, he dropped to the ground instinctively, and a kick swept over him. Two experts. He rolled away like a donkey, springing to his feet, and finally took in the scene. In the room beside, by Ninshu wielding a tang saber, stood another woman. The woman wore her hair in a bun, a tight cheongsam accentuating her fiery curves. With light makeup, her eyes exuded a seductive charm that made one's heart itch at a single glance. Yi Longchen froze. Liao Yunqi, senior sister Liao. He quickly shouted, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" "It's me, Yi Longchen." Bai Ninshu snorted coldly, "Trying to fool us. Our young master may not be as handsome as a jade tree, or as dashing as a breeze, nor particularly suave, but at least he looks like a person. Look at you wearing a cheap piggy mask, stinking like a sewer, as if you just crawled out of a dump. How could you be our young master? You must be his enemy, and you think you can trick us?" Then she turned to Liao Yunqi. "Yunqi, am I right?" Liao Yunqi trusted by Nianka's words, implicitly narrowing her eyes at Yi Longchen. Our young master usually keeps a low profile, but had never stooped to covering himself in garbage just for that. Who are you really? Where's our young master? Yi Longchen tried to explain, but Bai Ninshu wouldn't give him the chance, shouting, "Watch the blade." With that, she swung her saber at him. Liao Yunqi moved at the same time, pulling a hairpin from her bun and shooting it toward Yi Longchen. He was stunned. If he were killed by his own subordinates, it would be the most unjust death. At the critical moment, he roared, "Dragon King's supreme art. 18 dragons subduing palms." His inner power surged forth, sending the flying hairpin flying with a palm strike, then sidestepping Bai Nianka's slash. Liao Yunxi's face paled in shock. "Ninshu, stop." Bai Ninshu halted, staring at Yi Longchen in astonishment. "You're really the young master." Yi Longchen tore off the piggy mask, revealing a face that, though disheveled, was still handsome. "Do you see me now?" Bai Ninshu immediately shifted to a complaining tone. "Young master, why didn't you say so earlier? You made us misunderstand." Yi Longchen's face darkened. "Did you even give me a chance to speak? You came at me with lethal moves from the start. If it weren't for the Dragon King's supreme art, I'd be lying here dead." Liao Yunqi looked at his wretched state, her heart aching. "Young master, how did you end up like this?" Yi Longchen wondered the same. How had he become so unlucky as to fall into a garbage truck? "Let me take a shower first, we'll tell you later." Bai Ninshu and Liao Yunqi stepped aside, and Yi Longchen entered the bathroom. As the hot water cascaded down, he closed his eyes, one thought echoing in his mind. "Zhou Qilin, just you wait." When he emerged, a towel was wrapped around his waist, water droplets tracing down the lines of his abs. Liao Yunxi's eyes lit up, sparkling like stars. She was one of the 4 guardians of wind, flower, snow, and moon. The flower Hua Qinmei Liao Yunqi. Her very bones exuded allure, and she cultivated the seduction art. Unlike other techniques, the seduction art advanced faster the more men one loved. Thus, women who practiced it were often seen as vixens. But Liao Yunqi was different. Though she trained in the seduction art, her heart had always belonged solely to Yi Longchen. Even when missions required her to seduce men, she never let those wretches touch her hand. Yet despite her natural talent propelling her to the current 4th-rank midstage, her cultivation would never advance further in this lifetime. But she had no regrets. The man before her was her most correct choice. Her junior brother possessed extraordinary martial talent, a domineering demeanor, and a commanding presence and strategy that moved her deeply. Gazing at Yi Longchen's exposed abs, she couldn't help but ask, "Young master, when will you reach the 9th rank? I'm growing impatient." As she spoke, an ethereal allure radiated from her like a flower blooming silently. Yi Longshan's heart stirred, suppressing the heat within. You know my cultivation speed. It won't take long for me to break through the 9th rank. But, Yunqi, could you hold back your seduction art when you speak? Even I can't resist your beauty. Liao Yunqi beamed, her eyes shimmering. I've already restrained it. Otherwise a single crook of my finger, and you'd be pouncing on me. Nearby, Bai Ninshu holding her tang saber pouted. What was there to see? If my Qilin wore this, even the towel wouldn't cover him properly. At that thought her face flushed, longing for a taste of little Qilin. Yi Longshan noticed Bai Nianka's blush and assumed she felt the same as Liao Yunqi, swelling with pride. Outside, he had Su Qingga, Lu Liao, and a host of women devoted to him. Within, 4 beautiful guards served him loyally. This era would surely bear the mark of Yi Longshan. Zhou Qilin, you may have your moment of triumph, but with my current strength, what do you have to challenge me with? At that moment Liao Yunqi suddenly asked, Young master, but why were you in such a sorry state just now? Yi Longshan's face instantly stiffened. Ahem, blame it all on that Zhou Qilin. He then recounted the entire sequence of events from beginning to end. After listening, Liao Yunqi stood frozen, her face filled with disbelief. Young master, are you saying you smeared your head with feces and then bathed in a garbage truck? How is that possible? Bai Ninshu nearly burst out laughing. That's not all. There's even worse. Earlier, when the young master and Zhou Qilin had just climbed up from the cliff, you should have seen his pants. They had turned yellow, split into open crotch pants, and he was as thin as a bamboo pole. The stench was so strong, just thinking about it makes me nauseous. She grew more animated as she spoke. Another time he was naked, hugging a man and rubbing against him, and someone even filmed a video. Come on, Sister Yunqi, let me show you. As she said this, Bai Ninshu pulled out her phone. Yi Longshan could no longer contain himself. This is worse than if you had just struck me down with a blade. Enough, he tried to stop her. But Bai Ninshu paid him no heed and directly opened the video, handing it to Liao Yunqi. As Liao Yunqi watched the 2 men embracing on the screen, her expression shifted. She felt that the image of Yi Longshan as the towering, domineering figure in her heart had suddenly cracked. Could it be? Young master, could it be that you? Yi Longshan quickly denied it. No, I'm a normal man. This is all the doing of that Zhou Qilin. Liao Yunqi couldn't help but frown. Zhou Qilin? Isn't he just a worthless second-generation scumbag? You used to be invincible in everything you did, as if guided by a divine hand. Yi Longshan found it hard to swallow. Who could deny it? How had he, upon arriving in Zhongyin City, inexplicably fallen into such misfortune that even a fart would hit his heel? Fortunately, he had already gathered quite a few women around him, or else he would have been driven to collapse. No matter. The advantage is mine. He waved his hand. Enough about me. Tell me, how are things on your end? Liao Yunqi then turned serious. After receiving your message, I immediately targeted the higher-ups of the Zhou family. There's a manager in charge of personnel who is now madly in love with me. I say go right, and he wouldn't dare go left. Moreover, he revealed a crucial piece of information. Tomorrow the Zhou and Lu families will sign a contract. The total amount is about 1 billion, with potential subsequent profits reaching tens of billions. I've already obtained the Zhou family's bottom line. Yi Longshan's eyes lit up instantly. Excellent. I was just thinking about how to win over Lu Liao, and this is the perfect opportunity. Liao Yunqi nodded. Should we go to the Lu family now and tell them this news, eh? Yi Longshan shook his head with a smile. No. Tomorrow we'll go to their negotiation site and give the Lu and Zhou families a surprise. He wanted not just an opportunity, but more importantly to shine before others and make Zhou Qilin taste the bitterness of defeat. Bai Ninshu frowned slightly. After returning to her room, she immediately composed a text message and sent it to Zhou Qilin. Early the next morning, Zhou Qilin pondered the contents of Bai Nianka's message while eating breakfast. Yi Longshan was coming to cause trouble. Good. This was excellent. He had been wondering what excuse to use for signing a contract that would lose money more convincingly, and now Yi Longshan was delivering an assist. This way, when he signed the contract and took a loss, it would seem perfectly natural. Besides, Yi Longshan had been quite battered by him lately, so this could help restore his confidence. After all, one must consider the protagonist's mental well-being. What if he became disheartened and jumped into a cesspool to kill himself? Most importantly, this money was going to the Lu family. Since he had slept with both of their daughters, it could be considered a small compensation before his death. It was just a pity that he might not get the chance to be beaten to death by Yi Longshan tomorrow. With that thought, he rinsed his mouth with bird's nest soup and walked out of the magnificent villa. Li Gang, where the hell are you? A figure dashed over and knelt with a thud before Zhou Qilin. Li Gang bellowed at the top of his lungs. The rising sun shines on the tall building. The boss fortune flows all around. Your loyal dog kowtows once today. You're exceptionally proud. Zhou Qilin curled his lip. Always spouting doggerel. Are you trying to get into grad school? Get the car ready and take me to the company. On it. But as soon as Zhou Qilin's car left the driveway, someone blocked their path. Li Gang turned to look at Zhou Qilin. Young master, it's Lin Shushua. Lin Shushua. Zhou Qilin rolled down the window and stuck his head out. Lin Shushua, did you win the lottery and come to share the money with me? Didn't expect you to have such a conscience. Lin Shushua lowered her head, somewhat ashamed. I didn't win. Zhou Qilin immediately looked at Li Gang. Didn't win. Li Gang was taken aback. How could you not have won? I personally arranged. Ahem arranged for someone to check, and the winning numbers were exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Lin Chuxua said, that's right, the winning numbers were correct. But I thought it was impossible to win, so I didn't buy a ticket. Zhou Qilin was speechless. He had given her a chance to make money, and she couldn't even seize it. Lin Chuxua looked up, her gaze earnest. Young master, in that case, I owe you another 2.5 million. Adding to the previous 1 million, that's 3.5 million. He'll have to stay by your side and work as your secretary to repay the debt. Zhou Qilin stared at her. Did you really not buy it? A flicker of panic passed through Lin Chuxua's eyes. How could she not have bought it? Zhou Qilin's words were like a decree to her. She had bought the ticket and had indeed won. She wasn't stupid, on the contrary, she was very clever. How could such an absurd set of numbers possibly win the lottery? Yet the young master had insisted she buy that exact combination. There was only one possibility: the young master had chosen those numbers specifically for her. It was his way of helping her repay the debt without feeling too much pressure. Where else could she find such a wonderful young master? And if she paid off the debt, she would have no reason to stay by his side. So she decisively hid the truth. I really didn't buy it. Zhou Qilin was suspicious, but didn't press further. Forget it if you didn't win. The few million you owe me is small change. Let's drop it. Just get out of the way. Lin Chuxua spread her arms and remained in front of the car. No, we can't just drop it. A debt must be repaid. It's only right. Until I've paid it all back, I'm still your secretary. Wherever you go, I go. Li Gang was bewildered. Young master, this doesn't seem like your usual scumbag style. Reminded by Li Gang, Zhou Qilin came to his senses. Right, he was supposed to be the villain. He couldn't lose his persona. Pushing away a beautiful woman who had fallen into his lap. Was that any way for a villain to act? Since that was the case, he'd keep her by his side and bully her mercilessly. Let her witness the protagonist's greatness. When she saw Yi Longchen's awe-inspiring prowess, she would naturally come to despise him, this repulsive scumbag. Get in the car. Let's go. Lin Chuxua immediately slipped into the car. As soon as she settled without a word, she plopped herself directly onto Zhou Qilin's lap. Zhou Qilin was somewhat speechless. She sure made herself at home. Catching his gaze, Lin Chuxua instantly realized her mistake and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, young master. She hurriedly got off and shed her trench coat. Beneath it was a JK uniform with her legs clad in stockings of different colors, one black, one white. Zhou Qilin was taken aback. Lin Chuxua was already pure and innocent, but dressed like this, she exuded an inexplicable allure. Lin Chuxua's cheeks flushed, but she stubbornly insisted. Young master, I was afraid that if I dressed in a way you didn't like, you'd bully me even more. So I wore both. Please don't misunderstand. Hearing this, Zhou Qilin perked up. It seemed she really disliked being bullied by him. Then I'll have to bully you until you leave. He pulled Lin Chuxua into his arms, his large hand boldly reaching for her thigh. Lin Chuxua instantly felt her body go weak, collapsing limply into Zhou Qilin's embrace. The car sped on and soon arrived at a towering building. When Zhou Qilin helped Lin Chuxua out, her face was so red it could drip water. Zhou Qilin looked up at the building before him, his gaze landing on the 4 large characters, Azure Dragon Group. And he couldn't help but twitch his lips. No wonder Yi Longchen wanted to take you down. With a group name like that, you were practically handing yourself to him on a silver platter. He turned to Li Gang. The other 3 families groups. Are they White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise? Li Gang wasn't surprised that Zhou Qilin didn't know this. It wasn't like a woman's bust size, something the young master needed to remember. He replied respectfully, yes. The Su family is Vermilion Bird, the Shangwan family is Black Tortoise, and the Lu family is White Tiger. The Lu family is White Tiger. Thinking of Lu Wanru and Lu Liao, he mused him, the name fits quite well. Let's go inside. Zhou Qilin, with his arm around Lin Chuxua, strode toward the building. The upper management of Azure Dragon Group had already been notified and were now lined up in 2 neat rows waiting in the lobby. The moment Zhou Qilin entered, everyone bowed in unison. Welcome, young master Zhou. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Zhou Qilin immediately frowned. Is this the best Azure Dragon Group has to offer? Can't even shout a proper slogan. Li Gang. On it. Li Gang stepped forward, raised his arm and shouted, follow me. Bullying men and women am the best, wreaking havoc. Zhou Qilin. The executives were instantly dumbfounded. They had heard of Zhou Qilin's absurdity, but this was beyond belief. How could he take pride in his disgrace, and even have everyone chant it? As they exchanged bewildered glances, a middle-aged woman with an oval face and black-rimmed glasses stepped out from the crowd. With an arrogant expression and a hostile tone, she said, young master Zhou, although you're managing the company now, your behavior has severely damaged the group's image. This group belongs to all of us, and we demand your respect. Apologize to us immediately. Zhou Qilin laughed. Wait, since when did my family's group become everyone's? And who do you think you are? Before the woman could answer, Lin Chuxua, still nestled in Zhou Qilin's arms, whispered, young master, her name is Boers Ho. She's the planning department manager at Azure Dragon Group. She's planned 15 major projects and real estate developments, all of which have achieved considerable success. Zhou Qilin looked at Lin Shuxue in surprise, impressed by her familiarity with the group's personnel. Lin Shuxue felt a secret thrill. She had been studying Azure Dragon Group for days, all to be ready when the young master needed her. Now it seemed her efforts hadn't been in vain. Bo Ershou was also taken aback. How could a gold digger clinging to a playboy know so much about her? But she lifted her chin proudly. Yes, she dared to confront Zhou Qilin publicly because of her stellar record. Even the old chairman had to respect such achievements, let alone a petty playboy. Sure enough, the playboy asked cheerfully, "So you've generated huge profits for Azure Dragon Group?" Bo Ershou replied haughtily, "Of course." "Great." Zhou Qilin was overjoyed. He was looking to squander assets, and here someone came to him willingly. "Congratulations, you're fired." "What a—" Bo Ershou's smile froze instantly. "You're firing me. Do you have any idea how much revenue I've brought the company? Do you?" Zhou Qilin looked at her casually. "I don't care how much revenue you brought. Cross me, Zhou Qilin, and there's no good outcome." He waved dismissively. "Throw her out." Li Gang immediately stepped forward, grabbing Bo Ershou by the collar. She roared, "What are you doing? I want to see the old chairman. I want to see President Su." Zhou Qilin ignored her completely. She was thrown out in front of everyone. Zhou Qilin scanned the crowd. "Anyone else here think they've got great performance?" Everyone exchanged glances. Then someone shouted, "Bullying men and women in the best, out wreaking havoc Zhou Qilin." Instantly the entire hall echoed with the neat resonant chant. Many of the lower-level employees at the back were stunned. Never in their lives had they imagined witnessing such a scene at Azure Dragon Group. Truly the #1 scumbag in Zhongyin City. Zhou Qilin nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Who has the worst performance in the planning department?" Everyone in the planning department turned to look at a middle-aged man. Lin Shuxue immediately whispered in Zhou Qilin's ear. "His name is Feng Shi. He's Bo Ershou's assistant. Though diligent, he's never managed a standout project." Feng Shi's face turned green. His entire family depended on this respectable job. If he were fired, his whole household would collapse. But Zhou Qilin looked at him and smiled. "A mediocre talent. Perfect." Zhou Qilin declared, "You're the new planning department manager. Your salary will be double that of that Bo what's your name." Everyone was stunned. Promoting the worst performer to manager. With double the pay. Was he joking? Feng Shi himself was dumbfounded, staring at Zhou Qilin in disbelief. Ignoring everyone's astonishment, Zhou Qilin wrapped his arm around Lin Shuxue and headed straight for the elevator. Only after the elevator doors closed did many people snap out of it, rushing to congratulate Feng Shi. One executive couldn't help but shake his head. The #1 scumbag of Zhongyin City truly lives up to his reputation. No. The PR manager beside him stared at the closed elevator doors. "I've dealt with plenty of spoiled rich kids. Normally upon taking power they pretend to be competent and humble, trying to earn respect, never showing their true degenerate side." And that woman in his arms, she not only knew about Bo Ershou instantly, but also had such insight into Feng Shi. That means he researched us beforehand. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Those standing nearby who heard this were all stunned. Upon careful reflection, it seemed to be true. At that moment, another senior executive couldn't help but speak up. "I've heard that Borshu actually lacks any planning talent and has been taking credit for his subordinates' ideas, which is why." The crowd instantly realized something and turned their gaze in unison toward Feng Shi. Feng Shi was trembling all over, his eyes rimmed with red. Indeed, Borshu had stolen all his ideas. With only a vocational college degree, he possessed a wealth of talent, but nowhere to showcase it. She, relying on her so-called favor of promotion, had claimed his creations as her own. And he couldn't afford to lose this job. So he had been exploited all along, never seen for who he truly was. Now it all depended on young Master Zhou. "Young Master Zhou, rest assured, I will make the planning department 10 times better than before. No, 20 times. The PR manager swallowed hard and lowered his voice. "I understand. Young Master Zhou is telling us that for those without ability, subordinates can report them to him at any time. And he plays the wastrel because his reputation is already tarnished. Even if those incompetent people try to slander him, he simply doesn't care." Hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. They hadn't expected young Master Zhou's move to carry such profound meaning. How could a person with such a mindset be a simple scoundrel or villain? Meanwhile, several incompetent executives began to scheme. Since they could be reported, they needed to strike first, reporting those capable subordinates who were at odds with them. The crowd dispersed, each lost in their own thoughts. At that moment, Zhou Qilin had already arrived at the CEO's office, feeling quite pleased. He had just started and already fired a capable employee, who said being a spendthrift was hard. This was far too easy. Of course he owed thanks to Lin Shuxue. He leaned back in the CEO's chair, crossing his legs. "You're truly my lucky charm." Lin Shuxue was overjoyed. The young master had praised her. She put on a serious expression. "I am the young master's secretary. These are all my duties." "Is that so?" Zhou Qilin looked her up and down with a playful gaze. "But I just can't figure out. You're capable and highly educated, so why do you insist on staying by the side of a scoundrel worse than Su Mingxing? Why else? She's obviously in love with you. Who else rescued me from Su Mingxing? Who else saved my mother? Who else risked his life to save my brother? I owe you 3 lives. Even if you bully me to death in this life, I'd still be willing." But her maidenly reserve made her stubborn. I owe you so much money, what choice do I have? Knowing you're a bad person, I can only stay by your side and let you bully me. Zhou Qilin thought, doesn't this mean that if he bullies her too much she'll leave when she can't take it anymore? Then why hold back? He pulled Lin Xuxue into his arms. This time it wasn't just touching her legs, he decided to go further. His hand reached directly for her chest. Lin Xuxue felt the mischievous hand, her heart pounding like a drum. The young master had finally touched somewhere else. Was he planning to devour her? Should I obediently cooperate, or should I obediently cooperate? Oh, what a difficult choice. Zhou Qilin was also getting addicted. This woman was a treasure from head to toe with an irresistible allure. He felt the Nine Suns shooting star art starting to circulate wildly again. Lin Xuxue felt her entire body go limp, her desires instantly awakened. Just then a knock came at the door. From outside, Zhou Ziyuan's secretary announced, "Young Master General Manager Liu from the White Tiger Group is here." Zhou Qilin stopped. Damn, he had actually gotten carried away just now. If no one had interrupted, he would have taken Lin Xuxue right there. Lin Xuxue's eyes were filled with resentment. This White Tiger Group couldn't have picked a worse time. She had been enjoying being bullied by the young master, and now this disturbance. Seeing Lin Xuxue like this, Zhou Qilin thought he had succeeded in bullying her. She must hate him now. He smiled, thinking that if he bullied her even more harshly in front of outsiders, she would surely hate him even more, right? So he cradled Lin Xuxue in his arms like a princess and called out to the door, "Let them in." The office door opened and Lu Liao walked in with her secretary, her face full of provocation. She had come to intimidate Su Qingge to declare war and win back her Qilin brother. But upon entering she froze. Sitting in the office wasn't Su Qingge, but her Qilin brother. Even more shocking, Zhou Qilin was holding a woman who looked innocent but was dressed extremely provocatively. Zhou Qilin was also stunned to see Lu Liao. He never expected the representative of the White Tiger Group to be the real White Tiger herself. He had just escaped yesterday, and now he ran into her today. Instinctively, like a husband caught in adultery, he wanted to release Lin Xuxue. But then he thought, no, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to make Lu Liao give up on him? He smirked. Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out the representative of the White Tiger Group is you. Lu Liao ignored him completely, staring fixedly at Lin Xuxue in his arms, her voice cold as ice. Get out of Qilin brother's arms immediately. Lin Xuxue was startled by her aura and instinctively tried to stand up. But Zhou Qilin held her tightly. Don't listen to her. Feeling the strength of Zhou Qilin's arms, Lin Xuxue suddenly felt a surge of security. However, she could tell that General Manager Liu of the White Tiger Group had a special relationship with the young master, so she dared not say anything more. Lu Liao felt a sharp pain in her heart. Why was Qilin brother treating her like this? That spot in his arms should be hers. She walked up to Zhou Qilin, her eyes reddening. Why are you doing this to me? Zhou Qilin felt a twinge of guilt under her gaze, but he immediately sneered. How am I treating you? Don't you get it? I, Zhou Qilin, have always been a scoundrel. Women are just my playthings. Back then, being with you was just to taste what a woman from the Liu family was like. Lu Liao's heart turned cold, nearly crushed by despair. But just then she noticed his slightly bent right middle finger and froze. He was lying. Qilin brother was deceiving me. Suppressing her surging emotions, her voice trembled. Are you saying you never loved me, right? Zhou Qilin said against his heart, of course. I never loved you. His right index finger bent again. Lu Liao's heart raced with excitement. Another lie. Qilin brother truly loved her. Yet she couldn't comprehend. If Qilin loved her, why wouldn't he speak the truth? Lu Liao's mind raced through countless possibilities. Su Qingge obstructing him, Qilin being controlled, him being threatened. She even entertained the thought that Qilin had fallen for her sister, hence his inability to accept her. But she quickly shook her head. That notion was too absurd. Her sister was so virtuous and aloof. How could she possibly be with Qilin? Qilin, I know you have unspeakable troubles. Rest assured I'll stand by your side and weather this storm with you. Zhou Qilin looked utterly baffled. Wait, you know what my troubles are. Don't jump to conclusions. Lu Liao, convinced he was deceiving her, paid no heed. In Zhou Qilin's arms, Lin Xuxue was equally bewildered. From what she gathered, the young master had a thing with Lu Liao too. She couldn't fathom it. Wasn't he a scoundrel? How did so many beautiful women still flock to him? Glancing at Lu Liao's ample curves, she lamented, how can I ever compete with that? Even more bewildered was Lu Liao's secretary. What did I just hear? Miss is chasing after Zhou Qilin, and he's actually spurning her. I knew it. Ever since my third vaccine shot, the world's felt different. Zhou Qilin couldn't wrap his head around it. Moments ago she was heartbroken, looking ready to kill him. How had things shifted so abruptly? Were all these heroines so inscrutable? She wasn't just refraining from violence, she didn't even hate him. He grew bolder, caressing Lin Xuxue. See this? This is a true beauty. She's my type now. Lin Xuxue's heart soared. The young master professed his liking for her. Lu Liao, convinced that Qilin loved her and was likely acting under duress, felt no anger. As if blind to the scene, she sat directly across from Zhou Qilin, her gaze intense. Qilin, since that's the case, if I were to die, you wouldn't stop me, would you? Zhou Qilin's expression stiffened. You've really killed the conversation, you know that. With Song Muir's precedent fresh in mind, he dared not agree. He quickly changed the subject. Ahem, death has nothing to do with me. But weren't you here to discuss a partnership? Let's talk business. A smile curled on Lu Leo's lips, changing the subject. Still claiming he didn't love her. She nodded with a grin. All right, how would you like to proceed? Just then, hold on. A voice rang out from outside the door. The next second the door swung open and Yi Longshan entered with a crooked smirk. Behind him followed 2 women and a man, by Ninshu and Liao Yunxi. When Zhou Qilin laid eyes on Liao Yunxi, he froze for a moment. This woman was electrifying. One glance felt like being pulled in. She exuded an aura of desire, a stark contrast to Lin Shushua. So this was one of Yi Longshan's 4 guards. System caution. Encountered heroine Liao Yunxi. Extremely dangerous. Advised to keep distance. Zhou Qilin perked up at this. Extremely dangerous. The system had never issued such a warning before. Excellent. Liao Yunxi sneered inwardly as she saw his stare. Truly a lecher. She wondered how the young master had been bested by such a scoundrel. If she acted, he'd be eating out of her hand by now. Beside her stood a portly man gazing at her with infatuation. This was the high-ranking executive from the conglomerate, the HR manager, whom Liao Yunxi had seduced with her charm and who had brought them in. Zhou Qilin turned to Yi Longshan, breaking into a grin. Ah, if it isn't my dear 99th junior disciple. Why didn't you say so earlier? Had I known, I'd have come down to greet you personally. Yi Longshan gave a cold, insincere laugh, ignoring Zhou Qilin entirely, and fixed his gaze on Lu Liao. Miss Lu, I'm here for you today. Lu Liao frowned. Do I know you? Yi Longshan smirked. I saved you just yesterday. She was even more confused. Save me? He reminded her that Zhu Beiji. Lu Liao's eyes widened. Oh, you're the Zhu Beiji who got covered in manure and fell into the garbage truck. Zhou Qilin couldn't help but snicker at the mental image, a perfect rose to Yi Longshan's face. Yi Longshan, deeply embarrassed, cleared his throat. Ahem. I'm here to help you. He cast a contemptuous glance at Zhou Qilin. I've got full intel on Qinglong Group's bottom line offer. With me, I can secure maximum profit for Baihu Group. What a... Zhou Qilin feigned shock. You managed to uncover our company's core secrets. How is that possible? Seeing Zhou Qilin's reaction, Yi Longshan felt a surge of satisfaction. Finally, had put that bastard in his place. But the next second, Lu Liao frowned. What would I do with the bottom line offer? Yi Longshan was taken aback. Huh. With it, Baihu Group can secure more shares. Why would I want Baihu Group to have more shares? Lu Liao turned to Zhou Qilin. Qilin, for this partnership, Baihu Group invests 900 million and Qinglong Group just 100 million. We take 10% of the shares, you take 90. A reverse 90-10 split. Yi Longshan was dumbfounded. Isn't that just handing him money? Lu Liao frowned. That's exactly what I intend to do. Zhou Qilin was equally stunned. Did he need her charity? How was he supposed to squander his fortune like this? I won't agree, he shouted. And we're increasing our investment to 5 billion. We'll take just 10%. Lu Liao paused, then instantly understood. This was Qilin's way of compensating her. Yes, had been forced to break her heart, and feeling guilty, he wanted to make amends with 5 billion. 5 billion. How deeply Qilin must love her. After all, she could think of no other reason for him to casually throw away 50 billion. So Lu Liao shook her head earnestly. We'll also add 5 billion. Even 1% shares is fine. Zhou Qilin grew frantic. Do you even know how to do business? Investing 5 billion for just 1%. I want sign like this. You're ruining my plans to go broke, you know that. The more anxious Zhou Qilin grew, the more moved Lu Liao became. No, brother Qilin, I absolutely cannot let you suffer a loss. Suddenly, she turned to Yi Longshan. You said you know the bottom line of the Azure Dragon Group, right? Tell me. Yi Longshan was dumbfounded. He did know the bottom line of the Azure Dragon Group, but that was an investment of 500 million for a 51% stake. How had it suddenly turned into 5 billion for a 10% share? And you're even more ruthless, offering 5 billion for just 1%. Might as well just give it away. But he couldn't comprehend it. Yi Longshan earnestly advised, Liao, this is no way to negotiate. Your Lu family will suffer a huge loss. Lu Liao frowned slightly. First, we are strangers. Don't call me Liao. Second, whether the Lu family suffers a loss is none of your concern. Her words left Yi Longshan utterly speechless. Liao Yunxi's mind immediately began to turn. Countless men had fallen at her feet, so she was particularly sensitive to romantic dynamics, instantly sensing the stark difference in Lu Liao's attitude toward Zhou Qilin versus Yi Longshan. Lu Liao wasn't interested in him, as the young master had thought. Instead, she shared a special bond with Zhou Qilin. In an instant, she understood the situation. So she immediately spoke with a sweet smile. Our young master was just joking. He often says that young Master Zhou is his senior brother, like a brother from the same flesh. Today he just came to see his brother. Yi Longshan frowned, but knowing Liao Yunxi wouldn't speak without reason, he reluctantly echoed. That's right, I just came to see my senior brother. Zhou Qilin hadn't expected Liao Yunxi to be so perceptive and emotionally intelligent. If only he could keep this woman by his side. She was so clever that killing him would probably be a breeze. That wasn't entirely impossible either. He immediately grinned. As expected of my dear 99th junior brother, you come as you please, knowing I love beauties, and even brought me a stunning one. He leered at Liao Yunxi like a lustful demon. Beautiful lady, how about I pay you 500,000 a month to be my secretary? Lin Chuxua hastily interjected. Young master, I am your secretary. Zhou Qilin laughed heartily. Oh, in that case let's skip the formalities. How about I just keep you as my mistress? Bai Nianchu blinked in confusion. What was her master up to? Sister Yunxi wasn't someone he could just touch. Yi Longshan was about to erupt in anger, but Liao Yunxi tugged his sleeve and smiled seductively at Zhou Qilin. Little brother, you do have a handsome face, and am quite taken with you. But I belong to the young master. If you want to keep me, you'll need his approval first. Yi Longshan wore a smug expression. Zhou Qilin persisted. Sister, what do you see in him? Do you like that he soils his pants, or eats dog food? Besides, he can't even perform in that department, can he? Why not let me show you what it truly means to be a woman? Yi Longshan was enraged. His scars exposed, he clenched his fists. Zhou Qilin, are you asking for death? Zhou Qilin saw an opportunity and nodded eagerly. Exactly. I am asking for death. Bai Nianchu immediately drew her tang sword. If Yi Longshan dared lay a hand on her master, she'd chop it off. Liao Yunxi held Yi Longshan's arm. Young master, don't let me ruin the bond between you brothers. Yi Longshan instantly understood. Yunxi was saying this wasn't the time for a fight. He calmed down, shot Zhou Qilin a cold glare, waved his hand, and said, let's go. Then he turned and left. Bai Nianchu looked back at Zhou Qilin with reluctance. Liao Yunxi smiled at Zhou Qilin before departing. Zhou Qilin couldn't help but admire her. Truly a bewitching beauty. The HR manager, still under Liao Yunxi's spell, snapped out of it, realizing what he had done, and cold sweat drenched his back. Young master. He slapped himself hard. Young master, I deserve to die. I really do. I don't know what came over me. Please spare me. He was genuinely terrified by Zhou Qilin's notorious reputation. Betraying the company meant being drowned in the river. But Zhou Qilin simply waved a hand. What are you doing? On the contrary, I think you did well. Do more of this kind of betrayal in the future. Anything that hurts the company, the more the better. You did great this time. Your bonus this month will double, and don't keep it to yourself, I'll lead others to prosper too. The HR manager was baffled, unsure if Zhou Qilin was serious or not. Lu Liao also looked at him in confusion. Betraying the company without punishment or dismissal, and even being rewarded. Suddenly a thought struck her. Brother Qilin was trying to build a team of absolute loyalty. He was telling the rest of the company if a traitor could go unpunished, and even get a double bonus, what about those who worked hard and were loyal to him? The HR manager seemed to grasp it too. The young master was speaking in reverse. This was a chance to redeem himself, to learn from this mistake, and forge an ironclad team of utterly loyal employees. The double bonus meant that as long as one was loyal, money was no issue. The young master treated him this way, yet he had been bewitched by that woman. The HR manager realized the deeper meaning. They said the young master was a scoundrel, but now it was clear he was hiding his brilliance. He looked at Zhou Qilin with gratitude, eyes reddening. Young master, rest assured, I understand. I will not only fulfill your expectations myself, but also train the rest of the company into the team you envision. Zhou Qilin nodded with satisfaction. This was great. If everyone in the company was a traitor, wouldn't it go under quickly? But something about the man's words felt off. He couldn't help but confirm, you really understand. The HR manager nodded emphatically, rest assured. Leave it to me. With a deep bow, he turned and left. Zhou Qilin felt a twitch in his left eyelid, a strange unease creeping in. He turned to Lu Liao. I won't sign that contract unless it's on my terms. Give up on that idea. Lu Liao thought for a moment and nodded. Fine, then you put up 5 billion for 10%, and we put up 5 billion for 90%. Deal? Zhou Qilin, though puzzled by her sudden change, was happy as long as it meant he could squander money. No problem. But I have one condition, Lu Liao said with a smile. Zhou Qilin was speechless. You've already gained so much and still have demands. Let's hear it first. Lu Liao raised an eyebrow, smiled, and pointed at her lips. Kiss me, and I'll agree. Zhou Qilin's expression stiffened. This girl was relentless in her pursuit of him. No, how can you be so insatiable? I won't agree. Lu Liao turned to her secretary with a smile. Let's go. Well, visit the Zhou residence and see Uncle Zhou. I wonder if he'd be interested in our project, a 5 billion investment for a 10% stake. Oh, and I should also tell him about the scumbag I encountered. I wonder what he'd think if I said him carrying your child. Zhou Qilin scoffed. You think my dad's an idiot? He'd believe you just because you said so. Don't you think I could explain? Lu Liao flashed a mischievous grin. Who do you think he'd believe? Me, the well-behaved daughter of the Lu family, or you, the despicable scoundrel? Zhou Qilin's face froze. Need he even ask? Despite being his own son, his words carried less weight than an outsider's. Especially the little princess of the Lu family, one of the 4 great clans. She had no reason to falsely accuse him, and her family's influence was no less than the Zhou's. She wouldn't tarnish her own reputation for a scoundrel. Not only would he have to sign the contract, but had also have to accept this little demoness Lu Liao. Lu Liao didn't let up, adding with a playful smile, what if my father found out? Zhou Qilin immediately envisioned the scene. Needless to say, he'd come straight over and start a fight with his own dad. Fine, you win. Zhou Qilin gritted his teeth. But let's make it clear. He'll kiss you for 5 minutes at most. Lu Liao spun back around with a smile. You're not planning to kiss me while holding your little darling, are you? Zhou Qilin had no choice but to pat Lin Chux's backside. Pouting, she reluctantly left his embrace. The moment he stood up, Lu Liao lunged at him. Zhou Qilin instinctively caught her. Damn! Was this girl charging at him like a cannonball? The next second a small tongue slipped into his mouth. Zhou Qilin felt a rush of dizziness. What cadre could withstand such a test? He began to respond. Lin Chuxue stood nearby, her face full of envy. Meanwhile, Lu Liao's secretary felt her mind spinning. This was the little princess of the Lu family, and she was willingly kissing Zhou Qilin, the notorious scoundrel. The kicker was that Zhou Qilin had initially seemed reluctant. What kind of plot twist was this? No. Zhou Qilin snapped back to his senses. His 9-son shooting art was like a sinister technique. If it started circulating, he'd lose control of himself. It would be a joke if he ended up in a live show with Lu Liao. He forcefully suppressed his urges and pushed Lu Liao away. All right, you've taken my first kiss. Can we sign a contract now? Lu Liao blinked. First kiss. That's right, Zhou Qilin said with unearned confidence. My first kiss of the day. Lu Liao laughed. Brother Qilin, since you've given me your first kiss, of course I'll sign the contract with you. She waved her hand. The secretary immediately produced the contract. Zhou Qilin glanced at it. It was roughly correct. After marking the agreed-upon ratio, he signed directly. Lu Liao put away the contract. All right, Brother Qilin, I'll head back now. I'll come find you in a couple of days with a big surprise. Zhou Qilin quickly waved her off. Better not give me any surprises. Unless it's about killing me, I'd rather we not meet again. Lu Liao just smiled faintly and left with the contract. Zhou Qilin finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't giving him money, anything was fine. He leaned back. Wasn't squandering supposed to be simple? Seeing this, Lin Chuxue came up behind him and began to massage his shoulders. Comfortable. Just then the office door was knocked on again. Come in. A slightly balding man entered. Young Master Zhou, I'm the manager of the project department. I want to report the deputy manager of our department. Zhou Qilin showed some interest. Go on, what are you reporting him for? Dereliction of duty, taking kickbacks. The bald man immediately listed the deputy manager's offenses one by one. Lin Chuxue, standing behind, Zhou Qilin frowned as she listened. According to some information she had gathered, the deputy manager had a decent reputation. In contrast, this manager had many improper behaviors. Zhou Qilin suddenly slammed the table, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So you're saying he not only extorts and takes bribes, but also embezzles funds? The project department manager nodded, feeling relieved at Zhou Qilin's reaction. This was exactly what he had done after hearing from the PR manager that the deputy might report him, so he filed a false accusation first. As for these charges, they were merely some of his own misdeeds. Zhou Qilin nodded. Your report is very good. You can go back now. They'll have him removed from his post today. The project department manager was instantly thrilled. Didn't this mean dismissal? He had thought Zhou Qilin was biding his time, but it turned out he was just a clueless fool after all. He hurried off to share this news with his circle, urging them to come forward and report those who refused to go along with their schemes. After he left, another senior executive came to report. Upon hearing that Zhou Qilin would also remove that person from their position, he grew excited too. Thus more and more people came to Zhou Qilin with complaints. By the afternoon, Zhou Qilin found that he had received 7 or 8 reports. Though the number seemed small, they were all high-level executives. This got him quite excited. If he placed these 7 or 8 corrupt individuals in crucial positions, how much would the company lose? And if these loyal executives who had reported them found out, they'd surely be cursing up a storm. Seeing Zhou Qilin gazing at the list as if it were a treasure, Lin Chuxue grew worried. She felt she couldn't let the young master fire these good employees. She couldn't help but want to warn him. But before she could speak, Zhou Qilin handed her the list. Go issue a notice. Fire everyone who just reported to me and promote these people instead. Lin Chuxue paused, then quickly took it. Yes, young master. She suddenly felt a pang of shame. She had doubted the young master just now. If she could understand this, how could someone as brilliant as the young master not? With this arrangement, wouldn't most of the company's parasites be eliminated? As for the remaining small fry, faced with the young master's iron-fisted methods, they'd surely dare not cause any more trouble. The young master was truly wise. In the project department's deputy manager's office, the deputy manager was frowning as he packed his belongings. He had just received news that those corrupt individuals had not only escaped punishment, but had turned the tables and accused them first. And that scoundrel Zhou Qilin had actually believed their words. As expected, he should never have held any expectations for these rich second-generation heirs. Ridiculous. The HR manager had even said Master Zhou is a man of great wisdom. From now on, every time he used the toilet, he'd imagine that sanitary ball as Zhou Qilin and give it a good drenching. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to stay in this company. Just as he was thinking this, his phone buzzed. The lock screen displayed the words transfer notice. He shook his head, didn't even glance at it, and directly began gathering his personal items. The moment he stepped out of the office with his packed belongings, bang! The sound of a party popper exploded and a flurry of paper petals drifted down. The deputy manager looked at his subordinates with a wry smile. Thank you for seeing me off. Wishing you all a bright future. An employee couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "That's our deputy manager." "No, our manager. Getting promoted, and still so calm, wishing us a bright future." "Our future is in your hands, manager." "Exactly, anyone would think you were being fired." "Congratulations, manager." The deputy manager was utterly bewildered. What promotion? What manager? Suddenly recalling something, he frantically reached for his phone, not even caring that the cardboard box had fallen to the floor. When he saw the transfer notice on his phone, the one he had never bothered to read, he was instantly thrilled. This wasn't a resignation notice, but a promotion. He had been promoted to manager. Just then a group of security guards burst in, directly opened the door to the adjacent manager's office, and escorted the former manager out. The former manager struggled and shouted, "I've sweated for the group. I've bled for the group. I want to see the chairman. You can't do this to me." Watching the former manager being dragged away, the deputy manager finally came to his senses, his eyes growing warm. "Young master, rest assured, I will make the project department the best in the company." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's phones buzzed in unison. They immediately looked at the new notice upon the young master's personal decision. All employee salaries would be increased by 30. At this, the entire office erupted. "Young master, as long as I don't die from overwork, I'll work myself to the bone. 30%. I'm moving into the company. Long live the young master." These days workers were fed up with empty promises. Corporate culture, wolf-like spirit. It was all just an excuse to avoid paying and get free labor. But Zhou Qilin's salary hike was more effective than any empty promise. As long as the money was right, even if he said wrong was right, they'd make it right. Cheers erupted from every department and office. At that moment, Zhou Qilin was contentedly stroking Lin Chux's thigh. His idea of a pay raise was simply brilliant. The Azure Dragon Group was a massive conglomerate with numerous subsidiaries. A company-wide 30 salary increase would be an enormous expense, potentially straining the cash flow. Now that the key positions were filled with corrupt individuals, the company's revenue was bound to decline. High expenses, low income, coupled with the other three families watching like hawks, the cash flow would snap and the company would be finished. This move alone would cost the Azure Dragon Group at least 10 billion. Less money meant his parents would be safer. Was being a prodigal son really so hard? He turned to Lin Chuxue with a triumphant look. "Don't you think I'm a genius?" Lin Chuxue nodded excitedly. How could this not be genius? He had cleaned out most of the bad apples, and with the salary hike motivated the lower ranks. The Azure Dragon Group would only get stronger. Zhou Qilin chuckled. "She who flatters me fears me." He had done so many outrageous things, and she still praised him. It showed how insincere Lin Chuxue was. Lin Chux's face instantly flushed. Was the young master calling her his concubine? She shyly lowered her head. Zhou Qilin felt a surge of delight. See, she was frightened by his recklessness. He might as well use this chance to scare her off too, otherwise what was he doing always having a female lead by his side? He casually lifted Lin Chux's chin. "See how outrageous I am. Now I'll give you two choices. First, continue as my secretary, and I'll bully you thoroughly. Second, 1. Lin Chuxue said eagerly. "I choose 1. Zhou Qilin was taken aback. "Wait, you chose that quickly. You haven't even heard the second option. The second might be the freedom you long for." Lin Chuxue realized she had been a bit hasty. It was all the young master's fault for talking about bullying her. She couldn't contain herself. She quickly covered up. "Young master, you're so despicable. If you set me free, you'd surely demand a heavy price." "I choose 1. What if I said there was no price?" Zhou Qilin pressed. Lin Chuxue shook her head. "You went to such lengths to snatch me from Su Mingxing. How could there be no price? The more there seems to be no price, the bigger the trap." Zhou Qilin was a bit speechless. This girl was wary enough to follow him and be bullied, yet she also knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Since that was the case, had shown her just how despicable he could be. He lifted Lin Chux's chin, his tone flirtatious. "I wasn't fully satisfied with that kiss earlier. If you're going to be my secretary, you'll have to take care of my physical needs." He was practically asking for her body. Surely that would scare her off. Lin Chux's eyelashes trembled involuntarily. She fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. "That wouldn't be proper, would it? I'm a girl who values myself." Zhou Qilin got exactly what he wanted. The more self-respecting she was, the harder he'd push her. So he grinned slyly. "I don't care if you value yourself or not. Come on, kiss me first. If you make me happy, we can talk about anything." Su Mingxing had scared her half to death just by touching her thigh. This would surely terrify her. What he didn't know was that in Lin Chux's eyes, Zhou Qilin was completely different from Su Mingxing. She had long considered herself his. She had been waiting, even longing for this moment. The next second, she pressed her lips directly against Zhou Qilin's. He was stunned. Wasn't he supposed to be threatening her? Why was she taking the initiative to kiss him? This didn't seem right. Their breaths intertwined, and Zhou Qilin caught a faint fragrant scent from Lin Chux's exhale. A unique youthful aroma that inexplicably stirred his heart and sparked a surge of wild fantasies. With a beauty in his arms, how could Zhou Qilin hold back? The thought of driving Lin Chuxue away vanished completely in that moment. He couldn't care about anything else. At that very moment, he was first and foremost a man. So he pulled her into an embrace. An hour later, Zhou Qilin looked down at Lin Chuxue, who was lying in his arms. He was silent for a moment, then expressionlessly raised his hand and slapped himself. Why couldn't he control himself? Even if she were his ex-girlfriend, that would be one thing, but this girl was nothing like that. What made it worse was that when he saw that stark crimson stain, his scalp went numb, and he had absolutely no idea what to do. Lin Xuxue was startled by the sound of his slap, but didn't move. Instead, she pressed her face tighter against his chest. I feel so blessed. You saved me, then you saved my mother, and you even risked your own safety to rescue my brother. From that moment on, I knew that for the rest of my life, I belonged to you, Lin Xuxue. Just being your woman is enough. Even if I died right now, I would have no regrets. Zhou Qilin listened to her words, and something gently struck his chest. Yes, why was he overthinking everything? Live for the moment, and let tomorrow's worries take care of themselves. As a transmigrator, he was even less enlightened than this young girl. Suddenly, he felt a sense of epiphany. He was a sick man now who might not make it through another day. He should just enjoy each day as it came and first experience this life as a rich second-generation heir to the fullest. Zhou Qilin grinned as he looked at Lin Xuxue. Lin Xuxue was taken aback. Young master, what are you planning to do? Meanwhile, inside the hotel suite, Yi Longshan had already brought Liao Yunxi and Bai Nianshu back to their residence. Besides the two of them, there was one more person in the room. With black-rimmed glasses and an oval face, it was Bo Ershu, who had been publicly fired by Zhou Qilin just a few hours ago. Bo Ershu stared suspiciously at Yi Longshan. You mean, you want me to help you make money? Yi Longshan smiled and nodded. Exactly. I know all about you. Every project you planned at Qinglong Group was a success. It's just that Zhou Qilin is a blind fool. But I'm different. No, I saw your uniqueness at a glance. Strong work ethic, integrity, and never cutting corners. Huh. Me, eh? Bo Ershu was stunned herself. Are you messing with me? Yi Longshan smirked and casually pulled out 2 bank cards. There's 2 billion in here, my entire fortune. This is your startup capital. Bo Ershu took the cards and blinked. Are you serious? You're trusting me with all this money? Of course. Going all in is a kind of wisdom, Yi Longshan said confidently. Originally, I planned to invest in the mastermind coffee business, but something unexpected happened. But I believe that with this money in your hands, you'll earn even more back for me. Bo Ershu's heart pounded fiercely. 2 billion. She took a deep breath, a look of excitement spreading across her face. All right, boss, don't worry. I already have a plan. I've been at Qinglong Group for so long, I still have plenty of loyal followers. Even though they're all women, they'll definitely build you the strongest all-female team. Yi Longshan nodded with satisfaction. I believe in you. Bo Ershu changed the subject. So, boss, what's my salary? Yi Longshan patted her shoulder and spoke earnestly. You're going to build a massive business empire someday. What does a little salary matter? With me, Yi Longshan, are you still afraid of missing out on a bit of pay? Bo Ershu almost cursed aloud. Isn't this just empty promises? Trying that on me. But she quickly smiled again. 2 billion. This guy was clearly an amateur fool. Even if she took a kickback, this sucker would never notice. So she smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Sue. Ambitious boss, leave it to me. Yi Longshan nodded with satisfaction. After Bo Ershu left, Liao Yunxi expressed some doubt. If you don't pay her a salary, will she be willing to work hard to make money? Yi Longshan laughed. Everyone who follows me does so for my sake. Look at Zhou Qilin. Handing out money to his bodyguards is just petty bribes. Those people take his money, but curse him in their hearts. Once I take over the Zhou family, I just need to say to those bodyguards, I see you as brothers, and they'll work their hearts out for me for free. Liao Yunxi felt something was off, but the young master had always operated this way. Yi Longshan continued. But to take the Zhou family, I still need you, Yunxi Jia. Liao Yunxi asked. What do you want me to do, young master? Yi Longshan took Liao Yunxi's hand. Yunxi Jia, I want you to use your beauty and seduction arts to control Zhou Qilin to make him fall for you. Then the entire Zhou family will be mine for the taking. Liao Yunxi smiled seductively. Don't worry, young master. In this world aside from you, I've never met a man who can resist my charm. She then added with a hint of reproach, but I can have any man in the world, yet I can't have you, young master. You've kept me waiting so long. Yi Longshan said softly. Yunxi Jia, rest assured. I am the child of destiny, blessed with the overlord dragon art. My cultivation has no bottlenecks. Reaching the 9th rank is just a matter of time. Once I reach the 9th rank, you will be mine. Then I will give you and Ninshu Shiji a proper title. Bai Ninshu rolled her eyes. Do I even need that? I only want my master's acknowledgement. Liao Yunxi bit her lip, her eyes reddening. Thank you, young master. She was about to throw herself into his arms. Yi Longshan smiled and opened his arms, but Liao Yunxi suddenly covered her nose and stepped back sharply. Yi Longshan was startled. What's wrong? Liao Yunxi suppressed her disgust. Young master, you still have a bit of a strange smell. Maybe. Take another bath. Still a smell. Yi Longshan himself couldn't detect it anymore. After all this time with dog food, excrement, and garbage, he had grown accustomed to the odor. He coughed awkwardly. All right, I'll go wash up later. Tomorrow you two come with me to Ganshi Street. Bai Ninshu looked puzzled. Ganshi Street. Isn't that the street for processing jade rough stones? Yi Longshan nodded. My overlord dragon art can sense the purity of jade and absorb it to enhance my cultivation. Tomorrow we'll go bargain hunting. Liao Yunxi frowned. But we gave all our money to that Bo Ershu. Yi Longshan smiled slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Don't worry. I've already sent a secret letter to the master of the Een City branch of the Azure Dragon King Hall asking him to send another person with another 2 billion. The moment Zhou Qilin stepped through the gates of the Zhou residence, Zhou Ziyuan was already seated upright in the main hall waiting for him. The old man glanced up, his tone indifferent. I've heard all about what you did at the company today. Quite a few of the people you fired came crying to me. Zhou Qilin knew the classic scene was coming. Next, his father would surely curse him for squandering the family fortune and beat him half to death. But unexpectedly, Zhou Ziyuan suddenly smiled. I used to think you were no better than a beast, a scoundrel, someone who'd have no good end. Zhou Qilin's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Physical damage 0, mental damage 1000%. He quickly raised a hand to stop him. Dad, that's enough, stop cursing. Your words are harsher than any outsider's. Why not just give me a beating instead? Zhou Ziyuan cleared his throat twice, his face reddening with embarrassment. Ahem. Well, I got a bit carried away. What I meant is you did well. As they say, the merciful cannot manage wealth and the kind cannot command troops. I was too sentimental before, which is why I tolerated them until now. I'm glad you had the decisiveness to fire them. Zhou Qilin was stunned. Wait, I fired all the capable employees, and you're happy about it? He couldn't help asking, Dad, are you suffering from some illness? But according to the plot, you don't die from sickness in the end. The smile on Zhou Ziyuan's face froze instantly. Fine, just fine. He shouldn't have given that little brat an inch. He abruptly pulled the belt from his waist. You little whelp, I'll whip you to death today. Seeing his father's fierce fury, Zhou Qilin felt reassured. Yes, this was exactly how a real father should react. He bolted for the door. Dad, I have things to do. I'm off. Zhou Ziyuan watched the disappearing figure and shook his head helplessly. That little scoundrel. Leaving the Zhou estate, Zhou Qilin wondered whether he should go torment Lu Wanru to lower his own cultivation. Suddenly a dull thump sounded on the car roof. The next second a face hung upside down from the left window. By Ninshu. Zhou Qilin slammed on the brakes in fright. By Ninshu was flung off, landing sprawled on the ground. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. Damn, is she okay? He quickly pushed open the door to check. As soon as he reached her, the woman sprang up like a spring, wrapping herself around him like a koala, her legs coiling around his waist, her eyes curving into a smile. Seeing her lively and unharmed, Zhou Qilin sighed in relief. Can you not be so terrifying? By Ninshu cupped his face, her eyes sparkling. Master, were you worried about me? I'm so happy. Did you miss me? I missed you. Zhou Qilin was speechless. Didn't we just meet this morning? We met, but we didn't hug or kiss. By Ninshu pouted. I've been watching Yi Longshan for you. Don't I deserve a reward? No. Zhou Qilin refused flatly. If you dislike me, you can kill me. By Ninshu laughed, her eyes turning into crescents. You're my dear master. How could I kill you? Her tone suddenly turned cold. That woman you held today, Lin Shushua, was it? Should I go kill her? Without a word, Zhou Qilin leaned down and kissed her on the lips. I was just joking. This woman was no longer as obedient as before. She was even threatening him now. Watching Bai Nianka's blissful expression, he asked, tell me, why did you come looking for me? Bai Ninshu then recounted how Yi Longshan planned to form an all-female team and send Liao Yunxi to seduce him. Zhou Qilin listened, utterly dumbfounded. He never expected that without Su King's help, Yi Longshan would turn to Bo Er's. Not that it mattered whom he sought, but what the hell was this all-female team? It sounded like a recipe for failure. Oh well, he was the protagonist after all. Maybe he could break stereotypes. But sending Liao Yunxi to seduce him? Liao Yunxi was the weakest of the 4 guardians in combat, but the most terrifying. Her seductive arts could steal a man's soul. That former executive was a living example. This was Yi Longshan's weapon against mid-to-late game villains, yet he was using it on this minor antagonist. It seemed Yi Longshan truly hated him deeply. But that was fine. Given this level of hatred, once Zhou Qilin was seduced by Liao Yunxi and subdued, Yi Longshan's first move would surely be to kill him. Perfect. He could hardly wait. Bai Ninshu touched his face, her tone serious. Master, let's elope. Yunxi's seductive arts are too powerful. You won't be able to resist. Zhou Qilin laughed inwardly. It was precisely because he couldn't resist that he wanted to stay. If this minute's end was near, he might as well seize this final chance. He looked down at Bai Ninshu, her pretty face adorned with a tear mole exuding charm. Her legs were tightly wrapped around his waist, the warm sensation seeping through the fabric. Zhou Qilin felt an instant surge of heat. He carried Bai Ninshu straight into the car. She immediately understood his intent and was overjoyed. She sat up, pulled him inside, and reached to undress him. Zhou Qilin narrowed his eyes. Have you forgotten what I taught you before? Bai Ninshu trembled, recalling the days when she obediently followed his orders. Her voice was soft as a kitten's. Master. When Zhou Qilin finally let her go, Bai Ninshu felt as if she were dreaming. Her master had accepted her again. Having her master felt absolutely wonderful. And strangely, she even sensed a slight increase in her cultivation. It was incredible. Zhou Qilin was also satisfied. After all this, his cultivation had finally dropped from the peak of the 3rd grade to the mid-3rd grade. How delightful. Ding. Warning. Host, please note Yi Longshan will discover the 9 Revolutions Spirit Jade during tomorrow's stone gambling. Go disrupt his fortune. 9 Revolutions Spirit Jade. Zhou Qilin was startled, then ecstatic. The 9 Revolutions Spirit Jade. a divine artifact that in the plot would elevate Yi Longqin from the early 4th grade straight to the peak. Now that Zhou Qilin had fallen to the mid-3rd grade, if Yi Longqin broke through to the peak of the 4th grade, he could kill him with a single punch. Then he could die swiftly without suffering. For someone who feared pain, this was the best news imaginable. However, he recalled that in the plot several members of an ancient martial arts family would be present tomorrow. After Yi Longqin uncovered the jade, they would try to steal it. Yi Longqin would erupt using his early 4th grade strength to withstand 3 mid-4th grade opponents and ultimately kill them all. If the plot proceeded normally, there should be no issue. Ding. Host has survived 1 week. As a reward, Yi Longqin's strength will be sealed by 90 for 12 hours. Zhou Qilin. Holy shit. A 90 seal on his strength. In the end, wouldn't the one killed be Yi Longqin? Zhou Qilin was utterly stunned. If Yi Longqin were to be killed, how could he return to destroy the little sun? No way, absolutely not. Tomorrow he must follow closely, ensuring that Yi Longqin does not die before he himself is killed. Moreover, if luck were on his side, perhaps he could even get himself involved in saving Yi Longqin. That would be perfect. First he would go home and prepare. At this moment in the Azura Dragon King's hall within the drinking hall, the hall master sat solemnly on a stone chair, wearing a dark red Azura mask emanating a chilling aura. Before him knelt a thin man in his 40s. The hall master asked in a deep voice, "Xianing, do you understand what I instructed you earlier?" Xianing knelt on the ground, nodding seriously. "I understand. I will safely deliver these 2 billion to the young master. However, I do not know the young master." The hall master chuckled lightly. "I have already thought this through for you." He turned to a man beside him holding a feather fan. "Come, strategist, show him the young master's photo." The strategist's expression stiffened slightly as he coughed. "Hall master, the photo was burned." The hall master was taken aback. "Why did you burn the photo?" The strategist said seriously, "Not burning it would make us seem unprofessional." The hall master was left speechless. "Why are you acting so foolish? The young master is not our assassination target. Who would you burn it for?" The strategist retorted, "This is also to protect the young master. What if someone discovers his true appearance and uses it to blackmail us?" The hall master pondered for a moment and nodded. "What you say does have some merit. But what should we do now?" The strategist smiled and waved his fan lightly. "Use some clever tactics. Among the 4 great guardians, the wind and flower guardians are by the young master's side." "Xianing, you have met the flower guardian, right?" Xianing nodded. "I was fortunate to meet her once. The 4 great guardians are all top beauties, and the young master, as a child of destiny, possesses an extraordinary demeanor, attracting beauties wherever he goes. As long as the flower guardian is present surrounded by other beautiful women, that person must be the young master. Of course, to prevent any mistakes, you still need to confirm the passphrase." The hall master clapped the armrest as expected of the strategist. Suddenly remembering something, his tone grew serious. "By the way, Huangsha Linda Lei has already defected. If you see him, kill him on sight." Xianing nodded vigorously. "I understand." The next day, Zhou Qilin did not call his usual lackeys. Although they were somewhat capable, they were merely ordinary people, hardly worthy compared to those martial artists. He picked a car from the garage and left alone. As soon as the car drove out of the gate, he saw Lin Shushue standing at the entrance. Beside her stood a man, her brother Lin Delay. It seemed his injury had healed. Zhou Qilin stopped the car, frowning slightly. "Didn't I give you 2 days off to rest properly? Why are you here instead of resting?" Hearing Zhou Qilin's reprimand, Lin Shushue felt sweetness in her heart. The young master was showing concern for her. She happily approached. "Young master, I'm fine now. Moreover, ever since yesterday, I feel like I have endless energy." Zhou Qilin immediately understood. This was undoubtedly thanks to the 9 suns shooting sun technique. Although she hadn't become a martial artist due to the lack of the great yellow pill, her physique had improved. He felt a bit relieved. However, Lin Delay furrowed his brow. "Sister, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" Lin Chux's face flushed. I'm fine. Young master, my brother is here to thank you for saving him. And he is leaving today, so he came to say goodbye to you." Zhou Qilin was well aware of Lin Delay's reasons for leaving. The Azura Dragon King's hall was hunting him down, and staying would only bring trouble to Lin Shushue and her mother. Lin Delay spoke in a deep voice. "Zhou Qilin, although you are not a good person, I still want to thank you. I will repay the money I owe you. But do not make things difficult for my sister, or else I will not spare you. Make things difficult for your sister." Zhou Qilin couldn't help but murmur, "I wonder if feeding her what she wants counts as making things difficult." Lin Delay was taken aback. "Feeding her?" Lin Chux's face instantly turned crimson as she hurriedly pushed her brother away. "Brother, aren't you in a hurry? Hurry up and leave." At that moment, Zhou Qilin suddenly had a bright idea. Lin Delay was a 4th grade early stage expert. Taking him along to Stone Street would be a good boost. Moreover, since he was being hunted by the Azura Dragon King's hall, having him by his side might just help Zhou Qilin eliminate some threats when they came after him. Perfect. Zhou Qilin immediately spoke up. "Don't leave, be my bodyguard." Lin Delay snorted disdainfully. "Like those lackeys of yours. I'll be your bodyguard. Not even a dog would. 20,000 a month. Done. A dog wouldn't do what I would." Lin Delay replied resolutely. He was at risk of being silenced at any moment, and before he died, he needed to leave some money for his sister and mother. Lin Shushue immediately became anxious. "No, it's too dangerous. Linda Lei looked at his sister with emotion. Shushue, don't worry about me. Although he is a rich second generation, he is still an ordinary person and poses no threat to me. Before he finished speaking, Lin Shushue interrupted him directly. Young master, my brother is being hunted. Keeping him around you is truly too dangerous. Let him run alone instead. Linda Lei. Wait, so you're worried about him being in danger? I am your real brother. Zhou Qilin felt a bit pity for Linda Lei. Yet he also felt a twinge of warmth. Lin Shuxu's concern for him was sincere. He reached out through the car window, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, speaking softly, it's fine, this kind of danger is not a bad thing for me. Besides, he is your brother. Lin Shuxu's eyes turned warm upon hearing this, overwhelmed with emotion. Was the young master keeping her brother around because of her? Unable to hold back any longer, she directly pounced on Zhou Qilin and kissed him on the lips. Linda Lei was left dumbfounded by the scene before him. What is happening? My sister kissed Zhou Qilin. Wasn't she threatened and called him scum before? When did these two become a couple? Separate. He rushed forward and forcefully pulled the two apart. Lin Shushue was enjoying the kiss when suddenly pulled away, feeling displeased. Brother, what are you doing? What are you doing? Linda Lei's face turned red with anger. How did you suddenly kiss him? He abruptly turned to Zhou Qilin, his eyes blazing with fury. And you? What did you do to my sister? Zhou Qilin was genuinely embarrassed by the question. He scratched his head and spoke with a hint of awkwardness. What should be done has been done. Lin Dalei instantly understood, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Zhou Qilin, I'm going to kill you, brother. Lin Shushue shouted, stepping in front of Zhou Qilin. Don't you dare treat the young master like that. Lin Dalei looked at her with frustration. Shushue, what do you see in him? He's a total womanizer. He's good to me, and he's saved our family. Lin Chuxu's voice was soft yet firm. He's domineering yet gentle, and he's wealthy. Actually, it's not because of those things. I don't know why, but I just like him. I even like it when he bullies me. It gives me a sense of happiness. She seemed to be speaking as much to herself as to Lin Dalei. During this time, Zhou Qilin had constantly given her hope and a sense of security, yet he also kept tormenting her. Her heart was like a steel wire, bent and twisted repeatedly, until the moment of her greatest despair, when Zhou Qilin risked his life to save her brother. From that moment on, her entire being inside and out belonged to Zhou Qilin. Zhou Qilin listened, feeling a bit speechless. She likes it when I bully her. She's a total masochist. Yet his heart softened slightly. He looked at Lin Dalei and said seriously, Lin Dalei, I can't guarantee your sister won't be bullied. But as long as I'm here, the only one who can bully your sister is me. Lin Dalei looked at his sister, then back at Zhou Qilin, and suddenly punched the air in frustration. He crouched down, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. What a disaster. Lin Shushue smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. Thank you, young master. Zhou Qilin raised an eyebrow. Just words, eh? Blushing, Lin Shushue kissed him again. Their kiss grew more passionate, the air around them thickening. Lin Dalei couldn't bear it any longer. Can you two consider my feelings? He roared. Zhou Qilin snapped back to reality, realizing this was not the time for such things. He still had to rescue Yi Longshan. He released the breathless Lin Shushue. I have things to do. You go to the company and handle whatever comes up. Lin Shushue nodded obediently. Zhou Qilin turned to Lin Dalei. Get in the car. You're coming with me. Huh? You seduced my sister, and now you want me to go with you? Zhou Qilin said flatly. What about that 20,000? Lin Dalei. 3 seconds later, Lin Dalei sat expressionless in the driver's seat, speeding towards Ganshur Street with Zhou Qilin. Ganshur Street was the largest jade processing center in Zhangyianxi, and indeed the entire nation. Countless rough stones were transported here daily, followed by gamblers hoping for a life-changing cut. At that moment, in a shop called Zhuyu Fong on Ganshur Street, there were 5 customers. 4 men and 1 woman. The 4 men were tall and sturdy, exuding a sharp aura as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. The woman was the kind who could captivate you at first glance. Standing at 1.7 meters, she had long straight legs and a waist as slender as a freshly picked lotus root. Her features were even more pleasing: curved brows, a straight nose bridge, full lips, and 2 shallow dimples when she smiled. It wasn't an aggressive kind of beauty, but one that made you feel comfortable and want to keep looking. She picked up a raw stone the size of a child's fist, its veins faintly forming the character Gui, causing her to lose focus momentarily. Jia Gui. The image of that sunny, smiling boy surfaced in her mind again. Her name was Shunji, the only daughter of the current head of the Jingzhou ancient martial arts Shin family. A year ago, while passing through Zhangyianxi, she encountered a rogue selling chicken feet at a stall. That rogue, named Jia Gui, said the chicken feet were free. But the moment she took a bite, he demanded 100 yuan. When she asked why he charged when he said it was free, he justified himself. The chicken feet were free, but what he gave her was duck feet. She couldn't help it and beat him up. Then he latched onto her leg and refused to let go, threatening to call the police if she didn't pay him 10,000. She was so angry she laughed. Don't you get beaten up often like this? He even nodded without shame. This is how I earn my money. How much can I make selling chicken feet? That was when she became interested in him. Then she fell for him, becoming a true woman. Shunji snapped back to reality. This time I will find you. She took the raw stone and left. The shopkeeper panicked. You haven't paid yet. One of her guards stepped forward and tossed a stack of cash onto the counter. Keep the change. With that he hurried after her. The shopkeeper was dumbfounded. He only gave me 10,000. That's not even enough to cover my costs. They'll find your leg, you bastard. He rushed out, but they were already gone. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Goncher Street, Zhou Qilin had arrived with Lin Dalei. Lin Dalei frowned and couldn't help asking, "Why are we here?" "To find Yi Longshan," Zhou Qilin said casually. Lin Dalei stopped in his tracks, his face paling. "No way do you want me dead? I can't even beat Yi Longshan alone, let alone with his bodyguard." He still shuddered at the memory of being knocked out by Ninshu in just a few moves. Zhou Qilin waved his hand. "I'm not asking you to fight him. I'm asking you to save him." Lin Dalei was speechless. "Do you hear yourself? Are you even speaking human language?" Zhou Qilin explained. "Today Yi Longshan's strength will be weakened, and someone wants to kill him. But I can't let him die because he's very important to me. Do you understand? Do you think I understand? Why don't you try speaking Chinese for a change?" Just as Zhou Qilin was about to explain further, he caught sight of three figures approaching in the distance. It was Yi Longshan accompanied by Ninshu and Liao Yunqi. He quickly pushed Lin Dalei. "No time. Yi Longshan is here. Hide for now and wait for my signal." Lin Dalei vanished in a flash without looking back. Zhou Qilin immediately put on a look of surprise and swaggered towards Yi Longshan. Well, if it isn't my 99th junior brother. What a coincidence. Ninshu tensed up. Didn't he tell the master that Sister Yunqi was supposed to seduce him? Why was he walking right into their hands? Yi Longshan also frowned involuntarily. What is this bastard doing here? But then he smiled. Perfect. He was just thinking yesterday about having Sister Yunqi seduce him, and here he comes on his own. So he put on a fake smile, his tone as warm as if greeting a long-lost brother. "Ah, isn't this my dear senior brother? What brings you here?" Zhou Qilin immediately leered at Liao Yunqi. "A fortune teller told me to take a walk today for a chance encounter with romance." And indeed the fortune teller was right. "My beautiful lady, it's been a whole night since we last saw each other, hasn't it?" Liao Yunqi was disgusted by his clumsy flirting, but she forced a seductive smile as planned. "With so many women by young Master Zhou's side, how could you possibly think of me?" Zhou Qilin chuckled. "Haha, of course I do, I really do. Follow me, and as long as you're with me you can spend as much money as you want. It'll also let you experience what it truly means to be a woman, something others might never achieve." Yi Longshan ground his teeth in fury, but he decided not to kill Zhou Qilin outright for now. Let him have his verbal victory for now. Once Liao Yunqi ensnares him, and I learn all of the Zhou family's trade secrets, we'll see if he can still laugh. He forced a magnanimous smile. "We're fellow disciples after all. If you have the skill, she can be your guard, or even at your disposal, I wouldn't mind." Zhou Qilin rolled his eyes inwardly. Those villains would kill anyone who even touched their woman's hand, and now he's playing the generous act. If he just struck me down right now, I wouldn't have to bother figuring out how to save him. But wait, his power is now 90 sealed, so he can't kill me anymore. It seemed he hadn't realized it yet. Zhou Qilin had no choice but to walk into the trap. "I don't care about her being a guard, I just want to have some fun with this lady. Name your price." Liao Yunqi cursed inwardly. He was treating her like that kind of woman. Scum. Truly scum. But she forced a smile. "I'm willing to spend a night with young Master Zhou. But you'll have to play a game with me." "What games?" A faint red light flickered in Liao Yunxi's eyes. "If you can stare into my eyes for 10 seconds without blinking, then I'll oblige you." 10 seconds without blinking. Zhou Qilin knew full well this was an enchantment technique. He let out a hearty laugh. "A beauty like you. I'd stare for 10 years, a lifetime, not just 10 seconds. Liao Yunqi sneered inwardly. "Just wait. Your lifetime will soon come to an end. Then let's begin, young Master Zhou." She leaned in close to him. Zhou Qilin lowered his head and met her gaze. He knew that once he fell under Liao Yunxi's enchantment, he would be at her mercy. That was also part of his plan. Liao Yunxi's technique could make someone infatuated and willing to sacrifice, not a mindless puppet. Once controlled, when Yi Longshan clashed with those ancient martial arts families and discovered his power was sealed, had surely used me as a human shield to buy time for their escape. If I died at their hands, perfect. It would count as dying because of the protagonist. But if they ignored me and went straight for Yi Longshan, under the enchantment, I'd order Lin Dalei hidden in the shadows to save Liao Yunqi. Perfect. Ninshu standing nearby was puzzled. Why would her master willingly walk into Liao Yunxi's enchantment? But she didn't stop him. Her master surely had his reasons. Zhou Qilin continued staring into Liao Yunxi's eyes, noticing for the first time how beautiful they were. Like inlaid black gemstones with a hint of crimson hidden within, holding a mesmerizing power. Gradually he felt a desire rising in his heart. This was the enchantment taking effect. Just as Zhou Qilin thought he would succumb, the 9 suns shooting art suddenly began to circulate. Oh no, not this. A foreboding sense washed over him. Sure enough, the next moment the desire vanished without a trace. The instant Zhou Qilin broke free, Liao Yunqi sensed it. She couldn't believe it. Impossible. Only the young master could resist her enchantment. Then she recalled her master's warning: those with enchantment techniques rarely find true love. But if you ever meet a man completely immune to your charm, you might just fall for him. Since learning her art, Liao Yunqi found all men repulsive. Their minds were filthy obsessed with only one thing, betting her. With a mere crook of her finger they'd submit. Only the young master was immune to her technique. That's why she was so devoted to him. But now someone else could resist her control like the young master. How? How is this possible? Zhou Qilin, still meeting her gaze, caught the flicker of unease in her eyes. He quickly blinked. Oops. I blinked by accident. This round doesn't count. I insist on a rematch. Yi Longshan frowned instantly. Why hadn't it worked? Liao Yunxi snapped back to reality. I can't let the young master down. Right, I must not have been prepared earlier. This time I'll definitely charm him. She forced a smile. Fine, I'll give young master Zhou another chance. I hope you'll seize it this time. Liao Yunxi focused on Zhou Qilin again. This time she spared no effort, pushing her inner energy to the limit. A fierce red glow blazed in her eyes. Yet Zhou Qilin only felt the 9 suns shooting art spin faster. This time, even the faint dizziness was gone. His mind was utterly clear. What kind of twisted technique is this? When I wanted to stay clear-headed it made me like a lecher. Now that I want to be entranced it turns me into a saint. Liao Yunxi grew frantic. She couldn't allow any man other than the young master to resist her charm. She abruptly grabbed Zhou Qilin's hand. Physical contact would amplify her technique. But the moment she held his hand she trembled. It was an inner force. And Zhou Qilin's gaze remained utterly lucid. This can't be. I must charm him. I belong to the young master. Liao Yunxi, throwing caution to the wind, stood on tiptoe and kissed Zhou Qilin on the lips. Feeling the soft touch, Zhou Qilin was stunned. Is this right? You're supposed to be using your enchantment, not kissing me. Yi Longshan was dumbfounded too. When Liao Yunxi held Zhou Qilin's hand earlier, he felt uneasy. But for the sake of the enchantment, and since it was within reason, he let it slide. But now she's kissing him. Those lips. He hadn't even kissed them himself. He was seething with rage. Yet seeing Liao Yunxi's eyes still locked in the technique, he couldn't interrupt. Wasn't he just a playboy? Why was charming him so difficult? Liao Yunxi initially only meant to enchant the man before her. But as the kiss deepened, she lost herself. Was this what kissing felt like? Zhou Qilin hadn't intended to do anything at first, but as soon as Liao Yunxi's tongue slipped in he too became swept up in the moment. Since he was destined to die at Yi Longshan's hands sooner or later, he figured he might as well collect some interest from the man's woman first. He immediately began to respond. The two of them, completely oblivious to the crowd around them, locked in a deep, passionate kiss in plain view. Meanwhile, Lin Dalei, hidden behind a wall, was utterly dumbfounded. He recognized that woman. Hua Qianmei, one of Yi Longshan's 4 guardians. This was an extremely dangerous woman. Which man hadn't been toyed with and manipulated by her? Wait, how did Zhou Qilin end up kissing Yi Longshan's woman? And Yi Longshan was just standing there watching. How was that reasonable? Even Yi Longshan himself thought it was unreasonable. He was already stunned. Fine, I tolerated you holding hands, I even accepted you kissing, but now you're using tongues. Hey, that's not right. And now you're closing your eyes. Getting lost in the kiss, are you? But if you close your eyes, how are you supposed to charm him? Yunxi Jia? Yi Longshan finally couldn't hold back and roared. Liao Yunxi snapped back to reality and shoved Zhou Qilin away with all her might. Zhou Qilin also came to his senses, realizing that because of the 9 suns shooting art, he simply couldn't be charmed. Since that was the case, he would just have to fake it. The instant he opened his eyes, he put on a dazed expression, then switched to a lecherous grin, staring at Liao Yunxi. My little treasure, you're my little treasure. Seeing this, Liao Yunxi's heart leaped with joy. Had her charm worked? Why didn't she feel anything? Was it because she had been too into the kiss? She decided to test it. Immediately putting on a delicate act, she pointed at a stunned passerby on the street and said in a coquettish voice, "Oh my. That man is staring at me with such a lecherous look, it's so scary." Zhou Qilin immediately stormed over, grabbed the man by the collar, and hoisted him into the air. You. How dare you look at my little treasure? Who do you think you are? He'll gouge your eyeballs out. As he spoke, he reached out to dig at the man's eyes. The man was terrified out of his wits. What are you doing? He'll call the police. Help. Zhou Qilin remained unmoved, his fingers heading straight for the man's eyes. Just as his fingertips were about to touch them, Liao Yunxi finally spoke up slowly. All right, he didn't mean it. Don't make things hard for him. Zhou Qilin felt a wave of relief. He had almost failed to keep up the act. He flung the man aside and snarled, "For my little treasure's sake, they'll spare your life. Get lost." The man scrambled away. Liao Yunxi looked at Zhou Qilin with adoration stars in her eyes. Wow, you're amazing. I wonder, would you do anything for me? Zhou Qilin, once again acting like a lovesick fool, gazed at Liao Yunxi. My little treasure, I would do anything. This finally put Liao Yunxi at ease. He was under her control. She said to him softly, "Wait here for a moment." Then pulling Yi Longshan aside, she lowered her voice, "Young master, he's under my control." As soon as she said this, her eyes reddened, and she looked on the verge of tears. "But, forgive me, young master. To control him, I actually kissed him. I'm sorry, I'm no longer pure." Yi Longshan was indeed a bit disgusted. But Liao Yunxi was a valuable asset to him, and she had done this for his sake. What else could he do? Of course he forgave her. He said gently, "It's all right, Yunxi Jia, I don't blame you. Since you detest other men so much, kissing him must have taken immense courage and a strong will to suppress your disgust. You did it all for me, I won't be angry." Liao Yunxi felt that the young master was truly too good to her. It was all that despicable Zhou Qilin's fault. But she hadn't actually felt disgusted, and had even found it quite pleasurable. Why was that? By Ninshu having seen Yi Longchen and Liao Yunxi's exchange, walked over to Zhou Qilin and suddenly leaned in close to ask, "Who do you like more, me or my senior sister?" Zhou Qilin answered without hesitation, "My little treasure, of course." Bai Ninshu smiled, her gaze falling on his index finger, which was twitching unconsciously. "I knew it, the master wouldn't be so easily charmed." Yi Longchen asked Liao Yunxi, "Can you get him to reveal all of the Zhou family's secrets now?" Liao Yunxi shook her head. "He's not that infatuated with me yet. He'll comply with small requests, but he won't divulge highly confidential information. It'll take more time." Yi Longchen nodded helplessly. "All right." But then he smirked. "This guy doesn't care about money at all. Xianing hasn't arrived yet. It's perfect to have him as our ATM and errand boy for now." Liao Yunxi understood, and turned to Zhou Qilin, clinging to his arm, and starting to wheedle, "Master Zhou, I want to buy some rough stones, won't you help me?" Zhou Qilin nodded eagerly. "My little treasure can have anything she wants." Damn, the Nine Suns shooting art was acting up again. Liao Yunxi didn't know why, but as she held Zhou Qilin's arm, she didn't want to let go. It felt so good. Just like when they were kissing. If only she could kiss him again. Yi Longchen frowned. "Yunxi-jia, you." Just as she snapped back to reality, Liao Yunxi found a reason for herself. She quickly leaned in to whisper in Yi Longchen's ear, "Young master, close physical contact will make him fall for me faster, so you can obtain more of the Zhou family secrets sooner. You know I hate men the most. I'm doing this all for you." Yi Longchen was instantly moved. Yes, Yunxi-jia hated men the most, even found them disgusting, especially a playboy like Zhou Qilin. Now for his sake, she was enduring that disgust. How could he not be touched? "I understand, Yunxi-jia. I'm sorry you have to go through this." Liao Yunxi looked at Yi Longchen, and a wave of inexplicable guilt surged within her. She even felt despicable for deceiving the young master over Zhou Qilin. She didn't find Zhou Qilin disgusting at all. In fact, she was even enjoying it. Forget it, Zhou Qilin wouldn't live much longer anyway. Once he was dead, it would be as if nothing had ever happened. She would allow herself this one moment of willfulness. She directly hooked her arm through Zhou Qilin's. Yi Longchen gave her an encouraging smile. Just then, Bai Ninshu suddenly walked over to Zhou Qilin's other side and hugged his other arm. Everyone was stunned. Yi Longchen shouted, "Senior sister, what are you doing? Let go." Bai Ninshu bared her teeth with a hint of madness in her smile. "Haha, if Yunxi-jia can do it, so can I." Yi Longchen was exasperated with his somewhat unhinged senior sister. "Senior sister, this is different." "What's so different about it?" Bai Ninshu raised an eyebrow. "I'm just learning the art of seduction from Yunxi-jia." Yi Longchen was startled. If this made Zhou Qilin realize he was under a charm spell, wouldn't he break free? Then Yunxi-jia's sacrifice would have been for nothing. Fortunately, Zhou Qilin showed no unusual reaction. Yi Longchen breathed a sigh of relief. "Fine, you can hold on. But don't say anything foolish." And so an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded. Yi Longchen's two guardians, one on each side, were tightly clinging to Zhou Qilin's arms. The group arrived at a stall selling raw stones. Yi Longchen crouched down and began selecting stones. His Dragon King Overlord technique could absorb the energy from jade, but not all jade was suitable. Only those of the highest quality. He selected with remarkable speed, touching each stone briefly before moving to the next, swift and decisive. Zhou Qilin watched in amazement, remarking that with such skill, he could have made a fortune appraising gems. But watching Yi Longchen pick stones was tedious, and his attention soon drifted to the two women beside him. The two beauties clung to his arms, one on each side, stirring restless thoughts within him. The Nine Suns shooting art involuntarily began to circulate his internal energy. Liao Yunxi suddenly felt an inexplicable pull toward Zhou Qilin, her body yearning to lean into him. "No," she struggled inwardly. "I should despise him. He's a scoundrel." Yet her body kept gravitating toward this rogue. The conflict between her psychological revulsion and physical craving tormented her, but she still unconsciously tightened her grip on Zhou Qilin's arm. What she didn't know was that the Nine Suns shooting art inherently attracted the opposite sex, especially those who cultivated seduction techniques. The more she resisted, the deeper she fell. Finally, Yi Longchen picked a fist-sized stone and turned around with a smile, which suddenly froze on his face. He saw Liao Yunxi and Bai Ninshu blissfully embracing Zhou Qilin's arms. That alone was bad enough, but Zhou Qilin's arms were deeply pressed into the women's chests, firmly trapped. "Not. I've never even enjoyed such an opportunity." But then a surge of emotion filled Yi Longchen's heart. Yunxi was doing all this to better control Zhou Qilin. The sacrifices she made for him were immense. His anger toward Zhou Qilin deepened. He couldn't kill him yet, so he would make him spend lavishly. With that thought, he handed the stone to Liao Yunxi, addressing her as senior sister. She understood and took it, then turned to Zhou Qilin with a coquettish tone. "Young master, Zhou, isn't this stone beautiful? Won't you buy it for me?" Zhou Qilin chuckled, "Of course. But what's in it for me?" Liao Yunxi cast him a seductive glance. "What reward do you desire?" He smiled and pointed to his lips. He didn't truly believe Liao Yunxi would kiss him. He did this merely to stoke Yi Longchen's fury. The more audaciously he treated his woman, the more ruthless Yi Longshun would be when selling him off. Yet to his utter astonishment, Liao Yunqi hesitated not a moment, rose on her tiptoes, and pressed her lips to his. Zhou Qilin was stunned. She actually kissed him. Yi Longshun was equally shocked, first with rage, then overwhelmed by gratitude. Yunqi had endured the disgust to kiss Zhou Qilin for his sake. Having already experienced a tongue kiss, this time his anger was less intense. Liao Yunqi herself couldn't explain her actions. Though she rationalized it as merely beguiling Zhou Qilin, she knew the truth was different. She never behaved this way with other men, not even allowing them to hold her hand. What was happening to her? Suppressing the strange sensation within, she spoke softly, "Young master, Zhou, will you buy it for me now?" Zhou Qilin casually produced a bank card, of course. The vendor swiped the card, completing the transaction. Liao Yunqi handed him the stone, pouting, "Young master Zhou, it's so heavy. Could you hold it for me?" How could Zhou Qilin refuse? He took it directly. Weighing the stone in his hand, it felt like an ordinary rock. But just then Liao Yunqi embraced his arm again. The Nine Suns shooting art reactivated, and the stone in his hand suddenly emitted a chill that surged into his body. So magical. Wait. Zhou Qilin suddenly realized the chill coursed through him and gathered in his abdomen. His internal energy had increased. His face darkened. No way. Had he absorbed the stone Yi Longshun had prepared for himself? Damn. Wasn't this only possible with the Dragon King Overlord technique? How could his Nine Suns shooting art do it too, and automatically? Cursed system. What's going on? Is this Nine Suns shooting art you gave me some evil technique? Systems creations are always premium. With this divine art, the host's survival odds against the protagonist greatly increase. This is my duty, no thanks needed. Thanks my ass. This technique boosts virility, detoxifies pills, resists seduction, and automatically absorbs jade to enhance power. It can do everything except fight. Just then Yi Longshun selected another stone. Liao Yunqi handed it over again. Zhou Qilin dared not take it. If he absorbed more, his cultivation would rise. How would Yi Longshun kill him then? He quickly waved his hand. "I'll pay. This is a gift for you. Keep it." Liao Yunqi frowned, feigning hurt. "Are you rejecting me? Don't you want me to spend the night with you?" Zhou Qilin was helpless. He was still under her control and couldn't refuse. Liao Yunqi thought Zhou Qilin was breaking free from her charm again. About to intensify it, she recalled the kiss and hesitated, then rose on her toes and kissed him directly. It was over. Zhou Qilin's mind buzzed. He couldn't refuse now without raising suspicion. Yi Longshun gritted his teeth, but Yunqi was doing important work, so he couldn't stop her. Thankfully they soon parted. Reluctantly, Zhou Qilin took the stone from Liao Yunqi, praying desperately, "Don't absorb it again." But his prayers were futile. Another chill seeped into his body. He was on the verge of tears. His internal energy had increased yet again. Yi Longshun felt somewhat appeased seeing Zhou Qilin hold the stone. This fool was working for him. "Zhou Qilin, you never realized you were serving me, did you? Not only are you bewitched by Yunqi, but you're also buying stones for me and carrying them. In the end, all these stones are mine, and even your fortune will be mine." Yi Longshun continued selecting stones, while Zhou Qilin passively absorbed the spiritual energy. Whenever Zhou Qilin hesitated, Liao Yunqi would kiss him. Yi Longshun's gaze grew increasingly smug, the corners of his mouth nearly curling up to the sky. Zhou Qilin couldn't fathom what Yi Longshun was so proud of. "Your woman is kissing me, and I've drained all the spiritual energy from your raw stones. Why are you still so smug?" He dared not imagine how devastated Yi Longshun would be the moment he opened those stones. Finally, when Zhou Qilin's arms were overflowing with stones, he broke through. Tears nearly fell from his eyes. He had just barely fallen from the peak of the third rank, and now, after only a few hours, he had climbed back up. Damn it. He couldn't let this continue. If it did, he'd become invincible. Just then Zhou Qilin's peripheral vision caught a shop by the roadside with a sign reading Zhuyu Studio. His eyes lit up. Wasn't this the very shop where Yi Longshun had discovered the 9 Revolutions spirit jade? He had to push the main plot forward. He quickly spoke up, "This shop looks good, let's go in and take a look." Yi Longshun sneered, "You want to go? I'm not going there." Zhou Qilin was speechless. "Your destiny lies within, and you don't even know it." Ignoring Yi Longshun, Zhou Qilin turned to Liao Yunqi and said, "Sweetheart, let's go inside. He'll buy you anything you want." Without another thought, he strode purposefully towards Zhuyu Studio. Seeing this, Liao Yunqi whispered to Yi Longshun, "Young master, bear with him a little longer. In at most 2 hours, he'll be completely infatuated with me. Besides, the place we agreed to meet Xianing is this very Zhuyu Studio." Yi Longshun gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll endure him a bit more. He'll get what's coming to him." Zhou Qilin entered the shop and glanced around. There was a counter displaying small raw stones and some cut jade. Nearby, a pile of larger rough stones lay on the ground. In the corner, a female customer was crouching, selecting stones. Zhou Qilin's sharp eyes caught her figure from behind. She was stunning. He just couldn't see her face yet. That woman was none other than Shinji. She had just shaken off the guards following her. If they found out she was looking for Jia Gui, her father would know too. And if her father discovered she loved an ordinary man, Jia Gui would surely be in danger. The 3 guards probably wouldn't guess she had returned to Zhuyu Studio. Once they searched further away, she would leave. Just then she heard footsteps behind her, 4 sets of them. Had they found her? Then a woman's voice rang out, "Young Master Zhou, will you really buy me anything I want?" Shenji sighed in relief. It wasn't her guards. Then a man's voice followed, "Of course, I'll buy you whatever you desire. But don't forget your promise to spend the night with me." Shenji trembled, struck as if by lightning. That voice. Zhao Gui. Yes, without a doubt, it was her Zhao Gui. Was this fate? She had just begun searching, and there he was. But who was that woman speaking to him? Had he found someone else? Impossible. He only loved her. But what if it was true? What if he was married? Shenji dared not think further. Yet in an instant she resolved, even if he were married, she wouldn't give up. No, never. She stood up abruptly and slowly turned around. She saw him. Yes, it was the face she saw in her dreams every night. Zhou Qilin was in the midst of pretending to be utterly captivated by Liao Yunxi. But the moment the woman in the corner turned around, he froze completely. Shenji. Wasn't she his ex-girlfriend? What was she doing here? Warning. Host encounters female lead Shenji. To avoid being killed by the protagonist, flee immediately. He wanted to flee, but could he? Wait, she was a female lead too. But the system hadn't mentioned her in this plot. Damn, was she a mid-to-latter game female lead? Why was she spawning now? What a scam. Why was she staring at him like that? This was so awkward. Meanwhile, Yi Longchen standing slightly behind, Zhou Qilin misunderstood. From his angle, it looked like Shenji was staring at him. Yi Longchen's heart leaped. There was such a beauty here, and she was looking at him. Haas expected no woman could resist his charm. He smirked his signature crooked grin. "Beautiful lady, why are you staring at me like that? Have we met before?" Zhou Qilin's lips twitched. Was she even looking at you? Yet he was curious. This was the Dragon King. All female leads should fall madly in love with him. Would Shenji be interested in Yi Longchen? Shenji ignored Yi Longchen entirely, her eyes fixed on her beloved. "Are you going to pretend you don't know me?" Zhou Qilin was mortified, his toes curling. "Sis, you don't understand my situation. I can't acknowledge you." Yi Longchen chimed in, "Beautiful lady, if I'd seen someone like you, I'd never forget. But I truly don't know you. How about we get to know each other now?" Yi Longchen. The one who holds the sun and moon and plucks the stars unmatched in this world. Zhou Qilin shrugged silently. Shenji finally tore her gaze away from him, scanning Liao Yunxi and Bai Nianchu beside him. Both women were as beautiful as she was. Her eyes narrowed. "What are these two women to you?" Yi Longchen smiled. "They're my guards, and also my senior sisters." Shenji's frown deepened. She finally snapped, glaring at Yi Longchen impatiently. "I wasn't talking to you. Why do you keep butting in?" She then stepped directly in front of Zhou Qilin, lifting her face with suppressed hurt and jealousy. "Brother Jiage, tell me, what are these two women to you?" Haha, Yi Longchen couldn't help but laugh. He thought the woman was jealous of how close Liao Yunxi and Bai Nianchu were to him, and too embarrassed to admit it, so she pretended to be asking Zhou Qilin. If she really knew him, she wouldn't have called him by the wrong name, Zhao Gui. Liao Yunxi immediately sidled up to Zhou Qilin with a beaming smile, her tone laced with provocation. "Miss, are you sure you have the right person? His name isn't Zhao Gui. He's Zhou Qilin, the #1 scumbag of Zhongyin City." Zhou Qilin. Had she mistaken him? Shenji stared blankly at the man before her, then shook her head. Impossible. The name might be wrong, but she could never mistake the person. She loved Zhao Gui to the very core of her being. Every gesture, every glance was unmistakably the one she yearned for day and night. She fought back the tears welling in her eyes, fixing her gaze on Zhou Qilin. "You. Have you truly never loved me?" Seeing Shenji like this, Zhou Qilin's heart ached. He had indeed had many ex-girlfriends, but he had poured his true heart into every relationship. He was merely a playboy, not a heartless scoundrel. And Shenji was the one who had cared for him most meticulously of all. How could he not love her? But now he not only had to conceal his affection, but also make her hate him and leave him quickly. Only then, when those ancient martial arts families came to seize the 9 revolutions, exquisite jade, would she be safe from harm. He steeled his heart and let out a cold laugh. "Love you? Huh. The only one I love is my little darling." With that, he gazed tenderly at Liao Yunxi. "Little darling, you love me the most too, right?" Liao Yunxi smiled seductively, her eyes shimmering. "That depends on how you perform." Watching their flirtatious exchange, Shenji wasn't angry, because her eyes caught sight of Zhou Qilin's slightly twitching right index finger. Though subtle, the woman who loved him to the bone knew better than anyone what that little gesture meant. He was lying. He did not love her. At that moment, a surge of tears welled up inside Shenji. If he didn't love her, everything she did would be meaningless. But now she had boundless motivation. "As long as Zhao Gui knows Zhou Qilin loves me, I will never let him go to anyone else. But since he loves me, why does he pretend not to know me? Could he have some unspeakable difficulty?" Looking at the two women beside Zhou Qilin, could he be in some kind of trouble? If so, she had to help him. With her mind made up, Shenji immediately put on an apologetic expression. "Sorry, it seems I've mistaken you for someone else." Zhou Qilin breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, he heard Shenji add, "However, I find you quite agreeable. Let's get to know each other. My name is Shenji." She smiled and extended her hand to Zhou Qilin. Zhou Qilin was speechless. "Shouldn't you be running away in disappointment and anger now? How could you want to get to know me? I know every mole on your chest, so how can we start anew?" He immediately refused. "That won't do. I can't let my little darling misunderstand." Then he gazed adoringly at Liao Yunxi, feigning utter infatuation. Huh. Yi Longchen couldn't help but laugh. Did Zhou Qilin really think this beauty wanted to follow him? She was just using him as an excuse to get close to me. Saying she wanted to know him was actually meant for my ears. Saya, the frontier war god, attract women like flies. No, like bees, wherever I go. How tiresome. He stepped forward with a crooked smile. Miss Shinji, if you're interested in me, I can give you a chance to follow me and get to know me. Shinji looked at him as if he were an idiot. Are you crazy? I said the person I want to know is this Zhou Qilin, not you. Yi Longchen's smile froze instantly. Had he been flattering himself? Impossible. Though he wore cheap market stall clothes, and Zhou Qilin wore expensive custom-tailored suits, shouldn't his aura of a king's return be unmistakable at a glance? Bai Nianshu observed it all. She understood clearly that this woman named Shinji was definitely connected to Qilin. Zhou Qilin was dumbfounded. Why are you still fixated on me? He needed to step up his game. He immediately turned to Liao Yunxi. Little darling, I'll buy you any rough stone you want. Liao Yunxi giggled in response. Thank you, big brother. You're so good to me. Just then Shinji spoke softly from the side. Do you know how hard men work to earn money? If I were his girlfriend and truly loved him, I would never waste his money. Liao Yunxi was taken aback. What did she mean by that? He has trouble earning money. This was the young master of the Zhou family. His family practically had money flowing from the taps. But this woman was so beautiful, and if Zhou Qilin really took her words to heart, it could affect the effectiveness of her charm technique. She quickly recovered. Of course I know he works hard. I was just joking. Saying this, she pulled out a tissue. Big brother, you must be tired carrying so many rough stones. Let me wipe your sweat. Shinji narrowed her eyes, stepped forward, and slapped Liao Yunxi's hand away. Liao Yunxi was furious. What are you doing? Shinji's temper flared. What are you doing? He doesn't have any sweat. Even if he did, you can't just wipe it with a tissue. Itll hurt his skin. You should use a pure cotton handkerchief and dab it gently on his forehead. Aren't you his little darling? Don't you even know that? Liao Yunxi was stunned. Are you the real succubus? Are you trying to break my charm technique? Bai Nianshu watched with wide eyes. This woman was too skilled. She quickly made a mental note. Zhou Qilin saw this wouldn't do. He had to get rid of this woman. He immediately shouted at Shinji. I'm willing to spend money on my woman. What business is it of yours? Then he turned to the shopkeeper and barked. You pick me a rough stone. I'm giving it to my little darling. I've got plenty of money. Any stone would do as long as Yi Longchen was here. Anything given to this man of fortune would turn out well. The shopkeeper had been sitting there silently after hearing Zhou Qilin's name. This was the #1 scumbag of Zhongyin City who would dare provoke him. But upon hearing that Zhou Qilin wanted to buy something, the shopkeeper immediately broke into a smile. Sure, he was a scumbag, but he was also generous. Young Master Zhou, rest assured I'll pick a good one for you. The shopkeeper hurried out from behind the counter, but found his path blocked by Yi Longchen. He frowned. Excuse me, could you please move? In his eyes, Yi Longchen was just a lackey brought along by Zhou Qilin. So though his words were polite, his eyes flashed